was a massive mutation of creatures across the globe. Feng, an ordinary young man who returned to his hometown to start business, was struck by this great disaster, which led to the destruction of his family and the loss of his home. In a moment of despair, Feng was parasitized by a star core fragment, and from then on, he embarked on a path of killing and redemption. On this path, he will discover the fundamental cause of the biological mutation, thus revealing the true nature of the star core fragment. Blood and conspiracy are intertwined, and betrayal collides with loyalty. It presents the most authentic apocalyptic scenes in a panoramic way, and analyzes the situations that humans may encounter in the apocalypse from different perspectives of politics, economy, and culture. Chapter 1. The Mutated Beasts. The colossal sun radiated a blinding violet light. At the foot of the mountain lay a picturesque village. Yet not a soul could be seen, enveloped in a haunting silence. Once pristine village paths, expansive fields, and quaint farmhouses had succumbed to a state of utter filth, stained with blood and strewn with fragments of flesh and bones. Suddenly, a creature resembling a dog, yet armed with razor-sharp fangs and covered in scales, emerged from the shattered door of a dwelling, clutching a severed human head. Half-eaten, from the size of the head and the remnants of long hair, it was evident that it belonged to a young girl. The creature, its belly distended as if sated, lay sprawled in the middle of the road, toying with the head. Not far from the beast stood a two-story cottage, its windows tightly shut, yet one was stealthily pushed open, allowing a kitchen knife to drift out. Simultaneously, a pair of vengeful eyes peered out from behind the curtains. With a sudden burst of speed, the knife hurtled toward the creature's head, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound. With a resounding clash, sparks flew as the knife struck the creature's scaled head. The beast remained unscathed, but the knife lost its momentum and clattered to the ground. Startled, the creature rose abruptly, glancing at the knife with bewilderment, and extended its neck to search for its adversary. Unexpectedly, the knife ascended once more, this time not rushing to attack, but gliding beneath the one unprotected area of a monster's body. With a sudden surge, it plunged into the creature, causing an immediate eruption of blood. The knife then slashed again, ripping open the beast's belly, spilling its innards onto the ground, revealing undigested remnants of limbs and severed arms. Behind the curtain, Feng sat on the floor, his expression filled with sorrow. "Nyo, Uncle has avenged you," he lamented, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. 2 weeks prior, for reasons unknown, all animals had undergone a genetic mutation, growing uncontrollably and becoming bloodthirsty and ferocious, leaving humanity utterly unprepared. Countless lives were claimed and consumed, serving as sustenance and energy for the mutated creatures. As these aberrant beasts continued to feed, the mutations further spurred their evolution, rendering it nearly impossible to recognize any semblance of their former selves and such. Monsters within a mere fortnight. Feng aptly named these creatures mutated beasts. Just a fortnight ago, he was a martial arts instructor, brimming with hope and preparing to return to his hometown to start anew. Alas, his dreams were shattered by the abrupt onset of this calamity. Not only had the mutated beasts severed his legs, but his parents also perished in this disaster. He had a younger sister attending university in the provincial city, and he could still vividly recall their last conversation. Brother, help me, there are monsters everywhere, followed by the crackling sound of static. His sister's final scream felt like a complete extraction of his soul. At that moment, he had been hiding in the cottage, surrounded by the anguished cries of villagers and the roars of the mutated beasts. He dared not make a sound, even stifling his tears beneath the covers. In his despair, he even contemplated suicide, yet he fainted due to excessive blood loss from his legs. In the haze of unconsciousness, a voice resonated within his heart. Upon detecting the remnants of life, the fragments of the star core began to parasitize. Ding! The parasitism completed. The fragments of the star core activated, and the body commenced its repair. Ding! The bodily restoration was complete, and the awakening of extraordinary abilities began. Ding! Just as he was absorbing this, he fell into a deep slumber. When he awakened once more, his legs had fully healed. Not only that, but he also discovered he had acquired extraordinary powers. This revelation rekindled the flickering flame of hope within his once despairing heart. Chapter 2. The enigmatic star core once again. The heavens bestowed upon me an opportunity. I must cherish this life and ensure that not a single cherished soul perishes again. Thoughts of my sister flooded my mind, and a sliver of hope lingered within me, for I had not witnessed her lifeless form. I refused to believe she was truly gone. I must seek her out. She is my only kin in this vast world. In the subsequent days, I secluded myself in my chamber, quietly adapting to my new legs while honing my extraordinary abilities. My power lay in the manipulation of objects through sheer will, evolving from simple chopsticks to wielding a kitchen knife. Logically, I should refrain from acting impulsively, for any unnecessary commotion could summon hordes of mutated beasts. Yet, when I beheld a creature toying with the severed head of my dear Nyonyo, I could no longer contain the fury that surged within me. Nyonyo was such a delightful little girl. Each time I returned to the village, she would joyfully greet me as her uncle, while I feigned annoyance, insisting she call me brother, for I was still a youthful soul. She would pull faces and tease me, calling me uncle with a playful shyness, but now it was precisely this reckless action that stirred the voice in my heart once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a level 1 mutated beast. By decomposing the beast, you shall receive a set of scales. The evolution of the star core is now unlocked. Will the host proceed with decomposition? What is happening? Who are you? I questioned, but the voice persisted, asking, will the host proceed with decomposition? Resigned, I answered affirmatively. Instantly, the corpse of the mutated beast vanished, and before me appeared a magnificent set of scales. My eyes widened in disbelief, yet considering my restored legs and wondrous powers, I found it hard to be astonished. Star core upgrade commencing. Ding. Star core upgrade completed. The host now possesses a 1 square meter star core space. In my mind, an image of barren land materialized, surrounded by darkness, with faint starlight flickering around. What is this? Warning. The star core space cannot store living beings. Any violations will have consequences. With a final chime, the voice faded away completely. I murmured to myself, cannot store living beings? That means anything but the living can be stored. Testing my hypothesis, I found that, indeed, as I willed it, the items that had vanished outside reappeared within the star core space. Incredible. I longed to laugh heartily, yet tears streamed down my face instead. Damn it. Why did you not appear sooner? If you had, my parents would still be alive, and the villagers would not have perished. This sequence of events significantly bolstered my resolve to survive. Sister, wait for me. I shall come to rescue you. I can no longer afford a delay. However, before departing, I needed to ascertain whether any survivors remained in the village. Simultaneously, he found himself in need of several effective weapons, for the lethality of a kitchen knife was patently limited. Brother Zhang's family had once engaged in the butchery of pigs, so it was certain that a cleaver would be found within their abode. In the afternoon, in the shade of a wall, a mirror emerged from behind, revealing the figure of an ancient warrior clad in scale armor, who concealed himself behind the wall. With unwavering focus, he continuously adjusted the angle of the mirror through sheer will, utilizing its reflection to observe the happenings in the street. 3 mutated beasts were fervently vying for a bone, utterly oblivious to his presence. The ancient warrior felt a surge of temptation. Should he succeed in vanquishing these 3, the star core would likely ascend to a higher level. Chapter 3. The mutation of humanity. Feng shook his head and restrained himself. Once a goal is set, it must not be altered lightly. This has always been Feng's steadfast belief, and he adhered to it resolutely this time. Indeed, upon moving to another location, he discovered that behind the 3 mutated beasts lay an additional 7 in the yard. A wave of unease washed over Feng. He became increasingly cautious. Fortunately, his agility and speed from earlier training allowed him to scale walls and traverse yards silently, like a specter. Soon, he arrived at Brother Zhang's home, observing for a considerable time without any sign of movement before cautiously leaping inside. The large iron gate at the front of the yard had been deformed, likely due to a collision with a mutated beast. The wooden door of the house lay on the ground, stained with blood. As he tiptoed inside, A nauseating stench invaded his nostrils, the unmistakable odor of decaying corpses. On the floor lay two mangled bodies, crawling with maggots, a most repulsive sight. From the remnants of their pelvises and clothing, it was clear these were the remains of Brother Zhang and his wife. Gu Feng knew this was not the time for sorrow. He immediately began to search the house. In a corner between the refrigerator and the wall, he noticed a red cloth bundle that piqued his interest. Upon opening it, he found two half-foot-long butcher knives. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, a series of high-pitched sounds emanated from the bedroom, resembling the cries of an infant. Gu Feng realized that Brother Zhang's child, an infant, had been present during his last visit for the celebration of the child's first month. Could the baby still be alive? For the first time in half a month, a smile graced Gu Feng's face. But wait, how could an infant survive for half a month without nourishment? His expression grew grim once more. No matter. He needed to investigate. Gripping a butcher knife in each hand, Gu Feng cautiously approached the bedroom. The dim light made it difficult to see, but after blinking hard, he discerned that the blanket on the bed was bulging, something moving within, precisely the size of an infant. Gu Feng dared not be careless. He tightened his grip on the knife, focusing his mind to swiftly pull back the blanket. What lay before him caused Gu Feng to stagger back in horror. The infant's corpse had been hollowed out, and a large rat, measuring half a foot long, was resting within the infant's chest cavity, having claimed the body as its nest. Gu Feng's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging, as he swung the butcher knife, hacking at the rat over 20 times until it was reduced to a pulp. Tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. He had shed too many tears over the past half-month. Yet, the heart-wrenching sorrow was insatiable. Gently, Gu Feng cradled the infant's remains and laid them alongside those of the parents before departing. He was determined to seek out other survivors. There must be others. He firmly believed. Fortune favors the diligent, and during his search of the seventh house, he encountered Li He. In a sealed room, Li He embraced Gu Feng, laughing and crying. "Brother Gu, I knew you would survive, but my mother is dead, my father is gone, they're all gone. It is truly a blessing to see you alive." Hearing this, Gu Feng felt a pang of sorrow, but feigned strength, comforting him. It's all right. Brother will protect you." Li He is 5 years younger than Gu Feng and is currently in his 3rd year of high school. The two share a close friendship, often indulging in games of Counter-Strike together. Wiping away his tears, Li He declared, "I'm fine. There's no need for your protection. Look." As he spoke, he extended his arm, revealing a layer of white bone that began to envelop it. This eerie transformation extended down to his palm, forming sharp spikes. Gu Feng, taken aback, inquired, "Do you also possess a star core?" "Star core? What star core?" Li He responded, confusion evident on his face. Recognizing the bewilderment in Li He's expression, Gu Feng probed further. "How did this happen?" "I don't know. It just emerged on the day the catastrophe struck." Li He replied. Gu Feng continued to question, "So, you've survived because of it?" Li He nodded and remarked, "I believe this must be a form of mutation among humanity." Chapter 4. Facing the unknown together, Ancient Wind asserted with conviction that, at the core, humans are but animals, in identical environments. It stands to reason that only animals would undergo mutations. It is merely that the probability of human mutation is exceedingly low. "Brother, you must have mutated as well, come. Let me see." Ancient Wind commanded as he manipulated a cup in the room, making it spin twice. "Brother, you look incredibly dashing," he exclaimed. Ancient Wind remained non-committal. "Do you have a plan to escape?" "Indeed, there is a plan, but before we flee, I must ascertain whether there are any survivors left in the village." Li He pointed to a cheap telescope on the table and said, "Brother, I have already surveyed the area. The only 2 houses with unbroken doors are yours and Hanbin's. Let's go take a look." Li He hesitated, for there were mutated beasts lurking in his yard. After a moment of contemplation, Ancient Wind concluded that if there were still living souls in his home, they would be their last hope. "You may choose not to join me, but I must go. Otherwise, I would bear the guilt for a lifetime." Ancient Wind's fervor inspired Li He. With clenched fists, Li He declared, "Brother, wait. I never said I wouldn't go. I'm no longer a child. I am a man of integrity. Today, even if we face a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I shall accompany you." Ancient Wind patted Li He on the shoulder, well said. Here, wear this. He removed his scale armor and handed it to Li He. Reluctantly, with tears glistening in his eyes, Li He donned the armor. Both were physically robust and moved in perfect synchrony, allowing Ancient Wind to lead Li He stealthily through the shadows. As they passed by Lu Ning's home, they halted. Ancient Wind whispered, Lu Ning's family is involved in transportation. They have many vehicles. We need gasoline. Li He's eyes lit up, and he gave Ancient Wind a thumbs up. The two infiltrated the property, and Ancient Wind retrieved pre-prepared fuel barrels and hoses from his spatial core. Li He gasped in astonishment, surveying Ancient Wind with wide eyes. Just a part of my abilities, Ancient Wind casually remarked. Li He once again raised his thumb. Truly, you are my idol. They split up, each taking a vehicle. Opening the fuel tank, they inserted the hose, and with a hearty suck, gasoline flowed forth in abundance. Once all the barrels were filled, Ancient Wind returned them to his spatial core, leaving Li He mesmerized, his admiration deepening. Outside Han Bin's yard, Ancient Wind and Li He pressed their backs against the wall, cautious not to make any sudden movements. Ancient Wind manipulated a mirror, raising it above their heads to reflect the scene in the yard. For mutated beasts were gnawing on the human bones hanging from the door knocker. Seeing the multitude of beasts, Ancient Wind gestured for silence. Li He nodded in agreement, and they retreated further to devise a strategy. They needed a plan that would not create a ruckus yet effectively eliminate the 4 mutated beasts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li He's eyes brightened. Brother, I have an idea. The Li San family. Ancient Wind, perplexed, inquired, what about the Li San family? Brother, you may not be aware, but Li San's wife has a particular fondness for singing karaoke. Consequently, Li San has installed a karaoke system in their home, and due to the disturbances it caused, he also added soundproofing. He has lured the mutated beasts there to deal with them, rendering the outside completely silent. Is it the establishment we just passed? Li nodded vigorously, confirming that it is indeed just 3 houses away. After a moment of contemplation, Feng instructed, you should conceal yourself behind Li San's door. Once I lure the mutated beast inside, you can exit and close the door from the outside, but you'll be alone. Feng replied resolutely, trust me, I can handle this. Chapter 5. Evolution Potion. 2 minutes after Li He departed, Feng sprang into action. He merely revealed himself at the entrance, and the mutated beasts surged forth like they had been invigorated. Feng dashed forward with all his might. The beasts hot on his heels, the distance between them steadily diminishing. The first house, the second, the third, this was the place. Feng made a sharp turn and burst into the living room of the Li family. As the 4 mutated beasts followed him in, Li He forcefully slammed the door shut from within, standing guard inside rather than outside. Seeing this, Feng had no time to admonish him. Eliminating the beasts took precedence. Harnessing his speed, Feng propelled himself off a pillar in the living room, twisting his body as he drew 2 cleavers from his waist, striking directly at the beasts. One mutated beast, caught off guard, had its neck severed. Meanwhile, Li He launched a surprise attack, his arms transforming into bone spikes that pierced into the ribs of another beast. In an instant, 2 beasts were vanquished, and Feng lunged at the third, while the last beast charged at Li He. Utilizing his years of martial arts experience, Feng swiftly subdued the third beast. But Li He found himself in a precarious situation. Without hesitation, Feng hurled a cleaver, guiding it with his mind to deftly evade Li He and plunge into the mouth of the mutated beast. With the battle concluded, Feng and Li He collapsed onto the ground to catch their breath. A familiar voice chimed in, congratulating the host for successfully slaying 3 primary mutated beasts. The star cores could be decomposed, yielding 3 evolution potions and expanding the star core space by 2 square meters. Shall the host proceed with decomposition? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng affirmed. As the corpses of the 3 beasts vanished, 3 blue potions materialized before him. Indeed, his mind's vision of desolate land expanded by 2 square meters. Primary mutated beasts are significantly weaker than first-level ones, hence the meager rewards, Feng mused. He first consumed 1 evolution potion, and the moment it entered his body, a surge of immense energy flooded forth, making him feel as if he were an inflated balloon. After enduring the sensation for a moment, the energy integrated into his being. In an instant, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. With a single punch, he cracked the floor beneath him. More importantly, his mental acuity had also sharpened, allowing him to manipulate the sofa in the room with ease. Li had already taken notice of Gu Feng's transformation, and without giving him a chance to inquire, Gu Feng tossed an evolution potion his way. Trusting Gu Feng not to harm him, Li decisively drank it down. Half a minute later, his physical attributes had significantly improved. The bone spikes adorning his arms began to emit a metallic sheen, appearing remarkably sharp. With excitement, Li expressed his gratitude, refraining from questioning the matter further. Their silence was a testament to their unspoken understanding and trust. As for the last evolution potion, Gu Feng stored it away in the star core space. The duo did not dare to linger and stealthily returned to Han Bin's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, they discerned that two metal door rings were firmly wedged by a skeletal corpse, preventing the mutated beasts from breaching the premises. The clothing on the corpse was all too familiar. It belonged to Han Bin, in a scene steeped in ancient sentiment. One can almost envision the harrowing moment when mutated beasts assail, and Han Bin, in a valiant act of self-sacrifice, resolutely secures the door with his own body to shield his family. After a brief moment of silent homage, Gu Feng solemnly declared, Han Bin, you are a true man. Rest assured, we shall safeguard your family. No sooner had Gu Feng's words faded than a creaking sound echoed, and the bone that had obstructed the door miraculously snapped free. Was it mere coincidence, or did Han Bin's spirit intervene from beyond? Ultimately, such distinctions became inconsequential. Chapter 6. Nono's transformation. Upon entering the room, they discovered Han Bin's wife, Guosijia, alongside their 5-year-old daughter, Han Nono. Guosijia's expression oscillated between joy and sorrow upon seeing a familiar face, reminiscent of the moment when Li encountered Gu Feng. However, Nono, tightly wrapped in layers, hesitated to approach them. Gu Feng crouched down, forcing a smile. Come, little one, let your uncle take you out to play. With a quivering voice, Nono protested, no. Nono has turned into a monster. Nobody likes Nono anymore. Gu Feng glanced at Guosijia in confusion. Though she hesitated, Guosijia eventually revealed the truth. Nono has sprouted a pair of wings. Li exclaimed, Nono has mutated too. At the sight of Guosijia's astonished expression, he showcased his own mutated arm, which seemed to ease her worries. This mutation is a blessing. It will empower Nono to protect her mother. Therefore, Nono must be brave and strong, Gu Feng gently encouraged. Only then did Nono lower her defenses, unveiling her magnificent wings, which extended at least 5 meters, adorned with a dense array of black feathers. As she revealed her wings, Gu Feng sensed a formidable and perilous aura emanating from her. Steadying himself, he inquired, Can you retract those wings? Nono shook her head pitifully. Can you fly? He asked, with a couple of flaps. Nono lifted 0.5 meter off the ground before tumbling down awkwardly. It seems you're still mastering it. Look, Nono resembles a little angel now. You must practice more. Nono pouted, her face displaying disdain. Angels are white. Gu Feng and Li had undergone their transformations, gaining superhuman strength. Li cradled Nono while Gu Feng guided Guosijia back into their small abode. They needed to prepare thoroughly for their departure the following day. They filled the jeep's tank and transferred the remaining fuel into beer bottles to create Molotov cocktails. Every household in the village had a sufficient grain supply, which accounted for their survival over the past 2 weeks without succumbing to hunger. With the imminent departure, they had to stock up on provisions. Unfortunately, the spatial core was still somewhat limited, measuring only 3 square meters. They had yet to fill it with their own grain, and it was already nearing capacity. Nonetheless, the amount they possessed was enough to sustain them for an entire year. As the sun set, they rested in the dimly lit room, engaging in quiet conversation. Suddenly, Gu Feng recalled something and addressed Guosijia. I have an evolution serum here. I'm uncertain whether an ordinary person can endure it, but for safety's sake, you should start with half. He handed the serum to her. Glancing at Nono, Guosijia understood the dangers lurking outside. To avoid becoming a burden and for the sake of her daughter, she resolved to try it. The transformation lasted half an hour, filled with her agonizing struggles. While her physical strength showed no significant enhancement, her once static black hair seemed to come to life. She could now control its length at will, consolidating it into a spear-like form for attack. The only drawback was its limited range, effective only within 3 meters. Nonetheless, this had brought great joy to Guosijia, who felt immensely grateful towards Gu Feng. Gu Feng provided the remaining half of the potion to Nua, who experienced a slight discomfort but was assured that it would soon pass. Do not faire, no. Encouraged by her mother, Nua took a sip. However, after half a day, there were no discernible effects or changes. Both were left perplexed. Yet Gu Feng had already surmised the cause. Nua's mutation level was too elevated for the evolution potion to take effect. Chapter 7. The night attack of the mutant beasts on the second floor. Li He, crouched beneath the curtains, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, something is amiss outside." Gu Feng hurriedly approached to investigate. Under the moonlight, a throng of mutant beasts was advancing from Han Bin's residence, precisely following the route they had taken during their last covert return. The foremost mutant beast intermittently sniffed the ground. Damn it, it's the scent. Gu Feng instantly deduced the critical clue. With no time left for escape, the mutant beasts had already arrived downstairs. Quick, everyone to the second floor. As he spoke, Gu Feng used his mental abilities to manipulate the furniture in the room, barricading all the doors and windows on the first floor. The others hastened to retreat to the second floor. Gu Feng retrieved all the Molotov cocktails, declaring, "The situation is dire. Do not hold back." 2 individuals understood the urgency, igniting the Molotov cocktails and hurling them out of the second-floor windows. The sounds of explosions reverberated around the small building, illuminating the surroundings with bursts of blood and flames. Countless mutant beasts were set ablaze, filling the air with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Li He and Guosijia continuously threw Molotov cocktails, while Gu Feng wielded his cleavers, weaving through the horde and reaping the lives of the mutant beasts. As time passed, the number of mutant beasts outside swelled. Yet the Molotov cocktails were nearly exhausted. Li He, in a state of panic, shouted, "Brother, what do we do?" At this moment, Gu Feng, having used his powers for an extended period, felt dizzy and his head throbbed. Summoning his remaining strength, he replied, "There are only 2 windows on the second floor. Each of you guard one, and I will defend the staircase." Li He and Guosijia discarded the last 2 Molotov cocktails and assumed their positions behind the windows, bracing for the onslaught. Outside, mutant beasts were already battering the door, their sounds echoing ominously as they clawed at the walls, instilling a deep sense of dread. "They're coming." With Li He's warning, indeed, the heads of the mutant beasts began to emerge from outside, followed by the shattering of glass. Fortunately, the security bars on the windows provided a temporary obstacle, preventing the mutant beasts from entering immediately, which granted Li He and Guosijia a precious opportunity to strike. Li He unleashed his bony arms, attacking with precision, while Guosijia's hair, akin to dark iron swords, relentlessly assaulted the encroaching beasts. Their attack speed was astonishingly swift. Countless mutant beasts fell under their onslaught, yet even more continued to ascend, compelling them to press on without respite. Meanwhile, Gu Feng faced an even graver predicament as the mutant beasts breached the main door, surging up the staircase towards the second floor. He dared not retreat. He could not afford to falter. Leveraging the narrowness of the staircase and his elevated position, he wielded 2 cleavers, striking with ferocity. In this life-or-death trial, Gu Feng unleashed an extraordinary combat prowess, cleaving, chopping, slicing, and stabbing with relentless abandon. The cleavers danced in a flurry of blades. As the corpses of mutant beasts accumulated in the corridor, Gu Feng's body bore numerous wounds inflicted by fangs and claws, drenched in blood, both his own and that of the mutant beasts, rendering him a fearsome warrior seemingly risen from the depths of hell. "This is bad. The window is broken," Guosijia shouted. A surge of panic coursed through Gu Feng as he began to retreat up the stairs. Indeed, the window had shattered, the security bars now absent. A torrent of mutant beasts poured through the opening, as Li He and Guosijia shielded Nua. retreating towards the corner of the wall. The ancient style, joining the battle, proved futile. Is this truly the end? In the end, could they not prevail? The heart of the ancient style felt ashen. Just as the few were about to be engulfed by the beast tide, a powerful gust of wind swept up the three, depositing them in a corner. Nuo unfurled her wings, shielding the trio before them. Before the three could fully comprehend the situation, they heard Nuo's piercing scream. Chapter 8. Relentless Evolution. The three individuals felt as though their heads were on the verge of exploding. Feng even perceived a ripple effect in the air, emanating from Nuo at the center, expanding outward like ocean waves. Li He and Guosijia could no longer endure the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Feng remained, desperately struggling against the sound waves. Bang! 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 The heads of the mutated beasts burst open, resembling crimson fireworks. The carcasses of the mutated creatures fell in droves, first within the building, then outside, until the entire village was engulfed by Nuo's piercing scream. At last, the shriek ceased and Nuo fainted. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, and Feng, having coughed up blood twice, finally felt some relief. As anticipated, that voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain 173 primary mutated beasts and 52 intermediate mutated beasts. Disassembling the star cores, you will receive 80 evolution potions, 53 healing potions, and 40 detoxification agents. Additionally, you have acquired 25 sets of scales, 16 bone swords, 10 beast tooth knives, and 1 tameable beast egg. The star core space can be expanded by 160 square meters. Do you wish to disassemble? Feng promptly responded yes. All items materialized before Feng. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, he shook his head, realizing this was not the time for inspection. The stench of blood was overwhelming, likely to attract more mutated beasts. It was imperative to leave this place. After administering a healing potion and a detoxification agent, a warm sensation coursed through his body, bringing an indescribable comfort. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, the burning sensations replaced by a soothing coolness. After treating Li He and the others, Feng stowed away all the items and hoisted the three of them, making his way to the garage. He placed them into the jeep and hurried back to the room, storing all the food in the star core space. This time, the star core space was sufficiently vast, allowing Feng to run to 3 more houses, collecting everything from cooking utensils to food and vegetables, down to needles, seasonings, and lighters. Anything useful found its way into the star core space. Finally, he started the vehicle and departed from his homeland. When Li He awoke, dawn had broken, and he found himself in a farmhouse by the roadside. Turning his head, he discovered Feng gazing at him. "Where are we?" Li He inquired. Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, "We are almost at City G. To be cautious, we should recover our strength before we proceed." He took out 10 evolution potions and continued, "I will go first. You guard us in case of any unforeseen circumstances." "All right." Li He quickly stood up, ready for vigilance. Feng gritted his teeth and consumed 5 evolution potions in succession, yearning for more, but Li He swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Just 1 is excruciating enough. How can you take 5? Are you seeking death? Last night, you saw that we lacked even the ability to protect ourselves against the mutated beasts. If we do not strengthen ourselves now, none of us will be capable of safeguarding anyone." Reluctantly, Li He released Feng, unable to bear the sight. Feng took 3 more potions before feeling he had reached his limit. A surge of immense energy flooded forth, shattering the room's glass into 1,000 pieces. Guosijia was also awakened, and upon seeing the 8 empty tubes on the ground, she instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Li He, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed that he could not intervene. Feng collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently, cold sweat drenching him entirely, while the veins on his forehead throbbed menacingly. His fingers desperately clawed at his own body, leaving him bloodied in an instant. Witnessing this, Li He was thrown into a state of panic, unsure of how to respond. However, Guosijia had already rushed forward, embracing Gu Feng and restraining his frantic hands with her arms. Chapter 9. Abundant rewards. Half an hour later, Gu Feng's condition gradually stabilized. Upon opening his eyes, he found Guo Sijia embracing him, which caused a blush to creep across his face. Yet, he understood her intentions and expressed his gratitude. Guo Sijia, equally flushed, replied, "You have already done so much for us. There is no need to force yourself." Nodding in acknowledgement, but saying nothing, Gu Feng produced 4 evolution potions and distributed them to the two. "I will keep watch." As Li He and Guo Sijia began to use the evolution potions, Gu Feng took the opportunity to examine the rewards he had received the previous night. The scale armor was similar to what he had acquired before, offering commendable protection, though he pondered whether it could withstand bullets. The bone sword was lengthy and gleamed with a metallic luster. Testing it against a butcher's knife revealed that it left no mark whatsoever. The beast's Feng knife was entirely smooth, crescent-shaped, with a blade measuring a full meter, exceptionally sharp. When it clashed against the butcher's knife, the latter was astonishingly cleaved in two. Lastly, there was an egg. Gu Feng was eager to inquire about its incubation. But no matter how fervently he called out in his heart, the voice remained elusive. The egg could not be placed in the star core space, leaving him no choice but to carry it with him. Fortunately, it was not large, roughly the size of fist. Seeing that Li He and Guo Sijia had completed their evolutions, Gu Feng smiled and encouraged them. "Let's first test our abilities." Li He showcased his mutation, and this time, the bone membrane not only enveloped his arms but also spread upwards to cover his shoulders. Furthermore, numerous bone spines sprouted from the outer sides of his arms, creating a fearsome appearance. Guo Sijia's hair glimmered with metallic sheen, resembling soft steel wires. This time, she could simultaneously condense multiple strands for offense, and her attack range had expanded from 3 meters to 10. "Without using mutations, let us test your strength," Gu Feng suggested. The two struck the concrete wall with their fists, and the wall was immediately breached. They stood in stunned silence, their experience transcending human comprehension. Their eyes turned toward Gu Feng, brimming with anticipation. Gu Feng, revealing no reluctance, willed the countless bricks and stones that had fallen to return to their original positions, sealing the wall once more. "You can now manipulate multiple objects simultaneously?" they exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Feng nodded, stating, "As long as it is within 100 meters. I can control any object. That is incredible. Quickly, let us test your strength again." Gu Feng shook his head. "If I throw a punch, this building will collapse." Li gazed at him with admiration. "Brother, I am in awe of you." Unexpectedly, Gu Feng continued, "It seems my abilities have evolved. I can now perceive every blade of grass, every tree, insects, dew, and even the wind within 100 meters. Wow, that is like a radar. Coupled with your powers, brother, you must be the mightiest mutated beast." Li He's remark elicited laughter among the group. Guo Sijia voiced her concern. "Why hasn't Tino Nuo awakened yet?" Gu Feng reassured her. "I've checked. It's merely an overexertion of powers. There is nothing serious." "Very well. I shall prepare breakfast for everyone," Guo Sijia announced. Li exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful. It has been so long since I've had a proper meal." Gu Feng also revealed a smile as he took out the ingredients from the star core space and handed them to Guo Sijia. Guo Sijia began to busily prepare in the kitchen. Li turned to Gu Feng and said, "Brother, do you still have evolution potions? Why not continue using them? The body has its limits, and also a process of adaptation to evolution. If one keeps evolving without restraint, the body may very well collapse. So that is how it is." Chapter 10. Entering G City in the desolate land outside the farmhouse, mutated beasts occasionally roamed. Yet none dared approach within 100 meters of the dwelling. Any unwary creature that ventured too close would be swiftly severed in two by the flying beast fangs. While chatting with Li He, Gu Feng maintained a mental control over the beast fangs. A persistent voice echoed in his mind, urging him to gather various potions, which he promptly stored in his star core space. Before long, the delectable meal was prepared, and Gu Feng and Li He devoured it ravenously, while Guo Sijia took her time, exuding an air of grace. Once they had satisfied their hunger, the four set off towards G City. As they drew nearer, the situation grew increasingly dire. The highway was littered with abandoned cars and remains, with the silhouettes of mutated beasts lurking ominously among the debris. Fortunately, Gu Feng's unique abilities allowed him to telekinetically clear the obstructing vehicles, while the hidden beasts were swiftly eliminated by the suddenly flying beast fangs, leaving their speed unaffected. Upon entering the city, the scene was even more harrowing, with corpses and ruins strewn everywhere. A nauseating stench permeated the air, making it difficult to see. Li He trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Everyone is dead." Gu Feng's expression mirrored his dismay when sudden sporadic gunfire echoed from a distance. The sound was sharp and crisp, resembling that of a handgun, and it was not far off. Without hesitation, he turned the vehicle towards the source of the commotion. Outside the police station, countless mutated beasts were battering the front door. The outer rolling shutter had become deformed, raised high. The heavy glass doors were riddled with cracks. Inside the station, over 20 police officers remained, but only 2 had ammunition left. Behind them stood a dozen terrified civilians, paralyzed by fear. With a shattering crash, the glass doors burst open, and the mutated beasts surged inside. The police were the first to bear the brunt of the assault, followed closely by the civilians. Amidst the screams, flesh was torn, limbs were severed, and entrails spilled forth. Some fought desperately, clinging to their weapons as they retreated, but their efforts were in vain. Suddenly, the screeching sound of tires came from outside the police station. It was Gu Feng and his companions. Gu Feng skotet guosia protef nono. Li, come with me to rescue the others. As he dashed inside, he summoned 4 beast fangs, which spun around him like a whirlwind, mowing down the mutated beasts in droves. Li followed closely, his arms swinging wildly as the beasts fell like clay figures, suffering catastrophic losses. The battle concluded amidst extreme bloodshed and violence. However, of the 30-plus people inside, only 6 survived, 2 police officers and 4 civilians, all gravely injured and unconscious. Gu Feng administered recovery potions to them and sought out another vehicle. They could not linger here. They had to evacuate swiftly. After placing the 6 individuals in the vehicle, Gu Feng drove the jeep ahead to clear the path, while Wasija followed in another car with Li He. In a secluded residential building, the 6 unconscious individuals gradually regained consciousness, their senses awakening to the enticing aroma of food. Having gone without a proper meal for half a month, they were gaunt and emaciated. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to feast voraciously. Once they had finished, they turned their attention to Gu Feng and his companions. One of the police officers exclaimed in surprise, "Coach." Gu Feng chuckled as he patted the officer on the shoulder. "Little Doozy, I hardly recognized you." The police officer rose and embraced Gu Feng, exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you are alive." The officer, named Do Tao, had previously trained in combat under Gu Feng's tutelage and was pleasantly surprised by their unexpected reunion. After a brief exchange, they learned more about each other. Another female officer, named Li Junlan, was an expert marksman. Among the 4 civilians, there was nothing particularly remarkable, except for one bespectacled individual named Lu Jianxin, a professional fencer, whose skills were instrumental in their survival. Finally, Gu Feng inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Coach, of course, we will follow you," Do Tao replied candidly. "I always knew of your prowess, but I never anticipated you would grow even stronger. Following you gives us a greater chance of survival." Do Tao, known for his forthright demeanor, spoke his mind, while the others fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 11. Seeking warmth in unity. Li Junlan was the first to speak. "The world has descended into chaos, and many people's inner demons have been unleashed. Can you guarantee that your own greed will not sway you?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng replied, "I cannot speak for others. I can only ensure that my conscience remains clear." Li Junlan nodded. Had Gu Feng responded immediately, she might have doubted his sincerity, but his thoughtful pause indicated that he had genuinely reflected on the matter. In appreciation of his honesty, she declared, "From now on, I will follow your lead. I hope you will stay true to your word." Lu Jianxin then chimed in, "As long as you can keep me alive, I will stand by you." Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It is not about allegiance. It is merely about survival. We're simply seeking warmth and unity." The others expressed their willingness to follow Gu Feng without dissent. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Gu Feng's mind, causing him to wonder why it had arisen when no mutated beasts had been slain. Congratulations, host. The number of your followers has increased to 10. The Star Core can activate team mode, allowing any member to decompose a mutated beast upon its death and receive rewards. Will the host activate this feature? Is it truly possible? Host, will you activate it? Activate. No one could have anticipated that a team which would one day alter the course of humanity's fate would hastily form within the confines of a dilapidated apartment building. Gu Feng understood that every additional person represented increased strength, so he selflessly presented the evolution potions, scale armor, and bone swords before them. These were obtained from the mutated beasts we have slain. They're significantly superior to ordinary weapons. Do Tao wasted no time, donning the scale armor and wielding a bone sword, marveling at the unexpected treasures found on the mutated beasts. Li Junlan interjected. This merely indicates that the mutated beasts are indeed formidable. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. He was aware that the Star Core had already indicated the presence of both primary and first-tier mutated beasts, suggesting the existence of second and third tiers as well. The higher the level, the greater the combat prowess and danger posed to humanity. However, they had yet to encounter any advanced mutated beasts, leaving that uncertain. Do Tao picked up the evolution potion and inquired, "Is this the blood of the mutated beasts? Can it be used?" Gu Feng awkwardly nodded, unsure how to elaborate. Li suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, so I've been drinking the blood of mutated beasts all along? Goodness, Guga, that S rather." Cough, cough. Gu Feng shot him a glare and clarified, "I have tested it numerous times, and there is no issue. My current strength is entirely due to it." Li concurred. "As long as it ensures survival, what does it matter if I consume a bit of beast blood? If it grants me strength, I would not hesitate even if it meant devouring the flesh of mutated beasts raw." While the others remained hesitant, Lu Jianxin unexpectedly seized the evolution potion and downed it in one gulp. Gu Feng wished to caution him that even a half dose was sufficient for an ordinary person, but it was too late. Soon, Lu Jianxin felt an overwhelming surge of energy enveloping him, a searing pain piercing his soul, yet he bore it silently, stifling any sound. Gu Feng gazed at Lu Jianxin, who sat motionless in his chair, filled with admiration. He mused that extraordinary individuals undertake extraordinary endeavors. Had this been ancient times, Lu would surely embody the demeanor of a great general, a true talent. Half an hour later, Lu Jianxin's evolution concluded. Although his physique remained unchanged, the enhancement was profound. In this inaugural transformation, his speed and strength were astonishingly comparable to that of Li He, who had undergone 3 evolutions. Coupled with his fencing skills, his combat prowess was on par with that of Li He. One cannot help but acknowledge that talent is indeed a remarkable asset. Chapter 12. The gloomy gaze upon witnessing this. Do Tao imitated Lu Jianxin and downed an entire bottle. To his surprise, despite his towering stature, he began to wail in pain, rolling back and forth across the room. Gu Feng casually picked up a rag and stuffed it in his mouth, then used a chair to secure him firmly. It took a full hour for Do Tao to regain his composure, casting a mournful look at Gu Feng. The latter, perplexed, glanced between himself and Do Tao. Do Tao then removed the rag from his mouth, shaking it open, revealing a yellowed sock. Gu Feng stifled a laugh, retreating to distance himself, not out of fear of Do Tao's wrath, but due to the peculiar odor emanating from the saliva-soaked sock. "Apologies, Xiao Duzi. The situation was urgent. I hope you understand." The others had already burst into laughter. After this brief interlude, everyone eagerly turned their attention back to Do Tao. He underwent a transformation, a thin layer of stone-like scales forming on his skin, enveloping his robust frame, making him appear even more formidable, except for those sorrowful little eyes of his. Learning from Do Tao's experience, the others proceeded with caution, consuming only half a bottle each. Their transformations were partial, either their arms or legs mutated. Li Junlan was somewhat unique. Her eyes transformed, pupils glowing with a yellow hue, resembling juju pits. Her vision became astonishingly acute, capable of discerning strands of hair from 500 meters away. Gu Feng mused, could the mutations be influenced by each individual's characteristics? Li Junlan, an expert marksman, evolved her eyesight, while Do Tao, skilled in combat, enhanced his defensive abilities. Lu Jianxin, proficient in fencing, experienced a balanced enhancement across his physique, allowing him to better wield his sword. Everyone showcased their newfound abilities and traits, fostering mutual understanding to facilitate cooperation against mutated beasts. As night fell, they were compelled to stay overnight in City G. Gu Feng felt a growing sense of urgency. He was increasingly convinced that his sister might still be alive. He yearned to soar to City X immediately, but alas, over 500 kilometers separated them. Previously, such a distance could be traversed in 4 hours by car, but now, it felt as though they were separated by an entire galaxy. With a furrowed brow, Gu Feng declared, "At dawn tomorrow, we must gather supplies, especially fuel and weapons." Li questioned the need for weapons, stating, "We already possess bone swords. What more do we need?" Gu Feng turned to Li Junlan, replying, "Firearms, guns, and ammunition. The more the better." Li Junlan recognized her current vulnerability, having only evolved her eyesight. Without a gun, she would be of no assistance. And Gu Feng was clearly looking out for her well-being. Grateful, she nodded her thanks to him. "We're all in this together. It's only right." Then, as if struck by a thought, Li Junlan hesitated, her words caught in her throat. "Is it possible for you to shelter other survivors?" she inquired, lowering her gaze, feeling slightly overstepping. In this turbulent era, where everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, it is already commendable that someone has come to the aid of oneself and their companions. To demand further assistance from them for others is indeed a manifestation of greed. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng unhesitatingly agreed, promising to assist anyone in need, provided their intentions were not malicious. He would also offer them shelter. Li Junlan lifted her head and beheld the sincerity in Gu Feng's expression. She nodded earnestly and broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower, enchanting and beautiful. Chapter 13. Survival during the night. Several individuals took turns keeping watch, and the hours passed in silence. The following morning, as the others awoke, a steaming array of dishes had been prepared. With hearty appetites among the 10, Guosijia found herself overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Junlan rose early and offered her assistance, allowing them to manage a modest meal of buns, fried dough sticks, congee, and pickled vegetables. Despite the simplicity of the fare, tears flowed freely from the group as they ate, half from gratitude that in such tumultuous times they could still enjoy a meal made with care, and half from sorrow as the ordinary food stirred painful memories. Who among them had not been deeply scarred by their experiences, enduring relentless suffering to arrive at this moment? Gu Feng had grown considerably stronger than before, softly assuring everyone that merely being alive was a significant feat. They had lost family, friends, and homes, leaving only their isolated selves to navigate a world fraught with danger and uncertainty. Yet, could they simply surrender? No. The lives bestowed upon them by their parents were not theirs to relinquish, nor could they allow the lurking monstrosities outside to claim them. With increasing fervor, Gu Feng's words resonated, each syllable imbued with strength and hope. We do not live solely for ourselves. We must also live for those departed loved ones. As long as we endure, they will persist in our memories. If we were to perish, no one would remain to remember them, nor to affirm their existence. The group found themselves invigorated by this indomitable spirit and tenacity. Yes, they would endure for those they had lost. Yes, they would strive not just to survive, but to live better than before. With renewed determination, they began to eat heartily, as if each mouthful could enhance their chances of thriving. Amidst the clatter of bowls and chopsticks, a youthful voice broke through. "Mama, is hungry. No van stoet. No Nua had awakened." And the group joyously set aside their utensils to investigate. They found Nua stretching with arms raised high, yawning, while the wings on her back unfurled with the movement. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden halo around Nua, resembling an angel emerging from slumber. The sight left the group momentarily speechless, for this was indeed a symbol of hope. Children, the streets outside lay in ruin, chaotic and littered with corpses and darkened bloodstains. The ominous storefronts and windows of towering buildings resembled the gaping jaws of monsters, eagerly awaiting their next prey. Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement broke the stillness as abandoned vehicles were inexplicably pushed aside. A jeep and an off-road vehicle maneuvered through the debris. It was Gu Feng and the others. Lu Jianxin was behind the wheel, with Gu Feng in the passenger seat, poring over a map while glancing frequently between the scenery outside and the map in hand. With the road signs toppled, they had to rely on notable landmarks for navigation, which proved to be quite troublesome. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Is this what you call multitasking? Clearing obstacles while consulting the map?" Gu Feng merely smiled in response. "Your body has been enhanced. Surely you no longer need those glasses. Are you not concerned about straining your eyes? It was a gift from my girlfriend. I apologize." In an instant, the ancient style revealed that his girlfriend must have already. "It's all right. It's all in the past." Lu Jianxin remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, Gu Feng spotted a shop selling walkie-talkies and parked the car, saying, "I shall just fetch something. You all keep an eye on the vehicle." Chapter 14. Gas station. Lu Jianxin drove his car directly onto the sidewalk, halting right at the entrance of the store. The SUV behind him parked closely beside the Jeep, as Do Tao poked his head out, exclaiming, "We haven't even reached the gas station yet. Take care of the vehicle and avoid any injuries. I shall fetch some walkie-talkies." As the ancient voice faded, a mutated beast was seen rushing from a distance. Unperturbed, the ancient figure turned and swiftly slipped into the shop. What first captures the eye is the skeletal remains beneath the counter, accompanied by an array of scattered goods. Without the need for physical effort, with a mere thought, the items gracefully levitate before Gu Feng, revealing a walkie-talkie, a flashlight, and various types of batteries. The star nucleus space is ample, allowing for the collection of all intact items, leaving only 9 outside. After completing this task, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. His beast-toothed dagger surged toward the inner chamber, cleaving the wooden door and the mutated creature lurking behind it in half. Gu Feng stepped into the inner sanctum, where the cement floor had been marred by a gaping, pitch-black chasm, seemingly bottomless. Surrounding the mouth of the pit lay a grim heap of human remains, with a rough estimate of over 100 bodies. In the ancient style, one is filled with trepidation, not solely due to the harrowing scene, but also because the mutated beasts have now acquired the capability to breach walls of over a foot thick made of concrete. This signifies that it has become increasingly challenging for individuals to fend off mutated beasts using mere reinforced concrete, which is certainly not a favorable development. What lies within the cave, and where does it lead? He harbors no interest in the ancient style. His sole desire is to hasten his journey to City X. Before departing from the shop, Gu Feng discovered a diesel generator, which he promptly added to his inventory before exiting the establishment. Outside, the group effortlessly dispatched the encroaching mutated beasts. Gu Feng handed the walkie-talkie to his companions and returned to the vehicle to continue their journey. As he studied the map, Gu Feng communicated through the walkie-talkie. "After traversing 2 more streets, we shall encounter a gas station, where we will pause for a more extended period. Prepare yourselves." "No problem. I haven't quite had my fill yet. This is an excellent opportunity to hone my skills and further acclimate myself." The intercom emitted the voice of Do Tao. With an air of antiquity, he stated, "The entire city is currently experiencing a power outage, and it is impossible to extract gasoline. Is there anyone among you who can connect the electricity?" "I have a generator here." A timid voice crackled through the intercom. I can. I used to work as an electrician for a while." Wang Cheng, the most inconspicuous middle-aged man in the team, is an honest individual, albeit one who lacks eloquence. "All right. At that time, Wang Cheng and I will enter, while the others will take on the role of guardians. Those with lesser combat abilities should act according to their capacity and refrain from engaging in a head-on clash, for the journey ahead is still long." "Understood." Soon, they arrived at the gas station, and everyone acted swiftly. As per their plan, Gu Feng rushed in with Wang Cheng, while the others secured the entrances and exits. Gu Feng wielded his willpower to manipulate the beast-toothed knife, eliminating all the mutated creatures within the station, before retrieving the generator and handing it over to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's mutated hands danced gracefully, weaving through a labyrinth of intricate circuits that that swiftly fell into an orderly arrangement. "All set," he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Gu Feng then retrieved a walkie-talkie, cautioning, "Attention everyone, the thunderous roar of the generator may attract nearby mutated beasts. Prepare for battle." Acknowledgements echoed back. Without hesitation, Gu Feng activated the generator, which rumbled incessantly, while the oil pump began to operate, continuously feeding gasoline into the tank. Observing that everything was functioning smoothly, Gu Feng turned to Wang Cheng and instructed, "Stay here and monitor the machinery. I will venture outside to assist. If danger arises, use the walkie-talkie to call for help." Wang Cheng promptly agreed. Chapter 15. Indomitable as anticipated by Gu Feng, a multitude of mutated beasts had emerged outside, charging towards the gas station. Gu Feng immediately instructed Junlan to take Nuan inside and rendezvous with Wang Cheng. The others were to secure the entrances, preventing any mutated beasts from breaching their defenses. Li Junlan recognized her current inability to contribute and understood that her presence might hinder her teammates. Thus, she resolutely rushed into the gas station, cradling Nuan. Gu Feng reached the entrance of the gas station, where Dou Tao and Lu Jianxin were stationed, clearly at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, at the exit, Guisijia and Li He managed to fend off the majority of the mutated beasts, with two other teammates assisting in delivering decisive blows, ensuring the situation remained under control. With Gu Feng's arrival, the pressure on Dou Tao's side significantly lessened. Just as he aimed at a mutated beast, his bone sword had yet to strike when Gu Feng deftly wielded the beast's Feng blades, cleaving the creature in two. Dou Tao gasped, "Brother, you're devouring all the meat. At least let me savor some soup." Gu Feng stood at the forefront, skillfully manipulating 10 Feng blades with ease, slicing through the mutated beasts as though they were mere vegetables. Countless fell before him, none daring to enter. Remarkably, he appeared to exert minimal effort, standing nonchalantly. "Dou Tao, Lu Jianxin, go assist at the exit. I can manage this side alone," Gu Feng commanded. "Fine, you're incredible." Dou Tao and Lu Jianxin reluctantly dashed towards the gas station's exit to aid Li He and the others. Suddenly, a loud clang resonated, tightening Gu Feng's chest with unease. Among the horde of mutated beasts, one resembling a bull, covered in sharp spikes, had withstood the onslaught of Gu Feng's Feng blades. It was the first instance of his weapons being thwarted. Gu Feng swiftly directed 2 Feng blades towards the formidable beast, which retracted its head and limbs like a hedgehog. Clang! Clang! The creature was only pushed back a half-meter, its body unscathed. A bead of sweat formed on Gu Feng's palm as he prepared to command more Feng blades. Yet he keenly observed the spikes on the beast's body erecting ominously, aimed directly at him, while its body swelled rapidly. Danger! Gu Feng hurriedly retracted the Feng blades, overlapping them to form a shield before him. With a resounding crash, the beast's spikes shot forth like arrows, colliding with the Feng blades, producing a cacophony of sharp clinks. This had to be a high-level mutated beast. Gu Feng dared not hold back. He telepathically seized a discarded car and hurled it fiercely at the beast. With a thunderous roar, the car shattered into fragments. Yet the beast remained unscathed. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. "I refuse to believe I cannot crush you." Bricks, concrete, rebar, billboards, and wrecked vehicles. Anything within 100 meters of Gu Feng was launched at the mutated beast. In an instant, clouds of dust billowed, and a deafening roar filled the air, creating a grand spectacle that left onlookers in the distance agape with astonishment. How terrifying is this? Is this truly Gu's real strength? Forget calling him Gu. Let's just call him boss. Unbelievable, utterly extraordinary. I almost feel compelled to kneel. Hey, Gu Feng, the fuel tanks are all full. What do we do next? The voice of Wang Cheng resonated through the intercom. As Gu Feng continued to manipulate objects to strike, he pressed the intercom and said, "Li He, Guisijia, provide cover. Everyone else, retreat immediately. I will hold the rear. Be cautious of the advanced mutated beast." Acknowledged. In but a moment, the silhouette of the mutated beast had vanished, replaced by a mound of debris, with the creature buried beneath. Chapter 16. Second-level mutant beast Gu Feng could sense that the mutant beast was still alive. However, He needed to retrieve the fuel tanks and generator. To delay the beast as much as possible, Gu Feng took control of the bus and maneuvered it onto a small hill before rushing into the gas station. Just as he managed to store 2 large fuel tanks and the generator in the star core space, a deafening roar echoed from outside. Realizing the imminent danger, he hurriedly dashed out. Indeed, the mutant beast had emerged from the pile of debris, its body drenched in blood, and many of its sharp spines shattered. The vehicle had already started, yet Li He and Guosijia had not boarded. The high-level mutant beast charged toward them. In this dire situation, Gu Feng shouted and raised his hands forward, causing the ground of the gas station to split open. A slab of concrete weighing 40 cubic meters floated into the air. The beast was in a frenzy, recklessly charging toward Gu Feng. He maintained control over the massive slab, his face flushed and veins bulging, blood streaming from his nose. It was evident that he was overexerting his abilities, yet he persisted. As the mutant beast closed the distance to about 10 meters, Gu Feng abruptly released his grip, the slab crashing down upon the beast. Despite the immense weight, the creature was not slain, writhing as it attempted to escape. Gu Feng swayed unsteadily, shook his head, and urged hurry. He then wielded the beast-tooth knife to assist Li He and Guosijia in their escape. Once the two were safely in the vehicle, Gu Feng finally climbed in. Just as the high-level mutant beast was about to emerge, a flaming signal device flew from the car, soaring into the oil well beneath the gas station. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire city. The vehicle was nearly overturned by the shockwave. Amidst the screams, Gu Feng heard a voice deep within him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed 1 second-level mutant beast, 1 first-level. He barely caught the end before losing consciousness. When Gu Feng awoke from his stupor, the first thing he saw was a pair of clear, large eyes. Nuanu was peering over the bedside, her small hand awkwardly resting on Gu Feng's nose. Surprised by Gu Feng's sudden awakening, Nuanu quickly hid her hand behind her back and rushed out of the room, calling, "Mommy, Mommy, the stinky uncle is awake." The door swung open again, and everyone crowded into the room. Li He, the most anxious among them, with red eyes, embraced Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Gu, you're all right. I was so scared." As Gu Feng contemplated the meaning of stinky uncle, he caught a whiff of Li He's south scent up close, which indeed confirmed that a person who had tea-bathed for half a month had an unmistakably captivating odor. Li He spoke with heartfelt emotion, and Gu Feng felt embarrassed to push him away, so he could only tilt his head back, trying to distance himself. It was Guosijia's attentiveness that prompted Li He to relent, saying, "You're too strong, boss. Not only that, but you always think of us." Guosijia gently remarked, "You needn't exert yourself any further. We can manage this together. Indeed, as a team, we ought to confront challenges collectively." Gu Feng gazed into the earnest eyes of his companions, feeling a warmth spread within his heart. He waved his hand dismissively, reassuring them that there was nothing of great concern, merely an overexertion of his abilities. As they were about to express more, Guosijia intervened, suggesting, "Let him rest a while longer. Let's step outside." Chapter 17. The taste of home. After a few individuals departed, Gu Feng administered a restorative potion to himself. Though regrettably, its effects were minimal, leaving his head still heavy and clouded. Upon reviewing the rewards from this endeavor, Gu Feng was once again astonished. The star core space had expanded by more than double, now sprawling to the size of 2 football fields. The supplies within appeared sparse and desolate. Among the newfound items was a black bow, and a multitude of arrows resembling the dark quills shot by mutated beasts, amounting to tens of thousands. Additionally, there was a single bottle of luminescent blue evolution serum. These treasures were undoubtedly the spoils from a second-tier mutated beast, while the rest consisted of ordinary potions and equipment, lacking in anything particularly remarkable. Gazing outside, Gu Feng noted that it was already noon. He shook his head. Rest was no longer an option. Time was of the essence, and he must complete the tasks planned for the day. Stepping out of his room, he observed several people bustling about in the kitchen. While others rested or engaged in conversation, the atmosphere warm and inviting, reminiscent of home. "You're up. Go rest. I'll call you when the food is ready." Guosijia, still clutching a dishcloth, peeked from the kitchen to offer her encouragement. Gufeng promptly retrieved 7 or 8 barrels of water from the star core space, declaring, "Everyone should take a shower." This announcement ignited a wave of excitement throughout the house. Bathing. Such luxury was almost unheard of in these chaotic times, where water and power were often scarce and monsters lurked everywhere. Water was the most vital resource, without exception, and they rarely dared to indulge in it. The prospect of a shower was exhilarating. Li scooped Gufeng up, bouncing with exuberance. "Brother Gu, you're my real brother. I'm going first." With that, he hoisted a barrel of water and dashed toward the bathroom, inciting hearty laughter from the others. Gufeng shook his head, pleading with Guisijia to help heat the water. He was fatigued and wished to avoid the shock of cold water for now. After everyone had refreshed themselves, the meal was nearly ready, an abundant feast featuring meat, vegetables, and soup. The meat was cured, while the vegetables consisted of potatoes, radishes, and onions, items that could be stored for an extended period. The soup was seaweed-based, lacking eggs. Guisijia truly had a talent for cooking. The dish was a feast for the senses, though it regrettably lacked a touch of greenery. Yet, one could hardly blame her. A skilled cook is often hindered by a lack of ingredients. Accompanied by a large bowl of white rice, the group indulged in the meal with great enthusiasm. Once satiated, a profound sense of stability and contentment washed over them, fostering a collective appreciation for this shared experience. Nua flitted about like a little angel, her wings outstretched, creating an illusion that the world was still as it once was. Though Gufeng had yet to fully recover, he recognized the truth in Guisijia's words. He could not bear all the dangers alone. Trusting his teammates was a fundamental duty of a leader. After resting for another hour, they would commence their mission. This afternoon, their targets were the supermarket and the weapons cache. Everyone sat attentively, earnestly listening to Gufeng's discourse. He continued, "Junlan, please share with everyone the location of the weapons cache and any important considerations." Li Junlan rose to address the group, stating, "Previously, weapons were subject to strict control. Ordinary police officers borrowed them from the central armory, which had to be returned after use. Thus, there are numerous security doors and locks that may hinder our progress. Who knows how to pick locks?" I do." It was Wang Chung who spoke up. Li clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wang Shu, how is it that you excel in everything? Surely, you have engaged in your fair share of illicit activities before." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "I have not. In the past, out of necessity, I have worked in electrical services, lock-picking, and key duplication." Wang Chung hastily clarified. Gufeng nodded in agreement, stating that at the appointed time, Li would safeguard Wang Chung and be responsible for opening the door, while the others would stand guard. The group nodded in understanding, and Gufeng continued, "There is no need to deliberately seek out a supermarket. We shall undoubtedly encounter one along the way. When we do, simply stop, and while you remain vigilant, I will handle the lifting." Chapter 18. The emptying of the supermarket after the meeting, Gufeng handed a bow and arrow to Li Junlan, saying, "You excel in archery. This is for you, though I wonder if you can wield it." Li Junlan accepted the weapon and tested it. She could draw it back, albeit with some difficulty. "With my current strength, I can manage at most 10 shots. After speaking, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to contribute significantly. Gufeng, however, was quite satisfied. 10 shots is already impressive. Being able to protect oneself is commendable. Li Junlan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude as she slung the bow across her back, looking remarkably poised and elegant. An hour later, the group set off punctually. This time, Gufeng chose not to lead from the front vehicle, but instead rested in one towards the back. The driver navigated cautiously, avoiding abandoned vehicles on the road. Some areas were blocked, necessitating detours. As they meandered, they encountered numerous supermarkets. In accordance with their plan, others stood guard and cleared out mutated beasts while Gufeng busied himself with the task of emptying the shelves. He meticulously cleared rows of various essentials, food, water, clothing, all of which he stored in the star core space. What had once been luxuries he could not afford to buy or use were now abundantly available, bringing an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. After clearing 4 large supermarkets and 6 smaller ones, the star core space was nearly full, yet they needed to reserve room for weapons, forcing them to halt their endeavors. While they were clearing the last supermarket, two men clad in camouflage, equipped with military-grade binoculars, lay on the rooftop of the building, coldly observing Feng's group, occasionally communicating via walkie-talkies. Inside the vehicle, Feng was drowsy from the swaying motion when suddenly the driver slammed on the brakes. Caught off guard, Feng's nose collided with the backrest of the front seat. Despite his enhanced physique, it still hurt, a pain that resonated deeply. Just as he was about to inquire about the commotion, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Hey boss, there's a girl being chased by a pack of mutated beasts up ahead." It was Do Tao's voice. "Stop wasting time. Hurry and save her," Feng commanded. Upon hearing this, Li Junlan, who was riding shotgun, let out a sigh of relief and, with a graceful motion, leaned out of the sunroof, knocking an arrow with fluid precision. 500 meters away, the girl was on the verge of being overtaken by the mutated beasts. The arrow flew forth, piercing the eye of one beast and sending it crashing into others. The power and trajectory of that shot were superb, and Feng couldn't help but admire her. He had underestimated her capabilities. It seemed he could afford to be a bit lazy in the future. At that moment, Feng resolved to embrace the role of a ruthless exploiter. The two vehicles drove directly to the girl's side. Apart from Feng and Nuanua, everyone else disembarked quickly, dispatching the encircling mutated beasts. After rescuing the girl, their group expanded to 11. With two vehicles, it was cramped, so Nuanua had to sit on her mother's lap. Lu Jianxin, who had initially been in the lead vehicle, arranged for the girl to sit there while he moved to Feng's vehicle. As the vehicle started again, Feng turned to Lu Jianxin and inquired, "What is it that you wish to say?" Lu Jianxin bluntly replied, "That girl is suspicious." Oh, Feng had already suspected as much. It is perilous outside. How could a defenseless girl venture alone onto the streets? By mere chance, we encounter her. I have witnessed those mutated beasts before. They're all of a lower grade. Feng deliberately countered. Perhaps she was so famished that she could no longer endure and ventured out in search of sustenance. Unlikely, came the retort. Would one not carry a bag when foraging for food? Moreover, judging by her running speed, she certainly does not appear to be lacking nourishment. Chapter 19. The captain is a good man. Feng nodded calmly. Yet in his heart, he was already giving Lu Jianxin a thumbs up. The brother is quite capable. It seems I can truly take a good rest now. He fetched the walkie-talkie to find a place to recuperate. Received. After shutting off the device, Feng addressed Lu Jianxin. "Now it's your time to shine." Lu Jianxin, being a clever individual, immediately understood that Feng was merely feigning ignorance. The two vehicles turned into a secluded alley, and as the group disembarked, a girl knelt on the ground, bowing her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, save my sister. She's trapped in a house by two mutated beasts and is on the brink of starvation." Everyone turned to Feng, who shrugged and said to Lu Jianxin, "You handle it." Just as Lu Jianxin was about to inquire further, Li Junlan stepped forward, gently helping the girl to her feet while softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, our captain is a wonderful person. He will surely save your sister." Well, with such flattering words, Feng felt a bit embarrassed to refuse. He understood Li Junlan's kindness. Having been a police officer, her compassionate nature was evident. However, in this apocalyptic world, many harbored ulterior motives. Nonetheless, this presented a valuable opportunity to impart a lesson to the group. The girl profusely expressed her gratitude, showering them with compliments, even hinting at a willingness to repay with her body. Feng, uninterested in hearing more, retreated to the vehicle. And as soon as he sat down, Lu Jianxin joined him. "Have you recovered?" Feng asked, puzzled by the inquiry. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and replied, "You're planning to play the fool and strike at the right moment. Should I not inquire about your well-being? Little Jian, when I first met you, I didn't realize you were so astute. I hope your evolution hasn't been in intelligence." Lu Jianxin pondered seriously for a moment before responding, "It's not." Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Jianxin frowned. "This will only make things harder for our officer Li." The vehicle resumed its journey, winding along the main road for over half an hour without any sign of stopping. Feng, feeling languid, asked, "We've been driving for quite some time." Do you think Officer Lee is starting to have doubts? Lu Jianxin scoffed. She's just compassionate, not foolish. Meanwhile, in the lead vehicle, Li Junlan had indeed begun to grow suspicious. How could a girl run such a long distance? She demanded. What are your true intentions? The girl lowered her gaze, repeatedly apologizing. Even a fool could sense something amiss. Suddenly, a massive billboard crashed onto the road, and Do Tao reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes to avoid a collision. But the occupants of the vehicle were thrown about inside. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing trouble ahead. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of dart gun barrels emerged from the surrounding ruins. Hundreds of meters away, someone on a rooftop was aiming a sniper rifle at them. Even Gu Feng hesitated to act recklessly. While he was confident in his ability to swiftly eliminate the immediate threats, dealing with snipers from such a distance posed a challenge, especially with Nua in tow, making it unwise to take risks. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and inquired, Is your dental health satisfactory? Gu Feng rolled his eyes in response and said, If I told you I messed up, would you believe me? Get out of the car, or I shall fire. Hurry up and exit the vehicle, shouted a man clad in camouflage and wielding a rifle, intermittently striking the car's body with the butt of his weapon. Chapter 20. Captured Terrified. Nono nestled in her mother's embrace, while Gu Feng comforted her, saying, Do not fear, Nono. We are merely playing games with the uncles outside. Those uncles are deceitful rascals. I know they are bad, Nono retorted. Ah, have children today become so astute? Perhaps you were simply too naive in your youth. Come out now, or we shall resort to gunfire. With that, the assailant shattered the glass with the butt of his gun, pressing the muzzle against Gu Feng's head. With no other choice, Gu Feng opened the car door and stepped out, raising his hands above his head. Immediately, Gu Feng complied, and the others were also forced out, casting glances at him. He exchanged a knowing look, prompting several to mimic his posture, surrendering. All of you cuff them. A modified truck rumbled through the city streets, careening into obstructing vehicles, pushing them aside. Within the truck, a multitude of ragged men and women were shackled, their appearances disheveled. In stark contrast, Gu Feng and his companion sat in a corner, their demeanor polished and their attire neat, full of vitality. They surveyed their surroundings with keen eyes. Gu Feng nudged Lu Jianxin, remarking, This vehicle is quite impressive, spacious and sturdy. Lu Jianxin instinctively adjusted his glasses, only to remember his hands were still cuffed behind him. He squinted in exasperation, saying, Aren't you going to make a move? This is a prime opportunity. Oh dear, I feel rather dizzy. Deceitful uncle, you are such a liar. Nono chimed in, leaning against her mother. Oh, little Nono, you pinched my nose while I was asleep, and I have yet to settle the score? Call me a deceitful uncle again, and I shall retaliate. Blah, blah, blah. Nono stuck out her tongue. Uncle is so foolish. Your hands are bound. How could you strike me? Well, if I cannot strike, then I shall bite you. Gu Feng replied, bending down in a mock attempt to bite her. Nono erupted in giggles, squeezing closer to her mother. Guosijia shook her head in resignation. What a time to be playing with a child. Shall Nono weep for her uncle? Nono will not cry. Guosijia gestured with her chin for Gu Feng to look at Li Junlan. Gu Feng turned slightly, noticing her head bowed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Do not weep. You are even less composed than Nono, who doesn't cry. I am sorry. It was my rash decision that led us to this predicament. Her tone was earnest. Very well. I shall reluctantly forgive you. Li Junlan, hearing Gu Feng's lightheartedness, quickly inquired, Do you have a plan to escape? Why escape? What, they are police. Just look at these shackles and handcuffs. How professional. Observing their movements, they resemble anything but trained officers. Though armed with police weapons, they seem more akin to bandits. Feigning astonishment, Gu Feng added, You mentioned they are wielding police arms. That makes escape all the more impossible. Li Junlan, confused, asked, But what was our original plan? The arsenal of the headquarters. Li Junlan suddenly realized, Are you suggesting that this group has seized the arsenal? Otherwise, what is your intent? Gu Feng rolled his eyes. How can you speak like that? What do you mean by seizing? If the other party were virtuous, I would deem nothing had transpired. However, if they are bandits, the situation could turn dire. Yet, judging by their demeanor, it seems rather precarious. Chapter 21. Brother San comes to the rescue with a sudden burst of laughter. Li Junlan exclaimed. You scare me to death. Her last words, barely audible, seemed more like a whisper to herself. What did you say? And nothing. Allow me to show you something intriguing. As Gu Feng spoke, he deftly manipulated a small key to float before Li Junlan's eyes. This is... Shoo. Do not alert anyone else. Just the three of us will unlock it. The show must go on. An hour later, a truck halted in the warehouse district on the outskirts of City G. A group of armed men swiftly approached, dragging the occupants from the vehicle. Hurry up. If you dawdle, I swear I'll shoot you. A voice boomed, with anyone moving too slowly facing a barrage of fists and kicks. Gu Feng disembarked, noticing the sun was nearly setting, and sighed, what a waste of time. A colossal iron gate loomed before them, flanked by two towering watchtowers, each manned by armed guards whose icy gazes scrutinized the crowd as if they were mere livestock. The main gate remained shut, only a small door opened, allowing passage one person at a time, each subjected to a thorough search. Gu Feng glanced awkwardly at Guisijia and Li Junlan, who nodded reassuringly, indicating all was well. Still uneasy, Gu Feng positioned himself behind the two women. When it was their turn, the searching guard's eyes glinted with interest. It's been ages since I've seen such a clean and beautiful girl. I must conduct a thorough search. His companion quickly chimed in, bro. Why don't we each take one? Sounds good. Their conversation ignited Gu Feng's fury. Let them search to their heart's content. Just as he was about to intervene, Guisijia had already taken action. Her hair, as sharp as wire, suddenly lashed out, piercing the men's hands like a beehive. Help! There's resistance. Immediately, three men raised their guns and closed in. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from behind. Lower your weapons. The newcomer, a stout middle-aged man, declared, I saw it all. The pretty ones are for the boss first. Surely you know the rules? The man referred to as Brother San seemed to lack authority. As the two men retorted with disdain, searching is a rule set by the boss. Oh, then let us ask the boss whose rule holds more weight. The two men promptly lost their bravado, waving their hands in surrender, allowing the trio to pass. Brother San gestured for Gu Feng and his companions. You lot, come with me. But they haven't searched us yet. Brother San glared. They are handcuffed. What issue could there be? Fine, go on in. As Gu Feng and his companions followed Brother San, they overheard the two men conversing behind them. What a ridiculous Brother San. Just because he's the distant cousin of the boss, he thinks he is important. Exactly, lacking any real ability and yet always causing trouble for the brothers. He'll get what's coming to him eventually. The two individuals grew increasingly loud, seemingly intent on embarrassing the third brother. However, Gu Feng noticed that the expression on the third brother's face, who walked ahead, remained unchanged. This person is intriguing, Gu Feng mused, quickening his pace. So, third brother, why do you assist us? I simply do not wish to witness your demise. Gu Feng chuckled, remarking on the bluntness of this statement. Although it may not be particularly pleasant to hear, it is indeed the truth. Many individuals, upon recognizing a modicum of strength within themselves, become oblivious to the vastness of the world. Here, it is wise to remain humble. Living is far more valuable than anything else. Alas, I had no idea we possessed any strength. Chapter 22. A beautiful scroll of the Apocalypse. Third brother cast a sidelong glance at Gu Feng and remarked, Do you think everyone else is a fool? Look at the chaos outside, and yet you remain impeccably dressed, your complexion rosy, without any real power. Are you trying to deceive spirits? Gu Feng managed an awkward smile. Indeed, he possessed a modicum of strength, but surely he wasn't courting death. Do you believe it? The events that just transpired have already reached the ears of the boss. It seems your leader is quite formidable. Gu Feng replied. From the moment you crossed through that door, your life is no longer your own. Gu Feng intended to say more, but his attention was drawn to a row of iron pipes along the roadside. The pipes were lengthy, suspended against the wall, adorned with a series of blood-soaked ropes, while beneath them hung individuals in a grotesque display. There were both men and women, each with a hollow bamboo tube, the size of a finger, thrust into their necks, blood gushing forth incessantly. Some had already succumbed to death, yet remained dangling above, while others, though alive, were perilously close to their end. Gu Feng quickly shielded Nua's gaze with his body and gritted his teeth, asking, "What transgressions have these people committed?" Third brother could not bear to look, turning his head away and murmuring. Some were disobedient, others attempted to flee, and some, well, let us just say, living is better than anything. Upon passing through another large door, the scene inside was far more vibrant. Individuals appeared gaunt and emaciated, trembling as they transported bricks to reinforce the walls. Others stood numbly, bloodied hands weaving barbed wire. Some, in a daze, plucked grass from the ground and stuffed it into their mouths, while others, scantily clad, were at the mercy of those who toyed with them for a morsel of food. Some exuded an air of authority, wielding long whips and striking indiscriminately. Others held their heads high, brandishing long spears, swaying to and fro, while a few amused themselves with half a bun, teasing women with an air of pride. Such a stark contrast among humanity, a vivid tableau of the apocalypse indeed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Gu Feng seethed with fury, turning directly to third brother and demanding, "Take me to see your leader." "Patience, you will meet him tonight. Just don't do anything foolish." Third brother replied, "Take me to see your leader, now, immediately." Gu Feng insisted once more. As the two were locked in a standoff, a seductive woman approached third brother. "Boss heard you brought a group of mutants in. He wants me to take them to the pet zone." Upon hearing the term pet zone, third brother involuntarily shuddered. They had just arrived and were still unaware of the rules. Heading straight to the pet zone seemed ill-advised. The woman swayed her body like a sinuous serpent. "This is the boss's intention. You needn't worry, third brother. Considering the presence of two stunning beauties, the boss will surely be lenient." Third brother sought to voice another concern, but Gu Feng stepped forward, blocking him. "Pet zone, such an endearing name. Let's proceed there at once." The woman flashed a bewitching smile in agreement. "Indeed. A place filled with affection. Let us go." She led the way, and Gu Feng signaled to his companions, who understood and closely followed. After a brief walk, they turned into a warehouse. The warehouse was vast, with a 6-meter-deep pit hollowed out in its center. At the bottom of the pit, a mutant was engaged in a fierce struggle with a mutated beast. Surrounding the pit, a throng of onlookers shouted loudly, creating a cacophony of noise. At the top, a reclining chair was positioned, occupied by a corpulent bald man, who languidly held a cigar between his lips, coldly observing the battle below, occasionally furrowing his brow. Each time he frowned, the naked beauty in his arms would display a visage of distress. Chapter 23. I am in a hurry. The alluring woman approached the bald man and whispered something into his ear. Upon hearing her words, the bald man raised his hand, and the raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. The battle in the pit continued, but the mutated beings were clearly outmatched. Their arms had distorted, their bodies were riddled with wounds, and blood seeped from their injuries. They stumbled, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the mutated beasts at any moment. "Boss, spare me. I promise I won't run away again." The pleas from those in the pit were almost desperate. The bald man frowned, evidently displeased with the sudden uproar. Casting a glance at the captivating woman, understanding his intent, she stepped forward, her legs transforming into a robust serpentine tail in the blink of an eye. With a swift flick of her tail, it coiled around the neck of one of the pit's occupants, and with a sharp crack, his neck was severed. The mutated beasts immediately lunged forward, tearing into the man's lifeless body. The alluring woman, as if she had merely performed a trivial task, strolled back with a leisurely grace, her serpentine tail reverting to its original form. A profound silence enveloped the scene as the bald man rotated his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Feng and his companions. "I've heard you possess some skills. Wait, let me have a look first." Gu Feng leisurely unclasped the handcuffs and began to survey the warehouse. His words left everyone perplexed. Not only the bald man, but even Guisijia and the others wore expressions of bewilderment, as their leader had seemingly abandoned all pretense, prompting them to remove their handcuffs as well. The bald man laughed heartily. "Not bad, not bad. A person of strength cannot be restrained by mere handcuffs. So what do you say? Follow me, and you will have access to weapons, provisions, and women at your leisure. I can even offer you a second-in-command position." Gu Feng appeared to ignore him, muttering, "No back door, then I can rest easy. The ground is covered with iron plates, it should withstand bullets without issue. The bald man's expression shifted slightly as he replied with a chuckle. Let us see what tricks you can pull. Returning to Guisijia and the others. Gu Feng addressed the bald man. My apologies, but I am in a hurry. In an instant, his abilities activated, and the shipping containers within the warehouse soared into the air, blocking the entrance. The iron plates on the ground rose and bent, effectively shielding Gu Feng and his companions in the center. Almost simultaneously, the bald man bellowed, attack. As everyone prepared to fire their weapons, they suddenly realized that all firearms had become uncontrollable, the barrels now aimed at their allies. Amidst the shouts of alarm, the guns discharged on their own. The cacophony of gunfire erupted like firecrackers, bullets flying chaotically, smoke billowing, and screams echoing. Inside the circle formed by the iron plates, however, was the only safe haven in the entire warehouse. With eyes closed, Gu Feng exerted his full power, while he and the others huddled together anxiously. Each time a bullet struck the iron plates, producing a sharp sound, their hearts would tighten. The gunfire persisted for 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Gu Feng, using his abilities, lowered the iron plates back to the ground. The devastation within the warehouse left everyone, except for Gu Feng, in shock. The once arrogant and merciless group had been reduced to lifeless, mangled corpses. As Li He and the others sought to investigate further, Gu Feng halted them. There are no remains of the bald man or the enchanting woman. As the ancient voice faded, a colossal serpent's tail swept across from above, instantly meeting the beast's tooth-like blade. The serpent's tail twisted deftly, evading the blade while maintaining its relentless assault. Though the ancient figure wished to evade, he found himself hindered by Nuan standing behind him, leaving him no choice but to brace for impact. However, Do Tao had already surged forward, his body petrified, enduring the serpent's strike with unwavering resolve. He staggered back half a meter, yet remained unscathed. Chapter 24. You must die in an instant. The serpent's tail retracted, allowing the onlookers to discern that the alluring woman was, in fact, reclining against the tail, concealed within the rafters. Gu Feng wielded the beast's tooth knife, charging forth. Yet the enchanting woman, with a graceful fluidity, slipped into the steel framework, navigating with astonishing speed, even as the beast's tooth knife pursued. It was thwarted by the very structure itself. Moreover, she seized the opportunity during her evasions to launch surprise attacks. Amidst the intense skirmish, Li Junlan executed a roll on the ground, seizing a Type 95 automatic rifle. She steadied herself, chambered around, took aim, and fired in one seamless motion, exuding an undeniable charisma. With 3 consecutive shots, each finding its mark, the mesmerizing woman was left drenched in blood, plummeting from the rafters. Useless. The voice of the bald giant resonated from behind the crowd, catching even Gu Feng off guard. Wang Cheng, standing at the rear, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing against the wall, his chest caving in, seemingly on the brink of death. Gu Feng urgently called out, "Hold him off. I will rescue Wang Cheng." Do Tao, Lu Jinxin, Li He, and Guisijia charged towards the bald giant. Despite the collective assault from the group, the giant remained unfazed, his bulk akin to rubber, effortlessly deflecting their strikes. His fists struck like cannonballs, forcing the group to retreat. Fortunately, Li Junlan stood at a distance, continuously suppressing him with gunfire, effectively restraining the giant's advance. On Gu Feng's side, he administered 2 restorative potions to stabilize Wang Cheng's condition. Outside the warehouse, the sound of pounding on the door had begun, prompting Gu Feng to push 2 containers to barricade the entrance firmly. "You must die today." Gu Feng gritted his teeth. The bald giant, far from angered, chuckled and replied, "You can still turn back. You are a talent worth preserving. The dead waste is inconsequential to me, and I hold no grudge against you. This is your final chance." Gu Feng ceased his verbal exchanges, spreading his arms wide. Countless steel bars floated behind him, and with a forceful thrust of his hands, the bars surged forth like a metallic tide, rushing towards the bald giant. With a cold smirk, the giant crossed his arms in defense. The steel was repelled, not even piercing his skin. A smirk graced Gu Feng's lips as he clenched his outstretched hands. The steel began to bend and entwine around the giant. The bald giant inwardly cursed, realizing too late the peril he was in. The steel wrapped tighter, swiftly binding him into a massive iron sphere, leaving only his head exposed. Still unsatisfied, Gu Feng extended numerous steel bars from the sphere, embedding them into the concrete floor, securing the iron ball firmly. Panic crept into the giant's voice. "Brother, I concede. Everything belongs to you. You shall be the boss from now on." Gu Feng picked up a handgun and approached the giant. "What did you say?" The giant began, but Gu Feng abruptly shoved the barrel into his mouth. "The moment I walked in and saw those corpses drained of life, I had already made my decision. You must die." Gu Feng decisively pulled the trigger. However, nothing happened. Gu Feng was taken aback. Why did the gun not fire? Was it broken? Beside them, Li Junlan pressed her forehead and murmured, "The insurance isn't activated." "Oh, my apologies," Gu Feng replied. With a loud bang, a bullet forcefully shattered the bald man's skull. As the battle concluded, they finally noticed a beautiful woman, completely nude, trembling in the corner against the wall. Chapter 25. A perfect performance. Li Junlan removed her coat and draped it over the woman, gently lifting her up. "It's all right now. You're safe. No one will harm you again." The woman suddenly knelt before Gu Feng, repeatedly bowing her head. "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me." Li He and the others were momentarily stunned. The woman was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Li Junlan coughed loudly, bringing them back to reality, and they hurriedly averted their gazes. Yet, Gu Feng continued to gaze unabashedly at her. Li Junlan attempted to intervene, but was brushed aside by Gu Feng. "Get out of the way." Li Junlan's face flushed with anger, tears welling in her eyes. The group was rendered speechless by Gu Feng's sudden outburst. He stepped forward, enveloping the woman in his embrace. "How could I ever bear to harm someone as beautiful as you?" The woman's expression softened considerably, and she leaned into Gu Feng's arms. "I would award you a perfect score for your performance, beautiful boss." Just as Gu Feng finished speaking, a sickening sound echoed as two beastly daggers pierced through the woman. She gazed at Gu Feng in disbelief. "You? How did you know?" "Just a guess." The others finally snapped to attention, turning to look at the woman, only to see a slender bone tube extending from her wrist, a mere inch from Gu Feng's skin. Fortunately, Gu Feng had acted swiftly, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The woman attempted to struggle, but Gu Feng's grip on her wrist was unyielding. With a piercing scream, her mouth elongated into fangs, and bat-like wings erupted from her back. After transforming, instead of retreating, she lunged at Gu Feng's neck. Anticipating her move, Gu Feng used one dagger to shield his throat while the other severed her wings. Already severely injured, the woman, now bleeding profusely, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Outside the warehouse, the others remained unaware of the unfolding drama, still attempting to break down the door, with some even bringing trucks to force entry. Gu Feng turned to Lu Jianxin. "I leave the rest to you." Lu Jianxin nodded and decapitated the giant and the woman, tossing their heads out through the skylight. Chaos ensued outside, with some fleeing, others engaging in gunfire, and many resisting. Gu Feng approached the alluring woman. "Hey, don't pretend to be dead." The enchanting woman finally opened her eyes, though she was still gravely injured and unable to rise. Gu Feng continued, "Thank you for your earlier warning. So, can you save me now? Did you really think I would save you?" She retorted, "I just wanted to confirm my judgment of character, and it seems I was quite accurate." Curiosity piqued, Gu Feng asked, "You seem to be doing well here. Why would you betray your boss?" "The boss is a lunatic. Serving under him is a constant struggle. We must charge in a battle while always being wary of dagger in the back." This reasoning is rather compelling. However, it appears that your leader is not as formidable as one might expect. The alluring woman, with a cold laugh, was caught off guard, sustaining a critical injury before she could transform. "Otherwise, you all would have perished here. So powerful?" "Indeed, not merely powerful. Did you notice the tube extending from her wrist? That very tube possesses the capability to penetrate the human brain, thereby manipulating one's actions. Her demise at your hand stems from two factors: her excessive confidence, believing her disguise would remain unrecognized, and her attraction towards you, desiring to exert control over you. The convergence of these elements has led to the present predicament. Chapter 26. The hatching of the beast egg. Ancient Wind, filled with understanding, rose to his feet. You have nearly recovered as well. Go and deal with those people outside. In short, remember this. Debts must be repaid, and for murder, one must pay with their life. The enchanting woman stood up weakly, preparing to leave, when Ancient Wind suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" "Jiyu," she replied. Ancient Wind then addressed he and the others, saying, "You should assist as well. First, secure the granary and the armory." Once everyone had exited, Ancient Wind finally had the opportunity to heed the voice echoing within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating one level 2 awakened and one level 1 awakened. Star core space has been decomposed, granting you 150 square meters of star core space. The beast egg can now be successfully hatched. Would you like to proceed with the decomposition?" "Yes." In an instant, the two headless corpses vanished, and the star core space expanded. The beast egg in his pocket suddenly radiated heat. Ancient Wind quickly took it out, discovering that the egg was growing increasingly hot and gradually expanding until it reached half a meter in length before stopping. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the egg. Intrigued, Ancient Wind wondered what creature lay within. At last, the egg split in two, revealing a small white lion nestled inside. However, calling it merely a lion would not suffice, for it possessed a pair of snowy wings and a scorpion-like tail, the tip glimmering with a chilling gleam. "Wow!" After a tender roar, the little creature voraciously devoured the remaining shell before finally gazing at Ancient Wind with large, tearful eyes, resembling a hungry child seeking its mother. Unsure of what this creature might eat, Ancient Wind hesitated, only to find the little beast scurrying towards the lifeless corpses on the ground. He swiftly intervened, but the little beast looked utterly dejected, letting out another plaintive wow. In the large pit at the center of the warehouse, another mutated beast heard the little creature's juvenile roar and began to whimper, seemingly frightened. With a single leap, the little beast soared downwards. Ancient Wind, concerned for its safety, was astonished when the creature's tail pierced the mutated beast's brain, causing it to perish instantly. The little beast then cheerfully began to feast. Though the mutated beast was more than 10 times larger than the little creature, it devoured every last morsel before finally stopping, seemingly satisfied. "My goodness, do you have a black hole in your belly?" Ancient Wind exclaimed. To his surprise, the little beast appeared to comprehend, shaking its head and wagging its tail adorably. "Well then, if you're full, let's be on our way." The little creature flapped its wings and landed directly on Ancient Wind's shoulder, causing him to tilt slightly. "Hey, that's rather heavy." As they stepped outside, they encountered Noah, who, upon seeing the little beast, immediately grew excited. "Uncle, where did this puppy come from? It's so cute. Let me hold it, please." Upon hearing the term puppy, the little beast became furious, barking at Noah incessantly. However, its growls bore no intimidation, only encouraging Noah further. "Uncle," it agreed. "Come, hurry. I have wings too. Let me hold you." Ancient Wind had pressing matters to attend to and found himself exasperated by the antics of the two little ones. After admonishing the little beast not to harm anyone, he placed it into Noah's embrace and observed for a moment before departing. The entire camp is bustling with activity. Those who once wielded power have now been bound hand and foot, while the oppressed stand by the roadside, their faces etched with confusion. Merely half a month has elapsed since the catastrophe, yet the grotesque facets of humanity have been laid bare. Cruelty, greed, and desire have transformed this camp into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 27. What is your name? As night descended, the largest warehouse in the camp became a throng of people. All eyes were fixed on the elevated platform, where a row of captives, tightly bound, knelt in submission. Feng ascended the platform with heavy steps, surveying the sea of anxious and bewildered faces below. After prolonged silence, he spoke. "Who are you?" Silence enveloped the crowd. Feng repeated his inquiry, this time with greater intensity. "Who are you? Surely, you must possess a name." The individuals below, as if struck by a sudden fright, recoiled in trepidation. Pointing at a young man, Feng demanded, "What is your name?" "Zhang." "Zhang Ping," came the quavering reply. "And you?" Gu Feng gestured to another. Wang Xiaojun. You, Li Li, and you, Zhao Min. Gu Feng nearly called upon each captive, before continuing, so you all possess names. I had assumed you were mere, nameless beasts. Now that there are no animals left outside, you have instead reduced yourselves to such a state. A few individuals in the crowd began to weep quietly. Gu Feng paid no heed to their pleas for compassion or their burdens of shame. Yes, one may set aside dignity to survive, but when the time comes to reclaim it, you have failed to do so. Once more, Gu Feng bellowed. Now tell me, who are you? Zhang Bing, Lili, Bang Xiaojun. The multitude of names merged into a soft murmur. Who are you? Gu Feng nearly roared. This time, every voice rose in unison, fervently proclaiming their identities. Gu Feng pressed the matter 3 more times, but the crowd had succumbed to tears, their cries echoing in despair. Li He, astonished, asked, "It's merely a name. How could it elicit such a response?" Lu Jian adjusted his glasses and replied with quiet resolve. For some, names are mere symbols, insignificant in nature. Yet it is this very symbol that encompasses a lifetime. From the moment of your birth, your parents tenderly call your name. As you grow, friends affectionately utter it. Upon reaching adulthood, a beautiful maiden sweetly whispers it. Gu Feng's intention is to unlock the shackles of their hearts, to remind them that they remain whole individuals who once cherished joyful memories, and to assist them in reclaiming their dignity. On the platform, Gu Feng continued, "As the old adage goes, debts ought to be repaid, and a life taken must be avenged. The debtors now kneel before you. You may deal with them as you see fit." The bound captives cast frantic glances at Gu below. Was it not promised that we would be granted a chance for survival? Indeed, were we not to merely go through the motions? You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? I shall haunt you even in death. In the ensuing chaos, the accusations rained down upon the platform. However, Gu merely chuckled coldly. I do not deceive you. If you could submit without resistance, what use is there in threats? If the dead could return as spirits, you would have long been devoured by those innocent girls you harmed. How naive! From the star core space, Gu Feng produced an array of blades, scattering them at the feet of the bound captives. Blood for blood, you may decide your own fates. At the moment Gu Feng stepped down from the stage, the crowd below had already seized their blades and rushed forward. The cacophony of wails and screams intertwined. 2 hours later, Gu Feng stood once again upon the stage. The spectators below were transformed, their demeanor utterly altered. Each pair of eyes sparkled with vitality and spirit. Now, let us discuss the course of action moving forward. I recognize the difficulty you face in trusting others, and I do not wish to impose upon you the expectation of believing in me. Chapter 28. It is not your fault, Gu Feng continued. Those who wish to follow me are most welcome. I cannot promise that I can protect you throughout this apocalyptic world, but I can assure you that while you live, you shall do so with dignity. For those who do not wish to stay, I will not compel you. You are free to leave at any moment. The resources in this camp have been exchanged for your sweat and blood. I ask for nothing in return. Take as much as you can carry, including firearms and ammunition. The crowd below began to murmur excitedly. Did I hear correctly? He is truly offering guns. Indeed, those previous individuals treated their firearms like treasures. Could this be a ruse? Gu Feng raised his hand to quiet them, and, once the crowd fell silent, called out to Gu, "Open the warehouses." Gu clapped her hands, and several containers were simultaneously opened, spilling forth copious amounts of food, water, and weapons. The crowd surged forward, eagerly consuming and seizing the bounty. Don't rush. There's more, Gu announced, as yet another 10 containers were opened. The night was filled with revelry, but Gu Feng chose not to partake, opting instead to retire early in preparation for their journey to City X on the morrow. The following day dawned bright and fair. Gu Feng rose early, readying for their departure, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits seemingly high. However, the news brought by Li Junlan shattered his good mood entirely. What did you say? Those two actually forced. Li Junlan, her face pale, nodded grimly. I have seen for myself. It is true. They both claimed they were intoxicated last night. Li Junlan's cheeks flushed with shame, unable to continue. Those bastards. They were rescued alongside you. I regarded them as family, as brothers. How could they commit such an act? Gu Feng's voice trembled with anger. Li Junlan attempted to soothe him. Calm down. This is not your fault. With eyes reddened, Gu Feng urgently inquired, what has become of the girl? She is merely 18, and those previous men have defiled her. Last night, she thought her suffering had ended, only to be subjected to further torment. Now she has lost her sanity. Despicable. Cursed beasts unable to control their basest instincts. Gu Feng fumed, pacing the room. Summon everyone to the courtyard. Bind those two brutes. The courtyard was packed with people, their whispers spreading the news. Did you hear? Truly, all crows are black. Talk of dignity is mere nonsense, as they engage in vile deeds. Don't speak foolishly. I heard it was the actions of his subordinates, not him. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. Have you not heard this before? Let us judge the matter, not the person. I still believe in him. Indeed, based on what he said last night. Amidst the murmurs, Gu Feng finally emerged, his voice hoarse as he addressed the crowd. I trust you are all aware of the situation. Bring forth those two scoundrels. The bound individuals were Chun Feng and Yang Peng, who had been rescued alongside Li Junlan and others. They had formed bonds of camaraderie and affection. Upon being presented, they knelt before Gu Feng, Brother Gu. We win the wrong. Ancient One, I shall never dare again. Please spare us. The Ancient One paid no heed to their pleas and turned to Li Junlan, commanding, bring that girl over as well. Moments later, Li Junlan emerged with a beautiful girl who was incessantly sucking her fingers, wearing a vacant expression and repeatedly calling out, Mama. When one is scared, the Ancient One scolded Chun Feng and his companion. Behold the consequences of your actions. Do you still have the audacity to plead for mercy? Brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. For the sake of my unwavering loyalty to you, please spare me. Indeed, spare me. Furthermore, this woman has lost her mind. Even if you were to kill us, it would serve no purpose. The final remark incensed the Ancient One. Very well. With a swift motion, two heads of self-proclaimed good men rolled away. Chapter 29 Apologies, Zhang Ping. A fortnight ago, he was merely an ordinary youth who had just graduated from university, grappling with the anxieties of job hunting. His experiences over the past 2 decades were as unremarkable as his name, mundane in every aspect. With an ordinary appearance, an unexceptional physique, mediocre academic achievements, a commonplace university, and a girlfriend who was equally unremarkable, he resembled the masses. He believed his life would continue in such a monotonous manner, devoid of great sorrow or joy, yet tranquil and stable. He found comfort in this, as it suited his gentle disposition. When disaster struck, he was still nestled beside his girlfriend in slumber. The cacophony of a car crash and distant screams roused him from his sleep, compelling him to investigate. This single glance plunged his life into utter darkness. Both he and his girlfriend were too fearful to venture outside, where monstrous beings roamed. Even the next door echoed with violent clashes, and the two of them pressed against the wall, eavesdropping, only to be met with anguished cries for help that left them terrified into silence. By that afternoon, both water and electricity ceased to function. Fortunately, their refrigerator still held a few snacks and beverages. Relying on these meager provisions, they managed to endure for 3 days. During this time, Zhang Ping came to the realization that beverages only intensified their thirst. On the 4th day, overwhelmed by thirst, they ventured out in search of water, encountering numerous perils along the way. Just as they found themselves ensnared in desperation, they stumbled upon a group of armed survivors. Zhang Ping and his girlfriend were elated, showering gratitude upon the strangers. The group, displaying kindness, assured them of protection, and the couple felt a newfound sense of security, readily complying with their commands. Initially, the requests were benign, carrying items, lending a hand. However, the tone soon shifted, evolving to demands for massages and foot baths, which they begrudgingly tolerated. Until one fateful night, one of the men summoned Zhang Ping's girlfriend to his room. Zhang Ping, well aware of the implications, offered a forced smile and politely declined. The result was a brutal beating from the man. That evening, his girlfriend emerged, her body bruised and limping, reassuring him with gentle words that it was all right, that he had done his utmost. Later that night, Another man insisted his girlfriend join him in his room. This time, Zhang Ping's typically gentle nature erupted. Armed with a knife, he confronted the man, prepared to fight for her. Yet the outcome was predictable. His adversary wielded a firearm. His girlfriend, with a pale visage, managed a faint smile and pressed down on the knife in his hand, whispering that it was all right, that survival was paramount. She willingly stepped into the man's room. The situation did not improve due to her self-sacrifice. One night, the men forcibly dragged her into a room. Outside, Zhang Ping desperately covered his ears, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. When she finally emerged the next morning, blood stained her body. He rushed to support her, and she gazed at him tenderly, stroking his face as she implored him to survive. Zhang Ping, in a frantic state, repeated his apologies, pleading for her to fetch some paper, overwhelmed by the unbearable weight of despair. Zhang Ping did not ponder for long before rushing to the bathroom. However, when he emerged with a tissue in hand, his girlfriend's presence had vanished from the room. The window stood ajar, the curtains fluttering wildly in the breeze. No, it couldn't be. He hurried to the window and looked down, only to discover her lifeless body hanging from the railing below. Chapter 30. My name is Zhang Ping. From that moment, Zhang Ping's heart had perished. He had become a mere shell of a man. In a state of daze, he lost track of time and place, oblivious to the purpose of his existence. Most days were spent in a stupor, devoid of thought or recollection, living in a state of numbed existence. Until one day, a man stood on a platform, inquiring about his name. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he recalled, "Ah, Zhang Ping. Yes, I am Zhang Ping. Who is calling me? Oh, it is myself. Why do I call upon myself? Ah, to recognize who I am. Who am I? Ah, I am the son of my parents, the partner of my girlfriend. But where are my parents? Where's my girlfriend? Oh, they are both gone. How did they perish? Oh, the memories resurface. Wait, why are my cheeks wet?" The man on the platform reignited the embers of his heart. In an instant, he beheld his foes bound upon the stage, and a torrent of hatred surged within him like the crashing waves of the sea. The man proclaimed, "Blood must be repaid with blood," and joy surged through him. He was the first to charge forward. In the fleeting moment the blade pierced flesh, he felt himself levitate, floating away, as if he caught sight of his girlfriend smiling at him from afar. He yearned to reach her, yet she waved goodbye, retreating into the distance. When he regained his senses, the bodies of his enemies lay mutilated before him. Overcome with emotion, he sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. At last, revenge has been achieved. At last, my vengeance. Later, the man offered two paths, but Zhang Ping, having endured so much, scoffed at the notion. His experiences had stripped him of any expectations of others. Nonetheless, he felt gratitude towards the man, for he had avenged him and shared the spoils with all. Yet these gestures could not alter his mindset. That night, he resolved to depart at the break of dawn. Early the next morning, he learned of the girl's fate at the hands of the man's subordinate, QB. He felt a moment of relief, affirming that his decision to leave was indeed wise. However, he was taken aback when the man, before everyone, executed his own subordinate, severing his head. Not only that, but the man also inflicted 2 wounds upon himself in a public display of remorse for the victimized girl. This act ignited a newfound respect within Zhang Ping, stirring a desire to remain. Could he truly survive alone outside? Doubt lingered in his heart, yet the man's audacity and noble character were undeniably compelling. Ultimately, Zhang Ping chose to stay, reassuring himself, for the sake of gratitude and for the last vestiges of kindness. In the central room of the camp, a throng had gathered. Gu Feng sat bare-chested upon a chair, while Li Junlan carefully bandaged the 2 half-foot-long wounds on his back. "We should use a healing agent. The wounds are too deep, and the bleeding won't stop. Even if they heal, scars will remain." Gu Feng shook his head, proclaiming that scars would serve as a constant reminder. The freshly applied bandages quickly turned crimson, prompting Li Junlan to add several more layers. Gu Feng then inquired, "Have the numbers been tallied?" "Yes. Those willing to join us total 140, while 385 have chosen to leave," responded Sangu with utmost respect. "Indeed, those who choose to depart may take what they wish. Do not hinder them." Yes, it is already being attended to, as per your instructions. Gu Feng further remarked. Junwan and Do Tao, having prior experience as police officers, will henceforth be in charge of discipline. Clearly delineate what actions are to be taken and what are to be avoided. Certainly, Captain Do Tao replied. Please refrain from calling me boss in the future. What shall I call you then? Captain. Understood, Captain. Chapter 30. A wake-up call. Ancient Wind addressed Jiyu and Brother San, instructing, you two should make the necessary arrangements. Once those departing have left, we shall set off for City X. Yes, Captain. Wait, there is one more thing. Ancient Wind produced over 100 evolution potions and handed them to the two, continuing, these are evolution potions. For ordinary individuals, half a vial is sufficient for their first use. For those already mutated, 1 vial will suffice. Jiyu exclaimed in surprise, such things exist. Aren't you afraid I might run off with them? I trust your judgment, and I trust mine as well. Now go. With a seductive smile, Jiyu swayed her hips and exited with Brother San. The room was left with the original team members. Originally 10, only 8 remained, and the mood was notably somber. Ancient Wind intended to say something further, but Li interjected, Brother Gu, you did the right thing. We all understand. It's just a bit disheartening that we didn't recognize the true nature of those two sooner. Indeed, it's a pity about that fine girl. Now, alas, Ancient Wind nodded, feeling gratified by their thoughts. To be honest, I am not afraid of the mutated beasts outside, no matter how perilous the situation may seem. What truly concerns me is that once we gain power, we might disregard ordinary people, becoming like those beasts that perished yesterday. In such a case, how are we different from the mutated creatures outside? They merely kill, while those other beasts render life worse than death. His words resonated deeply, compelling everyone to reflect. Since their mutation and evolution, they had indeed become more arrogant, harboring a peculiar sense of superiority over ordinary individuals. Ancient Wind continued, let me make myself clear today. Those who follow me must abandon any thoughts of tyranny. Should anyone desire to wield power unjustly, they may leave the ranks. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The others listened respectfully, feeling a genuine fear and admiration for Ancient Wind's authority and character. From that moment on, he officially became their true leader. As their conversation concluded, Ancient Wind distributed 3 evolution potions to each member, noting, it has been some time since the last evolution. Use these according to your needs, and feel free to come to me for more whenever necessary. Thank you, Captain. Finally, Ancient Wind called out to Guasija, Sister Gua. I entrust you with the care of that girl. Of course, no problem. He then turned to Nua, saying, Nua, you've met that pretty sister, right? Nua replied enthusiastically, I have. She is so beautiful. Her name is 1-1. You must take good care of Sister 1-1. Okay, but no, I might get tired looking after Sister 1-1. When I get tired, I want to hug a puppy, and once I hug a puppy, I'll feel energetic again, and then I can take care of Sister 1-1. Ancient Wind chuckled at Nua's logic. All right, you just want a little lion, don't you? He readily agreed, and with that, Nua happily bounced away with her mother. After everyone departed, the familiar voice within Ancient Wind's heart echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 100 followers. You have been rewarded with a biological mecha cultivation pool. This announcement was brief, and Gu Feng had yet to comprehend what a biological mecha cultivation pool entailed when he sensed the emergence of a 100-square-meter blood pool within the core of the star space. The depth remained indiscernible, yet it evoked a sense of vastness. After gazing for an extended period, no clarity emerged, leading him to abandon the inquiry. However, the current star core space was insufficient, necessitating the pursuit of mutated beasts. Gu Feng lamented. Chapter 32. I have arrived in the provincial city before setting off. Gu Feng also utilized an evolutionary agent. However, he did not hasten to employ the advanced variant. Instead, he opted for the ordinary one, using 10 vials in total. The familiar, excruciating pain persisted for half an hour before dissipating. Gu Feng's skin transformed into a smooth yet resilient texture, proving impervious even to a standard dagger's blade. It took all his strength to carve a narrow incision, which, to his dismay, healed almost instantaneously. With a wry smile, he touched his back, where previous wounds had long since mended, leaving no scars behind. Testing his extraordinary abilities, he discovered that his range of control had expanded to 300 meters, allowing him to sense every blade of grass and tree within that distance. Satisfied, Feng gathered his belongings and strode forth. Provincial City, here I come. 2 days later, on the highway from G City to X City, a vast convoy sped along. Within the jeep at the heart of the procession, Feng was engrossed in a book. In the past, he seldom read. However, since acquiring his powers, he realized that reading enhanced his mental agility while utilizing his abilities, simultaneously alleviating the monotony of travel. Travel? Monotony? For Feng, it indeed felt like a journey. Ever since the distribution of the evolutionary agents, over 100 individuals had transformed, gaining considerable combat prowess, complemented by the scales, bone swords, and an abundance of firearms provided. Along the way, Feng found himself rarely needing to intervene, as his companions effortlessly dispatched any obstructive mutated beasts. The sole inconvenience stemmed from an incessant voice in his mind, incessantly updating him on the number of foes vanquished by his allies and whether to decompose their remains for rewards. Each time, Feng had to set aside his book to manage the ensuing tasks. Most rewards were akin to those previously encountered, ordinary potions and weaponry. However, one particular reward stood out: a beast bone battle axe, weighing 50 pounds, measuring a full meter in length, with a blade as large as a wheel, capable of cleaving through solid material. At that moment, Feng thought of Do Tao, whose imposing stature and stone-skinned ability made him the perfect wielder of such a weapon. Do Tao proved formidable, bouncing around with the axe on his back, exuding an air of authority. Just as Feng was deeply immersed in his reading, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. He picked up the intercom, inquiring, "What is the situation?" "Captain, we have encountered a high-level mutated beast ahead. Vice Captain Do has already led a team to address it, but it will take some time." "Ah, instruct them to exercise caution and avoid injuries." "Understood." Closing the intercom, Feng found he had lost interest in reading. This marked the second high-level mutated beast encountered on their journey, with Do Tao's battle axe being the reward for vanquishing the previous one. The voice in his mind had indicated it was a grade 2 beast. He pondered what level the current obstruction might be. 5 minutes elapsed without news, causing Feng to grow increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. "Captain, Vice Captain Do has sustained injuries. Vice Captains Li and Liu have already led their teams into battle. The situation appears dire." Feng sighed, muttering under his breath, "It seems even attempting to take it easy is an impossibility." "Captain, what did you say?" "Ah, I see. I shall arrive shortly." When Feng arrived, he beheld the crowd embroiled in a fierce struggle with a mutated beast, its form reminiscent of a lizard yet colossal in size, akin to that of an elephant. Li Junlan stood at a distance, persistently firing her weapon. However, the creature's tough hide rendered the bullets ineffective, inflicting only minimal damage despite penetrating its flesh. Chapter 33. Tier 3 Mutant Beast, relying on his keen agility. Lu Jianxin deftly evaded the attacks of the advanced mutant beast, while his bone sword relentlessly carved wounds upon creature. Though the gashes were substantial, they lacked depth. The movements of the advanced mutant beast were accompanied by a menacing rush of wind, its thick tail sweeping through the air with a sound akin to a projectile. The force it wielded was formidable. A direct hit would surely result in death or severe injury. Feng did not hasten to join the fray, but instead approached Do Tao. Severely injured, Do Tao's body had been grotesquely contorted from the impact, even while utilizing his petrification ability. The moment he was wounded, his teammates had administered a restorative agent, yet it would take some time for him to fully recuperate. "Captain, we've messed up this time. You were too cocky," Feng teased. With a pained expression, Do Tao pointed to the bone battle axe lying on the ground. "This thing has made me a bit overconfident." Feng chuckled. "Mind if I borrow it? It's yours to begin with." "No need to borrow." With a flick of his finger, the battle axe floated into the air. Feng began to trace circles in the air with his finger, causing the axe to spin rapidly. His movements grew increasingly swift and expansive, and the axe began to rotate at an astonishing speed. transforming into a mere blur of white in the eyes of the onlookers. As Gu Feng continued, his entire arm began to draw circles, and the axe became a white phantom, conjuring a fierce wind that made it difficult for those nearby to keep their eyes open. "Everyone, step back," Gu Feng shouted to the combatants. Lu Jianxin, with a swift motion, retreated to a distance of 9 meters, and the others quickly followed suit. Gu Feng forcefully swung his arm towards the colossal mutant beast. A gust of wind swept through, eerily silent. The giant mutant beast stood frozen for a moment before its body split cleanly in two, the cut smooth and polished, resembling a mirror. "My heavens, this is incredible, unbelievable. The captain is so powerful." Indeed, following the captain was the wisest decision of my life. Yes, those who left must be regretting their choices immensely. Upon returning to the vehicle, Gu Feng's inner voice predictably chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a Tier 3 mutant beast. Decomposing, it will yield 1 advanced evolution agent, 1 set of bone armor, and an expansion of 300 square meters in the star core space." Gu Feng anticipated the next question regarding decomposition, yet to his surprise, the query deviated from norm. "Decomposition in the cultivation pool will yield a completion rate of 7 for the biomechanical armor. Please advise, host, would you prefer star core decomposition or cultivation pool decomposition?" Contemplating the advanced evolution agent, of which he already possessed 2 and had no immediate need, he considered the star core space, which was currently sufficient. However, the concept of biomechanical armor intrigued him, especially given that a Tier 3 mutant beast only yielded a 7 completion rate. Gu Feng decided on cultivation pool decomposition. Ding! Cultivation pool decomposition complete. Biomechanical armor completion rate at 7. As the voice ceased, Gu Feng glanced into the blood pool, where a 10-meter-wide humanoid skeletal frame had materialized. What exactly is this? A mech? A biological mech? Could it be? Gu Feng's excitement grew with each passing moment, and his confidence soared. After half an hour of travel, the silhouettes of towering buildings began to emerge in the distance. Gu Feng eagerly inquired of the driver how much longer it would take to reach the city center and Polytechnic University. "Well, it will take another 2 hours to enter the city, and it should take over 3 hours to get to the Polytechnic University." Chapter 34. No, be silent. Let us proceed swiftly. Gu Feng was eagerly anticipating a reunion with his sister. "Yes, Captain." Unfortunately, just as Gu Feng was fervently yearning to enter X City, unforeseen complications arose on the road. "Report, Captain. A large number of mutated beasts are besieging the survivors ahead, and it appears that there are even advanced mutated beasts among them." Without the need for his team to inform him, Gu Feng, seated in the vehicle, could already hear the cacophony of gunfire and the distant sounds of explosions. Grasping the intercom, he instructed Junlan, "Utilize your abilities to ascertain the situation up ahead. I have already surveyed the area. 43 survivors are trapped by 326 mutated beasts, with a rough estimate indicating at least 6 of them are advanced mutated beasts. The survivors possess high-quality weaponry, military-grade equipment, yet their ammunition appears to be dwindling." Following her recent evolution, Li Junlan's eyesight had reached an alarming level. She could see clearly up to 3 kilometers away, with her extreme vision capable of extending to 10 kilometers. Regrettably, her evolution seemed to have solely enhanced her vision, as her physical strength was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. Gu Feng switched the intercom to the public frequency and announced to all team members, "Please be advised, survivors and numerous mutated beasts have been detected ahead. Prepare for combat." Received, received, received. The chorus of acknowledgments surged forth, igniting a fervent enthusiasm within everyone. Uncle, does Nono get to join the battle too? But Nono doesn't he know how to fight? Can I just cheer for you? The anxious voice of Guasijia followed. "Nono, be quiet. This is a public frequency." Laughter erupted across the intercom. Gu Feng stifled a chuckle and cleared his throat. "Everyone, let us focus and be cautious. Should anyone sustain injuries, I shall not hesitate to give them a swift kick. Nono 1T get hurt. Don't speak. Young lady, Mother has asked me to finish. Gu Feng, suppressing his amusement, replied, No, no, you, and when one can cheer from a distance. There is no need for you to engage in battle. I won't kick you, I promise. All right, no understands. With newfound seriousness, Gu Feng commanded everyone prepare for battle. We stop here. Understood. Meanwhile, at the heart of the encirclement formed by the mutated beasts, over 40 survivors, armed with automatic rifles, were firing frantically. Behind them stood a transformed armored vehicle. Quick, pass me the grenades. They're charging from this side. The last one. Here you go. Do we have any rockets left? None. Damn it. Hasn't the armored vehicle been repaired yet? A man shouted towards the vehicle. Almost done. A girl's voice responded, surprisingly emanating from beneath the armored vehicle. The girl, petite in stature, wore an oversized helmet as she lay beneath the vehicle, a wrench in her left hand and pliers in her right, diligently at work. Sweat mingled with the oil seeping from the vehicle, darkening her face. Yet when she spoke, her bright white teeth and lively eyes radiated boundless energy. This is bad. I'm out of bullets. I'm out too. Oh no, the mutated beast is charging in. Ah, save me. The sudden scream caused the girl's hand to tremble, causing the pliers and wires in her grip to become tangled. It's over, the girl uttered in despair. Hark, look, a convoy, it's a convoy. Surely, reinforcements have arrived, someone exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 35. Subverting cognition. Upon hearing her teammate's exclamation, the girl quickly peered beneath the vehicle. To her astonishment, over 40 assorted cars had encircled a horde of mutated beasts. The flicker of hope that had kindled within her was snuffed out in an instant, as she mentally berated the opposing commander for their apparent folly. With just over 200 individuals, how could they possibly encircle more than 300 mutated beasts? Was this not a recipe for disaster? However, the ensuing scene left her in disbelief. More than 140 individuals emerged from the vehicles, all of them mutated beings. How could there be so many of them? The girl thought she might be hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she looked again. Indeed, it was real. Various bizarre transformations and extraordinary displays of strength and speed were evident. If not mutated beings, what else could they be? The horde of mutated beasts seemed to sense the threat and began charging towards these individuals, while the 30 or so in the center of the encirclement were largely ignored. The girl crawled out from beneath the vehicle, transfixed by the unfolding battle, a confrontation that would redefine everyone's understanding. One massive man, seemingly chiseled from stone, wielded a hefty axe resembling a wheel, cleaving and hacking with such force that none of the mutated beasts could halt his advance. Another man, wearing spectacles, gripped a white longsword, employing precise fencing techniques. Each effortless thrust effortlessly pierced the skulls of the mutated beasts. A striking woman, her lower half, transformed into a serpent's tail, resembled a mythological Medusa, ruthlessly reaping lives among the throng of beasts. Even more astonishing were two individuals. One, a young man whose upper body was enshrouded in bones, with meter-long spikes protruding from his back and arms, dispatched swathes of mutated beasts with each movement. The other was a woman whose hair cascaded like that of Sadako. Her hair, as sharp as steel wires, left every beast it touched decapitated, their wounds smooth as polished glass. A multitude of other mutated beings followed these few, engaging in a frenzied slaughter, as if in a realm devoid of opposition. It was a one-sided massacre, but this time the victims were not humans, but the mutated beasts. On the outermost edge of the encirclement, Gu Feng leaned against the car window, addressing Nuo inside. We're going to fight. You must protect Wen. Nuo, struggling to contain the little lion cub in her arms, managed to pull it back, replying with a cheerful smile. No problem at all. Off you go. Gu Feng cast a glance at the dazed Wen, shook his head, and after giving the little lion cub a few more instructions, he moved away. Rather than rushing into battle, Gu Feng began to search the area, intent on locating the high-level mutated beasts hidden within the throng. In the span of a tea break, he had already dispatched 4 high-level mutated beasts. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Gu Feng dashed towards Do Tao. Unbeknownst to Do Tao, he was about to swing his axe at a mutated beast that stood only half a meter tall, its body covered in crimson spots. Wait, something feels off. Do Tao exclaimed, raising his axe only to find the mutated beast had vanished. Little did he know, the creature was clinging to his axe, extending its foul, elongated tongue, which pierced through Do Tao's shoulder like a sword. Do Tao could hardly believe that he had been so mercilessly shattered. After the excruciating pain, a wave of numbness enveloped his entire body, and darkness descended as he fainted. The mutated beast, its tongue once again darting forth, aimed directly at Do Tao's head. Though Gu Feng was still at a distance, the beast's tooth-like blade had already soared through the air, striking the extended tongue with precision. Remarkably, the tongue did not sever. It merely altered its trajectory. Chapter 36. A final strike. Gu Feng, unwilling to relent, commanded the beast Feng knives to launch a relentless assault. The movements of the mutated beast were exceptionally agile, and its slender form allowed it to evade the knives with ease, swiftly darting into the throng of beasts, vanishing from sight. For others, this would have been a cause for despair, but for Gu Feng, it was an exception. Within a radius of 300 meters, nothing could escape his onslaught. He deftly manipulated over 30 beast Feng knives, encircling the mutated beast like a cage, before hastily checking on Do Tao's condition. Though the injuries were not severe, the poison ran deep. After administering 3 antidotes, Do Tao finally stirred back to consciousness. With a mournful expression, Do Tao lamented, "Captain, why is it always me who gets injured?" Gu Feng, lacking the time for idle chatter, called out to the nearby team members, "Two of you, help Deputy Captain Do to rest." "Yes, Captain." Gu Feng extended his right hand, fiercely gripping the air. The cage formed by the beast Feng knives instantly constricted, causing the mutated beast to explode within. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos, one that had haunted Gu Feng's dreams. He turned, heart racing, to see a petite girl running toward him. Despite her mismatched attire, her face smeared with grime, and the oversized helmet she wore, Gu Feng recognized her immediately. It was his beloved sister, Gulan. Overcome with excitement, Gu Feng trembled and dashed toward her. One was within the encirclement, while the other was outside. Even the throng of mutated beasts could not impede their advance. Yet as he ran, Gu Feng's expression shifted drastically upon spotting a high-level mutated beast looming beside his sister. Desperately wishing to intervene, he called out, "Run!" But his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of roars surrounding them. As the mutated beast bared its gaping maw, drawing ever closer to Gulan, Gu Feng felt the weight of urgency bear down upon him. With his nerves taut, he summoned every ounce of strength to hurl the beast Feng knife, activating his powers to accelerate its trajectory. The knife vanished in an instant, leaving the onlookers in awe as they witnessed the line of mutated beasts freeze in place, the armored vehicle before them sparking ominously. 6 seconds later, the immobilized beasts, along with the high-level mutated beast 300 meters away, erupted in a violent explosion, filling the air with a crimson mist. The armored vehicle was cleaved in two, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. 16 kilometers away, a cracked beast Feng knife lay embedded in a concrete wall, unmistakably the very one Gu Feng had just thrown. Half an hour later, as the battle drew to a close, the team members managed to handle the situation without Gu Feng's assistance. Sitting in a jeep, Gu Feng and Gu Lan spoke softly, their eyes red, clearly having shed tears moments before. "It's not your fault regarding Mom and Dad. Who could have predicted such a tragedy?" Gu Feng lowered his gaze and replied, "Please, don't try to console me. I failed to protect them. I'm the one who has let them down." Gulan forced a smile, urging not to dwell on self-reproach, "For I am still here with you. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would be uncertain of my own endurance. Henceforth, you must diligently safeguard me. Should I suffer even the slightest injury, I shall surely report your misdeeds to my parents in my dreams." Ha! Chapter 37. Returning to the status of a young lady, Gu Feng, always at a loss with his whimsical sister, chuckled before inquiring how she had come to be in such a state. "We'll discuss that later. Do you have anything to eat?" "Anything at all will suffice, for I have not eaten in 2 days." Gu Feng, with an odd expression, asked what she desired to consume. "Brother, spare the pretense. With a family as large as yours to support, resources must be scarce. Just a morsel will do to tide me over," she replied. Gu Feng, rubbing his forehead, waved his hand grandly, and instantly the vehicle was laden with food. Canned beef, cream biscuits, and wow ham. So much, Gulan exclaimed, hastily tearing open the packages and devouring the food with gusto. After satisfying her hunger, she patted her round belly and remarked, "Brother, when did you learn to perform magic?" "It is part of my abilities," he replied. "Oh, you're quite powerful now, aren't you? Are those people all following you?" Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. "That is splendid. At last, I can revel in being a young lady," she rejoiced. Gu Feng playfully flicked her forehead, teasing her fanciful thoughts. As they conversed, Guo Sijia and her companions approached. Gulan eagerly exited the vehicle and embraced Guo Sijia, overjoyed. Nearby, Li attempted to join in, but was promptly kicked away by Gulan, who playfully dismissed him. Li shrugged, laughing good-naturedly. Lu Jianxin stepped forward to Gu Feng and reported, "We have 32 lightly injured and 19 severely injured on our side, with no casualties. The recovery agents have been administered, and they're stable." Gu Feng gestured towards the group of survivors who had emerged alongside Gulan and inquired about their status. "There are only 36 left, including your sister, making it 37. However, 2 are severely injured, and if not treated promptly, they won't last long." Gu Feng handed Lu Jianxin 2 recovery agents, instructing him to distribute them. Lu Jianxin nodded in acceptance. After a while, a man resembling a leader emerged from the group of survivors, whispering to Gulan for some time. Feeling a bit awkward, Gulan brought the man before Gu Feng. Noticing her hesitance, Gu Feng encouraged her. "If there is something to discuss, speak freely." Could we obtain some of the mutated beast carcasses?" she asked shyly. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. The subject of mutated beast carcasses was particularly sensitive for him, as their evolution and strength relied heavily upon them. The man quickly added, "We only need 36 lower-tier mutated beasts." Curiously, Gu Feng asked, "What do you need the carcasses for?" The man's expression soured, assuming Gu Feng was feigning ignorance. Gulan, sensing the tension, chimed in, "Brother, you know better than to act oblivious. Mutated beast carcasses serve many purposes. Just look at the armor on your team and the bone swords in their hands. They all came from the mutated beasts." Gu Feng instinctively exclaimed, "You know about star cores?" "What star cores?" "Brother, stop pretending. Just help them out for my sake," she pleaded. "Answer my question first, and I shall assist them." "All right, dear brother, ask away." Ancient Wind inquired, "Where else have you encountered such weapons and armor?" "In the city. Many individuals wield these types of weapons, yet none possess the craftsmanship you exhibit." Ancient Wind further pressed for details regarding the origin of these weapons and the process by which they came into existence. With a look of exasperation, Ancient Lawn gazed at his brother, as if addressing a simpleton, and replied, "The first step is to slay the mutated beast. The second step involves skinning and deboning. The third step is to select the bones suitable for weapon crafting. The fourth step entails high-intensity processing and polishing, culminating in the final formation." Is that detailed enough for you? Chapter 38. Mobile Armory. Gu Feng suddenly realized that it had nothing to do with the Star Core. He continued to inquire, "What other uses do these have?" "That depends on the characteristics of the mutated beasts," came the reply. "For instance, some mutated beasts possess tough skin, which can be fashioned into armor. Others have bones that are harder than steel, making them suitable for weaponry, and some mutated beasts are even edible, serving as provisions. In short, their uses are manifold." Gu Feng wished to ask more, but Gulan, growing impatient, pointed at the bone swords and scale armors worn by the others and said, "Brother, don't you already know? Why are you asking me?" However, she quickly added, "By the way, how are your armors and weapons crafted? They seem so naturally formed, far superior to those ugly pieces in the city." Gu Feng diverted the topic and addressed the men. "As long as you have slain the mutated beasts yourselves, you may take whatever you wish. It is beyond our concern." The men gratefully nodded and departed cheerfully. Gu Feng found himself puzzled by their elation. But who wouldn't he be happy? Those provisions could sustain them for a week. Curious, Gu Feng asked, "What do you mean by a week?" "Brother, you're unaware. Before the disaster struck, City X was already under military control. Thus, when the calamity occurred, it did not inflict severe damage upon the city. However, the original rules were entirely shattered, and a new order and regulations were established. One such rule stipulates that all residents of City X, except for children under 14 and seniors over 65, must submit a fixed amount of supplies or the corpses of mutated beasts every week. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from the city. Gu Feng, perplexed, pondered. What if one has nothing and wishes to avoid being expelled? Then they must work for the military in exchange for supplies, just like me, Gulan remarked, tapping her steel helmet. You work for them? Gu Feng exclaimed. Let us not forget, I studied mechanical engineering. I'm quite skilled at repairing vehicles, even armored ones. Pointing at a pile of scrap metal that was once an armored vehicle by the roadside, Gu Feng asked, Is that vehicle of yours? Gulan pouted. It was tea like that just a moment ago. With a chuckle, Gulan playfully pinched Gu Feng, who did not shy away. The two siblings engaged in a light-hearted scuffle, while onlookers stifled their laughter, pretending not to notice. As the convoy resumed its journey, Gulan went to play with Guisijia and Nuanua, while Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin sat in one vehicle. Gu Feng shared the information he had gleaned from Gulan with Lu Jianxin, and as Lu processed the details, he closed his eyes to begin evaluating the spoils of their recent battle. 2 level 3 mutated beasts. For level 2 mutated beasts, 157 level 1 mutated beasts, and 161 primary mutated beasts were successfully acquired. Upon disassembly, he obtained 90 evolution agents, 40 recovery agents, 31 detoxification agents, 67 sets of scale armor, 50 bone swords, 40 bone shields for venomous daggers, 1 venomous whip, and 2 bottles of advanced evolution agents. The completion rate of the biological mech had reached 18%. The venomous Feng dagger and the poisonous whip were both acquired for the first time. Gu Feng took them out for inspection and discovered that the venomous Feng dagger bore an identical shape to the beast tooth dagger. Yet it was entirely enveloped in a blood-red hue, adorned with brownish spots, clearly indicating its lethal toxicity. The poisonous whip exhibited a dark crimson color, its body bristling with barbs, showcasing remarkable flexibility and elasticity, with the tip connected to a half-foot-long venomous Feng, provoking a shiver in those who beheld it. At this moment, Gu Feng resembled a veritable arsenal of weaponry. Even if each team member were to receive 2 sets, there would still be an abundance left over. Chapter 39. Entering City X, having meticulously organized all their belongings, Gu Feng exited the Star Core space and, opening his eyes, addressed Lu Jianxin. What do you believe our next course of action should be? Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and replied, Our intelligence is alarmingly scarce, both regarding the mutated beasts and the mutants themselves. From an intelligence perspective, City X represents our most advantageous option. Gu Feng concurred indeed. City X was already under military control prior to the disaster, which speaks volumes. Why mutations occurred, the situation in other provinces, the current state of other nations, and the future trajectory of humanity. All these remain pressing questions. I hope we can uncover some answers in City X. City X, the capital of Province X, boasted a population exceeding 7 million before the catastrophe. Following the disaster, the military's protection ensured that there was no significant loss of life, and the infrastructure remained largely intact. Thus, it can be said that City X is the only safe haven within Province X, making it the preferred refuge for many survivors. Each day, individuals from all directions flocked to City X, and within a mere fortnight, its population swelled to nearly 7.5 million. Such a significant influx of people inevitably leads to numerous challenges: food supply, water security, electricity provision, and housing shortages. Implementing military oversight and establishing new societal regulations is the most direct and effective approach. The ultimate goal is to minimize resource consumption while safeguarding the largest possible number of lives. At this moment, Gu Feng and his companions resembled rural newcomers. They marveled at the 3-kilometer deep barbed wire perimeter surrounding the city, exclaiming in awe. They gazed upon endless rows of artillery, astonished. They beheld the towering 10-meter-high, 7-meter-thick concrete walls, utterly amazed. City X has been transformed into a fortress, and Gu Feng and his companions could not help but reflect on the remarkable strength of humanity. Hello, please stop for inspection. A soldier halted their convoy. Gu Feng and his companions complied without hesitation. After the soldier conducted his inspection, he gestured towards a nearby window, instructing, "Please register over there and obtain your temporary identification." Gu Feng frowned, taken aback by the long queue for registration, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Glancing around for alternatives proved fruitless, so he resigned himself to standing in line. 3 hours later, Gu Feng finally received his temporary identification, a small printed card featuring his photograph in the upper left corner, while the remainder detailed: name, Gu Feng, gender, male, age, 24, occupation, martial arts instructor, mutation or evolution. Yes, ability, to be filled by awakened flying daggers. Gu Feng was not foolish enough to disclose the true nature of his abilities. At long last, they entered the city. The streets were devoid of vehicles, yet teeming with people. Vendors hawked their wares, some begged, others sat on the ground, and many wandered aimlessly, a vibrant yet chaotic scene. Gu Feng inquired via the intercom about where they might find accommodation. Currently, all housing is allocated by the military. You must first apply at the Housing Distribution Office. How does one reach the Housing Distribution Office? After turning right at the third intersection and continuing along the road, one will eventually arrive. Approximately 15 minutes later, an ancient-style convoy halted outside the entrance of the Housing Application Office, causing a stir and drawing the attention of the crowd. My goodness, so many vehicles. The crucial aspect, however, is not the cars but the fuel. Nowadays, gasoline is far more precious than the vehicles themselves. Just imagine the amount of fuel that must be consumed by such a large number of cars. The gasoline burned could sustain me in the city for at least 6 months. They are disembarking. They are disembarking. Good heavens, look at them. They are all clad in identical armor. How many mutated beasts must have been slain to gather such a collection? Hush, do not speak. They are approaching. It would be wise for us not to provoke this group, as we are certainly not their match. Chapter 40. I truly am. The ancient figure of Gu Feng cast a peculiar glance at the shimmering scales adorning the individuals around him. Indeed, they were rather dazzling. The Housing Application Office was also bustling with a queue. Upon inquiring with Gulan, he learned that one could not delegate the application process to another, leaving Gu Feng with no choice but to patiently join the line with over 150 team members. Just as Gu Feng positioned himself behind a middle-aged man, the latter began scratching his head and exclaimed, "Oh, it seems I've left something at the entrance. I must go retrieve it." With that, he departed. Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, believing his luck had turned. He took a step forward in the line. In front of him stood a young man in his 20s, and no sooner had Gu Feng settled than the young man suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "Oh, my stomach hurts terribly. I need to use the restroom." Gu Feng began to feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that his fortune was truly on the rise? Then came another voice. "Oh no, I've lost my wallet. I must go look for it." And off ran yet another person. At this point, even the dullest of minds would grasp the situation. With over 100 comrades standing behind him, who would dare to stand in front of him? Next was a young girl wearing a duckbill cap, visibly flustered. I, my wallet, no. My stomach is hurting too. I need to." Gu Feng, exasperated, blurted out, "You cannot leave." The girl jumped in surprise, too frightened to look back, standing rigidly in place. After a while, she burst into tears. Gu Feng was taken aback. What was happening? Had she cried out of fright? Just as he was about to inquire, he heard her sobbing, "Woo-woo. I truly need to." Gu Feng scratched his head, puzzled. "What do you truly need?" "Woo, I really need to go to the restroom. Woo. I can't hold it any longer. Woo." Gu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. "Ahem, I'm sorry. Please go quickly. Woo. I've held it too long. I can't walk. Woo." Gu Feng cursed himself 100 times in his heart. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Let me carry you." The girl nodded vigorously. Gu Feng bent down and scooped the girl into his arms, sprinting toward the restroom, with Li Junlan following closely behind. Once Gu Feng had run a distance away, the team members behind erupted into laughter. Some clutched their stomachs, others squatted down, and Li He, the most exaggerated of all, fell to the ground, laughing so hard he struggled to breathe. Even Lu Jianxin, typically aloof, chuckled heartily before finally composing himself. Meanwhile, Gu Feng reached the restroom entrance but faced a dilemma. The girl couldn't walk, and he couldn't enter the ladies' room. Fortunately, Li Junlan arrived just in time to assist the girl inside. When the girl emerged, Gu Feng apologized profusely, but she merely lowered her head, her face flushed, and said nothing. Upon returning to the housing application office, Gu Feng resumed his original position, while the girl scurried to the end of the line. Gu Feng stepped out and pulled the girl from the back of the queue to their previous spot. She whispered a soft thank you, which eased Gu Feng's heart somewhat. At long last, it was the girl's turn. The clerk inquired, "Is there anyone?" She replied, "Do you have any supplies or mutated beast corpses?" The girl hesitated, "No, none at all." "What about weapons and equipment?" She stammered, "No, none either. I apologize, but you are permitted to reside only in the shantytown. The first week is complimentary. However, should you possess nothing after that week, you will be evicted from X City. Do you understand?" The girl nodded. The official continued, "Very well. Please provide me with your identification, and I shall issue you a residence permit for the shantytown." Suddenly, Gu Feng interjected, "I beg your pardon, but wait. She has left something with me." Chapter 41. No, I apologize. Gu Feng, with a gentle tone, handed a piece of exquisite scale armor to the office clerk, who appeared taken aback by its beauty and stood in a daze for a moment before cautiously accepting it. "Please hold on. We need to verify it with the machine." Gu Feng responded cheerfully, "All right." As the clerk turned to leave, the girl suddenly realized, "That's not mine. It's yours." Gu Feng emphasized. The clerk, bewildered by their exchange, listened as Gu Feng explained, "She is just throwing a tantrum. Please hurry and get it verified. There are many others waiting." The clerk, assuming they were a couple, chuckled and took the armor for verification. The girl turned, tilting her head to look at Gu Feng. "I don't want if it's not mine." At this moment, Gu Feng finally observed her features beneath the brim of her cap. A delicate face with gentle contours and finely crafted features, a visage that should inspire affection, yet marred by a ghastly scar that stretched from her forehead to her cheek, coupled with her fragile yet resolute gaze. It stirred within Gu Feng a profound urge to protect her. "This isn't a mere gift for you. Do you see that mischievous child over there?" Gu Feng pointed to No, who was playing wildly in the distance. The girl nodded in confusion. Gu Feng continued, "That child is quite the handful. Her mother struggles to manage alone. I am hiring you to help look after her. Rest assured, this is not charity. You will be quite busy attending to her needs, cooking, laundry, all the basics. And just between us, despite being 5, she still has accidents at night, so it will be quite a challenge." The girl still regarded Gu Feng with skepticism. "Trust me, with your circumstances, who would harbor any ill intentions towards you?" The girl recalled the scar on her face and thought, "Indeed, what is there to fear?" She nodded in agreement. Gu Feng felt a weight lift from his heart, silently apologizing to No for the bedwetting situation. "I don't even know your name yet." "Muchio," she replied. "I am Gu Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you, Muchio." Muchio shyly nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, resembling a startled lamb. After a brief moment, the office clerk returned with a middle-aged man. The man exuded an air of authority, striding with confidence. He extended his hand to Gu Feng, saying, "Hello, I am Lu Zhe, the general supervisor here." Gu Feng politely replied, "Hello, I'm Gu Feng." Lu Zhe observed the more than 100 team members behind Gu Feng, all clad in identical scale armor. "Are they all together?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "Perfect. You need not wait in line. Please step aside for a moment." Gu Feng, appreciating Lu Zhe's courteous demeanor, did not hesitate. He led the team, accompanied by Muchio, through a back door and upstairs. Lu Zhe arranged for the team to be seated in a spacious conference room, ensuring tea and snacks were provided. He then took Gu Feng into an office. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhe got straight to the point. "How is your scale armor made? Could you enlighten me?" "Well, it's made just like that," Gu Feng replied. Lu Zhe stated, "I will speak frankly. Every day, soldiers are falling on the front lines. The existing bulletproof vests offer inadequate protection against the assaults of mutated beasts. We have crafted similar armors, yet their resistance to pressure and penetration pales in comparison to yours. In order to ensure the survival of more soldiers, I must pose this question, even at the cost of my own pride." Chapter 42. Weapon Inspection. Gu Feng listened to Lu Zhe's words with genuine respect. Yet he truly did not possess the knowledge of how to create the scale armor. Lu Zhe, thinking Gu Feng was reluctant to divulge the information, expressed his disappointment. I shall refrain from speaking of humanity's survival or the greater good of our nation. Just tell me what you need, and I can exchange anything for it. Gu Feng felt like a petty person. It was not that he wished to withhold information, but rather that he genuinely did not know. To express his regret, he offered to provide 500 pieces as a gift. Lu Zhe sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. Is that true? Are they identical to the one you previously showed? Indeed, and I assure you of their quality. If any are found to be defective, I will compensate tenfold. Lu Zhe grasped Gu Feng's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you immensely. I speak on behalf of the soldiers fighting on the front lines. Gu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even after giving away 500 pieces, he would still have over 300 left, which seemed excessive. However, he remembered the need to pay rent. By the way, what kind of accommodation can one rent with a single piece of? That depends on the duration of the rental. With one piece of, you could reside in a shanty town for 6 months, in affordable housing for 3 months, in a residential community for 1 month, in a luxury hotel for 10 days, or in a villa for a week. Gu Feng's expression transformed dramatically. He felt a rush of glee, excitement, and restraint all at once. He had always believed himself to be destitute, only to realize now that he was, in fact, a man of considerable means. Wait a moment, Gu Feng said as he composed himself. Without giving Lu Zhe a chance to react, he dashed out of the room. Lu Zhe intended to follow, curious about what was happening, but Gu Feng returned, now holding a bone sword, a bone shield, and a beast-tooth knife. Lu Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you performed magic? Gu Feng did not respond, but instead inquired, can you make use of these items? Just by observing their quality, Lu Zhe was certain they were extraordinary. However, exercising caution, he replied, we need to verify their authenticity. Follow me. Gu Feng accompanied Lu Zhe to a temporary laboratory, where a man in a white coat and goggles was operating a collision machine, striking a mannequin clad in. Gu Feng recognized it was the very piece he had handed to the clerk initially. With a resounding crash, the mannequin was hurled against the wall, causing the plaster to crumble. The man in the white coat rushed forward to remove and assess the damage to the mannequin. My goodness! With a force of 1,500 newtons, the mannequin remains unscathed. This is truly a masterpiece. Let me increase the force and see its limits. The man prepared to operate the machine again. Lu Zhe quickly called out to Xiao Wang. Wait. First, please help me authenticate these 3 items. Only then did the man in the white coat notice Gu Feng and Lu Zhe. After a brief introduction among the 3, Xiao Wang began his work. 3 identical mechanical arms held a military knife, a bone sword, and a beast-tooth knife, respectively, with sheets of paper of identical thickness placed beneath them. Xiao Wang activated the switch, and the mechanical arms descended simultaneously, the 3 blades striking at once. Upon deactivating the robotic arm, Xiao Wang retrieved the sheets of paper and, after a meticulous count, remarked, under identical force, the military knife severed 242 sheets. The bone sword cleaved through 821 sheets, and the beast-tooth knife cut through 1355 sheets. Following this, the weapons underwent a strength assessment. With all 3 instruments securely positioned before the impact machine, the military knife began to deform under an impact force of 800 newtons, whereas both the bone sword and the beast-tooth knife remained intact even at a staggering 3,000 newtons. Chapter 43. Moving into the villa at last. The bone shield was introduced. It was remarkably lightweight, weighing over 40 pounds less than the ballistic shield. Once the ballistic shield and bone shield were secured, Xiao Wang commenced a series of fire tests with a variety of firearms, including pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, heavy sniper rifles, and individual grenade launchers. The ballistic shield succumbed to the fire from a standard sniper rifle, while the bone shield endured until it faced the individual grenade launcher before it was finally destroyed. As the saying goes, one cannot appreciate the pain without comparison. Lu Zhe's expression fluctuated. However, Gu Feng silently reveled in delight, affirming that the StarCore products were indeed of superior quality. Lu Zhe inquired, how many of these items do you possess? If we gather them together, we can muster around 1 to 200, Gu Feng replied. Lu Zhe's expression dimmed slightly, While 1 to 200 seemed somewhat insufficient, he hesitated. Wait. Gu Feng interrupted Lu Zhe, stating, I meant 1 to 200 of each type. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Lu Zhe, a middle-aged man, nearly leapt in joy. Hold your excitement. These are not being given away for free. As you can see, we have over 150 people. I wouldn't ask for much. How about 1 villa per person? Quite a fair deal. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Zhe's lips twitched as he cast an odd glance at Gu Feng. You must not have lived in a villa before. Each villa can accommodate at least 5 to 10 people. 1 for each of us. How can you even suggest that? Furthermore, I do not possess 150 villas. At most, I can provide you with 30. The duration of your stay will depend on the specific number of weapons you surrender. Glancing at the stock of weapons in the Star Core space, Gu Feng stated, I can give you precise numbers. 300 sets of scale armor, 800 bone swords, 200 bone shields, and 50 beast-tooth knives. Lu Zhe hastily asked, Are these 300 sets of scale armor separate from the 500 sets being gifted? Rest assured, I am not as stingy as you. With a smile, Lu Zhe produced paper and pen, scribbling before declaring, 30 villas for a stay of 6 months. Agreed. To maintain discretion, Gu Feng descended alone and entered the truck's compartment. When he emerged, the once empty truck was now brimming with weapons and equipment. Only then did Gu Feng allow Lu Zhe to bring people for inventory and transportation. After the weapons were transferred, they successfully obtained the addresses and keys. Half an hour later, a grand convoy finally arrived at the villa district. Gazing at the exquisite villas, everyone was filled with anticipation. The distribution of rooms, settling in, cleaning, and organizing kept them busy until afternoon. Gu Feng, Lu Jianxin, Li He Do Tao, and San Gu shared 1 villa, while Guisijia, Li Junlan, Jiyu, Mu Qiu, Nuanua, and Woman occupied the adjacent villa. Just as Gu Feng finished organizing his belongings, Gu Lan stormed in, fuming. Brother, you are being quite inconsiderate. You moved into a villa without inviting me. I don't care. I want to move in too. Gu Feng rubbed his nose. You said you had urgent matters to attend to and left first. Now you come to blame me. Just let me live here. I've never stayed in a villa. All right. I've saved a room for you right next door. I knew you cared for me. Thank you, brother. Dinner's ready, came Guisijia's voice from downstairs. As Gu Feng descended the stairs, he observed that Li He and the others had already begun their meal. Each person had a bowl of steaming noodles, accompanied by steamed buns and various side dishes, all appearing quite delectable. Gu Feng turned to Guisijia and inquired, Did you prepare this? Guisijia replied, The female team members all contributed. With over 100 people to feed, I could not possibly manage it alone. Their efforts are commendable. Once we finish our meal, let's take a stroll. It is time for everyone to unwind. Gulan volunteered, I shall serve as your guide. Suddenly, Gu Feng recalled a pressing concern. It seems we might be short on funds. Chapter 44. The redemption of points cards. Gu Lan swallowed the bun in his mouth and remarked, There are 2 ways to purchase items now, bartering or using points cards. Lu Jianxin, intrigued, pondered whether a new economic system had indeed been established. How remarkable. Gu Lan noted that, asserting, although it is not yet perfect, it has already taken shape. How does one acquire a points card? Gu Feng inquired. By bringing materials or the carcasses of mutated beasts to the redemption center for exchange, Gulan explained. Where's your points card? Let me see it. Gu Feng said to Gulan. Gulan chuckled awkwardly. Point cards are quite expensive. I typically resort to bartering. You poor soul, unable to afford a points card. Gu Feng teased with a smirk. What did you say? Gulan retorted, puffing up his cheeks in indignation. Oh dear, are you abandoning the villa? Not planning to go shopping either? Gu Feng replied, feigning arrogance. Gulan's expression immediately drooped, and he grasped Gu Feng's arm, pleading, Don't, brother. I came here to seek refuge with you. Tell me, who is the most handsome person in the world? Gu Feng proclaimed with pride. Brother, please don't. We are still good siblings. Gulan urged. Hurry up, who is the most handsome? Brother, if you cast me out, I shall have no choice but to wander the streets. Laughter erupted among the group. A truck laden with food came to a halt at the entrance of the redemption center, inciting a commotion. My heavens, so much food. This could sustain at least 50,000 people. Another truck is arriving. Cooking oil. It's cooking oil. Oh my, how wonderful. I haven't seen any for 7 days. And yet another truck. Goodness, this one is filled with delicious items. Ham, canned goods, sausages, bread. Have they transported a supermarket here? I can't bear to look any longer. I'm salivating. 3 trucks of supplies, all brought by Gu Feng, were indeed impressive. According to Gulan, food was a hard currency, more valuable than gold, prompting Gu Feng to prepare these provisions. However, it seemed substantial, yet amounted to less than a third of the supplies stored in the Star Core space. Over 100 staff members at the Redemption Center were deployed, taking half an hour to count the items before respectfully informing Gu Feng the inventory has been completed. The total value converted into points is 1,760,000. After deducting the points card cost of 10,000, you will receive a points card worth 1,750,000. How does one utilize this points card? Gu Feng inquired. This points card can both accumulate and distribute points, akin to the former mobile payment applications. The only condition is that the 2 points cards must not be more than half a meter apart. Quite convenient. Then please provide me with 150 points cards and distribute the remaining points evenly across all the cards. Are you certain? 150 points cards? Gu Feng felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, as the leader, he gritted his teeth and affirmed his decision. Very well, sir. Your total points amount to 1,760,000. After deducting the cost of 1,500,000, you are left with 360,000 points, which are to be distributed across 150 point cards, yielding 2,400 points per card. Very well, sir. Please keep them safe. Although they are referred to as point cards, they resemble the USB security tokens previously utilized by banks. A box filled to the brim with 150 cards. As Gu Feng clutched the box, he handed out the point cards to his team members and remarked, "There isn't much to divide, so make do with what you have." "Thank you, Captain," the others chorused. "All right, you may disperse now. Go wherever you wish to play. Just remember, do not engage in anything that would betray your conscience." "Understood, Captain." Chapter 45. Summary of City X. After the crowd dispersed, Gulan remarked with an unusual expression, "Brother, you may be unaware of the current prices." "What do you mean?" Gu Feng inquired. "To put it simply, a meal in the city now costs at most 1 point, and it is quite a decent meal." So 2,400 points is already quite substantial. Indeed, it is an exorbitant amount, equivalent to over 200,000 in the past. Enough already, my tooth aches. What is wrong, brother? If I were to tell you that I spent 150,000 points on purchasing cards, how would you advise me? Brother, congratulations. In the past, that would amount to 150 million. Are you trying to counsel me? The streets remained unchanged, yet the scenery and the people had undergone a complete transformation. Gulan explained that the fuel in the entire City X was critically scarce, with trees previously planted for greenery now felled for firewood. Electricity and water were also supplied on a limited schedule. The primary source of food came from the meat of mutated beasts, with grains provided as a limited side dish. Encountering vegetables in a meal was considered a luxurious feast. Despite the bustling streets, everyone was preoccupied. To survive in the city, many individuals worked for the military, constructing fortifications, renovating houses, and transporting supplies, receiving certain resources or points in return. Others organized search teams to venture out for supplies or to gather intelligence, trading these for residency rights. Some even formed teams specifically to hunt mutated beasts, exchanging the carcasses for living privileges. In essence, everyone sought their own means to acquire resources and points to secure their place in City X. The city utilized these resources to bolster defenses, ensuring the safety of its inhabitants. City X operated like a colossal machine, maintaining its function in its own distinctive manner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, power was cut off throughout the city, leaving only a ring of searchlights on the city walls to monitor the movements of mutated beasts beyond. The sounds of gunfire occasionally echoed, a familiar occurrence for the residents. Within the central office building of City X, an elderly man with graying hair scrutinized a lengthy report under the flickering candlelight. The candle cast wavering shadows, deepening the aura of wisdom surrounding him. Upon finishing the report, he pinched the bridge of his nose and raised his head, stating, "All 150 individuals are mutants. Have you confirmed this?" From the darkness emerged a slightly hoarse voice. "We have verified with witnesses. it is indeed true. The elder inquired. Have the quantities of weapons and supplies been verified as well? Yes, it has been confirmed. Then this is puzzling. The hoarse voice questioned, is there an issue? The elder replied, the number of vehicles does not add up. The voice, now more perplexed, asked the number of vehicles. The elder elucidated, with such an abundance of supplies. At least 4 trucks would be required for transport, yet the report states they had only 3. How, then, did they manage to bring in excess supplies? A brief silence enveloped the room. The elder gestured towards the telephone on the table, instructing to call the duty room and inquire who inspected the inbound vehicles today. A delicate, porcelain-like hand emerged from the shadows, reaching for the receiver. Hello, this is the General Staff Headquarters. Who conducted the inspection of the vehicles entering the city today? Yes, please summon them to the phone immediately, without delay. The registration is under Feng. How many trucks are there? What are they carrying? What? Empty? Are you certain? Very well, understood. Chapter 46. The shanty town. Upon hanging up the phone, a hoarse voice remarked, I have confirmed that the 3 trucks entered the city empty. The elder suddenly chuckled and inquired, pray tell, how do they transport the supplies into the city? By eliminating all impossibilities and considering their identities as mutants. The only remaining explanation is that some among them possess spatial abilities. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, spatial abilities hold immense significance for the entire City X. Let's arrange a meeting for tomorrow. Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Feng mused, how intriguing. Flying daggers. How amusing. Laughter erupted from the elder in the darkness. Meanwhile, Feng sneezed twice in succession. Can one still catch a cold after evolving? Shaking his head, he prepared to ascend the stairs for a night's rest. When unexpectedly, Li Junlan and Do Tao entered together, their expressions suggesting they had just had a heated argument. Junlan, please remain calm. There is no need for this, Do Tao urged in a hushed tone. Yet, Li Junlan vehemently retorted, no need? After everything that has happened, how can you say that? Feng was drawn in by their exchange, and upon noticing Feng approaching, Do Tao hastily fell silent, lowering his head to stand aside. What has transpired? Feng inquired. Li Junlan was about to speak when Feng interrupted. Do Tao, you tell me. Do Tao stammered for a while, before finally confessing. A few team members went off in search of women. Feng's countenance darkened instantly, coldly demanding, where are they now? Do Tao quickly attempted to placate him. Captain, you don't understand the situation. Please calm down. Now, take me to them immediately. Feng interrupted icily. Do Tao, resigned, sealed his lips and led Feng outside. The shantytown, as the name suggests, consisted of a few simple steel pipes and branches supporting a tattered cloth, with bricks weighing it down. This constituted a makeshift shelter. Each shelter represented a household, with a bed occupying half the space, while the other half was crammed with various odds and ends. Outside the shelters lay a narrow passageway, bustling with people, overcrowded and reeking of foul mud. Do Tao guided Feng through the passageway with difficulty. Please, give me something to eat. I beg you, just a morsel. Have a heart. Please, share something, anything. I don't want any thrown out, I implore you. A disheveled woman stuffed mud into the mouth of a plastic doll, imploring, oh dear child, why aren't you eating? Hurry, or someone else will take it from you. Feng could proceed no further, tears welling up in his eyes against his will. Do Tao gently patted his shoulder, saying, sometimes it is simply beyond our control. Even when we know it's wrong, we feel powerless to change it. Just look at those women. They lack the ability and strength, and the army has no use for them. Sending them out to hunt mutated beasts is even more implausible. To avoid being cast aside, to survive, some sacrifices must be made. Indeed, it is a disgrace to speak of such matters with such ostentation. One may feign ignorance and remain detached. Yet those individuals linger on the precipice of death, and one cannot strip them of even their final struggle for life. Uncle, my father is asleep, and no matter how I call, he does not awaken. Could you please help me rouse him? Implored a small boy, clutching Feng's leg. Feng gently parted the curtain, revealing a corpse already tinged with blue. He fought back tears as he lifted the boy into his arms. Your father is simply exhausted. Let him rest peacefully. Shall we not disturb him? The little boy nodded earnestly. Yes, my father has worked so hard, carrying me for many days to reach here. Gu Feng turned his head away, tears cascading like a breached dam. Do Tao, there is no need to continue. Return home. Half an hour later, 3 trucks laden with supplies entered the shanty town, akin to a single droplet of water falling into a vast desert. Chapter 47. Parting ways. No one is born a hero, embodying the grand ideals of saving the nation or its people. These notions are merely fanciful aspirations for ordinary individuals, reminiscent of the ancients. In the realm of reality, everyone is preoccupied with their own modest pursuits. Who has the capacity to concern themselves with others? Those in favorable circumstances may extend a helping hand to the less fortunate, while those less fortunate simply turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. Gu Feng, representing the fortunate, could not remain indifferent. He dispatched 3 trucks of supplies in the evening and sent another 3 the following morning. The remaining provisions in the Star Core space would sustain the team for merely 2 weeks. Yet Gu Feng felt at peace with his conscience. Upon rising, Gu Feng practiced his abilities for a short while until Guisijia brought breakfast. After their meal, Gu Feng summoned all core members for a meeting. As the captain, he spoke first. Now that we have a basic understanding of City X, I would like to hear your thoughts. Li He chimed in, I have no particular opinions. Gu, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. I will follow you. Do not think of casting me aside. His youthful candor elicited laughter among the group, and no one held it against him. He had only just turned 18 and appeared to them as a younger brother who had just begun to understand the world. Once the laughter subsided, Gu Feng continued, although I am the captain, I cannot strip you of your right to choose. To survive in City X, there are 2 paths. The first is to join the military or work for them. The second is to venture out to gather supplies and hunt mutated beasts. Joining the military offers relative safety and a more stable life, albeit with lesser rewards. Conversely, gathering supplies entails constant peril, yet the potential gains are substantial. After Gu Feng concluded, the group began to murmur among themselves while he patiently awaited their decisions. Captain, I wish to remain in the city. I no longer wish to live in fear. Another spoke up. Captain, I will follow your lead. My life is yours. Whatever you choose, I shall follow. As the members expressed their intentions, Gu Feng turned to Gu and Sangu, instructing them. Please tally the numbers and see how many wish to stay in the city and how many wish to venture out. After a brief interval, Gu returned with the results. 43 wish to remain within the city. The rest wish to accompany you. Gu Feng nodded and addressed the 43. All gatherings must eventually disperse. I respect your choices. Please come to me later to collect your supplies. You may reside in the villa for another 6 months. But after that, you must find your own way. Captain, I'm sorry, Captain. You will always be my captain. I will never forget you. Captain Do Tao stood and bowed deeply to Gu Feng. You know, I was a soldier before becoming a police officer. I wish to return to my original profession. Gu Feng, his expression tinged with sadness, nodded and forced a smile. It's all right. We remain brothers, forever brothers. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. The midday farewell banquet was exceptionally lavish, accompanied by an abundance of wine, leading the guests to indulge until they were utterly inebriated before dispersing. Do Tao, along with 43 team members, relocated to the 8 villas on the outskirts, marking the beginning of their separate paths. Gu Feng also succumbed to intoxication, sleeping soundly until the afternoon. In truth, he had hardly eaten during the lunch, having filled his stomach solely with alcohol. Now, as the effects of the drink faded, he found himself ravenously hungry. Chapter 48. Noodles at the door. Guisijia prepared the beloved oil-splashed noodles for Gu Feng, who promptly squatted at the entrance of the villa, holding a bowl larger than his own face, slurping away with fervor. Before long, Lu Jinxin joined him, also squatting with a bowl in hand. You know, eating noodles while squatting is quite enjoyable. Slurp. Gu Feng, with his mouth stuffed to the brim, could only glare at Lu Jinxin, mentally critiquing. Why don't you just bring the pot? That's not a bowl. It's practically a basin. Lu Jinxin, as if reading Gu Feng's thoughts, reassured him. There's still more in the pot. At that, Gu Feng shifted his gaze. As the two relished their meal, a large truck rumbled by, kicking up clouds of dust as it halted in front of the opposite villa. The duo hurriedly shielded their bowls, but the size of the bowls proved futile. Just as Gu Feng was about to curse, he spotted Lu Zhe descending from the truck. Gu Feng raised his hand in greeting, but Lu Zhe, upon noticing him, appeared momentarily stunned before adopting a serious demeanor, pretending not to see them and continuing to unload his belongings. Gu Feng muttered, "Is he blind? Or are we just too ostentatious?" Lu Jianxin replied, "It's us who are too ostentatious." Gu Feng wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that city dwellers had likely never witnessed the carefree and unrestrained manner in which rural folk dined at their doorstep. The two resumed their noodle feast without further ado. Suddenly, another car approached, prompting Gu Feng to exclaim, "Lu Zhe, you scoundrel, how long will this continue?" Lu Zhe, caught off guard while unloading, nearly collapsed, coughing, "I'm deaf. I didn't hear a thing." The car came to a stop, and three elegantly dressed individuals emerged, exuding an air of distinction. An elderly man with white hair spotted Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin, his eyes lighting up as he approached. Oil-splashed noodles. Do prepare a bowl for me, with extra chili." Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin were taken aback. The elderly man continued, "What's this? Not even a bowl of noodles for your new neighbor?" In that moment, Gu Feng deduced that this elder must be a high-ranking official from X city, considering Lu Zhe's willingness to assist him. With an awkward smile, Gu Feng called out, "Sijia, another bowl of oil-splashed noodles with extra chili." "Got it," Sijia replied. The sizzling sound of hot oil being poured over chili powder wafted through the air, enticingly aromatic. Sijia handed the noodles to the elder and addressed the young man and woman accompanying him. "Would you like some? There's more inside." The woman, clearly disdainful, scoffed. "No." The man, however, was more courteous. "Thank you, but there's no need to trouble you further." Sijia smiled and returned indoors. The elderly gentleman, bowl in hand, squatted down and slurped even louder than Gu Feng. The young woman hurried to the car, bringing back a chair and placing it beside the elder. "Grandpa, sit and eat. Squatting is so uncomfortable." The elder waved her off. "No need. Squatting is far more enjoyable." Gu Feng nodded in agreement. City dwellers rarely understand this. The woman shot a glance at Gu Feng before returning the chair to its original position. After the three had finished their noodles, the elderly man turned to Gu Feng and his companion, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality. "I have no gifts to offer as a neighbor, but would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Consider it a chance to engage this old man in conversation. It seemed there was something amiss. Gu Feng mused and nodded in agreement. Chapter 49. Ancient Style and Antiquity in the Time It Takes to Enjoy a Bowl of Noodles. Lu Zhe had meticulously arranged the villa, adorning it with traditional Chinese redwood furniture complemented by exquisite ink paintings, rendering the entire residence steeped in antiquity and charm. As a few individuals settled into their seats, the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. "Speaking of ancient style, it's rather fortuitous. My surname is Gu, so you may refer to me as Gu Lao," the elder remarked, sipping his tea. "Gu Lao, I wonder what business compels you to make this trip personally?" Gu Feng inquired directly. "Ha ha ha." The youth is quite impatient. "I shall not beat around the bush. X City is in need of you, or more precisely, your unique abilities." Gu Feng was taken aback. Could it be that they had uncovered the secret of the Star Core? Tentatively, Gu Feng responded, "My flying daggers are indeed precise, but they are not significantly superior to bullets. I am perplexed as to what X City requires from me. Concealment may be prudent, yet when a ship capsizes and lives are lost, what meaning does it hold to hide until the end?" Gu Feng remained skeptical. Such a substantial vessel could not simply overturn at will. "You have just boarded. You are not the captain. Hence you are unaware of how many leaks lie beneath the surface and the magnitude of those breaches," Gu Lao said, a frown creasing his face. "Then let us patch the leaks. With so many people, surely we can find the necessary planks," Gu Feng retorted. Gu Lao shook his head. "To repair the ship, one must find suitable planks. Some leaks can be sealed with mere wooden boards, but others require iron plates." "So, am I the iron plate you seek?" Gu Feng queried. "No," Gu Lao replied. "You are not the iron plate. You are the furnace that forges iron." The elder's words left Gu Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting a self-deprecating laugh. "Your spatial abilities can resolve many issues. Gu Feng then realized that the other party must have discovered the surplus supplies on the truck, deducing his spatial powers. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng said, "However, I am quite accustomed to freedom and do not relish being constrained." Gu Lao, amused internally, recognized that this was a negotiation. As long as discussions were underway, they had already achieved half their success. Yet, being a seasoned elder, he could not allow a brash youth to make unreasonable demands. Suddenly, his authoritative presence surged forth as he sternly proclaimed, "Am I to understand that you are seeking power?" Being still young, Gu Feng quickly clarified, "I can assist you in accomplishing your task, but your personnel must not participate in the operation, nor interfere in any manner. The rewards and points acquired upon completion should be substantial. This is not unreasonable, is it?" "Agreed, it is settled." Gu Lao responded affirmatively, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In that instant, Gu Feng realized he had been outmaneuvered and inwardly cursed the cunning old fox. He hastily added, "Moreover, I should have the freedom to recruit personnel within the city without your obstruction." Gu Lao chuckled. "Even better, this will also address the issue of idle population." Neither party foresaw that Gu Lao's casual agreement would sow the seeds of turmoil for X city in the days to come. After reaching an agreement, the elder nodded towards the man beside him, who retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Gu Feng. Upon examining it, Gu Feng noted that it read, "Chief Staff Officer of the General Staff Department, Gu Feng." "Ah, you have even prepared a credential. How confident you must be that I will acquiesce," Gu Feng remarked with a hint of irony. The elder chuckled in response, saying, "Initially, I had little confidence, but upon learning that you dispatched 6 trucks of supplies to the slums, I became certain you would comply." Gu Feng could not help but admire the elder's wisdom. Indeed, experience often trumps youth. Chapter 50. Team grouping. Gu Feng played with the credentials, curiously inquiring, "Is this gentleman beside you of a higher rank?" Gula glanced at the man next to him and replied, "You are of equal rank." "Huh, then I must express my gratitude. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Gula cautioned, "I will have someone deliver the task to you." "Understood." After Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin departed, the woman beside Gula suddenly remarked, "Grandfather, how could you grant him such authority so readily? What if he turns out to be a fraud?" A man on the other side interjected, "Ching, trust grandfather. He never misjudges people. But Brother Juntai, look at his nonchalant demeanor. He hardly seems capable. I must test him." Gula thundered, "Nonsense." Ching quickly stood at attention, refraining from further protest, though her beautiful eyes betrayed her discontent. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin returned to the villa and gathered the remaining team members, relaying the recent developments to them. "And that is how I inexplicably became some sort of advisor." "Brother, you've entered the ranks of authority. Quickly, let me see your credentials." Gulan exclaimed, snatching the document from Gu Feng. "Indeed, it's true." "Enough, it's merely a nominal position. Do not stir up trouble," Gu Feng said, ushering Gulan upstairs. He continued, "Even without this matter, I would have ventured out of the city next week. Our supplies are dwindling. At last, we can embark on a significant undertaking. Indeed, I feel nearly suffocated here in City X." "Quite so. The entire vicinity is encircled by concrete walls, rendering it invisible, resembling a vast prison." Gu Feng declared, "All right, since there are no objections, the next topic for discussion is how to enhance our team as combat effectiveness. Jianxin, please take the floor." Lu Jianxin glanced at his notes and stated, "I have conferred with the captain, and we have identified 2 major issues. First, a lack of trust and cooperation among team members. Second, the organization is disjointed, with individuals acting independently. To address the first issue, starting today, all team members will eat, live, and train together to foster mutual understanding and trust. To resolve the second issue, we will categorize the team based on their unique abilities into assault teams, strike teams, long-range strike teams, and logistics teams. The assault team will focus on direct attacks, requiring strength and defensive members. The strike team will support and reap the benefits, necessitating speed and offensive members. The long-range strike team will provide firepower suppression, needing those skilled in firearms and long-range output. And the logistics team will handle medical care and support, requiring attentive and responsible members. Each group must not only cooperate with one another, but also ensure that individual members can work together seamlessly. For instance, a member from the assault team, a member from the strike team, a member from the long-range strike team, and a member from the logistics team can form a compact combat unit. Upon their return to their respective teams, these 4 members will collaborate seamlessly, forming a formidable combat unit. Each member must demonstrate the ability to cooperate within their small teams, as well as across the larger unit. Do you understand? Indeed. My goodness. Just hearing this is enough to ignite one's passion. Ha! With this, our combat strength is bound to be exceptionally formidable. I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 51. List of group leaders. Feng cleared his throat, and the crowd gradually fell silent once more. Jianxin, please continue. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and proclaimed, "Next, I shall announce the roster of group leaders who will be responsible for their respective teams. The leader of the assault team is Li He. The leader of the strike team is Ji Yu. The leader of the long-range assault team is Li Junlan. The leader of the logistics team is San Ge. The deputy leaders are Guisijia and myself, Lu Jianxin, and the captain is Feng." Following Jianxin's announcement, there were no objections from the crowd, as the prowess of the group leaders was well recognized. Feng continued from Jianxin's statement. With the departure of 43 members, our team now consists of 105 individuals. Therefore Uncle, you miscalculated. There's also me and Sister Wenwen. Oh, and Sister Muchio. Oh no, and Sister Gulan too. No exclaimed, counting on her fingers. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Feng, exasperated, replied, All right, I'll include all of you." With a serious expression, Feng continued, "Now, our team is down to 109 members. We, over 100 strong, will face thousands of mutated beasts once we leave this city. Is this number sufficient? I believe it is not. Therefore, during these days, we must not only train but also seek out apprentices." He emphasized that each member should find one, including himself. As for the qualities of the apprentices, I have 3 requirements. First, they must be principled individuals. Second, they must be trustworthy. And third, they must be capable of keeping secrets. I trust that everyone here has experienced betrayal and deceit, so we must exercise caution. Furthermore, all apprentices found must serve as reserve members until they have passed my scrutiny to become official team members. Is that clear? Clear. The team members replied in unison. Feng then inquired, "Does anyone have any questions?" "Captain, earlier Deputy Lu Jianxin mentioned that all team members will eat, live, and sleep together. I have no objections, but I wonder if the female members have any thoughts on this." Haha. Indeed. Do the female members have any objections? Cool. Families. You just love to talk. The group erupted into laughter. Cough, cough. All male members will sleep on the first floor, while female members will sleep on the upper floor. Upon hearing this, the male members sighed in dismay, while the female members burst into laughter. After the chaotic grouping, the next order of business was the distribution of weapons. Feng laid out all the weapons in the hall, allowing everyone to select based on their unique abilities and respective teams. Feng personally handed the poison whip to Ji Yu, saying, "This weapon complements your abilities splendidly." Ji Yu responded with a charming smile. "Are you certain you're not looking for something more risky?" Feng's face flushed as he stammered, "You're thinking too much." Once everyone had chosen their weapons, Feng awkwardly realized that the long-range assault team lacked sufficient firepower. The group promptly decided to procure more supplies. All team members mobilized, with the long-range assault team responsible for selecting suitable firearms, while the other teams ventured forth in search of apprentices. Upon hearing that they were going shopping, Gulan hurriedly dashed down from upstairs, insisting on tagging along. With no choice but to acquiesce, Feng agreed. With Gulan leading the way, the group made their way directly to the trading area. Don't miss out as you pass by. Freshly roasted qinglong meat, delectable and affordable. Come take a look, bespoke top-tier armor, exclusive offerings, cutting-edge weaponry, secretly crafted phoenix gallbladder soup. Come and taste it. If it's not to your liking, it's on the house. Chapter 52. Chit-chat at the grill stall in the bustling trading district. A few individuals from the ancient era navigated their way through the crowded streets, surrounded by the persistent cries of vendors and an array of dazzling goods. Curiously, Feng inquired, "What on earth are qinglong meat and phoned-in soup?" With an expression of disdain, Gulan replied. How could you not know? It's the meat of mutated beasts, edible ones, mind you. Honestly, it tastes quite delightful. You all continue browsing. I shall go sample some. With that, Gu Feng approached his stall. Boss, a skewer of Qinglong meat, please. Certainly, just a moment. Gu Feng noticed the vendor was quite occupied and casually remarked, You're grilling mutated beast meat, right? Why such an odd name? The vendor chuckled. Well, it sounds more appealing, doesn't it? If I were to call it grilled mutated beast meat, customers would surely be frightened away at the mere mention of it. Gu Feng nodded appreciatively and gave the vendor a thumbs up. Would you prefer it original or spicy? Spicy, please. Just a heads up. The spicy version is 3 times the price of the original, as spices are currently in high demand. That's fine, just give me the spicy. Very well. Here you are, sir, your spicy Qinglong meat. Gu Feng accepted the skewer, which held 5 substantial pieces of grilled meat, feeling its weight. It had a delightful aroma. Taking a bite, he found it reminiscent of beef but slightly firmer, with a dense, springy texture. As he prepared to pay with his points card, the vendor awkwardly said, I'm terribly sorry, but in this small business of mine, I don't actually accept points cards. Perhaps you could exchange it for some goods? A few handfuls of flour or rice would suffice. Anything else would do, as long as I don't incur a loss. Embarrassed, Gu Feng withdrew his points card and suddenly recalled something. He reached into his pocket, pretending to rummage for items, while his mind wandered to the star core space. At last, he produced, Boss, will this do? The vendor took a look and exclaimed, My goodness, chili powder, a whole bottle of it. Gu Feng thought, Is it really that exciting? He prepared to turn away. Wait, sir, I'll grill you 3 more skewers. Otherwise, you'll be at a loss. No need. I can't finish this one. Absolutely not. Please don't leave. I would feel terrible. All right, fine, grill them. I'll take them along for my companions to taste. As the vendor busily resumed his work, Gu Feng casually engaged in conversation. Your business seems quite thriving. It's merely to make ends meet. The profits aren't substantial. Gu Feng inquired, Where do you source this meat? Every day, hunting teams enter and exit the city, collecting directly near the city gates. It must be quite arduous work. Indeed, it is tough, but at least it's safe, right? I don't have to venture out to hunt mutated beasts myself. They hunt. I collect the meat, grill it, and sell it for a profit, enough to cover my residence taxes. Business people like you are truly resourceful. Gu Feng sincerely praised. Here you go. Your 3 skewers of spicy Qinglong meat. As Gu Feng had just taken a step forward, the proprietor called out to him, I apologize for the inconvenience. But once you have finished your meal, could you kindly return the skewer? Each skewer is essential for my business, and I hope you can understand. Certainly. I shall return it as soon as I am done. Gu Feng responded with alacrity. Upon rejoining his companions, he discovered them selecting weapons within the armory. Gu Feng, with a skewer of roasted meat in hand and a satisfied belch escaping his lips, entered the establishment. The armory was expansive, a direct outlet for the military, offering everything from handguns and ammunition to the imposing Gatling gun. It resembled a miniature exhibition of military armaments, showcasing an impressive array of weaponry. Chapter 53. Farewell. Auntie Gu Feng handed the barbecue to Gulan, who disdainfully replied, I won't eat. I'm on a diet. At that moment, Gu Feng began to question his own life choices. Had he spoiled his sister to such an extent that, amidst the widespread hunger, she was proclaiming her desire to lose weight? A sister is family. A sister is family. Gu Feng continuously reassured himself, managing to restrain the urge to reprimand Gulan on the spot. It was little Nua who came to the rescue. Uncle, if my sister won't eat, then I will. Gu Feng smiled broadly and replied, Of course, you may have some, but first you must answer me a question. No Wulped. Eager to respond, ask away. What does it mean when you call me uncle and my sister? Upon finishing his question, Gu Feng made a playful, clawing gesture to frighten her. Noa, clutching her small lion toy, scampered towards her mother, giggling incessantly, while glancing back to see if Gu Feng was in pursuit. Unexpectedly, as she turned her head, she collided with someone and fell to the ground. Whose child is this? Can't she watch where she's going? Guosijia hurried forward, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. It's just a child being careless. Oh, it's you. We met today. You were with that girl from the Gu family, weren't you? The person Nuo bumped into was none other than Gu Qingqing. Nuo gazed up at her in confusion, while Gu Feng stepped forward to help Nuo up, only to be stopped by Guosijia, who insisted that Nuo should rise on her own. Pouting, Nuo got up, dusted herself off, and attempted to retreat. However, Guosijia firmly grasped her, sternly inquiring, "What should you say when you bump into someone?" Nuo's lips protruded, almost as if they could hold a soy sauce bottle, and she timidly replied, "Auntie, I'm sorry." You. Gu Qingqing was infuriated. No, how can you be so thoughtless? Guosijia quickly intervened. Gu Feng attempted to defuse the situation. "No, just called me uncle. Look at this lovely lady. She is about my age. Addressing her as auntie is not a loss, right?" No. Yes. Nuo nodded enthusiastically. "All right, go and play with Muchio, dear. Goodbye, Annie." As she departed, she couldn't resist teasing Gu Qingqing one last time. Gu Qingqing was on the verge of exploding with anger, but she knew it was unwise to hold a grudge against the child. Coupled with her existing disdain for Gu Feng, her frustration boiled over. "Gu Feng, you scoundrel, deceitful charlatan, rustic bumpkin, today I shall test your mettle." Her voice resonated loudly, silencing the armed shop in an instant. "Who dares to insult my brother? Only I am allowed to do so. Who do you think you are?" Gulan stormed out fiercely, positioning herself protectively in front of her brother, proclaiming loudly, "Did my brother trick you out of your money, or your virtue for you to speak so ill of him?" Gu Feng quickly covered his face, mortified by the scene. What a disgrace. Despite Gulan's petite stature, she had never lost a verbal battle in the village, and Gu Qingqing was no match for her. In a fit of anger, Gu Qingqing raised her hand to strike Gulan, her palm transforming into a claw akin to that of a cat. If this blow landed, Gulan would surely be disfigured. Gu Feng's instincts were sharp. He sensed Gu Qingqing's intention to strike the moment she moved. However, he had no intention of intervening, thinking it might be beneficial for his sister to face some hardship and temper her temper. To my astonishment, the opponent resorted to supernatural abilities, which was utterly excessive. With a surge of intent, the iron skewer intended for impalement was propelled directly towards Gu Qingqing's palm. Just as the skewer was poised to pierce her hand, a resounding gunshot reverberated, sending the skewer flying, halting her hand in midair. Chapter 54. The weapons expert Gu Feng. We meet again. A dashing man entered, protectively ushering Gu Qingqing behind him. Gu Feng also pulled Gulan back, chuckling, "This city truly is quite small." The man holstered his handgun and extended his hand. "Greetings. I am Qin Huntao. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Gu Feng, forgetting the chili oil smeared on his hand, shook his hand. "I am not worthy of your instruction, though your marksmanship is indeed commendable." Qin Huntao maintained a calm demeanor. "Qingqing has a rather straightforward temperament. Please do not take offense." "Not at all. It was merely a misunderstanding. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. The mission details have been organized and will be delivered to you tomorrow." "Very well. Until we meet again." As Qin Huntao escorted Gu Qingqing to the doorway, a voice rang out, "Who fired the shot? Who fired the shot?" It was the inspection team, drawn by the sound of gunfire, arriving to investigate. Upon seeing Qin Huntao, the team leader froze, stammering, Qin. Qin Huntao waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It was a misunderstanding and has been resolved. You may carry on with your duties." Yes. The inspection team hastily retreated, almost in flight. Once in the car, Qin Huntao took out a tissue and vigorously wiped the chili oil from his hands, his expression contorted in disgust. In the arms shop, Gu Feng held a favorable impression of Qin Huntao, polite and amiable. Turning around, he noticed Gulan gazing dumbfoundedly at the entrance, causing Gu Feng to jump in surprise. "What is wrong with you? He's so handsome, just my type." Gulan nearly drooled. Great, infatuation has struck. Gu Feng felt a bad premonition. Who is he? Qin Huntao. What a lovely name. Gulan's admiration was palpable. Gu Feng's impression of Qin Huntao took a complete turn. This man was truly a scoundrel, undoubtedly flawed in character. I wish I could devour him whole. Focus on your barbecue. Gu Feng promptly stuffed the remaining grilled meat into Gulan's mouth. That's enough. At the counter, Li Junlan selected a Barrett M28 heavy sniper rifle, utilizing 12 7mm ammunition, with an effective range of 1.8 kilometers. Some had even struck targets at 2.5 kilometers away. Miss, are you certain you do not require a scope? Not necessary. Li Junlan raplia decisively. May I assist you with anything else? Compared to the AK-47, the Type 95 automatic rifle has a faster firing rate and a greater range. Would you not consider it? Li Junlan shook her head resolutely. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the AK-47 is superior. Although the Type 95 has slightly better performance, its accuracy diminishes significantly after firing 10,000 rounds. The AK-47 is reliable, durable, with a low failure rate, performing admirably in both high and low temperatures, particularly in dusty, muddy conditions. Its reliability is commendable. The structure is simple and easy to disassemble. But during rapid fire, the muzzle rise is significant, affecting accuracy, and it is relatively heavy. The opponent remained unconvinced. This poses no problem for us. Just bring it to me. Li Junlan's resolve was unwavering. The ancient style, observing the entire scene, held deep admiration for Li Junlan, recognizing her as a true expert. The ancient style took on the role of a carefree overseer, assigning Li Junlan the task of assisting the team members in selecting their weapons. Greetings. The total cost for all weapons amounts to 200 points. May I ask who will handle the payment? The ancient style quietly stepped back, murmuring to himself. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Uncle, are you playing hide and seek? I want to join too. For the first time, the ancient style realized how loud Nono's voice truly was. Chapter 55. The crime of holding a treasure ahem. Gu Feng, facing the gazes of the team members, exclaimed, "It's raining outside. I must return to collect my clothes." With that, he dashed away. Ha ha ha, what an excuse. Flawless. One female team member remarked, finding the captain utterly adorable. Li Junlan, resting her forehead in her hand, muttered, "So what if the points are insufficient? It's not as if I'm asking you to give me any." Later that evening, upon returning to the villa, the group found Gu Feng sprawled on the sofa, munching on potato chips, his expression one of utter despondency. The others exchanged quiet chuckles. However, Gu Feng was calculating in his mind. He needed to regain his dignity. "Have you all found your disciples?" he inquired. "Captain, how could it be so quick?" "Indeed, we've only been out for a short while. This ISNT just picking up cabbages." "Ah, but if you haven't found anyone, you have no right to complain," Gu Feng retorted indignantly. "Who says I haven't found anyone?" He countered immediately. "Who? Where? I didn't see anyone." Pointing directly at Muchio, Gu Feng asserted, "You Muchio, come here." Me?" Muchio was still trying to comprehend the situation. "Yes, you. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." "All right then, Captain, I'll yield to you." It turned out the captain had been prepared from the very start. Truly, he was a captain, always anticipating the future. Gu Feng interrupted the murmurs, declaring, "Now, onto the most critical matter, evolution. The significance of the evolution serum cannot be overstated. I believe you all understand this. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent. But holding a treasure can be a crime. To avoid unnecessary troubles, I must reiterate, the matter of the evolution serum is classified at the highest level of secrecy." "Yes, Captain." "All right, everyone, come here to collect your serums according to your respective circumstances." "Yes, Captain." After receiving the evolution serum, the team members began to use it, and the villa was soon filled with screams and howls. In the neighboring villa, Gu Qingqing also heard the commotion. Peering through the curtains, she noticed that the windows and doors of the opposite villa were tightly shut, the curtains drawn, with guards stationed outside. Cursing the scoundrels, she clearly misinterpreted the situation. Gu Feng discovered an unsettling truth. The standard evolution serum had little effect on him now, yet he hesitated to use the advanced serum recklessly. After much deliberation, he decided to use half a bottle of the advanced serum. Despite being mentally prepared, the excruciating pain overwhelmed his consciousness completely. When he awoke again, he found a room in disarray, chairs and sofas reduced to splinters, and all team members keeping their distance, wary of approaching him. "See, Captain, you're awake." "Captain, are you certain you're awake?" "Captain, you must control yourself." Gu Feng sat up and asked, "How long was I unconscious?" "About 10 minutes. Did I do all this?" He inquired again. "Yes, it was as if your energy had surged uncontrollably. Look at this leather sofa and the shards of glass scattered throughout the room. You need not hide any longer. I am quite fine now." "Oh, that is reassuring. We were terribly frightened just moments ago, but thankfully we managed to flee swiftly. Captain, do kindly inform us in advance the next time you administer the medication, so that we may take cover beforehand." With an awkward smile reminiscent of ancient times, Gu Feng commenced his experiment with his extraordinary abilities. This time, the range remained unchanged at 300 meters. However, within this span, he could perceive the ethereal air surrounding him and detect the subtle emotions of his comrades. Chapter 56. Two exceptions. Gu Feng perceived the surrounding world as distinct and vibrant, as if all elements awaited his command, even the air itself. With his palm outstretched, a transparent wall of air swiftly materialized. When he directed a beast's tooth knife towards it, the knife was unexpectedly repelled. Gu Feng even contemplated lifting himself using his mental prowess, and to his astonishment, it was indeed possible. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Feng appeared to traverse the air itself. Was it still humanity, or was it divinity? Goodness, what a marvel! The crowd expressed their sincere admiration, while the evolution of the others progressed seamlessly. Two exceptions left Gu Feng perplexed. The first anomaly was Mucio, under Gu Feng's direct supervision, consumed half of an ordinary evolution agent. However, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no reaction. Apart from a fleeting red glow in her left eye, her body remained unenhanced and devoid of mutations. Gu Feng, undeterred, administered the remaining half of the agent. Yet the outcome was the same, an inexplicably bizarre situation. Hesitant to gamble with Mucio's life, he chose to halt further attempts. Nevertheless, a suspicion lingered in Gu Feng's mind. Could Mucio, like Noah, belong to a higher order of mutation, rendering the ordinary evolution agent ineffective? He swiftly dismissed this notion, as Nua exhibited clear mutations in abilities. Her ultrasonic attacks could rival even his current self in a direct confrontation. Yet, what did Mucio possess? Nothing at all. She appeared to be an utterly ordinary girl. Unable to fathom the mystery, he decided to set it aside for the time being. The second anomaly was Gulan, who also underwent her first evolution with half of an ordinary agent. Although she succumbed to pain and struggle, once the discomfort subsided, there were still no discernible changes. Similar to Mucio, there was neither physical enhancement nor any sign of mutated abilities. This greatly troubled Gu Feng. However, the following day, a breakthrough occurred. As Gulan entered a vehicle, her finger unexpectedly became ensnared within it. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his abilities activated, and the vehicle's exterior was peeled away, revealing a shocking sight to the onlookers. The vehicle's wiring appeared to intertwine with Gulan's finger, as though it had penetrated into her. Once Gulan regained her composure, she joyfully discovered her newfound ability to precisely control the vehicle. Moreover, she could identify issues and potential hazards within it, enabling her to modify and repair it. With Gulan's situation clarified, Gu Feng felt a sense of relief. Now, only Mucio remained, still shrouded in uncertainty. The mission briefing arrived, detailing a destination 500 kilometers from City X in Kochi Prefecture. While Kochi itself bore no peculiarities, a military factory lay 30 miles east, nestled within the mountains. The task was to retrieve 3 weapon production lines from this factory. Although no specific time frame for action was mandated, a delivery date was set for the 27th of this month. Today is the 6th, which leaves only 3 weeks. After deliberation with the team leaders, Gu Feng decided to embark on their journey in a week, utilizing this time to train the team in tactical coordination. As previously arranged, all team members share meals, accommodations, and training sessions, with not a single soul uttering complaints of fatigue or hardship. They wholeheartedly pour forth their sweat. Everyone understands that each additional ounce of combat strength translates to greater security. Once they venture beyond the city, they risk finding themselves in a state of isolation, with only their comrades by their side to rely upon. Chapter 57. Bring extra clothes when you go out in addition to their daytime training. The group would often venture out in the evening to unwind, strolling through the streets, indulging in barbecues, and searching for apprentices. Over the course of a week, 46 young apprentices joined their ranks, most of whom were discovered by the team members in the slums. Seeing their dire circumstances, it was a form of indirect assistance. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. These 46 apprentices could only serve as reserve members for the time being, and in order to become official members, they would need to be observed for an extended period. In the short term, Feng had no intention of promoting these reserves to full status, nor would he allow them access to sensitive information. They lived alongside the official members, sharing meals and accommodations, yet they were exempt from training, instead tasked with chores like cleaning and cooking. For them, this was a significant improvement. Having previously faced hunger and the constant threat of eviction from a city, they now resided in a villa, enjoying ample, nourishing food and warm, stylish clothing, free from the fear of being expelled for failing to meet material contributions. It was akin to a miraculous transformation from hell to paradise. Gratitude was their only sentiment. Time flew amidst their busyness, and soon a week had passed. On the eve of their departure, everyone gathered for a meeting. Feng announced for this mission, all reserve members need not participate. Muchio, you will stay behind to take care of them. Yes, Captain. Feng then addressed Guosijia, saying, Sijia, you need not go this time. Stay home to look after Nuanua and the others. I am a vice captain. How can I not go? Guosijia protested. But Nuanua and women still need your care. Nuanua must face some matters on her own. I cannot always accompany her. Guosijia's tone was resolute, adding that Muchio would be there to look after her. In the corner, Nuanua seemed to sense the impending separation, tears welling in her eyes. She remained silent, clutching her little lion tighter. Observing Guosijia's unwavering stance, Feng decided against further persuasion. Everyone, check your weapons and gear, and rest early. We depart at dawn. Yes, Captain. Once the group dispersed, Feng approached Gulan, intending to speak, but she interjected, Brother, let me guess what you want to say? Feng was momentarily taken aback as Gulan mimicked his serious demeanor, saying, Sister, you are my only family. If you encounter any danger, I would be too ashamed to face our parents. Please don't go. I cannot bear the thought of you facing even the slightest peril. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Feng scratched his nose, wondering if he truly sounded so sentimental. Gulan, with a triumphant expression, declared, If you can be this sentimental, I know you well. So now I officially inform you, dear brother, that I must go, absolutely must go, even if you abandon me and run off. I will follow you out of the city. You've misunderstood. I meant to say that summer is nearly over. So remember to bring extra clothes when you go out. With that, Feng turned and walked away, leaving Gulan fuming in frustration. In truth, Feng was merely putting on a brave front. His thoughts had already been discerned by Gulan, who not only anticipated them, but also deftly cornered him with her words. His original intention was to bind Gulan and make his escape first. However, Gulan unexpectedly declared her intention to pursue him beyond the city gates. In such a scenario, Gulan would only find herself in greater peril. It would be far more reassuring to keep her by his side. Chapter 58. A mother's strength. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Guosijia awoke, gazing at her daughter peacefully slumbering beside her. Memories of the past month flooded her mind. She once could not bear to harm even a fish. Yet now she found herself willingly venturing beyond the city to confront mutated beasts. It was unimaginable to her former self, who would have outright refused such a notion. What had instigated this transformation? Was it not the very presence of this little one beside her? For her daughter, she would undertake any task. Even if it meant becoming a butcher, what difference would it make? The innocent beauty of her daughter's face was a sight she could never tire of. She longed to kiss her once more, yet feared waking her. Thus, she remained, cherishing each fleeting moment of observation. Footsteps echoed from downstairs, a reminder that it was time for her to depart. Leaning closer to her daughter, she whispered, Darling, Mommy loves you, and prepared to rise. As she lifted her arm, she noticed something unusual, a rope, one end tied to her arm and the other tightly clutched in Nunua's hand. It was a clever ruse, executed while she had been asleep. Tears welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "Mommy will definitely return." Gently, she untied the rope and slipped out of the room. Muccio stood waiting at the door, seemingly oblivious to the child's farewell. Wiping her tears, Guisija shook her head, fearing she would not be able to leave. Muccio comforted her with a pat on the back, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will take good care of her." The group was ready, and Guisija swiftly gathered her belongings to join them. Just as the vehicle roared to life, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from above. "Mommy, Mommy, don't go." Gufeng turned to Guisija, saying, "You need not go." He added, "I do not wish for you and your daughter to be a burden to me." The window above opened, revealing Nua's tear-streaked face. Without looking back, Guisija climbed into the car. The small lion perched on Gufeng's shoulder also let out a sorrowful whimper. Gufeng gently patted the little lion's head, saying, "Go on, keep Nu company, and remember to protect her." The lion flapped its wings and soared towards the window. The vehicle below started, embarking on its journey into the distance. Hunting teams are typically comprised of both mutated beings and ordinary individuals. The strength of a hunting team largely hinges upon the number of mutated members within it. Their objectives extend beyond merely hunting mutated beasts. They also focus on resource collection and intelligence gathering. Among these, the value of intelligence is paramount. Knowing where mutated beast hordes are located, which areas are relatively safe, where powerful mutated beasts lurk that should be avoided, and where weaker beasts can be hunted is crucial, often determining the survival of the team. Moreover, such intelligence can be traded, with both military forces and other hunting teams willing to pay a handsome price for it. The Wolf Feng team, consisting of 10 members, 4 mutated beings, and 6 ordinary individuals, ranks among the more formidable hunting teams. They possess confidence not only in their intelligence, but also in their own capabilities. This self-assurance drives their desire to explore uncharted territories, seeking information that others have yet to uncover. However, through a moment of carelessness, they inadvertently stumbled upon the lair of the mutated beasts. It was a building that appeared entirely unremarkable from the outside. A few individuals intended to enter and rest for a while. Little did they know that once inside, escaping would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. They distinctly recalled that the structure was no more than 6 stories tall. Yet, whether ascending or descending, it seemed to stretch infinitely. They sought a window to leap out of, but upon opening a door, a torrent of bloodthirsty beasts surged forth from within. Chapter 59. Waiting for the dish to be served, the blood beasts, devoid of skin and lacking a fixed form, exposed their crimson flesh, teeming with gaping mouths and sharp fangs, resembling grotesque machines of slaughter randomly assembled from decayed meat and bones. The group dared not hold back. Bullets rained down in a frenzied barrage, and grenades were hurled one after another. However, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Those blood beasts, once riddled with bullets, began to writhe and slowly regenerate. The group fought while retreating, but where could they possibly escape to? In a moment of crisis, someone proposed to blast a hole in the wall with explosives to facilitate their escape. They quickly set the plan into motion, and with a thunderous roar, the wall exploded. Yet, the opening was far smaller than they had anticipated. As the dust settled, they discerned a layer of writhing flesh lining the crevice of the wall. Shock, fear, and a complete overturning of their understanding engulfed them. The entire building was alive, and they found themselves within the belly of a mutated beast. As the already small opening threatened to close up with the writhing flesh, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed by the thunderous sound of the wall collapsing. A larger aperture emerged before them. Peering through, they beheld a man suspended in midair, still poised, as if to strike. Could this be a divine savior sent from the heavens? Indeed, it must be, they thought fervently. The celestial figure spoke. "Are you still waiting for the dish to be served?" It was then that they awoke from their stupor, scrambling to leap through the opening. Once outside, they discovered that the area surrounding the building was teeming with people. At the forefront stood formidable men wielding shields, followed by warriors brandishing long swords. And further back were armed personnel equipped with various firearms. In the rear, individuals scurried about, transporting urgent medical supplies and ammunition. These people moved in perfect synchrony, their formations impeccable, revealing no weaknesses or flaws. They epitomized a flawless amalgamation of ancient and modern military prowess. As the group reached the front lines, the meticulously arranged formation parted to create a path for them. When they turned to look back, the gap had already been sealed once more. This level of coordination left them in awe, astounded by their strength. Yet, before they could fully appreciate their narrow escape, they witnessed the man in the air delivering a series of punches toward the building, the force of his strikes almost visible to the naked eye. With each blow, the structure collapsed in thunderous roars. Were they demolishing the building? Just as confusion and astonishment gripped them, countless blood beasts emerged from the fissures, charging toward the formation. Though they had distanced themselves considerably, terror compelled them to retreat further. At that moment, a man and a woman from the ranks shouted in unison, "Attack!" The entire unit erupted as if ignited, collectively roaring their battle cry. The sound reverberated, a force of nature. The formation surged forward, while the front lines engaged. The rear personnel unleashed a torrent of fire. Before any contact was made, the blood beasts began to fall in droves. By the time the beasts reached the front lines, scarcely a handful remained. In the front lines, the blood beast encountered formidable resistance, with a seamless collaboration between defenders and attackers, rendering the creature utterly powerless. The members of the Feng squad suddenly recalled the blood beast's astonishing regenerative abilities and were about to issue a warning when a man's voice rang out, urging them to retreat. The command was echoed by a chorus of shouts. As the front line began to withdraw, a woman's voice cried out, "Fire!" At her command, 4 warriors equipped with flamethrowers emerged, unleashing torrents of flames from all directions, incinerating the blood beast on the ground in an instant. Chapter 60, All Mutants. This is exceedingly professional, isn't it? With strict discipline and swift reactions. They must be regular troops, perhaps a special operations team. Yet it seems not. Their tactics appear to have been meticulously crafted through countless battles against mutated beasts, bearing no resemblance to military strategies at all. Not an army, yet more army-like than the army itself. As the group engaged in discussion, the man hovering in the air continued his relentless assault on the building. Eventually, the structure, resembling a precariously stacked set of blocks, collapsed entirely under the strain. A thunderous roar erupted from the ruins below. What manner of monster lurks beneath? Perhaps we should flee. The members of the Feng squad were utterly terrified. In stark contrast, the others displayed no fear whatsoever, showing no intention of retreat. Suddenly, the debris exploded outward, stones soaring into the air amidst a swirling cloud of dust. The Feng squad huddled together, seeking shelter from the falling rubble. However, after a prolonged wait, no stones descended. Upon looking up, they discovered that the debris remained suspended in midair. The man hovering above waved his arm nonchalantly, and the floating stones began to coalesce. Even the dust on the ground seemed to be drawn upwards. As the dust cleared, a monstrous figure emerged from the wreckage, resembling a colossal octopus or a gigantic heart. Connected by countless veins, those tentacle-like appendages, innumerable and pulsating, surged toward the group with a sound reminiscent of slicing air. Witnessing this, the burly men in the front ranks discarded their shields and began to transform. Some glimmered with a metallic sheen. Others morphed into gigantic beasts, some sprouted scales, while others were enveloped in a layer of bone. The Feng squad beheld a scene they would never forget. All are mutants. So many. How could this be possible? Good heavens, am I dreaming? As they marveled, the tentacles launched their assault. The frontline mutants withstood the attack, slowing the tentacles' advance, while those behind swiftly moved forward to sever and obliterate the appendages. Meanwhile, the firepower units unleashed their weapons upon the central mass of flesh, bullets erupting in a spray of crimson. The distinctive crack of heavy sniper rifles resonated, piercing the mass and tearing away chunks of flesh. The creature's anguished roars could not alter its grim fate. The man suspended in the air had compressed rubble and steel into a massive cone, with the pointed tip aimed directly at the flesh below. As he swept his arm downward, the spike descended, impaling the creature and, propelled by immense inertia, caused it to burst apart. The battle concluded with startling abruptness, leaving the Feng squad bewildered, unable to comprehend how it had ended so effortlessly. It wasn't until the opposing party had boarded their vehicles and prepared to depart that they snapped back to reality. A bespectacled man approached, introducing himself. "Greetings. I am Lu Jianxin, the vice captain of the Ancient Wind team." "Greetings. How have you accomplished such remarkable feats?" Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses while observing you, seemingly confident that there were no significant issues. "Indeed, there are no problems, primarily thanks to your efforts. We have other tasks to attend to, so we shall not escort you back to the city. Please take care of yourselves." With that, Lu Jianxin boarded the vehicle. Chapter 61. Level 4 Mutant Beasts. The members of the Feng squad stood in place, savoring the recent battle. One of them remarked, "What kind of squad are we?" "Not just any squad. We are the Ancient Wind squad." Could it be that the person soaring through the sky moments ago was not merely human, but a divine being, an ancient deity? The Ancient Deity Squad. Could this be considered intelligence? We've struck gold. Let us return. With such a figure emerging from City X, I am certain many will be intrigued. Meanwhile, the convoy continued its journey. Bored, Gulan inquired, "How many rescues have we performed now?" Lu Jianxin replied, "This is the 4th. With all this stopping and starting, when shall we ever reach Gaoji County? This should be the last one. We are currently at the farthest reach of City X's influence. What if we encounter another? If we do, they would not be survivors from City X, but rather from the outside. Has it truly been so long that there could still be survivors outside? Do not underestimate humanity's potential. Of course, should we encounter survivors, there are likely to be mutants, and formidable ones at that. Like my brother?" Gulan cast a glance at Gu Feng, who was meditating with his eyes closed. "Your brother is the strongest mutant I have ever encountered." Gulan chuckled. "Too bad he cannot hear your flattery." In truth, Gu Feng could hear them, but he was preoccupied with listening to the voice within. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain one level 4 mutant beast. From a star core decomposition, you may obtain 2 advanced evolution agents for advanced regeneration agents, 1 incubatable beast egg, and an expansion of the star core space by 800 square meters. The blood pool decomposition will increase the completion rate of the biological mech to 71%. Host, please choose star core decomposition or blood pool decomposition." Gu Feng was astonished. How could there only be 1 level for mutant beast? Did the blood beast not count? Or was it that the blood beasts were merely a part of that high-level mutant beast? Please choose star core decomposition or blood pool decomposition. Blood pool decomposition. Ding! Congratulations, host. The completion rate of the biological mech has reached 71%. As the voice faded, Gu Feng gazed at the blood pool, and indeed, as he had previously surmised, the giant within had developed muscles and bones. Approaching closer, he could even hear its powerful heartbeat. A recess on the giant's forehead was just the right size for a person to lie down in. Gu Feng was filled with excitement. This was a mech. In his childhood, his favorite anime was Mobile Suit Gundam, where mechs were colossal robots controlled by humans. Now he had a biological mech here, cultivated from biological tissue. How could this not exhilarate Gu Feng? It was as if his childhood dream was coming to fruition. He could hardly wait to cultivate this biological mech. Order all team members to advance steadily. "Yes, Captain." Gulan let out a wail of despair. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have taken the lead vehicle." Lu Jianxin remarked, "It seems you have great confidence in your own skills." Gulan replied with pride, "Naturally. I have transformed the lead vehicle into a formidable iron bull. Even a collision with a tank would not be detrimental. Moreover, I have equipped it with a mounted machine gun, and no matter how many mutated beasts lie ahead, they shall not impede our advance." Chapter 62. The mobile fortress. As Gulan spoke, the thunderous roar of the artillery echoed, prompting a deep sigh from him. He longed to witness the fruits of his modifications. True to his words, the lead vehicle had been transformed into a monstrous steel behemoth. The front was equipped with a formidable steel ram, the body clad in specialized armored plating, and atop it rested a dozen 30mm automatic cannons. Inside, the engine was an MT-883 diesel engine, renowned as one of the finest tank engines in the world for its powerful output and compact size. With such a terrifying war machine clearing the way, what mutated beast could possibly stand in its path? However, Gu Feng's orders were to push through relentlessly. The convoy could not simply clear the passage and proceed without further action. At this juncture, the other vehicles were tasked with sweeping and harvesting. Each vehicle was armed with heavy machine guns, easily operated by the co-drivers standing up. Once the lead vehicle cleared the path, it commenced a furious barrage against the mutated beasts on either side. If the second vehicle fired to the left, the third would engage to the right, creating an intricate crossfire across the convoy. This strategy not only ensured the safety of the convoy, but also inflicted greater damage on the mutated creatures. The rear vehicle had also undergone significant modifications. To deter any pursuing mutated beasts, it was reinforced with 30mm ballistic steel at the back and atop it. Two 12-barreled 30mm automatic cannons were mounted. The entire convoy resembled a moving steel fortress. Despite the apparent effectiveness of the convoy's assault, Gu Feng's heart ached. One automatic cannon could unleash over 6,000 rounds of large-caliber ammunition in a single minute. With so many cannons and machine guns in the convoy, the sheer quantity of ammunition was staggering, an overwhelming thought for him. Were these bullets? No, they were merely the precious currency of his resources. In truth, Gu Feng had exhausted every last resource from the spatial inventory in exchange for these weapons. Yet, Gu Feng was not entirely heedless of the ammunition supply. The current objective was the armory. The mission stipulated that as long as they secured the weapon production line, the ammunition in the armory would be rightfully theirs. On the evening of the third day after their departure, the convoy finally entered Kochi County. Like other cities, Kochi had become a desolate wasteland, surrounded by mountains on three sides and bordered by water on one. It would be expected to harbor numerous mutated beasts. However, the convoy traversed to the heart of the county without encountering a single creature. Strangely, not even a human corpse was found. The entire county exuded an eerie and inexplicable aura. As night had fallen, Gu Feng resolved to refrain from any rash actions until dawn. The group sought refuge in a sturdy building to establish a base. The long-range strike team was tasked with external vigilance, while the assault and breach teams conducted a thorough search of the premises, allowing the logistics team to finally enter. This was a standard and professional procedure for establishing a base. Once the logistics team prepared meals and arranged sleeping quarters, the long-range strike team assigned personnel for night watch, and the remaining members entered the building to rest. The evening meal was delightful, featuring roasted meat, boiled meat, accompanied by noodles and rice. The only drawback was the diminishing quantity of vegetables. Fortunately, there was still tea to cleanse the palate. Satiated and content, we engaged in light-hearted conversation, and as the night deepened, one by one, we succumbed to slumber. In the latter part of the night, a sentry leaned against the wall, idly gazing at the moonlight. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Still 2 hours remained until my turn for rest. Chapter 63. The disappearance of team members, a chilling wind swept through, causing the signpost to creak ominously, while banners fluttered down from the sign, resembling the hem of a ghostly gown. The night watchman felt an unsettling chill creep up his neck, his hair standing on end. Oddly, why do I feel as though someone is watching me? The watchman straightened up and stepped out from the corner, glancing around. Nothing seemed amiss, yet the sensation was palpably real. He contemplated returning, but in that instant, a different hue caught his eye beneath the banner. He took a few hurried steps to the left, avoiding the banner, and discovered a woman clad in purple pajamas standing behind it. "Ah, you startled me," the watchman gasped, placing a hand over his heart. Once he regained his composure, he asked, "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" The woman stood silently, offering no response. He inquired again, "Is there anything you need?" Still, she remained mute. Feeling helpless, he approached her, but she seemed to sense his movement and swiftly retreated. He halted, and she mirrored his actions. As he edged closer, she stepped back again. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Are you unwell? I'm not playing this game with you." Unexpectedly, the woman took a few steps forward, pointing towards the corner, her speech somewhat slurred. The watchman paid little mind to her manner of speaking and followed her finger, slowly making his way toward the corner. It was pitch black. Nothing was visible. Wait, what is this? Oh, woo. 2 minutes later, the watchman emerged from the corner, his expression blank. His gait was unsteady, arms drawn in, limping as he walked a distance of 10 meters. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, beginning to stride with purpose, swinging his arms. Alas, he still moved awkwardly, advancing in an odd rhythm, which was both comical and eerie. After another 10 meters, he finally appeared normal, albeit his movements remained slightly stiff. He glanced at the building, then at his distant teammates, forcing a rigid smile on his face as he approached them. Lao Lu, why aren't you at your post? What brings you here? He asked. Look, be careful not to let the captain catch you. He'll surely penalize you. Look, what are you pointing at? Is there anything there? Let us go. Look. All right, stop pulling me. I'll go check it out. I'm exasperated with you. The two ventured into the corner, never to return. Gu Feng had awakened the moment Lu Jianxin left the house. As Lu Jianxin descended, Gu Feng followed closely behind. Captain, what has happened? Gu Feng inquired. 2 night watchmen have gone missing. When was it discovered they were gone? 2 hours ago. When a night shift was changing, they were found to be missing. We searched the vicinity, but there are no traces. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, the situation remains unclear, and the darkness is too profound. It is not suitable for action. In this manner, you all should go upstairs to rest while Deputy Captain Liu and I take the watch. We shall discuss everything once dawn breaks. How can this be acceptable? How could I, as the captain, take the night watch? I am both the captain and a team member. You have searched all night and must be weary. It is best for you to rest, especially since dawn is merely 3 hours away. The team members, unable to persuade me otherwise, reluctantly ascended to rest, though tears shimmered in their eyes as they climbed the stairs. How could they not understand that their captain feared for their safety? Chapter 64. The return of the team members Gu Feng and Lu Jianxin squatted at the entrance, resembling 2 vigilant guard dogs from a distance. Gu Feng inquired, what do you think will happen to those 2? Most likely, they will meet with a dire fate. Lu Jianxin replied calmly. Don't speak such morose words. Quickly, tap the stone. Gu Feng urged. Lu Jianxin, with a look of disdain, retorted, when did you become so superstitious? Just do as I say, or I shall tap you instead. Gu Feng threatened. Reluctantly, Lu Jianxin tapped the ground, realizing he was no match for Gu Feng. At long last, dawn broke, and the team members had risen. Gu Feng busied himself upstairs, packing his sleeping bag and clothes. An excited team member rushed over, exclaiming, Captain, they returned. The missing members are back. A weight lifted from Gu Feng's heart. Are they uninjured? No. That's good. Did you inquire where they spent the night? They said they were led to a survivor camp by another survivor, where they found ample supplies and many women. They stayed there for the night and returned this morning to report. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Where are they now? They're helping the logistics team prepare breakfast. But they are not part of the logistics team, are they? Gu Feng probed cautiously. No. A warning bell rang in Gu Feng's mind. Has breakfast already begun? The team member replied. When I came up, they had already prepared the meal. The others must have already eaten. Oh no. Gu Feng erupted into action, racing downstairs like a gust of wind. Don't eat, he exclaimed, using his telekinesis to snatch the bowls from the team members' hands. Caught off guard, the team members stood bewildered, unsure of what was happening. To confirm his suspicions, Gu Feng spread the breakfast in the air and tested it with a detoxifying agent. There was no reaction, no poison. Yet, unwilling to relent, he crushed some rice grains, revealing countless long, slender worms hidden within. Ugh! Some began to retch. Gu Feng swiftly annihilated the worms and urgently asked, Has anyone eaten breakfast? 2 team members raised their hands, only to tremble uncontrollably, their stomachs visibly swelling. With a loud bang, the 2 members' bellies burst open, spewing forth a multitude of worms that crawled towards the crowd. Panic ensued among the team members, especially the female members, who screamed in terror. Meanwhile, the 2 instigators seized the chaos to flee. Gritting his teeth, Gu Feng shouted, Jianxin, this is your responsibility. I will chase after those 2 scoundrels. With that, Gu Feng dashed out in pursuit. His speed was remarkable, and with the enhancement of his abilities, he quickly caught up to the duo. However, Gu Feng pondered a troubling question. Why had they done this? Was there a deeper conspiracy at play, or were they merely pawns of someone else? Could it be the work of that group of survivors? Slowing his pace, Gu Feng decided to follow them, determined to uncover the mastermind and avenge the two fallen team members. He soared to the rooftop, commencing his clandestine observation. It was not until he saw the two individuals enter the underground parking garage of a large shopping mall that he descended from above. It appeared this was the place. With that, Gu Feng clenched his fists and stepped inside. Although it was daytime, the garage was enveloped in darkness. Gu Feng activated his extraordinary senses, allowing him to perceive anything within a radius of 300 meters. Apart from rows of dust-covered vehicles, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. As Gu Feng moved forward, he sensed a gaping pit ahead, with a diameter of at least 8 meters, seemingly bottomless. A slight sweat formed in his palms. Was something lurking below? No matter. It was of no consequence. Whoever they were, they must perish today. Chapter 65. The Hidden Manipulator. As Gu Feng activated his supernatural abilities to manipulate the air, he felt his body begin to descend gently, floating downwards. The chasm was profound, and it took him over 10 minutes to reach the bottom. Darkness enveloped him, rendering his hand invisible before his eyes. Gu Feng closed his eyes, relying solely on his powers to navigate forward. The cavern was damp and chilly, with water droplets perpetually cascading from the rocky walls. The ground was also a quagmire, making his progress arduous. After trudging for half an hour without encountering anything unusual, he noticed that the tunnel was becoming increasingly spacious. At last, Gu Feng discovered them, yet he hesitated to act hastily. The figures before him stood motionless, their heads bowed. What could be the cause? As he advanced cautiously, he sensed that the backs of their heads were entirely hollow. Were they all corpses? A wave of uncertainty washed over Gu Feng. The closer he drew, the more astonished he became. The area was filled with lifeless bodies, arranged like terracotta warriors, rows upon rows of men and women, young and old, representing various walks of life. These individuals must be residents of Gaoji County. Gu Feng speculated. Could the hidden manipulator be non-human? Yet how could mutated beasts possess such high intelligence? He dared not dwell on the thought. If these aberrations were merely powerful, humanity could still rely on its intellect to combat them. However, should these creatures evolve to possess cognitive awareness, humanity would be rendered entirely defenseless. This mutated beast must be eradicated without delay. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With this resolve, Gu Feng pressed onward. Suddenly, a corpse raised its head and charged toward him with a ghastly shriek. Prepared for such an encounter, Gu Feng swiftly severed the creature's head with his beast-tooth knife. The body collapsed, devoid of response, yet the severed head continued to writhe in a grotesque manner. As Gu Feng approached, manipulating the knife to part the hair of the back of the head, he discovered a large, plump worm nestled within the previously empty cavity, filling it entirely. Suppressing his revulsion, Gu Feng dispatched the worm, and in that instant, a shriek echoed through the cave. Did they share some form of connection? Just as he pondered this, he heard countless rustling sounds approaching from a distance. Furrowing his brow, he summoned over 40 beast-tooth knives to float before him, preparing for the impending threat. They're coming. Gu Feng sensed a multitude of worms crawling along the rocky walls. The knives flew forth, beginning to cleave through the writhing mass. In an instant, viscous fluids splattered, and decaying flesh flew through the air. Yet the worms kept multiplying, nearly filling the passage ahead. With a wave of his hand, another 40 knives emerged from the star core space, joining the fray. Ultimately, the worms faltered and began to retreat. Gu Feng pressed onward, sprinting 100 meters when he was met with the sound of countless footsteps approaching from within. He realized that these were the corpses controlled by the worms. Advancing towards him, over 80 knives formed an impenetrable net, launching another assault. However, the enemy was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Gu Feng forced his way through. Before him lay a vast underground hall, crowded with human corpses under the worm's control. At the center of the hall sat a diminutive figure, a gnome, with an unusually large head. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that a black worm lay sprawled atop it. The black worms manipulated the gnome's mouth, emitting irregular vibrations, while the puppets below responded with corresponding actions. It was evident that they were being commanded. Feng burst into the hall, and the puppets surged forward with even greater frenzy, nearly using their own corpses to obstruct Feng's assault. Chapter 66. The unexpected voice. As Feng stepped into the grand hall, he immediately noticed the black worm making a stealthy approach with its venomous fangs. To his astonishment, the dwarf effortlessly evaded the attack. Feng attempted to sense the dwarf's location, but it was futile. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed from behind. Feng hastily conjured an air shield for defense while turning to face the threat. The dwarf's fist pierced through the shield with ease, continuing its trajectory towards Feng's chest. The thought of summoning the beast Feng blade for a counterattack was already too late. All that remained was to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, it was worth noting that Feng was once a professional martial arts instructor. Observing the dwarf's formidable punch, Feng realized that taking the hit would be disadvantageous. Thus, he employed a technique from Tai Chi, stepping back while pushing forward with his palm, executing the move seamlessly. The dwarf's punch was deflected to the right, losing its power. As the dwarf attempted to retract his fist for another strike, Feng denied him the opportunity. With a fluid motion known as cloud hands, their arms seemed to meld together. The dwarf's eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Feng, however, smirked as he twisted his wrist, grasping the dwarf's arm and pulling it back. The dwarf was propelled into the air, and Feng raised his leg, delivering a kick that sent the dwarf flying. Though the dwarf's chest caved in, he appeared unfazed, exclaiming, "You are quite strong." Feng was taken aback. "What? You can speak? Is that so difficult? For you perhaps it is. Compared to the inefficient use of language, we possess a more effective means of communication. You? Aside from your little worm companions, are there other mutated beasts that can converse?" Feng feigned ignorance, hoping to entice the dwarf into revealing more information. "Is this what you humans call leading the conversation? Quite clever," he remarked with a smile. "Though you smile, I can sense your desire to kill me." Feng narrowed his eyes. "Congratulations, your instincts are correct. I have longed to devour you. Do you know that human flesh possesses a deadly allure for us? The higher the evolutionary level of a human, the more delectable they are. Oh, then let us see whose bite is stronger, yours or my blade." With that, two beast Feng blades lunged towards the dwarf. The dwarf leapt backward, taking refuge behind a puppet. A gaping mouth split open atop his head, directly swallowing the worm that resided at the back of the puppet's head. The dwarf's chest, previously caved in, instantly restored itself. Feng furrowed his brow. Countless worms lurked nearby, providing ample sustenance for the dwarf. If this continued, it would spell trouble for him. Feng extended his arms, summoning a multitude of beast Feng blades that filled the space behind him to the brim. "You think you can engage me in a war of attrition? Think again." With that declaration, all the weapons were launched, resembling a white wave surging towards the puppet. The puppets fell in droves as the dwarf retreated repeatedly, devouring a worm with each landing. With every successive consumption, the dwarf's aura surged rapidly. This could not continue. Feng attempted to intercept with the beast Feng blade, yet the dwarf always managed to evade effortlessly. Frustration mounting, Feng resorted to using his mind to control a grenade, sending it hurtling towards the dwarf. "Let's see how you evade this." The dwarf was preoccupied with evading the beast's Feng blade, oblivious to the small iron ball hurtling toward him. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted and dismembered limbs scattered. The dwarf collapsed to the ground. His body was riddled with shrapnel, yet no blood flowed forth. Astonished, I wondered how he could still be alive. Feng swiftly maneuvered the beast's Feng blade to deliver a finishing blow. The dwarf rolled away and sought refuge among the throng of puppets, causing Feng to lose sight of him once more. Chapter 67. The Old Immortal Once Again. The Old Immortal evaded, prompting me to declare that I would annihilate all his minions, leaving him nowhere to hide. Grenades and flying daggers danced in a deadly ballet. In no time, the puppets were left in disarray. A sudden sound of air being sliced through came from behind. A smile graced Gu Feng's lips, recognizing yet another fool who had not learned from past encounters. Employing the same tactic, Gu Feng manifested an air shield to slow his opponent, simultaneously pivoting to deflect the incoming fist to the right, just as he prepared to unleash his cloud hand technique. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The dwarf preemptively executed the very same cloud hand, seizing Gu Feng's arm. A wave of shock coursed through Gu Feng. The adversary mirrored his movements precisely, indicating a startling mimicry of his technique. This anomaly could not be allowed to persist. While contemplating a strategy, Gu Feng felt the dwarf yank his arm backward, launching him into the air, while the dwarf aimed a kick at Gu Feng's chest. With a swift motion, Gu Feng brought his left palm down, striking the dwarf's elevated leg, while using the momentum to flip behind him. The dwarf, caught off guard by this counter, attempted to turn and retaliate, but Gu Feng had no intention of granting him further chances. He delivered a powerful kick to the dwarf's knee, producing a sharp crack as the dwarf collapsed to the ground. Gu Feng raised his knee, targeting the dwarf's head, the core of his being and his vulnerability. The dwarf lowered his head, bracing his arms around it, enduring the impact of Gu Feng's assault. Gu Feng exerted every ounce of strength, sending the dwarf hurtling away. Following the collision, Gu Feng felt a dull ache in his knee, while the dwarf's arm had twisted grotesquely. The dwarf attempted to roll away and blend into the throng of puppets, but Gu Feng had deciphered his tactics. In an instant, the beast-toothed blades encircled him. Gu Feng spread his palm wide, then clenched it tightly, causing the surrounding blades to constrict swiftly. The dwarf curled into a ball, his head cradled in his arms. The blades struck him, emitting a sound akin to iron rods striking a rubber ball. Indeed, he was remarkably resilient. I have always relished the sound of bouncing balls. With that, Gu Feng commanded more beast-toothed blades to join the fray. The cacophony of thuds echoed incessantly, reminiscent of countless basketballs hitting the floor. After a relentless 5 minutes, the dwarf's body finally relaxed, revealing the black, writhing worm within. The creature, seemingly drained of strength, still lunged at Gu Feng with menacing intent. A smile graced Gu Feng's lips. Evidently, my blades were far superior. With that, the beast-toothed blades shot forth, aiming for the worm's life. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, halting the blades midair, while droplets from the stone wall suspended in time. It was as if the universe had come to a standstill. Gu Feng yearned to move, yet he remained immobile, his eyes darting around in search of an explanation. At the end of the passage, a warm sphere of white light emerged, illuminating the entire subterranean realm. The orb gradually expanded, taking form. Gu Feng blinked, and only then did he discern the figure, a white-haired elder astride a white deer, clad in a flowing robe, with hair cascading over his shoulders and bare feet. The elder bore a blue crystal embedded in his forehead, reminiscent of the ancient deities of myth. The elderly man, upon witnessing the ancient style, was initially taken aback, then filled with joy, only to subsequently shake his head in regret while stroking his beard, remarking, "I am no immortal." The young man stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how the elder could discern his thoughts. The old man continued, "There is no need for astonishment. I truly comprehend your innermost musings." Chapter 68. Not far from death, Gu Feng pondered in his heart. "Who are you? What do you seek?" "I am someone you will come to know." The old man replied, "I have come for this insect." As he spoke, the large black insect vanished without a trace. This method of disappearance was all too familiar to Gu Feng. It was none other than the power of the star core. The old man seemed to discern Gu Feng's thoughts, saying, "I am like you, yet also different." Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The old man continued, "I have taken your prey, and in return, I shall offer you a piece of advice." "What advice?" Gu Feng inquired, puzzled. "If you continue to drift aimlessly, death will soon be your companion." Gu Feng internally scoffed, thinking, "How am I aimless? What a ridiculous piece of advice." The old man narrowed his eyes, asserting, "You are the weakest among the parasites. If you do not perish first, who will? A tumult of dread surged within Gu Feng. Parasites? What parasites? Of course, the star core parasites. If he was indeed the weakest, it implied the existence of other shards of the star core residing within others. The old man's assertion that the weakest would die first suggested a life-and-death rivalry among parasites. The old man's demeanor softened slightly as he observed. You are quite astute for a young lad, quick to grasp the essence of things. Yet, a more terrifying thought struck Gu Feng. The old man was a parasite, and he was rendered immobile. If the old man wished to kill him, he would have no opportunity to resist. The old man smiled gently, reassuringly. The battles among parasites have yet to commence. There would be no purpose in killing you now. Gu Feng yearned to ask more, but the old man had already mounted his white deer and receded into the distance, reciting a verse. Swift stream, light boat, hasten forth in high winds. The chill does course. Do not question the cause of strife, where lies the peace of home and life. In the garden, wild grasses grow thick outside the gate. Wolves are quick. With walls collapsed and tiles askew, souls wander among the stars anew. As the white light faded, the droplets suspended in mid-air continued to fall, and the beast's Feng knife, soaring through the sky, pressed onward. Yet the path ahead was now devoid of substance. Gu Feng regained his freedom, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. His opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. He was utterly outmatched. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the imminent life-and-death clash among parasites. Would he survive as he had this time? He understood the formidable nature of the star core all too well. It was precisely this understanding that fueled his anxiety. If the old man claimed he was the weakest, how advanced had the other parasites evolved? To what extent had the star core itself developed? No, I cannot squander any more time. I must grow stronger. I must acquire power. I must survive in this chaotic world. Gu Feng's mentality underwent a profound transformation. He had previously been complacent, but now he resolved to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Upon returning to the temporary camp, Gu Feng found that everyone had been waiting for some time. Captain, did those two scoundrels pursue us? Gu Feng informed the group of the situation regarding the mutated beasts while concealing the matter of the old man in white. Finally, Gu Feng declared, "Everyone assemble. Our objective is the armory 30 miles away. Encountering mutated beasts, we shall leave no survivors." Understood, Captain. As the crowd prepared to set off, they began to whisper among themselves. What has come over the captain? There is an air of menace about him. Indeed, he seems to have transformed into a different person. He is colder than before, yet I find it appealing. I hope he continues on this path towards becoming an aloof and enigmatic figure, remarked one of the female team members. Chapter 69. Organizing material rewards the convoy set forth. Yet this time, Gu Feng chose not to remain within the confines of the vehicle. Instead, he stood atop it, thirsting for carnage, insatiable carnage. He craved further rewards, superior equipment, and amplified strength. Every member diligently obeyed Gu Feng's orders. As the machine guns and cannons atop the vehicle unleashed a relentless barrage, while the windows surrounding the vehicle were flung open and team members fired their rifles with fervor. Gu Feng, standing atop the vehicle, was encircled by countless beastly knives and bone swords, mercilessly slaughtering the mutated beasts by the roadside. Vast numbers of these aberrant creatures fell, while an incessant voice echoed within his soul. Gu Feng remained discontent, yearning for more, insatiable, relentless. His heart screamed for abundance. Concerned, Gulan turned to Lu Jianxin and said, "What has gotten into my brother? He seems utterly deranged." Lu Jianxin replied, "Something must have transpired unbeknownst to us, triggering this frenzy. Surely, he wouldn't be this reckless throughout the journey. He is not one to leave no path for retreat." Just as Lu Jianxin finished speaking, Gu Feng descended from the roof of the vehicle. Gulan hurriedly inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" Gu Feng shook his head, closing his eyes to recuperate. He had been in battle since dawn and now required a moment of rest. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he opened his eyes, commanding, "Remind them not to conserve ammunition. Slaughter them fiercely." "Yes, Captain." While Gu Feng took a moment to rest, he also organized the rewards and materials he had amassed along their journey. The area of the star core space had expanded to 14 hectares. Ordinary evolution agents. 1. 692 recovery agents. 876 detoxification agents. 430 advanced evolution agents. 14 bottles regeneration agents. 3 bottles hatchable beast eggs. 2. Scale armor. 1. 300 sets bone swords. 920 beastly tooth knives. 316 bone shields. 432 venomous tooth knives. 40 armor-piercing bows. 9 biological mecha completion rate. 71 food. Over 4,000 tons. Cooking oil. Over 30,000 liters. Various snacks, instant noodles, and seasonings. Over 7 million packets. Various clothing. Over 60,000 sets. Medical supplies. Over 6 million boxes. Medical instruments and tools. Over 30,000 items. These materials and equipment occupied 2 hectares of the star core space. Feng was unaware of the size of the 4 weapon production lines. To be prudent, it was wise to slay more mutated beasts for disassembly, thereby expanding the star core's area. With a path of slaughter and disassembly, over an hour later, the vehicle entered a valley abundant with factories and warehouses. As the convoy arrived at the factory gates, a thunderous explosion resounded, echoing ominously. It was the sound of cannon fire. Feng swiftly shouted, "Quick! Disembark and take cover." Almost as soon as he spoke, a shell struck the center of the convoy. The violent explosion overturned 3 modified vehicles, while one was directly hit, reducing both vehicle and occupants to mere burning fragments. Feng's ears rang, and he felt dizzy and disoriented. He vigorously shook his head to regain a semblance of clarity, then pulled Gulan and Lu Jianxin from the vehicle and sought refuge in the dense thicket by the roadside. The other team members quickly reacted, retreating into the foliage as well. Just as fortune would have it, a surge of mutated beasts emerged from the depths of the forest, rushing towards them. Feng promptly shouted, "All team members, disperse and engage in combat units." "Understood, Captain." Feng's strategy was nothing short of ingenious. By forming smaller, agile combat teams, they could evade being targeted by artillery once more while preserving their fighting capacity as much as possible. Chapter 70. Regenerator Feng called out, "Li Junlan, locate the enemy's artillery position." "Yes, Captain." Li Junlan leaped up, ascending to the treetops, her pupils instantly transforming into diamond shapes as she scanned the surroundings. In a mere 6 seconds, she exclaimed, "Captain, I found it." 3 kilometers away, at the northeastern corner of the Blue Factory, a large mutated beast is carrying a 122mm howitzer on its back and is moving southward. The revelation left the group in shock. Not human? Has the mutated beast evolved to such an extent that it can operate artillery? While the others were in a state of panic, Feng remained remarkably composed. The black worm they had encountered earlier had not only learned human language, but had also adapted its combat techniques. The fact that the mutated beast could fire artillery was hardly surprising. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, trailing off ominously. The group instinctively sought cover, unaware of the artillery's impact point. Li Junlan, perched in the tree, jumped down and sprinted towards Feng. Just as Feng was engulfed in confusion, Li Junlan pushed him away. As Feng stumbled backward, he saw the shell descending right behind Li Junlan. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, engulfing Li Junlan in a massive inferno. Feng was stunned. The others were frozen in disbelief. It took a full 10 seconds before Feng, like a dazed fool, rushed towards the flames, disregarding the searing heat and the crimson shrapnel, to rescue Li Junlan from the fire. Li Junlan's limbs had been obliterated, her body charred beyond recognition. Trembling, Feng fumbled for the regenerator, muttering, "Where's her mouth? Where's her mouth?" The shrapnel had obliterated her face, leaving no trace of her lips. Syringe. Yes, the syringe for injection. Feng retrieved a syringe from the star core space, drew up the regenerator, and began injecting it into Li Junlan. 1 dose, 2 doses, 3 doses for doses. Feng continued to inject, yet Li Junlan remained unresponsive. Some team members had begun to weep softly, while others turned away, wiping their tears. Feng persisted in his frantic injections, while Gulen, struggling to hold back her tears, pleaded with him, enough, just let it go. Gu Feng shouted vehemently. No, you step aside. What do you mean, let it go? What do you mean? Unable to contain herself any longer, Gulen burst into tears. The regenerator. Yes, the regenerator. Gu Feng applied the remaining regenerator to Li Junlan. A miracle occurred. Li Junlan's body trembled slightly, and Gu Feng wept tears of joy as he administered the last 2 vials. The charred skin began to peel away, and her blood vessels and muscles visibly regenerated at an astonishing rate. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed ominously. Gu Feng, consumed with rage, cast aside over 30 regenerator vials. Commanding, continue administering them, do not stop. He then ascended into the sky. Soaring above the group, Gu Feng raised his palms, forming a series of 4 air shields overhead. Just as the 5th air shield was nearing completion, the shell came crashing down. The shell effortlessly pierced through 3 layers of air shields, but its velocity diminished slightly upon reaching the 4th. Gu Feng perceived the trajectory of the shell and endeavored to redirect its descent through sheer force of will. However, he underestimated the shell's formidable power. His mental energy was rapidly depleting. By the second, blood began to trickle from his nose, and by the 6th, his vision dimmed and his head felt as though it were swelling. At the 10th second, he finally managed to alter the shell's course. Yet Gu Feng plummeted from the sky. Chapter 71. Protecting the Captain, Guosijia stood below, her long hair flowing in the wind as she caught the falling Gu Feng. Weakly, Gu Feng uttered, "We have 30 seconds. Everyone rush into the factory area. The operation below will be entrusted to you, Jinxin." With those words, Gu Feng lost consciousness. Lu Jianxin took command, shouting, "Assault team, clear the path. Strike team, provide support. Long-range strike team, cover our rear. Logistics team, bring the injured to the center. Everyone charge." Though 30 seconds is a fleeting moment, it suffices against the mutated beasts. The group successfully stormed into the factory area. Utilizing the cover of the buildings, they were momentarily shielded from artillery fire. Before they could catch their breath, a swarm of half-flesh, half-steel mutated beasts surged forth from the nearby factory. The gunfire from the long-range strike team proved ineffective against these creatures, who swiftly closed the distance. Lu Jianxin's face turned ashen as he shouted, "In the past, the captain protected us, allowing us to survive until now. It is our turn to protect him." The team formed a battle line and charged forth. Li He, at the forefront, activated his powers. Countless bone spikes erupted from his back, enveloping him in a white skeletal guise. Raising his arms, he led the assault team, bellowing, "Protect the captain! Attack!" Ji Yu, wielding a knife in her left hand and a whip in her right, transformed her legs into golden serpentine tails, leading the strike team while brandishing her weapon, exclaiming, "Protect the captain! Attack!" The long-range strike team, resolute and fierce, fought not only for Gu Feng, but also for their leader, Li Junlan. Tears glistening in their eyes, they shouted, "Protect the captain! Attack!" Typically, the logistics team, composed of relatively weaker female members, did not partake in combat. Yet at this moment, they too grasped weapons, raising machine guns and vociferously shouting, "Protect the captain! Attack!" 100 individuals collided with the oncoming tide of mutated beasts. The immense impact left the assault team's defense precarious. Li He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught, impaling the beasts that charged at him with his bone spikes. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, pushing the assault team's line back relentlessly. Glancing at the unconscious Gu Feng, his eyes filled with rage, he bellowed, "Assault team, we shall not retreat, even unto death. We shall not retreat. We shall not retreat." The members of the assault team clasped hands, struggling forward. Each rallying cry seemed to unleash a wondrous force within them, allowing their line to advance rather than recede. The strike team was equally ignited by this fervent spirit, with Ji Yu leading the chant of "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The members echoed her, each shout igniting their fighting spirit, driving their raised weapons to strike harder and more accurately. The long-range strike team and logistics team became indistinguishable from one another as they all engaged in frenzied gunfire. Some even wielded dual weapons. Unleashing a storm of bullets upon the horde, dispatching numerous mutated beasts. Over 100 individuals, united in purpose, firmly established their ground amidst the ocean of beasts. A thunderous roar echoed as the colossal, mutated beast in the distance discovered the hiding place of the group and unleashed another barrage. Protect the captain. Someone immediately threw themselves atop Gu Feng. The shell landed in the midst of the formation, precisely where Gu Feng stood. A tremendous explosion érupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. The entire formation was nearly scattered by the shockwave, but fortunately, the team managed to stabilize themselves just in time. Chapter 72. The colossal mutant beast, 3 team members were obliterated into mere fragments, while the one tasked with safeguarding Gu Feng suffered grievously, a shard having severed half of his skull. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Guisija rushed forward to assess the situation, only to discover that the protector of Gu Feng was still alive, writhing in agony and uttering a pained cry. Hurts. It hurts. Without hesitation, Guisija administered a restorative injection, her voice trembling with emotion as she reassured him, "It's going to be okay, just hold on. Just hold on a little longer." In a desperate grasp, the team member clutched Guisija's hand, his eyes wide with urgency as he attempted to utter a final plea, "Protect the team." But before he could finish, he succumbed to breathlessness. Tears streaming down her face, Guisija gently closed his lifeless eyes. Lu Jianxin hurried over, urgently informing Guisija, "I will distract that colossal mutant beast. If I do not return, you must ensure Gu Feng and the others survive." With that, he seized 2 bone swords and ascended to the rooftop of the factory, charging toward the monstrous creature. Wiping away her tears with fierce determination, Guisija turned to Gulan, saying, "Take care of your brother. I am going to assist Jianxin." With a swift toss of her hair, the strands elongated, piercing the roof's metal sheeting, before retracting to propel her to the rooftop in pursuit of Lu Jianxin. "I will join you. We shall vanquish it together." Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses, noting, "The cannon fire originated from the south. We can traverse the rooftops." Just as they were conversing, a mutant beast leapt onto the rooftop, charging toward them. Without hesitation, they moved southward, aided by Guisija's hair, enabling them to traverse the factory's expanse with remarkable speed. "There it is," Lu Jianxin exclaimed, spotting a massive mutant beast below, a robust cannon protruding from its back as though it had grown from its flesh. They dashed forward, but, midway, witnessed the beast's tail coil around a cannonball, inserting it into the cannon, aimed directly at the location of their comrades engaged in battle. With the cannonball primed to fire, anxiety gripped them. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Jianxin hurled the bone sword toward the mutant beast. Just as the cannonball was about to be unleashed, the sword struck the cannon with a resounding clang, diverting its aim away from the intended target. The cannonball was fired, not at the team, but into the throng of mutant beasts, creating a devastating explosion amidst the dense horde. The colossal mutant beast let out a furious roar, charging toward Lu Jianxin and Guisija, its immense limbs causing the very earth to tremble with each thunderous impact. Both leapt simultaneously to evade the onslaught as the factory beneath them crumbled under the beast's weight. As they landed, they began to retreat swiftly. The giant creature, shaking off debris of steel and concrete, pivoted and charged once more. Lu Jianxin shifted his grip, wielding his sword with both hands, preparing to confront the beast head-on. Guisija, equally resolute, twisted her hair into a formidable spear, aiming it at the creature's head. As the two forces converged, Lu Jianxin suddenly rolled backward, slipping beneath the colossal beast's belly while raising his bone sword high above his head. Guisija stood resolute, her hair transforming into sharp spikes that collided forcefully with the head of the colossal, mutated beast. A faint echo of metallic clashing reverberated through the air. The gigantic creature let out a mournful wail, its massive form collapsing to the ground, yet propelled forward by its own immense inertia, gradually slowing down. It came to a halt right at Guisija's feet, where she firmly placed her foot upon its head, giving a slight toss of her hair, extracting an abundance of strands from the beast's cranium. Upon closer inspection, the mutated creature bore a gaping void the size of a basketball atop its head. remnants of hair still clinging within. Its abdomen had been entirely eviscerated, spilling forth a copious amount of blood and internal organs, mingled with metallic fragments. Chapter 73. Survival after the catastrophe. The two succeeded in vanquishing the colossal mutated beast, yet they dared not relax, for a multitude of metallic aberrations surged towards them. Lu Jianxin shouted to Guosijia, "You hold them off. I shall operate the cannon." Guosijia nodded, her hair once again spiraling wildly, resembling a dark storm cloud. Each tendril either pierced or coiled, preventing any mutated beast from reaching them. Lu Jianxin wielded his bone sword to extract the cannon from the back of the giant beast, adjusting its angle and loading the ammunition before firing. He did not hastily target the nearby aberrations. Instead, he aimed at the cluster of beasts surrounding his comrades, for they were more numerous and the situation there was dire. The continuous barrage soon scattered the horde, allowing the team to launch a full-scale counterattack. The battle persisted until dusk, at which point the mutated creatures in the entire factory complex were eradicated. As the exhausted members collapsed onto the ground, they noticed the blades in their hands were chipped and the barrels of their weapons had warped from prolonged exposure to heat. Surviving the ordeal, some exchanged jubilant laughter. Others embraced in tears, some offered words of comfort, while others began to sing the songs of their homeland. The west wind blows fiercely. The geese call in the frosty morning moon. In the frosty morning moon, the sound of hooves shatters, the trumpet sounds choked. The grand pass stretches like iron. And now we stride forth anew. Striding forth anew, the blue mountains are like seas, the setting sun as white as snow. When Gu Feng awoke, night had fallen. The flickering flames within the factory cast the silhouettes of the group in a strikingly grand manner. Gu Feng weakly inquired, "Junlan, how is Junlan?" Gulan hurriedly helped him to his feet, replying, "Brother, she is fine. Sister Junlan is safe, though she is yet to awaken. That's a relief." "That's a relief," Gu Feng murmured. The other team members, noticing Gu Feng's revival, gathered around him, exclaiming, Captain, we are so relieved you are safe." "Yes, Captain. We all hope you will lead us once more to eradicate those wretched mutated beasts. Avenge our fallen brothers." Gu Feng, with a sorrowful expression, queried, "How many brothers have we lost along this journey?" Lu Jianxin responded, "For members perished in Gaozixian, 7 were killed in the armory explosion, and 1 sacrificed himself to save you. 16 are severely injured, and 2, including you, are in a coma." Tears streamed down Gu Feng's face as he asked, "Who saved me?" "Erwa," came the reply, "the very one who constantly clamored for a girlfriend." Lu Jianxin affirmed with a nod. Many teammates turned away, secretly wiping their tears upon hearing this. In anguish, Gu Feng struck his own face, loudly questioning himself why. Why was it not me who died? Why him, when he was only 17? Captain, they called, "Please do not do this. Captain, how can you honor Erwa and the others like this?" "Indeed, Captain," they echoed, "we all know the team can endure the loss of anyone, but cannot bear losing you." "Why?" Gu Feng demanded. "I shall tell you why. Because you are our captain. You rescued us from our cages and granted us the chance to live as individuals. You bestowed upon us genuine hope. Captain, do you comprehend the significance of hope in this world? Each day, countless lives are lost, and the existence of individuals is rendered less valuable than that of a mere rodent. There's an overwhelming fear of venturing beyond the city, returning home, or even daring to dream of a future. In this realm steeped in despair, your presence is like a beacon of light, quietly standing firm, illuminating the entirety of the surrounding darkness." Chapter 74. The Legend of the Ancient Gods. Indeed, you face every challenge with a light-hearted demeanor, as though every problem is surmountable. We rely on you, sheltered beneath your wings. Yet we also understand that you are human, not divine. You too experience fatigue, fear, pain, injustice, and sorrow. Thus, we wish to support you, to help shoulder the burden, even if only for a brief moment, even if it costs us our lives. For you are not merely the hope of one among us. You embody the hope of us all. As long as you remain, we shall retain our faith to persevere. This sentiment was voiced by the eldest member of our team, resonating as the collective heart of every member. Gu Feng lowered his head and said, "I apologize. I will gather my strength. I wish to continue this journey with you." The crowd erupted in applause, cheering words of encouragement. Indeed, while the loss of fallen teammates brings immense sorrow, those who remain must forge ahead, as countless challenges await Gu Feng's resolution. That evening, Gu Feng relocated a bullet production line, 2 artillery production lines, and 1 cannon production line into the Star Core space. These 4 production lines consumed nearly half of the available space. Though these were mere tasks, Gu Feng felt little at first. However, when the warehouse door swung open to reveal a mountain of weapons and munitions, cannons and tanks, his heart nearly ceased to beat. "It's happening. It's actually happening," Gu Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses. "There's one more thing I wish to discuss with you, but I'm unsure if your heart can bear the news." "You underestimate me. Speak plainly," Gu Feng replied, clutching a shimmering golden bullet as if it were a stack of currency. "There are 6 more warehouses of this kind." Gu Feng gasped, unable to suppress a series of hiccups. He was troubled. The Star Core space could not accommodate this. The remaining space could barely hold 2 warehouses, leaving the fate of the other 4 warehouses in question. This posed a significant dilemma, a serious predicament. Currently, tales of the Ancient God Squad are circulating throughout City X. Have you heard? An Ancient God Squad has emerged in our City X, and they are formidable. I knew about it long ago. The Ancient God Squad consists of over 1,000 members, all of whom are mutants, each possessing immense strength and exceptional skills. They are truly unstoppable, like gods slaying deities and Buddhas alike. Indeed, I've heard that their leader, known as the Ancient God, is a being akin to a deity capable of scaling walls and defying gravity with ease. Impressive, isn't it? The name Ancient God carries a weight of significance. I also heard that the Ancient God can punch through an entire building with a single blow, and with 2 punches, the structure collapses. I yearn to witness the grandeur of the Ancient God firsthand. While the splendor of the Ancient God is undoubtedly captivating, I've also heard that there's a multitude of beautiful women surrounding him, each a mutant in her own right. Just thinking about it stirs the blood with excitement. Even the children on the street have begun to weave nursery rhymes. A beast runs through the door, and father and mother wield knives and forks. 2 beasts run through the door, and grandfather and grandmother curse. 3 beasts run through the door, and the little ones need not fear, for beasts run through the door. And Uncle Ancient God brings them down. Regarding the various rumors surrounding the Ancient God Squad in City X, the Feng Squad is equally perplexed. Is the intelligence we transmitted truly like this? Well, while there may be a hint of exaggeration, it remains fundamentally close to the reality. What they do not realize is that the information regarding the Ancient God Squad was relayed not just by their squad, but also by 3 other squads. 4 squads, each with their own version, and with embellishments multiplying through word of mouth. The Ancient Wind Squad has transformed into the Ancient God Squad, inflating the count from an actual 100 to 1,000. Chapter 75. I have purchased your lives within the central building of City X. Gu Qingqing stormed into Qin Juntai's office, her fury palpable. "I am infuriated. That scoundrel's name is plastered all over the streets, Gu Shun, as if he could ascend to the heavens." Qin Juntai set down the documents in his hand, contemplating for a moment before replying. "The intelligence reports indicate that he truly can ascend. Whose side are you on?" Gu Qingqing pouted, her lips turned down in annoyance. "I am on the side of City X." Qin Juntai responded, "Just like my grandfather, a workaholic." "Oomph. I have nothing more to say to you." With that, Gu Qingqing stormed out of the office. Resuming his perusal of the documents, Qin Juntai found nothing particularly remarkable, merely a task dossier. However, at the bottom of the file, a crucial deadline was conspicuously highlighted in red ink. Submit by September 27th, or the mission will fail. Today was indeed the 27th, which implied that if that individual did not return today, the mission would be deemed a failure. A cold smirk crept across Qin Juntai's face as he murmured to himself, "It is time to consider how to punish the one responsible for this failure. Gu Shun." As the sun dipped below the horizon, City X resembled a solitary island, standing defiantly amidst the desolate wilderness. The surrounding land appeared as if ravaged by artillery. riddled with craters and expanses of charred earth, constantly bearing witness to the brutal and grotesque reality of a post-apocalyptic world. The influx of newcomers to the city had dwindled significantly, while many were leaving. Among those departing, only a small fraction sought to scavenge for supplies or hunt mutated beasts. The majority were forcibly expelled from the city. These ejected individuals were predominantly ordinary people devoid of both labor and survival skills. Their inability to pay the residence tax resulted in their banishment. The fate awaiting them outside the city was all too clear. Survival is harsh, and it is precisely due to this harshness that rules must be adhered to even more stringently. Those expelled did not resist or curse. They simply trudged along the main road in a daze. A convoy emerged over the horizon, gradually coming into view. A fleet of uniform green trucks resembled a colossal green python. The front could be seen, but the end remained obscured. A man stood atop the leading vehicle, exuding an air of authority. As the convoy halted, the man bellowed, "Turn back now." The dazed pedestrians exchanged glances, bewildered. The man reiterated, "You there, stop looking around. Turn back at once." A timid voice responded, "We cannot re-enter. We lack the provisions to pay the residence tax." "Do you realize that you cannot survive outside the city?" he inquired. "We know, but what can we do? Lives are worthless." The man replied earnestly, "Then how much in provisions is your life worth?" This. He continued, "There is no need for hesitation. I have purchased your lives. Do you see this convoy? Is it sufficient to buy your lives?" Yes, absolutely." With a grand gesture, the man commanded, "Then come with me back into the city. May I know your esteemed name?" The ancient style could have returned a week earlier. But in order to transport as many weapons and ammunition as possible, the delay extended until now. The Star Core space was filled to the brim, with an entire 4 warehouses of arms lacking storage. Fortunately, the factory was not short on trucks, with over 100 team members, each capable of driving. There was 1 vehicle per person. Yet, even with this, they were unable to finish loading, ultimately leading Gulan to employ his abilities to add an extra compartment to each truck. This modification hindered the entire convoy's speed. Furthermore, with most team members turned drivers, no one was left to maintain vigilance. As the captain, Feng had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of the entire convoy's defense. Enduring the relentless winds along the journey, Feng found himself at a loss for words. However, the outcome was favorable, as all weapons and ammunition were successfully delivered to City X. Chapter 67. Is there such a deity? The streets were choked with vehicles, rendering entry into the city nearly impossible. The city was abuzz with excitement. "Have you heard? The ancient god brigade has returned," exclaimed one. "I saw it myself. The convoy seemed endless. I've heard it's filled with weapons and ammunition. How much could there possibly be? It must be sufficient to equip hundreds of thousands." Indeed, the ancient god lives up to its name. If only I could join the ancient god brigade, I'd gladly empty their latrines. Come on, do you even have a right to say that? Well, believe it or not, the ancient god personally took in those cast out of the city and even paid their residence tax. I refuse to believe I am inferior to those wastrels. Is that true? Absolutely. I heard the entrance is completely blocked, with supplies piled high like mountains. There is no way to count them all. Hey. The convoy is coming in. The two squeezed through the crowd, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the road, where long green trucks rolled past. Which one is the ancient god? I have no idea. Should we shout? Sure, let us do it together. 1, 2, 3. Ancient god, ancient god, ancient god. As they chanted, more and more joined in, echoing ancient god, ancient god, ancient god. Inside a truck, Feng furrowed his brow. What are they shouting about? The driver replied, "It seems to be about some ancient god." Feng pondered, "Ancient god? Is there even such a deity?" The driver shook his head. "I've never heard of it either." "Never mind. Let us head to the exchange center first. We need to convert these firearms and ammunition into points. Otherwise, parking will become a problem." "Yes, Captain." Upon arriving at the exchange center, chaos ensued as all staff members became engrossed in counting the influx of supplies, making it impossible to finish in a timely manner. Feng briefed Lu Jinxin before heading to the central office building of City X to meet with the elder regarding his tasks. The office building soared over 60 stories, and the elevators were still operational, a true luxury. Upon reaching the top floor, Gu Feng knocked on the elder's office door. The elder stood up, his face beaming with joy. "My boy, you have not disappointed me." Gu Feng smiled shyly. "I hurried just in time." The elder's brow furrowed slightly. "As long as you made it back safely. That's what matters. How did the mission go?" "All 4 production lines are intact." The elder's excitement was palpable as he clasped his hands. "This will resolve the urgent needs of City X. As you know, the military primarily relies on guns and artillery to deal with the mutated beasts. But each bullet fired diminishes our supply. If we cannot produce replacements promptly, City X will inevitably fall to the mutated beasts." Gu Feng understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. "Elder, do you have any further tasks? Please feel free to assign them. Not urgently. Rest for a while first. There will be plenty more opportunities for you in the future." Gu Feng chuckled. "Elder, what about the reward for this mission? Speak freely. As long as it's not too excessive, I shall grant it." "Ahem. I request permanent rights to the Villa District. Can we not ask, Wait a moment. Did you just say something incorrect?" "No. It's a Villa District with permanent usage rights." "You little rascal. 30 villas are hardly enough for your needs. And yet you desire an entire villa complex." "Ahem. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Are you attempting to evict this old man from the Villa District?" "Look at what you're saying. I am merely contemplating transforming the Villa District so that more people might have a place to reside." "Do you truly possess such benevolence?" The old man inquired with a smile. "Ahem. Truthfully, I was considering expanding the team. It would also serve to fulfill the task you entrusted to me. Wouldn't it? Now, that is more acceptable." Chapter 77. Acquiring the Villa District. Gu Feng, filled with unexpected joy, inquired if he had indeed secured the agreement. Gu Lao, bristling with indignation, retorted, "When did I ever agree to anything?" He continued, "Look, I risked my life to bring the production line back from such a distance. Can't you show some understanding? The current X city is so small that many still lack shelter. If I show you consideration, who will show it to me? You have no idea of the burdens of household management." Gu Feng soon realized that Gu Lao was attempting to extort him. "All right, just tell me what it will take for you to help me. I want half of the weapons and ammunition you brought back." Gu Feng sprang to his feet. "Why don't you go seize them instead?" "Hey, you little rascal, are you getting anxious? Even if you take half, would you be able to use it all? Moreover, if you were to convert all of that into points, such a massive expenditure would inevitably collapse X City's economic system." Gu Feng grimaced. "You have a point. I cannot counter your reasoning. Half it is. Ha ha ha. You're not a loss. X City is currently a land of opportunity, and the entire Villa District now belongs to you. So cheer up." Gu Lao glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's mealtime. I'll have someone prepare a couple of dishes, and we can toast to this occasion. I can't eat with a toothache." Gu Feng chuckled as he exited, unable to suppress his laughter about the half he had brought back. The resources from the Star Core space could not be counted as that. Those he had carried back himself. Gu Feng had no intention of departing. Once the Villa District was secured, he could discuss future matters. "Hey, why have you returned again? Aren't you in pain and refusing to eat?" Gu Lao asked, somewhat surprised. "I don't wish to dine, but rather to discuss something related to meals." Gu Lao adjusted his demeanor and urged, "Speak." "The search for supplies is becoming increasingly challenging. Once we've scoured the nearby areas, we will have to venture further afield. If we exhaust those distant resources, what then? Solely relying on searches is not a sustainable strategy. Just as you have contemplated producing weapons, have you ever considered that we could produce our own food? Are you suggesting we cultivate it ourselves?" "Precisely, we can grow our own. But how can we cultivate food in the city? There is hardly enough space for people to reside, let alone extra land for crops." Gu Feng smiled. "It's clear you have been in the city for too long and do not grasp the determination of us farmers." Gu Lao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" "In our rural areas, as long as we wish to cultivate, we can do so anywhere, on rooftops, balconies, indoors, even in dark basements. We always find a way to grow." Gu Lao's eyes lit up indeed. With so many buildings, the rooftops are all vacant. They could be utilized. However, a look of confusion crossed his face. "But how can we cultivate in those indoor and basement spaces? Don't plants require sunlight? We can grow mushrooms, They don't need sunlight to thrive. Gu Lao exclaimed in delight. You clever lad. This could resolve a significant issue. Gu Feng shook his head, not just one issue, but two. Cultivating food will not only address our food shortages, but will also encourage more people to remain in X city. In ancient times, it was indeed true that agriculture required a substantial amount of labor and manpower. Those unable to pay the residence tax could sustain themselves by farming, allowing them to remain in City X. Gu Feng reminded, if one decides to engage in agriculture, one must act swiftly. It is now the end of September, the optimal time for sowing. Indeed, time is of the essence. Otherwise, this winter may prove to be quite arduous. Having concluded the discussion, I prepare to take my leave. Wait, the villa area? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck my tooth. No, I must hasten to the doctor. With determination, Gu Feng made his exit. Chapter 78. Conditions for evolution that evening. The villa district was abuzz with excitement as a grand party unfolded upon the lawn. The surroundings were adorned with vibrant neon lights, transforming the area into a kaleidoscopic realm. In the center stood a large television and sound system, with team members eagerly vying for the microphone to showcase their vocal talents. At the barbecue stall, sizzling meats dripped with juices, while Nuan Law stood nearby, eagerly awaiting her turn, swallowing hard in anticipation. Some team members danced gracefully across the lawn, while others simply bounced about, moving to their own rhythm. Gu Feng sat contentedly on a chair, relishing barbecued meat paired with beer, thoroughly enjoying the feast. If one were to disregard the distant roar of the generator and the occasional rumble of cannon fire from beyond the city, one might mistake this gathering for an ordinary celebration from a bygone era. It was precisely because they had endured fierce battles and witnessed the devastation beyond that they cherished this hard-won vibrancy all the more. Gu Feng had initially intended to invite Do Tao to join, but upon inquiring, he discovered that Do Tao was away on a mission and had not returned for some time. Lu Zhe, however, arrived uninvited, bearing a points card worth an astonishing 170 million points, a substantial sum indeed. Converted into the currency of the past, it amounted to a staggering 17 billion. Originally, there had been another 17 billion, but alas, it had been taken away by the ancient. Lu Zhe remarked that Gu Feng was now the wealthiest individual in City X, capable of walking with impunity within its bounds. Whether one could indeed walk with such confidence was of little concern to Gu Feng. What truly intrigued him was the enhancement of his strength. For the first time, Gu Feng systematically contemplated the conditions for the evolution of the Star Core. The first condition was to slay mutated beasts. The more one killed, the greater the rewards, thereby naturally augmenting one's strength. The second condition involved increasing the number of followers, which not only provided access to previously unavailable resources, such as the mecha cultivation pool, but also unlocked team modes where any member could decompose a slain mutated beast. By combining these two strategies, the most expedient method for strengthening oneself was to recruit others. Two individuals could certainly achieve more than one, and the greater the number of participants, the more mutated beasts would be vanquished. Fortunately, City X was not lacking in people. As long as there were resources, finding manpower was not a concern, and Gu Feng currently possessed ample supplies. However, one could not recruit just anyone. In times of chaos, many individuals would resort to unsavory means for trivial gains. Gu Feng needed a strategy, one that could swiftly identify a multitude of capable individuals while filtering out the unscrupulous. The following day, Gu Feng gathered all the team members for a special meeting. The purpose of this assembly was to discuss two important matters. The first was that they had secured permanent usage rights for the entire villa district. Gu Feng proposed the idea of leveling the area and reconstructing it into a large multi-functional building. The first floor would serve as a training ground, the second as a cafeteria, the third to 6th floors as office spaces, the 7th to 9th as living quarters, and the 10th to 12th as cultivation zones. He invited any opinions or suggestions from the team. Captain, could we possibly add an entertainment area? One member inquired. Certainly, Gu Feng replied readily. Captain, what size of building are we planning to construct? Gu Feng remarked, the size of the villa district should match the scale of the building. My goodness, what an enormous undertaking this must be. With a smile, Gu Feng continued, Our edifice will extend 7 stories underground, designated for research and experimental purposes. Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy. Captain, there are just over 100 of us. Even if we were to occupy a room each day, we would not be able to exhaustively inhabit this vast space throughout the entire year. Chapter 79. Large-scale expansion with a hearty laugh. Feng remarked that the room was too spacious for him to occupy alone, and this led to the second matter he wished to discuss. Captain, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. What is the second issue? Feng cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, as the old saying goes, "A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier." In our context, this means that a team member who does not wish to become a captain is not a good team member. Captain, what do you mean by that? Are you unwilling to lead us any longer? Another voice chimed in. If someone is disrespecting you, tell me who they are, and I, Zhang, will be the first to deal with them. Feng hastily intervened. Everyone listen to me. It is not as you think. What I mean is that we are going to expand, and it will be a large-scale expansion without a limit on numbers. Oh, I see. Recruiting more people is beneficial. Strength lies in numbers. However, if we recruit individuals with ulterior motives, won't it be like a single rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel? Feng raised his hand to calm the crowd and said, "This brings me to my second point. After this meeting, all of you will go out and recruit individuals. If you bring back 10, you will be a provisional squad leader. If you bring back 50, you will be a provisional leader. 100 will elevate you to provisional team leader, and 200 will make you a provisional captain. The more individuals you recruit, the higher your position will be. Thus, I reiterate, a team member who does not aspire to be a captain is not a good team member." The team members were instantly abuzz with excitement. Some clenched their fists in enthusiasm, while others sparkled with anticipation. Yet, a vigilant member inquired why the titles all included the term provisional. Feng responded, "That is an excellent question. Why the term provisional? Because the individuals you recruit cannot be considered official members yet. You must lead them outside the city and survive for half a month. Only those who return alive will be deemed official members, and positions will be determined based on the number of returnees." The team members began to express their discontent. Feng elucidated, "It is only through the trials of life and death that one's true character is revealed. By making you lead individuals outside for survival, we aim to filter out any undesirables among us." "Oh, I understand now. Truly, Captain, this approach is brilliant." Another exclaimed, "Let us get started. I, Zhang, can hardly wait to become a captain." "Huh, you think you can be captain? What about our current captain?" Another teased, "Once I become captain, our current captain will naturally ascend to the rank of brigade commander." Feng chuckled. "Everyone, do not rush. I have a few more points to add. You may come to me for any supplies or equipment you need for recruitment. Furthermore, even after the trials, some undesirables are quite adept at disguising themselves. Keep your eyes peeled. Do not be deceived. If I discover any intruders in our ranks, I will make the one who recruited them eat their words." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Rest assured, Captain, we are seasoned veterans who have learned from experience. No one can outsmart us." "Very well. I hereby declare the commencement of recruitment." Almost all the team members rushed out the door, pushing and shoving one another. The method introduced by Feng is simply ingenious. The first step involves having the team members recruit new individuals, and, subsequently, their positions will be determined based on the number of recruits. This approach remarkably stimulates the enthusiasm of the team members. Who among those striving in the world does not aspire to hold a position of authority? Chapter 80. Hurry to register in the next phase. The team members were instructed to lead individuals outside the city to survive for half a month, serving a dual purpose. Not only would this expose those of questionable character, thereby purifying the ranks, but it would also hone the leadership skills of the team members. After all, the outside world was a realm dominated by mutated beasts. The teams led by less capable members would likely see a diminished survival rate. Upon their return, those who led successful teams would naturally ascend to higher positions, while the less proficient would find themselves relegated. Empowering capable team members to hold esteemed positions would invigorate the entire group, rendering it stronger and more dynamic. It was from this moment that the influence of Feng began to flourish. City X buzzed with excitement once more. "Have you heard? The ancient god brigade is recruiting. Do we even need to ask? The recruitment flyers are flying about like snowflakes. They can still print flyers? The ancient god brigade must be quite affluent. By the way, do you know what the requirements are? Well, the flyer states no restrictions on age, profession, or gender. Could it possibly be a scam? Unlikely. Those individuals are clad in the brigade's exclusive armor, something unattainable for others. Then let's hurry. What if the slots fill up? However, the flyer mentions that new recruits must accompany seasoned members for half a month outside the city to be considered official. Ah, such a lengthy duration. Wouldn't that be perilous? Fear not. Those veteran members are the elite among the mutated, the strongest of the strong. With them leading the way, what is there to dread? Indeed, they are seasoned warriors who have fought their way through hordes of mutated beasts. Moreover, even if we do not join the ancient god brigade, we would still need to venture outside to hunt mutated beasts, which is scarcely a safe endeavor without protection. Half a month is manageable. We can endure. Wait. The flyer also states that weapons and ammunition required for leaving the city can be freely chosen, with full provision from the ancient god brigade. Wow, that SA windfall. Previously, having just a pistol was considered fortunate, but now we can select our weapons at no cost. There's nothing to fear. Let us go register immediately. Meanwhile, Gu Feng was engaged in discussions with Lu Jianxin and others regarding the design of the building. Suddenly, a voice echoed within him. Ding! Congratulations. The number of your followers has increased to 500, resulting in... Just as the message was halfway through, the voice returned. Ding! Congratulations. The number of your followers has reached 1,000, resulting in... Ding! Congratulations. The number of your followers has increased to 2,000. Ding! Congratulations. The number of your followers has reached 5,000. Ding! Congratulations. The number of your followers has surpassed 10,000. Cumulative rewards are being calculated. Please wait. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly released a group of team members? Surely they weren't akin to a pack of wolf cubs. In such a short span, he had amassed over 10,000 followers. Was he truly aspiring for a position of authority? It seemed almost madness. The entire system appeared on the verge of collapse. In a moment of bewilderment, Gu Feng addressed the others. Please do carry on. I shall just make a brief visit to the restroom. With that, he ambled forward in a daze. Lu Jianxin cleared his throat and remarked, Captain, the direction you are heading is towards the kitchen. Oh, I suddenly feel a tad lightheaded. No worries, do continue without me. Gu Feng then proceeded to the lavatory, surveyed the area to ensure no one was present, and securely locked the door, settling into a tranquil wait. Chapter 81. Stacked Rewards. Ding. The calculation of stacked rewards has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 30 square kilometer star core space and 50 biological mech cultivation pools. Regional reconnaissance is about to commence, along with weapon research and weapon upgrades. Ding. Regional reconnaissance has been successfully initiated with a detection range of 50 kilometers. Ding. Weapon research has commenced successfully, and you have obtained a blueprint for biological weapon production. Ding. Weapon upgrades have been successfully initiated, automatically enhancing all-star core-produced weapons by 1 level. As the voice faded, Gu Feng felt a sudden, sharp pain in his forehead. Upon touching it, he discovered something peculiar. Gazing into the mirror, he was astonished to find a diamond-shaped blue crystal embedded in his forehead. Gu Feng recalled the white-robed elder riding a white deer. He too bore a similar blue crystal, albeit significantly larger than his own. Gu Feng murmured to himself, no wonder that old man claimed he was the weakest. It appears to be true. My star core has only just begun to take form, and it is dwarfed by his. I must seize the time. The star core space stretched endlessly before him, an expansive 30 square kilometers, equivalent to 3,000 hectares or 30 million square meters. Was it not vast? The once crowded supplies now appeared woefully insufficient. Moreover, the 50 biological mech cultivation pools loomed magnificently, and Gu Feng found himself envisioning a stunning scene of a 50-meter-tall mech army charging forth against their foes. What then? Was regional reconnaissance? The moment Gu Feng activated it, a map materialized in his mind. It was as though he hovered high above, surveying the streets, pedestrians, buildings, and city walls. To his delight, he discovered it resembled satellite surveillance, a veritable artifact of warfare that could ensure invincibility on the battlefield. Although the coverage was somewhat limited, encompassing a radius of only 50 miles, there was no need for concern. Upgrades were possible in the future. Feng then unfolded a large blueprint, which was densely illustrated with various mechanical components and assembly methods, including the production process. Regrettably, Feng lacked expertise in mechanics and struggled to comprehend it. However, at the bottom of the blueprint was an illustration of the weapon prototype. Resembling a rifle with an excessively thick barrel and numerous interconnected tubes, suggesting formidable power. Lastly, regarding weapon upgrades, Feng casually picked up a beast-tooth knife and was once again left speechless. The blade now reflected his own image, significantly heavier and glinting ominously. Feng was confident that should he encounter that black worm again, this knife would surely deliver a decisive blow. While Feng reveled in his bountiful gains, the villa district had transformed into a bustling and crowded scene. "Captain, I've recruited 100 people. I'm here to collect weapons and supplies. I've gathered 300. I'm not in a hurry, so why should you be?" "Sigh, I lack confidence. I only dared to recruit 50. Never mind. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Didn't he, the captain, say there's no upper limit?" "Indeed. I'll take my time to familiarize myself and proceed step by step." The ancient style has finally emerged, and as I gaze upon the dense crowd below, a sense of unease envelopes me. In truth, it is the people beneath who are even more apprehensive. Is that truly the ancient deity? Look closely at the mark upon his brow. It indeed reveals the presence of an ancient god. My heart races with anxiety. This is my first encounter with such a divine being, and my legs feel weak beneath me. Please lend me your support, for I too feel faint, overwhelmed by an urge to kneel before him. Chapter 82. Captain Nono Feng cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone. I am your future captain, Feng. The reason I say future is that you must undergo a rigorous assessment lasting half a month before you can truly be considered members of our team. If you fail to pass the evaluation or do not meet our criteria, I regret to inform you that you will have to leave our ranks. So, do you have confidence in yourselves?" A resounding chorus of over 10,000 voices erupted, shaking the very heavens. Feng continued, "Very well. Next, please register the weapons and supplies you require and submit them to Deputy Captain Lu Jinxin. You will collect them tomorrow morning, and after that, we will set off to begin the assessment. I hope you all succeed. That will be all for today. Please return and prepare yourselves." Once the crowd dispersed, Nono dashed over with a group of children, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle, I have recruited many team members too." Look, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Where did you find all these recruits? Do their parents know?" Nono replied earnestly, "I found them on the street, and they don't have parents." At that moment, she bowed her head, seemingly reminded of her own father. Feng turned to Lu Jinxin and asked, "I recall that the military has established orphanages to take in orphans, providing free food and shelter. How can there still be orphans wandering the streets?" With his usual indifference, Lu Jinxin responded, "The military orphanages are already at full capacity. There are simply too many orphans to assist. Many parents have left the city to pay their residence taxes and have been unable to return. New orphans arise every day." Feng then picked up Nono, smiling as he said, "Nono, you are truly remarkable for recruiting so many new team members. You shall be the leader of these little recruits." Nono beamed with joy. "I am a captain. I am a captain." Feng playfully pinched her nose. "Don't celebrate too soon. Our team has rules. To become a formal member, you must pass the tests." "Do I have to take the test too?" Nono widened her eyes in feigned innocence. "Indeed, your test will be learning." Can we change that? I want to go out and play." Feng adopted a serious expression. "This is an assessment. We cannot simply change it." All right, I accept the test." That evening, more than 100 veteran team members gathered at the villa, while the remaining 40 apprentices, excluding Mu Chio, were sent elsewhere. Review the intelligence gathered from the hunting teams. Pay attention to where there are high-level mutated beasts and where there are clusters of mutated creatures. This will be immensely beneficial for you. in situations that become irretrievable. Always prioritize your own safety. I do not wish to lose the key individuals I have trained. Gu Feng's repeated admonitions left the team members both touched and speechless. Captain, we understand. You have said it 3 times already. Gu Feng rubbed his nose and coughed. Have I really said it 3 times? Very well. These are the matters to be reminded. Considering the passage of time, it has been a while since we last utilized the evolution agent. As before, I invite everyone to come to me and collect the evolution agent according to your respective circumstances. Thank you, Captain. I must reiterate, the matter of the evolution agent must remain confidential, including from your apprentices. Moreover, do bring your apprentices along on this outing, treating them equally and conducting strict evaluations. Understood. Captain. Chapter 83. Leave it to me. After distributing the evolution serum, Gu Feng himself utilized a bottle of advanced evolution serum. This time, the range of his supernatural ability expanded from 300 meters to 500 meters, and the formation of his energy shield became increasingly adept. In an effort to test the strength of the energy shield, Gu Feng experimented with various firearms. He found that, with only a single layer of the energy shield, bullets from handguns were entirely blocked, while rifle bullets could penetrate but lost all their force upon doing so. Sniper bullets, although they penetrated, significantly diminished in speed, allowing Gu Feng to visually track them, which meant he could attach his will to the bullets and intercept them. Furthermore, Gu Feng's supernatural ability exhibited a hint of mutation. He could faintly hear the innermost thoughts of others, a phenomenon akin to mind reading, although still unclear and resembling murmurs. Prolonged concentration on listening rendered these thoughts increasingly distinct. This capability would undoubtedly expose those adept at masquerading, serving as a protective measure for the impending team expansion. However, this ability could not be sustained indefinitely, lest his mind become inundated with a cacophony of voices, leading to mental breakdown. The number of team members using standard evolution serums was steadily on the rise, and Gu Feng realized that it would not be long before these serums ceased to be effective for them. Advanced evolution serums could only be obtained by vanquishing high-level mutated beasts, prompting Gu Feng to consider making preparations in advance. Muchio's condition mirrored that of the previous time, with only a fleeting flash of red light in her left eye and no further response. Gulan, on the other hand, exhibited significant changes. His hands appeared as if forged from metal, capable of transforming into various shapes, scalpels, pliers, wrenches, quite miraculous indeed. Reflecting on Gulan, Gu Feng recalled that his sister was an outstanding student in the field of machinery. Gu Feng produced the blueprints for a biological weapon and handed them to Gulan. Take a look at this. Given our current conditions, can we mass produce it? Gulan examined the blueprints intently for quite some time. Brother, where did you acquire this? Just tell me if it can be produced. Gu Feng urged. Gulan, displaying rare composure, replied, "This item appears to be extraterrestrial. It entirely subverts the conventional principles of mechanics and energy transformation." Gu Feng pressed, "Just tell me directly, can it be made?" After a prolonged silence, Gulan finally stated, "It can indeed be produced, but it requires a substantial amount of advanced equipment. These include engineering materials, mechanical processing, and biological engineering across 3 fields. Where can we procure such equipment?" Gu Feng inquired. "In the entirety of City X, we might be able to gather mechanical processing equipment, but for engineering materials and biological engineering, we would likely need to go to Q City University." Upon hearing Q City, Gu Feng's heart sank. It was over 1,300 kilometers away. Even in his current state, he could not boldly declare that he could go wherever he wished. Gu Feng tucked away the blueprints and said, "I have a task for you." Gulan's expression turned serious. "Tell me, from now on, assemble our own research and development team. You will be in charge. Request anything you need, but one thing must be ensured. The personnel must be reliable." "Very well. Leave it to me." The following morning, the Villa district was bustling with activity as everyone queued to receive weapons, ammunition, and supplies sufficient for a fortnight. Gu Feng observed the once mountainous stockpile of resources dwindling rapidly, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. It seemed that before they could even grow warm, they had all vanished. One must sacrifice the child to catch the wolf. Gu Feng consoled himself inwardly. At last, the distribution of weapons was complete, and Gu Feng addressed the crowd with a commanding voice. The assessment begins. Let us set forth. Chapter 84. Named Dog, a procession of cars, laden with people, departed towards the outskirts of the city. Once they left, only a few core leaders remained, rendering the villa area suddenly desolate and eerily quiet. Gu Feng clapped his hands and declared, "All right, we must commence our tasks. Gulan, Jiyu, you shall form a research and development team. Junlan and Sister Sijia, you will seek out the teachers to discuss the establishment of a school. Lihi Jinxian, and I will take charge of the construction project." "Yes, Captain." Upon Gu Feng's command, the group began to disperse into their respective teams. Gu Feng's group was the busiest, for finding a construction team was nearly impossible at this juncture. They could only recruit some who had previously worked in construction or engineering, hastily assembling a new team. Once formed, they would need to procure various large construction vehicles and an assortment of materials: sand, gravel, cement, steel bars, concrete, and an array of other necessities. Unfortunately, these materials were completely absent in X City, prompting Gu Feng to assign Lu Jinxin and Li He the task of organizing the engineering team while he ventured out to source the materials. Before setting out, Gu Feng sought out Nuo. Uncle, what brings you here?" Nuo, accompanied by a group of children, was nearly beside herself with excitement. Upon spotting Gu Feng, she quickly concealed the small lion behind her. Gu Feng explained, "I have come to take the small lion out of the city." Nuo's large eyes widened in surprise. "With Dog gone, you should search elsewhere." Gu Feng could only manage a wry smile. "What do you mean by that? The small lion has nearly been spoiled by you. I intend to take it out for training, so hurry up." Reluctantly, Nuo brought the small lion from behind her back. Gu Feng could hardly suppress his laughter upon seeing the small lion, whose fur had been styled into 2 towering pigtails, and its mouth adorned with a thick layer of lipstick. Is this truly the small lion? Surely, it cannot be mistaken for someone's toy dog. Gu Feng stifled his laughter. "Come here, small lion." The small lion remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. It was Nuo who interjected, "Uncle, you must call it Dog for it to understand." Gu Feng slapped his forehead in regret. How had a ferocious, mutated beast been transformed into a mere lapdog, even adopting the name Dog? He wondered if it was still possible to rectify this. "Ahem, Dog, come here." At last, the small lion fluttered its wings and flew into Gu Feng's embrace. On a county-level highway, a man donned in sunglasses rode a Harley motorcycle at breakneck speed, pursued by a throng of mutated beasts. The man showed no fear, fully immersed in the exhilarating rush of the ride. Suddenly, a mutated beast lunged from the roadside, barreling toward him. As the distance between them narrowed perilously, a white shadow flashed by, striking the leaping beast with tremendous force, rendering it lifeless. The white shadow revealed itself to be a majestic, snow-white lion with wings. Unhurried, it began to devour the carcass of the mutated beast. In no time, nothing remained of the beast but bones, while the man had already sped away on his motorcycle. The snow-white lion harbored no worries. With a flick of its wings, it transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly catching up to the man and landing directly on the motorcycle's rear seat. It began to lick its lips, appearing as though it had yet to satiate its hunger. The man was none other than Gu Feng, and the snow-white lion was a trained beast named Dog. Dog possessed a voracious appetite and was quite particular, feasting solely upon the mutated beasts it had slain. It continued its relentless hunt and consumption without pause. Gu Feng, however, found great delight in this, for he observed that with each creature Dog devoured, its form gradually enlarged, and both its speed and strength steadily intensified. Chapter 85. The canine battle. Gu Feng recalled the white deer belonging to the old man in the white robe. He mused that if he allowed his dog to consume continuously, perhaps one day it might challenge that magnificent creature. Even if it were to falter, he still possessed 3 unhatched beast eggs. Once they emerged, with a little nurturing, he could unleash a multitude to overwhelm any adversary. The destination of Gu Feng's journey was the county of Pingtao, not far from City X. In the chaotic times prior, Pingtao served as a supplier of construction materials to City X. Before setting out, Gu Feng activated a regional reconnaissance to assess the situation in Pingtao. He found no clusters of mutated beasts, though 2 advanced mutated beasts were lurking near the county town. It was his firm intention to feed these advanced creatures to his dog. Without delay, he made his way directly toward the 2 advanced mutated beasts. The first was discovered in a restaurant, where it lay in a deep slumber. As Gu Feng parked his vehicle, the beast stirred awake. Before he could take action, his dog soared into the fray with its wings. In an instant, the 2 beasts engaged in a fierce skirmish, their violent clashes attracting nearby mutated creatures. Gu Feng positioned himself at the entrance, allowing his dog to focus on the battle. Despite its smaller stature, the dog matched the opponent in both speed and strength, even gaining the upper hand. When the adversary struck with a claw, the dog deftly evaded, countering with a stinger that pierced through the opponent's paw. With an enraged roar, the opposing beast launched another attack, this time catching the dog off guard and slamming it to the ground, resulting in a visibly deformed wing. Helpless, Gu Feng wielded his beast-toothed knife, severing the creature's limbs, rendering it completely immobile. The dog struggled to rise, its scorpion tail piercing through the opponent's skull, slaying it before commencing to devour. The mutated beast that the dog had vanquished could not be decomposed by the star core, a fact that did not concern Gu Feng, for the dog was, in essence, an integral part of his own strength. This advanced mutated beast was rather large, and the process of consumption took the dog some time. However, the results of the consumption were evidently pronounced. The severed wings were rapidly regenerating, and the dog's form had more than doubled in size. If it had once resembled a teddy bear, it now appeared akin to a golden retriever. After the feast, the dog required time to digest the energy, and Gu Feng was in no haste to pursue the remaining beast. Instead, he rode his bike to the construction site for building materials, beginning to transfer supplies to the star core space. Gu Feng remained on his bike, leisurely circling the area. As he observed vast quantities of construction materials vanish without a trace, while the blue crystal on his forehead pulsed with incessant brilliance. Adhering to the principle of abundance, Gu Feng did not hold back, nearly clearing the entire site, for after all, the space of the star core was sufficiently vast. Just as the ancient aura was about to fade, a voice from deep within suddenly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. The team members have successfully slain 2 secondary mutated beasts, 137 primary mutated beasts, and 381 basic mutated beasts. Please choose the mutated beast you wish to decompose. Is it finally commencing? Gu Feng understood clearly that this must be the fruits of labor from the team members who had ventured out for assessment. It was also the first time Gu Feng could purely relish the spoils of battle without exerting effort, rather than opting to dismantle everything. Gu Feng chose to retain a small portion for their sustenance. The rewards obtained were no different from those in the past. Gu Feng secured the rewards, mounted the vehicle, and set off in search of the remaining high-level mutated beast. Chapter 86. System Overload Through Regional Reconnaissance. Gu Feng swiftly pinpointed the second advanced mutated beast. This time, he refrained from intervening, entrusting the task entirely to his canine companion, who did not disappoint him, swiftly concluding the battle and devouring the entire creature. The dog had grown significantly larger, nearly the size of an ordinary male lion. Yet, it remained blissfully unaware of its own stature, with wings fluttering as it sprawled across the motorcycle's rear seat, causing Gu Feng to feel the vehicle sink under the unexpected weight. What had the motorcycle done to deserve such a burden? Gu Feng rolled his eyes at the dog, exclaiming, "You should fly on your own. The motorcycle can no longer bear your weight." Like many felines, the dog, having feasted, now desired slumber and stubbornly refused to dismount from the motorcycle's back seat. Gu Feng, exasperated, covered his forehead, pondering the misfortune he had brought upon himself. Reluctantly, he sought out a small truck on the street to transport both the dog and the Harley back to the city. Upon his return, Gu Feng was greeted by the bustling activity in City X, where everyone was fervently engaged in renovating buildings. Truckloads of soil were being transported into the city and moved to rooftops. It seemed the Ancient One had initiated preparations for the forthcoming planting. Even more uplifting for Gu Feng was the transformation of the city's atmosphere, from one of oppression to a vibrant sense of prosperity. As if the populace was not merely sowing seeds, but cultivating hope. Arriving at the villa district, Gu Jianxin had already assembled a construction team and was diligently at work. Gu Feng was quite pleased with their progress, envisioning the completion of the entire building before the team's return. However, after consulting with the engineers, he realized the magnitude of the project was too great. It could not be accomplished in less than half a month. With no other choice, Gu Feng sought Lu Zhe's assistance in resolving the matter of a temporary camp. After a series of negotiations, Gu Feng ultimately spent 30 million points to lease an office building not far from the villa district for 6 months. As he observed Lu Zhe's smug expression, frustration welled within him. The expenditure of points felt like water slipping through his fingers, yet there was little recourse, for Lu Zhe was indeed the landlord. For the next 2 days, Gu Feng busied himself with various trivial tasks, occasionally pausing to listen to the voice within that urged him to organize his rewards. This experience allowed him to relish the sensation of counting money at home. However, by the 4th day, circumstances shifted dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your team members have slain 1 Tier 3 mutated beast. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your team members have slain 16 Tier 2 mutated beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your team members have slain 397 Tier 1 mutated beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ding! Ding! System busy, please wait. Gu Feng was taken aback, frozen in place. What was happening? Had that group of rascals eradicated the lair of the mutated beasts? It seemed the system could scarcely keep up with the calculations. This was a predicament. Gu Feng felt a pang of distress, recalling that he had emphasized to his team the night before their departure to avoid areas with advanced mutated beasts and to steer clear of mutated beast hordes. Wait, he realized he hadn't explicitly instructed them to stay away. Nevertheless, his intentions had been quite clear. Did those rascals truly believe he wanted them to exterminate those mutated beasts? Well, it is too late to say anything now. The crucial point is that the sound beckons us to wait, and so we shall. However, this wait extended until 9 o'clock in the evening. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your team has successfully vanquished 5 third-tier mutated beasts, 498 second-tier mutated beasts, 7,546 first-tier mutated beasts, and 135,677 primary mutated beasts. Please select the mutated beasts you wish to decompose. Chapter 87. What on earth happened? Gu Feng sat down abruptly, a feeling of dread washing over him. Was this an assessment or a battle? They must have eradicated the lair of the mutated beasts, without a doubt. Anxiety gripped Gu Feng's heart as he worried for the safety of his team members. Yet excitement bubbled within him at the prospect of the rewards from such a multitude of mutated beasts. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he decided to claim the rewards first. Gu Feng chose to decompose everything. Ding! Decomposition successful. The host will receive 37 beast tooth daggers, 160 bone swords, 240 bone shields, 130,000 scale armors, 18 tameable beast eggs, 420 advanced evolution agents, 130 regeneration agents, 90,000 ordinary evolution agents, 60,000 detoxification agents, 87,000 recovery agents, and an expansion of the star core space by 14 square kilometers. The completion rate of the first mecha is 97%, while the second to the 51st mecha stand at 7% completion. The host will also receive an opportunity for a system upgrade, with options to choose from the area reconnaissance system, weapon development system, or weapon upgrade system. I choose the weapon upgrade system, Gu Feng declared. Ding! Weapon upgrade system upgrade complete. The host may freely select a weapon for upgrade. Note: the weapon must be produced from a star core. Otherwise, consequences will follow. Gu Feng selected a beast tooth dagger and attempted to upgrade it. Ding! Level 2 weapon upgrade conditions insufficient. A level 3 mutated beast corpse is required for the upgrade. Seriously? Another mutated beast? Gu Feng grumbled about the system. Yet, despite the complaints, the rewards were indeed bountiful, almost astonishing. The weapons and the myriad of potions were merely numbers to Gu Feng, but the mecha was a tangible surprise. The first mecha had taken shape, its massive form standing in a pool of blood, inspiring a surge of adrenaline merely by looking at it. Feng observed that all the mechas appeared distinctly different. The first mecha bore many features reminiscent of the high-level mutated beasts he had previously hunted. For instance, a colossal cannon was mounted on its left arm, identical to that of the giant mutated beast in a military factory, although the remaining mechas were still underdeveloped. Their characteristics were clearly different from the first. Feng speculated that the mechas were cultivated based on the traits of the high-level mutated beasts decomposed. The 3 auxiliary systems have been activated, yet upgrading them required a significant number of mutated beast corpses. Feng felt akin to many wealthy individuals. Pondering why the richer one became, the more one seemed to lack funds. Gazing into the mirror, Feng noticed that the blue crystal in the center of his forehead had noticeably grown larger. At this rate, he was confident that he would soon catch up to that white-robed elder. With this thought, Feng felt a surge of ambition and curiosity regarding those individuals who had ventured outside for the assessment. What had they done to slay so many mutated beasts? Let us rewind time to 4 days prior. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. It was a splendid day to venture forth. A throng of over 10,000 individuals, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, surged out of the city. As they exited, all team members instinctively led their recruits away from the main group. The target of 10,000 is excessively ambitious, easily attracting a swarm of mutated beasts for an assault. To avert unnecessary losses, it is indeed a prudent choice to act separately. Soon, over 10,000 individuals were divided into more than 100 teams of varying sizes, dispersed into the crevices of the mutated beasts activity zones, striving for survival. Chapter 88. The captain's intent the first day was a challenging ordeal, followed by losses on the second day, and by the third, a significant number of casualties began to manifest. It was undeniable that outside the city lay a realm dominated by mutated beasts. Once encountered, if one could not swiftly evacuate, it became exceedingly easy to attract a horde of these creatures, leading to potential encirclement. On one occasion, the team led by Old Zhang had been trapped. Out of over 300 members, only 50 managed to escape, while the rest perished. This devastating blow left Old Zhang feeling disheartened. He could not comprehend why, when following the captain, everything seemed surmountable. Yet when leading his own team, he was constantly evading danger only to ultimately fall victim to the mutated beasts. On the 4th day, Old Zhang encountered Big Nose, a cunning individual whose team of over 100 had emerged unscathed. This left Old Zhang in awe. Big Nose scrutinized the map, then turned to Old Zhang and inquired, "Have you truly grasped the captain's intent?" Old Zhang took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling directly into Big Nose's face, incredulous at the notion of not understanding. "The captain provided us with intelligence on the mutated beast activity zones to help us avoid them, allowing us to find a safe refuge and endure for half a month. Correct?" Big Nose retorted sharply, "Nonsense. Did the captain ever mention the word hide? How could you, an experienced veteran who has traversed the world with the captain, not realize that it is the mutated beasts who evade the captain, not the other way around?" Old Zhang suddenly recalled. "Oh, it seems he never did mention hiding." A pang of guilt washed over him. Big Nose shook his head in exasperation. With the captain's temperament, if he were to learn that you ventured outside merely to play hide and seek with the mutated beasts, he would surely be infuriated. Old Zhang discarded his cigarette, but asked, "Then tell me, what does the captain truly mean?" Big Nose elucidated. "The captain's intent is for us to eliminate the mutated beasts indicated in the intelligence reports. Otherwise, why provide such detailed information? Surely it is not to play hide and seek like you." If ancient Feng were present, he would undoubtedly be perplexed, thinking, "Was that my intention? I merely forgot to mention hiding." Old Zhang's realization dawned upon him. "You're right. Look at you, leading 300 men while cowering in fear. It's sheer luck you weren't annihilated. I, on the other hand, have taken the initiative, firmly grasping the reins of power. To this day, my 100 remain intact, not a single casualty." Big Nose concluded with a sense of pride. Old Zhang, having been successfully enlightened, lamented his previous misfortunes. realizing he had failed to comprehend the captain's true intentions. Big Nose then proposed, "It's not too late to change course. I have a grand plan that requires manpower. Are you interested in joining?" "Why not? What I have to lose? Share the details." Old Zhang eagerly replied. Pointing at the map, Big Nose explained, "This area is a gathering place for the mutated beasts. Not far from it lies Gourd Pass, flanked by towering mountains with narrow entrances and exits. If we can lure the beasts inside and block both ends, we shall have them." Old Zhang, invigorated by the idea, exclaimed, "You clever fellow, you really have a plan." However, the horde of mutated beasts numbers at least 100,000. How long must we fight against them? The confident man with the prominent nose replied, "Rest assured, I have already contacted 2 other teams, totaling over 500 individuals. That should suffice." "Very well. When shall we commence our operation?" "At this very moment." Chapter 89. The gourd mouth nestled between 2 mountains. The gourd mouth is an open expanse flanked by narrow ends, resembling a gourd from which it derives its name. At the valley's bottom, a road traverses through, bordered by sheer cliffs, steep and formidable. Prior to the onset of the calamity, this locale was a sanctuary for many travelers. However, today, the group led by Big Nose has no intention of reveling in the scenery. Big Nose directs the trucks into the valley, addressing the others with urgency. "Everyone, we must act swiftly. Bury all the landmines along the sides of the road. Lao Zhang, you and your team are tasked with affixing explosives to the rock faces at the entrance. Ensure that the blast will completely block the road. The rest of you, take positions on the mountain sides. Once the mutated beasts enter, unleash a fierce assault." "Understood." They respond in unison. The team toils until 6 in the evening, preparing meticulously. Along the way, they encounter scattered mutated beasts but refrain from gunfire, fearing to attract the horde prematurely. Instead, several seasoned members engage in close combat to dispatch the threats. Everything is in place, save for the arrival of the beast pack. Luring the mutated beasts into their trap requires the involvement of a few veterans. Big Nose drives a Hummer, while Lao Zhang and 2 other seasoned team members are assigned to fire their weapons to draw the beast's attention. They remain cautious, avoiding deep incursions into the beast's territory, instead opting for reckless maneuvers on the periphery, machine guns and grenades erupting chaotically. As the mutated beasts begin to surge forth, Big Nose, feeling it insufficient, accelerates towards areas frequented by higher-tier mutated beasts. This decision terrifies Lao Zhang and the others. They know that the speed of these elite creatures far surpasses that of a vehicle, and being cornered would spell disaster. Yet, Big Nose is resolute in his reckless pursuit, ignoring their protests and inciting the beast sire. Fear grips Lao Zhang and his companions as the sight of stampede looms behind them, and the distance to the elite creatures shrinks rapidly. They dare not fire indiscriminately, waiting until the beasts are nearly upon them to unleash a barrage, which, while not inflicting significant damage, would hopefully slow their advance. After a harrowing series of maneuvers, they manage to draw the mutated beasts into the gourd mouth. Their vehicles successfully enter, closely followed by the horde. Yet, as Big Nose reaches the exit, he abruptly halts the vehicle. With a pale face, he exclaims, "The entrance is too narrow. The mutated beasts have not fully entered yet. We must hold our ground here." Lao Zhang is tempted to curse him, questioning his authority. "Do you really think you can withstand a direct confrontation?" To his dismay, Big Nose proceeds to arm a sizable cache of grenades. In a tacit understanding, the group begins to hurl them with fervor. The grenades rain down like droplets, the resounding explosions reverberating through the air. The narrow confines near the exit prevent the mutated beasts from surging forward. As more mutated beasts congregate in the valley, chaos ensues, leading to overcrowding and trampling. Some beasts stray from the road, only to meet their demise on landmines, obliterated in an instant. At the entrance, mutated beasts relentlessly surged forward, while at the exit, the pressure on the group intensified. Finally, someone atop the mountain waved a red flag, signaling that the mutated creatures had indeed breached the perimeter. The leader, known as Big Nose, bellowed, "Get in the vehicle, we must retreat." This time, it was old Zhang at the wheel, with Big Nose occupying the back seat. As the car surged forward with great force, Big Nose hurled an entire pack of grenades out of the window. A tremendous explosion ensued, repelling the advancing mutated beasts. Chapter 90. The fire illuminates the sky as the vehicle emerged from the gourd pass. Two violent explosions erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them as if an earthquake had struck. The big-nosed man glanced back and saw massive rock formations plummeting from the cliffs, sealing off their exit. It was time to reap the rewards. Those lying in ambush on the mountain began to shoot furiously, tossing grenades down in quick succession. The big-nosed man and his companions hastily ascended the slope, eager to witness the fruits of their labor. Peering down from the mountain, they beheld the valley brimming with mutated beasts. A single grenade could obliterate a cluster, while a bullet could fell a string of them. The horde of mutated creatures was thrown into chaos, with countless landmines detonating. Some of the more advanced mutants attempted to scale the cliffside, only to be met with an unending barrage of bullets. The entire valley transformed into a grand display of pyrotechnics, the cacophony of explosions resonating in their ears. Old Zhang shouted into Big-Nosed Man's ear, "There are far too many mutated beasts down there. Even if we exhaust our ammunition, we won't be able to kill them all." Recognizing the dilemma, Big-Nosed Man pointed to a gas station on the map and declared, "Let us go fetch some gasoline." Old Zhang gave him a thumbs up in approval. An hour later, 4 fuel tankers arrived at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by hoses for firefighting. The hoses were connected to the pumps, extending all the way to the summit. As the engines roared to life, gasoline sprayed forth, dousing the valley's mutated beasts. With countless creatures to evade, they received an unsolicited gasoline bath. Soon, every drop of gasoline had been unleashed, saturating the air with a pungent scent. Old Zhang, unable to contain his excitement, ignited a lighter. Before he could toss it, a surge of flames engulfed him. The nearby air ignited instantly, and the entire valley, along with the mountaintop, erupted into a ferocious blaze. As he sprinted down the slope, Big-Nosed Man vociferously cursed the ignorant fool, lamenting how gasoline is prone to evaporation. "You didn't even wait for us to escape before lighting it up. What madness! You've doomed us." Once everyone had retreated to safety and a head count was taken, they discovered a grim irony. None had perished in the battle against the mutated beasts, yet over 30 had succumbed to the flames ignited by their own reckless ally. Old Zhang, a mutated being with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person, found himself engulfed in the blaze, suffering only the loss of his clothing. He slumped to the ground, chastising himself for his folly, realizing that most of those who perished were individuals he had brought along. The others remained remarkably composed. Dwelling on what had transpired would yield no benefit. Only Big-Nosed Man repeatedly reminded himself to cherish life and steer clear of Old Zhang. By 8 o'clock that evening, the fire illuminated the surroundings as brightly as daylight. Standing outside the mountain, they felt the searing heat waves and could hear the anguished cries of the mutated beasts echoing from within. Had it not been for Old Zhang's reckless ignition, this could have been heralded as a flawless annihilation, a stunning victory of 500 against 140,000 mutated beasts. The inferno raged throughout the night, while the group had long since departed, strategizing for the next wave of encirclement. In the ensuing days, Feng sat in the city, overwhelmed by the rewards he received, descending into a state of neurosis. The accolades range from hundreds to thousands, and even tens of thousands or more. Feng is curious about what he has unleashed. Are they mere machines of slaughter? Are there enough mutated beasts outside the city for them to vanquish? Was it not agreed upon to remain cautious for half a month? Little does Feng know, those seasoned members have long been nurtured into a fearless collective. How could they possibly be timid? Over 100 teams have been dispatched beyond the city, transforming into a formidable legion of harvesters. If brute force fails, they shall resort to cunning tactics, employing an array of traps and mechanisms that emerge incessantly. A kaleidoscope of strategies intertwines, as they seem determined to eradicate every mutated beast in the vicinity of City X before they relent. Chapter 91. The mutant rats. Not only was Feng bewildered, but also the soldiers tasked with guarding City X were equally perplexed. The cannons atop the city walls had fallen silent for several days, not due to malfunction, but because the nearby mutated beasts had inexplicably vanished. Their whereabouts remained a mystery. They had simply disappeared without a trace. This sudden absence of cannon fire left the soldiers on watch feeling unsettled, as they were accustomed to drifting into slumber accompanied by the sound of artillery. Now, deprived of this familiar noise, they found it difficult to sleep. The ordinary citizens, venturing out to scavenge for supplies, felt the tension most acutely. The desolate wilderness and eerily quiet streets sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to speculate whether the mutated beasts were plotting something sinister. Consequently, they exercised even greater caution, hastily gathering their provisions and retreating to the safety of the city. The hunting squads, however, faced a more dire predicament. The intelligence they once relied upon had lost its value, and in order to locate the elusive mutated beasts, they would need to venture further afield. Meanwhile, Feng remained secluded in his chamber, doing nothing but awaiting updates from the depths of his mind regarding the number of mutated beasts his team had slain, the weapons and equipment acquired, the potions procured, and the beast eggs collected. Feng also utilized the weapon upgrade system to elevate over 30 venomous daggers and more than 100 beast fangs to level 3. These blades now appeared as if forged from crystal, exhibiting an unparalleled sharpness, slicing through iron like it was mere clay. The first mech had been completed, while the second through 51st were at 46% completion. Just as Feng was eager to venture out and test the mech, complications arose at the construction site. Upon arriving, he found that Lu Jianxin had already evacuated the workers. What is the current situation? Feng inquired. Tension laced Lu Jianxin's response. 12 workers were killed on the spot, and over 30 others sustained severe infections from bites. I have administered antidotes, and, for now, the situation is under control. As they conversed, they reached the foundation that had been excavated. Feng pointed to a dark hole, roughly the height of a person, and asked, "The mutated beasts emerge from here?" Lu Jianxin nodded affirmatively. Li He and I have already ventured inside for a preliminary inspection. It is quite deep, and its destination remains unknown, with numerous forks in the path, some even connecting to the city's underground pipelines. Anyone who enters easily risks becoming lost, and we dared not delve too deeply. Feng pressed further. What is your estimate of their numbers? I observed more than 100, Lu Jianxin replied. Were you unable to eliminate one or two? Feng queried. They were highly alert, with swift reactions and speed. Lu Jianxin exclaimed. Feng was taken aback, considering Lu Jianxin's own speed and strength were nearly on par with his own. The fact that he expressed such concern indicated that these mutated beasts were indeed formidable. Did you get a clear view of their appearance? Feng asked again. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses. They appear to be mutated rats. A frown creased Feng's brow. Even before mutation, rats were known for their extraordinary alertness and speed, coupled with a tenacious vitality, making them one of the 3 pests that had long eluded eradication. The potential complications posed by their mutation were indeed alarming. Feng pondered the gravity of the situation. With so many inhabitants in the city, should the mutant rats re-emerge? Countless lives could be at stake. Feng wished to enter and conduct a cleanup, yet most of the team members had ventured outside the city, leaving him short-handed. Thus, the only recourse was to seek assistance from Guliu. When Feng located Guliu, he appeared to be quite fatigued, likely due to his relentless work. Chapter 92. Global Situation. Feng directly articulated his intentions, while the elder rose abruptly, exclaiming repeatedly, "What did you say? There are mutated rats underground. Impossible, impossible." With a heart full of doubt, the ancient spirit spoke directly. "How can it be impossible? My own people witnessed it with their own eyes. The body of the worker who was bitten to death is still warm. Why don't you accompany me to take a look?" Perched upon a decrepit chair, the ancient figure found himself in a predicament. A troublesome situation indeed. Feng chuckled. What trouble could this possibly be? Are they not merely mutated rats? Just take someone down to clear them out. The ancient sage slammed the table in fury and exclaimed, "You audacious fool. Do you have any idea how numerous the mutated rats are? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The ancient figure was momentarily taken aback by the harsh rebuke. In his mind, he had always perceived the past as a realm of shrewdness and composure. How could it be so volatile? Unless, of course, the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. The air in the room felt as though it had solidified, plunging the two into a brief silence. After a moment, Gu Lao sighed and spoke in a calm tone. I apologize. I lost control of my emotions just now. An elderly gentleman, in the twilight of his years, offered an apology to the ancient winds. The ancient winds, taken aback, quickly gestured in refusal, saying, Dear elder, if there is something you wish to convey, please do so candidly. Together, we shall find a solution. The ancient explanation states, prior to the calamity, scientists conducted studies on the urban rodent population and discovered that for every additional person in the city, the resultant waste generated would lead to an increase of 13 rats in the sewers. Before the military took control of City X, its population had exceeded 7 million. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 91 million rats inhabiting the city. Following the military's takeover, a thorough extermination of all animals was initiated, yet the rats all fled underground. We inundated the subterranean passages with copious amounts of toxic gas and sealed all entry points with reinforced concrete. To our astonishment, those rats not only survived, but also underwent mutations. The spirit of the Ancient One had already begun to wane, and the first thought that crossed his mind was whether he should lead his team to safety. It felt as though they were navigating through a minefield of emotions. The ancients seemed to have perceived the sentiments of antiquity. If one wishes to flee, then hasten to do so. The command I have received is to safeguard City X. Thus I cannot depart. The ancient spirit cannot allow others to easily perceive its innermost thoughts. As the strange abilities awaken, whispers of ancient truths resonate in its ears. Escape. But where can you truly flee? Do you have any notion of the countless creatures that inhabit this world? A rough estimate suggests that there are over 12 billion cattle, more than 60 billion sheep, and approximately 70 billion chickens among domesticated livestock alone. In today's context, these creatures could all be considered as mutated beasts. This does not even account for the wildlife and the significantly larger population of marine creatures. How many more mutated beasts might these encompass? Humanity has suffered a devastating onslaught, with 90% of nations obliterated, leaving only a handful of superpowers to mount a final resistance from their sprawling metropolitan enclaves. Should these cities fall, the extinction of humanity will be imminent. When Gu Feng awoke, drenched in sweat, the news weighed heavily upon him. His steps faltering, he rushed out of the office and hastened to the restroom, plunging his head into the basin. Is this the end? Am I to meet my fate without a fight? Will I perish so easily? No, I have my sister, my brothers, and so many teammates. I have the Star Corps. I cannot simply surrender. Chapter 93. Engaging in action, when Gu Feng sought out the elder again, he found the entrance barred. The guard informed him that a meeting was in progress and entry was prohibited. Gu Feng could only wait patiently. After 3 hours, numerous stern-faced men exited the office. Just as Gu Feng was about to enter, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Juntai. Qin Juntai remained as courteous as ever. Gu Feng, it's been a while. Oh, my apologies for obstructing your path. Please, go ahead. With that, he stepped back a few paces, eager to find the elder. Gu Feng nodded at Qin Juntai and proceeded inside. Qin Juntai squinted slightly, revealing no discernible emotions, before turning and leaving. The elder appeared considerably aged, slumped in his chair, devoid of energy. Gu Feng approached him and asked, Elder, are you planning to take action? What are your intentions? The elder replied weakly, Military affairs are not for outsiders to inquire about. Gu Feng brandished his credentials before the elder, asserting, I am also part of the military. I have a right to know. Sitting up straight, the elder fixed his gaze on Gu Feng and inquired, Do you wish to participate in the operation? Gu Feng nodded decisively. Very well. You shall command one team. For specifics, consult with Juntai. He is the overall commander for this operation. Gu Feng responded emphatically, understood. In the villa district, outside the entrance of the construction site, over 100 fully armed soldiers stood in neat formation, awaiting new orders. Gu Feng stood at the forefront, adjusting his earpiece. Hello, can you hear me? Received. Wireless communication established successfully. Please activate the positioning devices. After switching on his locator, Gu Feng glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained before the operation commenced. Observing the soldiers in their bulletproof vests, he frowned and instructed, "Remove the bulletproof vests and don these." With a flourish reminiscent of magic, he produced 100 pieces of scaled armor from behind him and distributed them among the troops. Once clad in the scaled armor, the soldiers felt significantly lighter. With just 2 minutes remaining, Gu Feng commanded, "Begin donning gas masks and oxygen tanks." "Yes, sir." Gu Feng was no exception. After all, one could never be certain that remnants of toxic gas lingered underground. "Commence the operation." Qin Juntai's voice resonated through the earpiece. Without hesitation, Gu Feng led his team into the cavern. This operation mobilized over 100,000 personnel, divided into over 1,000 small teams, entering the underground from various directions to conduct a thorough sweep toward the city center. Qin Juntai sat in the command vehicle, his eyes fixated on the large screen ahead. The screen displayed an enlarged map of the underground pipeline, with over 1,000 red dots appearing around the periphery, gradually advancing toward the center of the map. Suddenly, one red dot on the screen began to flash rapidly. Qin Juntai hastily pressed the corresponding communication button. "Team 103, respond if you can hear me." "Team 103, please respond." No reply came. Increasing the volume to its maximum, Qin Juntai finally heard a sound from the other end. Tick, 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 followed by the ominous sound of relentless gnawing. Qin Juntai remained composed as he pressed 2 additional buttons, announcing, "Team 102. A mutated creature has emerged in your left corridor. Team 104. A mutated creature has appeared in your right corridor. Team 102 acknowledges. Team 104 acknowledges." After a span of over 10 minutes, Teams 102 and 104 reported, "All members of Team 103 have perished. The surrounding area has been thoroughly cleared. We request to continue the search." Continue the search. Chapter 94. Mission failure. Upon entering the passage, Gu Feng intended to initiate a regional reconnaissance. However, he was met with the same view of the ground. Reluctantly, he resorted to utilizing his extraordinary abilities to search ahead. With a perception range of 500 meters, he had ample opportunity to accomplish many tasks. In stark contrast to Gu Feng's leisurely pace, the soldiers exhibited heightened tension, proceeding with extreme caution, almost as if every step required vigilance. Gu Feng felt compelled to voice his frustration, wondering how long this pace would prolong their search. "Stay close to me. We must quicken our pace." "Yes." Thus, Gu Feng led his team in a near sprint. Curiously, for a full half hour, Gu Feng's squad encountered not a single mutated rat. Meanwhile, in the command vehicle, Qin Juntai scrutinized the conspicuously prominent red that labeled 001, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, multiple red dots began to flicker rapidly on the screen, all situated in the vicinity behind 001. This indicated that Squad 001 was likely encircled by a horde of mutated beasts. Qin Juntai understood that Squad 001 comprised Gu Feng and his team. Although he harbored a disdain for Gu Feng, even feeling somewhat repulsed by him, this was not a moment for personal sentiments. "Squad 001, a large number of mutated rats have appeared behind you. Please retreat promptly. Nearby squads, please proceed to provide assistance." Upon receiving Qin Juntai's message, Gu Feng promptly began to lead his team in a rapid retreat. After only a few steps, he sensed a considerable number of mutated rats emerging within the passage. Gu Feng deftly manipulated over 23rd-tier beast tooth blades to confront them. The mutated rats were unable to withstand the onslaught and began a hasty retreat. Gu Feng pursued, only to find himself chasing shadows. Frustrated, he paced in place, while his soldiers gazed in awe at the plethora of mutated rat carcasses strewn about. "This is astonishing. We didn't even catch a glimpse of them, yet you've already dispatched so many. Regrettably, many more have escaped," Gu Feng lamented. "These mutated rats are exceedingly cunning. The moment they realize they are outmatched, they flee. With so many underground passages, are we to play hide and seek with them?" Squad 001. Contact with Squad 009 has been lost. Please proceed to investigate. Squad 001 acknowledges. Gu Feng replied, heading toward the coordinates of Squad 009. As they approached, Gu Feng sensed a large number of mutated rats feasting on corpses. From the remnants of their equipment, it was evident that these were members of Squad 009. This time, Gu Feng refrained from acting hastily and instead moved quietly closer. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated the vigilance of the mutated rats. They launched a surprise attack. With no choice, Gu Feng commanded the beast's toothed blades to slash vigorously. Observing the carnage, the rats began to scatter once more, and Gu Feng's pursuit ended in futility. Squad 001. Squad 043 is trapped. Please proceed to provide assistance. Squad 001 acknowledges. Gu Feng was now fully committed. He raced alongside his team, finally catching up to the sounds of gunfire ahead, where a large number of mutated rats found themselves ensnared between two squads. Gritting his teeth, Gu Feng declared this time, "I shall see where you attempt to flee." He unleashed a flurry of strikes with the beast's tooth blades. In less than a quarter of an hour, the trapped mutated rats were utterly decimated. The surrounding soldiers, having not fired a single shot, gazed at Gu Feng in astonishment. This is the ancient deity rumored throughout the city. Its power is truly overwhelming, capable of single-handedly sweeping through foes. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Feng proceeded to assist Team 043. Originally comprising 100 members, Team 043 was now reduced to a mere 30, all bearing injuries and pallid faces. Trembling in evident distress from the infection, Gu Feng promptly administered an antidote to several of them, managing to stabilize their condition. With the emergence of casualties, Gu Feng had no choice but to carry the injured out. This extermination mission has been utterly disastrous. Out of 100,000 who entered, only 70,000 emerged, while 30,000 were left untreated, succumbing to infection and death. Chapter 95. The invincible war machine in an ancient, dilapidated office. Gu Feng sat in silence, his head bowed. Gu Lao, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed. Was he finally aware of the severity of the situation? With a bitter smile, Gu Feng replied, "It's not that severe, merely a bit frustrating. Those mutated rats are exceedingly cunning. At the slightest hint of danger, they scatter in all directions. With so many passages, locating them has proven to be an arduous task." Gu Lao inquired, "Have you devised any strategies?" He suggested, "What if we lay landmines in the passages? The mutated rats would perish upon contact." Shaking his head, Gu Lao remarked, "How many landmines would we need? A few would be ineffective, while an excess would cause the entire X city to collapse. Then shall we relocate the city?" Gu Lao countered, "Can you guarantee that the new location is devoid of mutated rats? Furthermore, how could we possibly move over 7 million residents?" Gu Feng, massaging his temples, found himself at a loss for solutions. Yet, an idea began to form. If a substantial number of mutated beings could be dispatched for extermination, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Tentatively, Gu Feng asked, "Gu Lao, how many mutated beings are there in your army?" Understanding the implication, Gu Lao responded, "We can muster around 30,000. Gu Feng had initially estimated a maximum of 5,000, so 30,000 was a pleasant surprise, indicating the military's strength exceeded his expectations. After a quick calculation, Gu Feng deemed that 30,000 would be barely sufficient and worth attempting. "Very well, you shall lead this operation." Gu Feng declined, stating, "No, I believe Qin Juntai is better suited for this task. Moreover, I wish to act independently this time." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lao nodded in agreement. 3 days later, the second extermination of the mutated rats commenced smoothly. They returned to the same entrance, but this time, Gu Feng intended to enter alone. Outside the cave, Lu Jianxin and others anxiously watched Gu Feng, confirming, "Are you sure you don't need us to accompany you?" Gu Feng shook his head, asserting this time, "The army will take the lead. You all must remain vigilant outside. I fear the mutated rats may emerge from underground, and in that case, we will rely on you." Understood. As he glanced at the time, it was nearly time to act. Gu Feng lowered his head, preparing to enter, when suddenly he heard Gu Lan's voice. "Brother, wait." Gu Feng looked outside to see Gu Lan pushing a peculiar machine toward the cave entrance. "What is this?" Gu Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. With pride, Gu Lan declared, "This is the invincible war machine I specially crafted for you. It's rather small, isn't it? It barely reaches the height of my thigh. Gulan explained. It is designed specifically for the low underground passages. Despite its size, it can accelerate swiftly, easily catching up to the mutated rats. Skeptical, Gufeng watched as Gulan unfolded the machine. It resembled a motorcycle, albeit half its height, constructed entirely of steel. The tires concealed anti-slip steel spikes, and the engine occupied half the machine's space. The front was equipped with a steel cable that could be launched, exuding an aura of raw power. Quite intriguing. Gufeng mounted the machine, and upon igniting it, the engine roared to life, exuding an overwhelming force. Gufeng inquired, "What is its maximum speed?" Gulan awkwardly remarked, "Ahem, just make sure to drive slowly." Gufeng was left speechless, sensing that this sister was inexorably heading towards the realm of a mad scientist. As soon as Gufeng pressed the accelerator, he nearly got thrown out of the car, for the vehicle surged forward at a staggering 80 right from the start. Chapter 96. Unrestrained rampage. Before Gufeng could express his grievances, he was propelled into the cavern by the motorcycle. Harnessing his extraordinary abilities, a flurry of beastly fangs hovered around him. With the assistance of the motorcycle, the mutated rats found escape utterly impossible. As Gufeng grew increasingly adept at maneuvering the bike in conjunction with his powers, he transformed into a colossal meat grinder, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Many mutated rats, upon hearing the roar of the engine, had already been cleaved in twain by the razor-like fangs. In the command vehicle, Qin Juntai sensed the unusual occurrences surrounding Gufeng. "Hey Gufeng, are you alright?" he called out. "It's a bit noisy here. Could you speak up?" Qin Juntai, amused, shook his head, acknowledging the chaotic nature of his companion. "Team 032 is engaged in battle. Can you provide support?" "Absolutely," Gufeng replied, promptly turning the motorcycle towards the coordinates of Team 032. Qin Juntai observed intently as the red dot representing Gufeng zipped across the map, swiftly converging with another red dot. "Hello, Command Center. This is Team 032 reporting. A shadow just flashed by, and all mutated rats have perished." Even Qin Juntai, usually unflappable, was taken aback. "Did you not see anyone?" "No, just the sound of the engine." With excitement, Qin Juntai clenched his fists. "Continue your search, and report any dangers immediately." "Understood," 032 acknowledged. Qin Juntai swiftly recalibrated the strategic deployment. "All teams, please note, prioritize containment and delay when encountering large groups of mutated rats." Received. Qin Juntai dedicated himself to supporting Gufeng, promptly informing him of any large concentrations of mutated rats. Gufeng proved to be remarkably effective, arriving just in time to swiftly resolve the threats. Qin Juntai fixated on the rapidly moving red dot on the map, noticing that its speed had remained consistently high throughout the operation. The extermination lasted 4 hours, concluding only when Gufeng's motorcycle ran out of fuel. As he emerged from the vehicle, he was greeted by a throng of soldiers. Upon seeing Gufeng, they erupted in applause, chanting his name, "Gufeng, Gufeng, Gufeng." Feeling a bit flustered, Gufeng could only respond with a smile. Qin Juntai approached and grasped Gufeng's hand. "You've worked hard," Gufeng replied with a grin. "Thanks to your timely updates, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate so many otherwise. Rest well, this will be a protracted battle." Gufeng wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that despite the heavy toll taken tonight, those were merely the outer regions. Vast areas remained unexplored, concealing countless mutated rats yet to be discovered. After the battle, a voice within reminded Gufeng that he had slain 110,000 level 1 mutated beasts today. Ancient estimates suggested that over 90 million lurked underground. At this rate, even with daily efforts, it would take a full 3 years to eradicate them all. Gufeng pondered the sheer magnitude of this task, realizing that the underground could not possibly house only level 1 mutated rats. There would undoubtedly be numerous higher-level variants as well. Once encountered, would the battles continue to unfold as smoothly as today? Gufeng hesitated, contemplating whether to unveil the evolution agent. Ultimately, he resolved to wait until all his teammates had returned before deliberating further. In the ensuing days, Gu Feng and Qin Jun Tai collaborated seamlessly, wreaking havoc in the underground. Virtually unrestrained, the number of mutated rats they vanquished steadily escalated, 12,000, 17,000, 20,000. Yet upon reaching 27,000, they encountered a formidable bottleneck. Chapter 97. Stalemate. Trap. On the 8th day, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gu Feng and Team 107 found themselves besieged by a horde of mutated rats. Hurry! We must eliminate them. Understood, I am on my way. Upon finishing his statement, Gu Feng revved his motorcycle and sped off. As he rounded a corner, he sensed 4 mutated rats blocking his path. These 4 were distinctly different from the others, their bodies cloaked in an inky black, as if drenched in oil, and their size was imposing. A single one occupied half the passageway. Gu Feng slowed his speed, unleashing his beast-tooth knife, which sliced through the air and struck all 4 rats, causing blood to spurt forth. Yet, they did not perish. Instead, they charged toward him. The narrow corridor left Gu Feng with no room to evade. He had to halt, weaving a dense web of blades with the knife before him. The 4 mutated rats collided with the blade net, meeting their demise, yet their massive corpses effectively sealed off the passage. At that moment, Qin Jun Tai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Team 107 is on the brink of collapse. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. There was no time for detours. He commanded the beast-tooth knife to bore a path through the obstructive carcasses, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Gritting his teeth against the revulsion, he maneuvered through the gruesome passage, only to encounter 6 more equally gigantic mutated rats. A sense of foreboding surged within him as Qin Jun Tai's voice echoed in his ear. All members of Team 107 have fallen, and 4 other teams are trapped. Gu Feng, can you make it there? Gu Feng hastily squeezed the earpiece. Quickly, instruct everyone to retreat. I am being delayed. This is undoubtedly a trap. As soon as he spoke, Qin Jun Tai observed the screen, where all the red dots began to flicker rapidly. He urgently connected with all teams. Retreat. Everyone fall back. Yet, the earpiece was filled with a cacophony of gunfire and countless screams. Qin Jun Tai slumped back in his chair, muttering, "It's over, it's over." In the preceding moment, every team had simultaneously been overrun by a multitude of mutated rats. Regardless of how they fought back, the rats seemed inexhaustible. With ammunition depleted and grenades exhausted, they resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Despite the members being altered beings, they could not escape the harsh reality that sheer numbers would overwhelm them. Soon, they were engulfed in a tide of mutated rats, their remains vanishing without a trace. Gu Feng lost count of how many mutated rats he had slain. He merely continued to manipulate the blade net, relentlessly slashing. The front and rear passages were completely obstructed by the rats. For everyone he killed, 2 more would surge forward, their countless eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, fixated upon him. The 500-meter perceptual defense circle was being relentlessly constricted. Over 100 beast-tooth knives were drenched in blood. It seemed the mutated rats were resolute. Even if they could not bite Gu Feng to death, they would bury him alive beneath their carcasses. Gu Feng dared not hesitate any longer and began to force his way in a single direction. The blade net, nearly propelled by the mass of bodies, pushed forward. His powers were rapidly depleting. Time ticked away, and his vision began to blur, his mind swelling with fatigue. In an ancient and ethereal style, Gu Feng bit his tongue, summoning all his strength to persevere through the arduous journey, yet the exit remained tantalizingly distant. As he trudged along, visions began to invade his mind. He beheld his parents, their backs turned toward him. He yearned to pursue them, but no matter how fervently he tried, he could not catch up. A sudden realization struck him. His parents had perished. Awakened by this grim truth, Gu Feng felt a chill of terror as the mutated rat drew perilously close. A cold sweat broke out upon his brow as he summoned a protective barrier, while his beast-toothed blade resumed its relentless slaughter. Chapter 98. 3 days in a coma, Gu Feng found himself utterly disoriented, unable to discern left from right, or even recall the path he had traversed. His memory had completely faded away. Surrounding him were swarms of mutated rats, their incessant, high-pitched screeches further muddling his thoughts. The rumbling sound emanating from the rock wall resembled the roar of an engine. Goofing shook his head. He had abandoned his motorcycle. So where could it possibly be? Yet, the duration of this hallucination was inexplicably prolonged. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the mutated rats, and a bright light began to pierce through the densely blocked passage ahead, blinding Goofing. "Brother!" It was Gulin's voice. "Bro!" exclaimed Lu Jinshin. Goofing called out Guisijia. "Captain!" Shouta Li Junlan. "Old brother!" came Li Hie's voice. "Foe!" echoed Yi Ypsilonue. "Roar!" was the lion's roar of Doggo. They had all come for him. After Goofing was rescued, he lapsed into another 3-day coma. During this time, much transpired in City X. First, there was a massive mobilization of the military, followed by an overwhelming surge of mutated rats emerging from the underground. Numerous buildings tilted and collapsed, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives, with millions infected and in peril. Upon awakening, Goofing discovered that the tide of mutated rats had receded, and the team members who had ventured out for assessments had returned. He first encountered the returning team members, who stood in orderly rows, over 6,000 strong. With a pale complexion, Goofing ascended the stage, gazing down at the weary faces below. "First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I failed to protect our home." With that, Goofing bowed deeply to the crowd. "This is not your fault, Captain. With so many mutated beasts, who could have stood against them? Indeed, Captain, you did your utmost. Our home may be lost, but we shall rebuild. Yes, we will rebuild as long as the Captain leads us. Anywhere with him is home." Inspired by the fervor of his comrades, Goofing felt a renewed sense of purpose. "Though our home is lost, we shall reconstruct it, but before we embark on rebuilding, we must eradicate every last mutated rat. Yes, eradicate them all. Eliminate them completely." Goofing raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. He continued, "To swiftly enhance our strength, all newly joined members will now utilize the evolution serum. After their transformation, we shall regroup based on their evolved characteristics. Old members need not worry. You will retain your positions commensurate with the number of individuals you have brought back. This rule remains unchanged. You will serve in the corresponding roles within the newly formed teams. All members, please come forward to receive your evolution serums." Goofing added, "Given the exceptional circumstances, we will postpone the formal induction ceremony for now." "Understood, Captain." Goofing proceeded to reorganize the new recruits, as he had stated, to leverage the unique abilities each individual would possess post-evolution, thus enhancing their collective combat efficacy. Additionally, this restructuring aimed to prevent the formation of factions or cliques among the team members, ensuring unity and cohesion. He entrusted Lu Jinshin and others with the specifics of the regrouping while he sought an audience with the elders. The ancient man appeared more weary and aged than ever before, as if a mere gust of wind could carry him away. The ancient style directly produced an evolution agent and explained its function to the elder. The elder could scarcely fathom the existence of such a thing. It was capable of altering the entire situation. Even he, at this moment, revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes, eager to probe further with his words. Chapter 99. Purge and exterminate. Gu Feng stated directly, "There is no need for you to probe. This is something only I possess, and only I am capable of wielding it. I have no time to engage in games with you. Here are 500,000 doses. Feel free to utilize them as you see fit." As he spoke, Gu Feng produced an impressive array of 50,000 evolution agents, filling the entire office to the brim. He then proceeded to discuss the current state of affairs in the city. The underground has been entirely hollowed out by the mutated rats, and the structures above are bound to collapse sooner or later. What are your plans? The elderly man rubbed his weathered face vigorously, attempting to regain his composure. "Alas, relocating the city is no longer an option. I do not share your sentiment," Gu Feng retorted. "The rationale you previously advised me still holds true. However, I have contemplated further. As the saying goes, one must break before one can establish. The mutated rats have excavated the underground. Why not seize this opportunity to eradicate them completely and utilize the groundwork they have laid to construct an underground city?" The elder fell into deep contemplation. The advantages of rebuilding the city were manifold. Not only could they perfect the defensive structures, but they could also reorganize the city to better serve humanity's resistance. Furthermore, with the 500,000 evolution agents at their disposal, that would translate to an army of 500,000 mutated combatants. The Elder concurred. In no time, the two most powerful figures in City X finalized all plans overnight. By dawn the following day, the military perimeter expanded 30 miles outward. The entire population of 7 million was mobilized to transport all valuable resources from within the city to the outskirts, with even children participating in the effort. The large-scale relocation persisted for 2 days, during which they encountered sporadic assaults from the mutated rats, all of which were repelled by the vigilant mutated defenders. On the third day, following extensive detonations, City X lay in ruins. Subsequently, large construction vehicles arrived from every direction to commence the cleanup operations. After 2 days, the debris on the surface was finally cleared. The next phase involved extensive excavation. A considerable number of mutated beings occupied the city, prepared for battle. While the cannons atop the walls were turned inward, civilians were temporarily relocated outside the city. The excavation began smoothly until they reached a depth of 16 meters, at which point the mutated rats surged forth in droves. This time, the populace was well prepared, unleashing a barrage of bullets from all sides. The mutated rats suffered heavy casualties and retreated in disarray. Excavation continued, with trucks transporting the earth along with the corpses of the mutated rats out of the city. The skyline of City X gradually descended. Upon reaching a depth of 30 meters, another wave of mutated rats emerged, this time noticeably more ferocious and formidable, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective against them. In accordance with their strategy, the mutated beings swiftly retreated, while the cannons on the walls initiated a comprehensive barrage. Following the artillery bombardment, all emerging mutated rats were reduced to charred fragments. This cycle of excavation, cleanup, and extermination persisted, embodying Feng's rudimentary yet effective strategy. If the enemy cannot be defeated underground, then let us draw them out and confront them above ground. In the face of such brazen tactics, the mutated rats found themselves utterly helpless. The excavation and cleanup efforts have persisted for over a month and have now entered the concluding phase. This time, the senior officials from both the Ancient Style and X City have all taken their positions at the forefront. The entirety of X City has been transformed into a colossal sinkhole, reaching depths of over 130 meters. According to the biological monitors, there are indications of living organisms at a depth of 150 meters below ground. Chapter 100. The Abyssal Giant Rat in order to eliminate future threats. Excavation work continued. As the excavator's iron shovel made contact with the ground, the earth began to tremble, and the city walls shook violently. Panic ensued among the crowd. Was it an earthquake? Cracks appeared in the rock face. Everyone needed to evacuate the underground. A multitude of mutated creatures started to flee rapidly up the spiraling slope. However, the depths were too great. Escape was not feasible in such a short time. Suddenly, darkness loomed overhead. The cracking rock wall had finally succumbed to the strain and collapsed. In that moment of despair, a man soared into the air, holding back the falling rock. It was Feng. The crowd referred to him as the ancient god. He was indeed capable of flight. Feng raised his arms high, conjuring a colossal energy shield to support the rock wall, shouting, "You must hurry, I cannot hold this for long." This snapped the crowd from their shock, and they began to race upwards. The tremors persisted, with countless stones and debris cascading down, striking the energy shield. Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. And only when everyone had reached the surface did he retract the shield, just in time to protect himself. A deluge of dirt crashed down into the pit, producing a thunderous roar. Dust enveloped the entire abyss. Suddenly, a piercing, beastly roar echoed from the depths below. The dust began to churn violently. Feng sensed the impending danger and ascended rapidly, just as a massive shadow lunged toward him. He activated the energy shield with all his might. However, it shattered upon impact. Feng barely managed to cross his arms in front of him for one final defense. The immense force slammed him into the rock wall. causing his chest to cave in as he began to cough up blood. From the swirling dust emerged a colossal rat, its enormous bulk nearly filling the abyss. The shadow that had sent Feng flying was none other than the rat's tail. The giant rat disregarded Feng entirely. To it, he was merely an insect squashed against the wall. As the creature ascended from the abyss, countless people fled in terror. Its vast size rendered them akin to ants when standing nearby. On the city wall, an elder trembled, his hoarse voice repeatedly commanding, "Fire! Fire! Boom! Boom! Boom!" The cannons atop the wall required no aiming. Even with eyes closed, they could strike true. The rat was simply too immense. Countless shells detonated upon the monster's body, creating only charred patches, failing to inflict any significant damage. The rat swung its long tail, sweeping against the wall, demolishing numerous cannons and reducing soldiers to mere pulp. Despair enveloped everyone. If even the cannons could not harm it, who could halt its massacre? The giant rat advanced, barreling toward the city wall. It was undeniable that upon impact, the wall would collapse, crushing the civilians outside into oblivion. Just as the massive rat's head was about to collide with the wall, it suddenly halted. The giant rat stood frozen, as did the crowd, bewildered. What was happening? In the midst of their confusion, the giant rat began to slide backward. The giant rat turned its head, gazing at the abyss, as if sensing some lurking danger, and began to scramble forward in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how it struggled, its entire body was still being drawn backward. The onlookers turned to behold what lay behind the giant rat, and discovered that its tail was stretched taut, extending deep into the chasm. Within the depths of the abyss, something seemed to be grasping the rat's tail, inexorably pulling it into the void. Chapter 101. The humanoid behemoth survivors on the city wall, trembling with fear, cautiously peered down into the abyss. What was that? It resembled a giant. Yet its entire form was rugged, adorned with what appeared to be a layer of armor that seemed to have grown from its very being. A massive cannon protruded from its arm, exuding an aura of primal ferocity and strength. It resembled a humanoid beast. This very creature grasped the tail of a gigantic rat, forcefully dragging it towards the gaping chasm. Despite the humanoid beast being considerably smaller than the rat, its strength was astonishing, no matter how fiercely the rat struggled. It could not escape the inevitable fate of being pulled into the abyss. Just as the rat was on the verge of plummeting into the chasm, it suddenly pivoted and lunged directly at the humanoid beast. The beast, still clutching the tail, was caught off guard. However, to everyone's astonishment, as the beast steadied itself in a martial stance, it delivered an elbow strike in response. The rat let out a shriek as it was slammed against the rocky wall of the chasm. Some gasped in disbelief, others were stunned, while a few wore expressions of bewilderment. Did I just witness that? Was that not reminiscent of the most fundamental horse stance in martial arts? No one answered his query, as everyone was engulfed in uncertainty, questioning whether the humanoid beast was friend or foe, why these two titanic entities were clashing, and what fate awaited them all. Some even hoped for the mutual destruction of the two beasts, for that would be the safest outcome. All eyes were fixed on the battle unfolding below. At this moment, both colossal figures had descended into the chasm, and the clash was imminent, with no means of evasion. The humanoid beast, legs slightly bent inward, positioned its right palm forward and left palm back, aligning its body in a straight line, standing resolutely in its stance. Someone exclaimed loudly, "Goodness! It's employing the Wing Chun starting position." Another, perplexed, inquired, "What on earth is that?" "Wing Chun. Haven't you seen the films featuring it, man? Are you suggesting that the humanoid beast practices Wing Chun?" "Indeed, the humanoid beast is destined to prevail. Simply because of Wing Chun? You do not comprehend. In the confines of the chasm, the space is exceedingly limited, rendering expansive movements impractical. Wing Chun is renowned for its quick, close-range strikes, making it virtually invincible in such cramped quarters." As they spoke, the giant rat sprang into action, rising to its hind legs and barreling towards the humanoid beast. The beast responded with both palms striking out, swift as lightning, landing blows beneath the rat's jaw. The crowd heard a series of thunderous impacts, as the rat's form began to lean backward, pressed against the rocky wall. The humanoid beast advanced a step, continuing its relentless assault. Someone shouted excitedly, "It's sticking and striking. That's the essence of Wing Chun." For a full 2 minutes, the humanoid beast's relentless barrage persisted. The rat, pinned against the wall, was subjected to a tempest of fists and feet, leaving it with no possibility of escape. The humanoid beast showed no signs of pausing. Its strikes rained down mercilessly upon the rat, causing the wall behind the rat to tremble and dislodge a cascade of dirt and rock. As dust began to cloud the air, obscuring the spectator's view. Yet, the resonant thunder of the clash continued to echo through the haze. The crowd could only await the final outcome with bated breath. At long last, a tremendous roar emanated from the abyss, followed by a deep rumbling that finally ceased. Dust and smoke began to churn violently, and the hearts of the onlookers raced to their throats. Suddenly, a colossal hand struck the rim of the pit. The humanoid beast had triumphed. Indeed, the creature emerged from the depths of the chasm. Chapter 102. A taste of forbidden green's concern began to permeate the crowd. If the formidable presence that could vanquish the colossal rat unleashed its wrath, they feared they might not even have the opportunity to flee. However, the humanoid giant remained eerily still, standing quietly. Suddenly, a peculiar writhing motion occurred on its forehead, which gradually split open, widening into a gaping fissure. As the onlookers peered into the opening, they were astonished to discover a man ensconced within, his body ensheathed in flesh and blood as though he had grown from within the giant. Yet, as the cleft expanded further, the viscera clinging to him began to detach. Ultimately, the man emerged, not merely stepping forth, but soaring into the sky, surveying all below him. It was an ancient spirit, not just an ancient being, but a divine entity. Many fell to their knees in reverence, bowing deeply. It was revealed that the humanoid giant was a biological mech, and the man was none other than the ancient spirit. Though it was already November, the sun continued to blaze with fierce intensity, casting a soft purplish glow upon the earth. Outside the city, a makeshift camp had been erected where the ancient spirit, dressed in a tank top, squatted at the entrance, a large bowl of oil-splashed noodles cradled in his left hand, and chopsticks poised in the right, while a clove of garlic rested in his palm. He savored each mouthful of noodles and garlic with unrestrained delight. Nono longed to emulate the ancient spirit, but her limited strength thwarted her ambitions. She placed her bowl on a small stool and crouched beside him, dabbing at the tears elicited by the pungent garlic as she stuffed her mouth with noodles. The ancient spirit suddenly pointed into the distance, inquiring who was approaching. Nono stood upright, craning her neck, but after a prolonged gaze, she saw nothing. Upon resuming her crouch, she noticed that her bowl of greens had diminished significantly. With a fierce glare, she admonished the ancient spirit, who was engrossed in his noodles, calling him a childish fool. "I won't play with you anymore," she declared, protectively cradling her bowl and turning her back on him, her wings unfurling to completely obscure his view. The ancient spirit chuckled, relishing the greens that had been foraged by Guasijia, who had sought to replenish Nono's vitamins. It had been quite some time since he had seen any greenery in his bowl, and this opportunity was too precious to waste. Regardless of whether she was a child or not, he devoured the pilfered greens, still longing for more. "Nono, do your classmates now resort to such insults? Childish fool," he mused. Nono, seemingly having unraveled the ancient spirit's ploy, ignored him entirely. Gazing at the sweltering sky, the ancient spirit remarked, "On such a hot day, your wings seem rather idle. Why not fan me?" Nono continued to disregard him, focusing on her noodles. The ancient spirit threatened playfully, "If you don't fan me, I might just snatch the greens from your bowl." With a mischievous grin, Nono replied, "All right, uncle, I'll fan you." With a gentle flick of her wings, she hardly exerted herself, yet the ancient spirit felt an overwhelming gust hit him, distorting his face and sending him tumbling backward until he landed unceremoniously on the ground. As if that were not enough, the adjacent tent collapsed under the force, revealing Lu Jianxin and Lu Zhe, who had been covertly laughing behind it. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Lu Jianxin instantaneously reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, as if the smile that had just graced his face had never existed. Lu Zhe quickly interjected, clearing his throat. The tent was not toppled by me. No, displaying the most straightforward reaction, seized a large bowl and dashed outside, calling out, Mommy! Mommy! Uncle has knocked down the tent you just set up. Gu Feng, caught between laughter and tears, rose from the ground, dusting off his backside, and addressed the two. If there is something to discuss, please come inside. Chapter 103. Only noodle soup. The three individuals entered the tent, where Gu Feng placed a bowl on the table and directly inquired, Why is it always you delivering the documents recently? Have you been relieved of your responsibilities regarding housing? Lu Zhe responded, Where would there be housing for me to oversee? I've been transferred to headquarters. They're aware of our acquaintance, so they assigned me to facilitate communication with you. Promotion is promotion, but you speak of it so subtly, as if I cannot discern the truth. Lu Zhe smiled, not denying it, as he placed a document before Gu Feng. Upon opening it, Gu Feng noted a marked location of a grain depot near City G. Are we in dire need of grain? He queried. Lu Zhe jested, Look at how you phrased that. Well, have we ever had enough grain? What I'm going to ask is, are we currently facing a food shortage? Gu Feng clarified. With 7 million people in the city, all mobilized for the reconstruction of City X, there's naturally no one left to hunt mutated beasts or scavenge for supplies. It's a daily outflow without replenishment, and soon we won't have anything to eat. Lu Zhe explained. Gu Feng nodded, then shifted the topic. Are you truly planning to construct an underground nuclear power plant? It's nearly completed, wouldn't you say? The user replied. Does that mean we will be living in the shadow of a nuclear bomb? What if it were to explode one day? We would all perish. Lu Zhe looked at Gu Feng with a bemused expression. Our nuclear technology is world-class. It's not something that would just detonate. Besides, didn't you notice how deep we've excavated? Over 1,000 meters? The amount of steel poured in would muffle any sound. At this point, Gu Feng grew agitated. You're not planning to encase the entire underground city in steel, are you? I've personally emptied 3 steel mills for those materials, and even dismantled iron gates and railings from the surrounding counties for you. That was unavoidable. The last incident with that giant rat terrified the higher-ups. To ensure absolute safety, especially for the nuclear plant, we had no choice but to invest heavily. Lu Zhe retorted. Gu Feng, albeit resigned, understood that safety indeed comes first. Very well, I shall attend to it promptly. As the conversation concluded, Lu Zhe showed no intention of leaving. By the way, could I have a bowl of oil-splashed noodles as well? Are you here to work or to feast? Gu Feng teased. Both, they're not mutually exclusive. He exclaimed with a smile, Sister Sijia, could we have another bowl of oil-splashed noodles? Just as Gu Feng finished his call, Gui Sijia entered, carrying a bowl. Gu Feng was somewhat surprised by her swiftness. Slamming the bowl onto Gu Feng's table, she declared, You think you can knock down the tent and still expect noodles? There are none, only noodle soup. Here you go. Gu Feng glanced into the bowl and indeed found only noodle soup. He shrugged apologetically towards Lu Zhe. If you wanted noodles, they've run out. Perhaps you could make do with a noodle soup. It might satisfy your cravings. Realizing that it was Lu Zhe who sought the noodles, Gui Sijia hastily reclaimed the bowl. I'm sorry, I got flustered. I'll fetch you some noodles right away. The group found the situation rather amusing. After Lu Zhe finished his meal, he departed, leaving Lu Jinxin and Gu Feng to discuss the circumstances within their team. Currently, our formal team consists of a total of 6,714 members. In accordance with your instructions, we have been organized into 3 major divisions, each comprising 2,000 individuals, further divided into 4 battalions. Each battalion consists of 500 members, which are subdivided into 5 squads. Each squad is composed of 100 individuals, further segmented into 4 groups: the assault group, the strike group, the long-range attack group, and the logistics group, with each group comprising 50 members. The remaining 714 individuals have been independently organized into a discipline brigade, overseen by Li Junlan and Li He. Additionally, Sange has successfully recruited 1,000 civilians, whose primary responsibility will be to provide logistical support within the city in the future. Chapter 104. The dog has given birth. Gu Feng nodded and remarked, Indeed, as long as we maintain this framework, we can simply expand it should any new team members join. He then inquired about the training progress. Lu Jinxin replied, They have all adapted to their mutations or abilities. Yet their cooperation remains somewhat unrefined. We will employ our previous training regimen, but this time I propose they engage in real combat while training. It has not been long, and the mutated beasts near City X have increased in number. Let us send them outside to both clear the threats and train simultaneously, which will alleviate some of the defensive pressure on City X. Excellent. Gu Feng further inquired about the initiation ceremony. When does it commence? This afternoon at 2 o'clock. Are the team insignias ready? Lu Jianxin retrieved 4 insignias, each the size of an infant's fist, from his bag and placed them before Gu Feng. Gu Feng picked one up and examined it closely. It was a metallic insignia, resembling a majestic lion in flight, unmistakably inspired by the appearance of the dog. All insignias were crafted from pure gold, adorned with varying numbers of stars. A single star for ordinary members, 2 for group leaders, 3 for squad leaders, 4 for battalion leaders, and 5 for the commander. This time, Gu Feng had not only instructed Lu Jianxin to prepare insignias, but had also acquired weapons with varying levels of evolution. Satisfied, he returned the insignia to Lu Jianxin, stating, "It has been quiet for too long. It is time to take action." Just as they were deliberating the specific arrangements, No suddenly burst in, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle, the dog has given birth. The dog has given birth." "Ah, so soon?" Gu Feng exclaimed as he hurriedly followed No outside. The two dashed towards a heavily guarded encampment, where the guards, upon seeing Gu Feng, suppressed their excitement with a salute. "Captain! Captain!" Gu Feng nodded in response and continued his way inside. Along the route, he greeted those who offered their salutations. At last, they arrived at a massive tent. Nua squeezed past the entrance, and Gu Feng followed suit. Within the tent was an enormous nest, constructed entirely from twigs and leaves, appearing as though it had been fashioned by nature itself, devoid of any human touch. Nestled within was a snow-white lion, as large as an adult elephant. Its immense wings slightly spread, protecting beneath them over 100 eggs of various colors, as if it were caught in a deep slumber. This snow-white lion was none other than the dog. Ever since Gu Feng had piloted the biological mech to slay the giant rat, he had been reminded by an inner voice that the energy of the biological mech was severely depleted and needed replenishment through the disintegration of mutated beasts. Consequently, he had disassembled that giant rat. However, he had not anticipated that the creature was a level 6 mutated beast. Only half of it could be disassembled before the energy was restored, with the remaining half completely consumed by the dog. After feasting, the dog's body began to swell, eventually growing to a size comparable to that of an elephant before it ceased expanding. Nevertheless, that immense energy seemed to have no outlet, causing the dog's belly to swell like a large balloon, as if it might burst at any moment. Just when Gu Feng was filled with anxiety, the dog constructed a cozy nest and placed all the carefully hidden beast eggs inside, then lay atop them, drifting into a deep slumber. With its swollen belly and the incubation of the beast eggs, it was no wonder that Nua referred to it as giving birth. Standing on a stool, leaning over the edge of the nest, Nua excitedly pointed at a cracked beast egg beneath the dog's wing, exclaiming, "Uncle, look!" Chapter 105. The beast-taming army. As Gu Feng looked on, he observed a small head breaking through the beast egg, revealing a pair of large, round, crimson eyes. Those captivating eyes spun around, surveying the surroundings, and Gu Feng felt a fleeting blur before returning to normalcy. Turning his gazette, Donono. He noticed that she remained completely unaffected, engaged in a silent contest with the eyes, seemingly vying for who could open their eyes wider. The enchanting nature of those eyes ignited Gu Feng's anticipation for the appearance of this little creature. At last, the small beast began to nibble on the eggshell. Curiously, it seemed as though its mouth was scarcely moving, yet the eggshell rapidly diminished in size. Had it not been for the delightful crunching sounds emanating from the creature's mouth, Gu Feng might have doubted his own vision. The small creature eventually revealed itself to be a pure white rabbit. It sniffed about, appearing to search for the remnants of the eggshell, oblivious to the fact that the leftover shell rested atop its head. After a prolonged search yielding no results, it began to wander anxiously back and forth. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Noa leaped forward, removing the shell from the rabbit's head and presenting it to its mouth. The rabbit nudged Noa affectionately, consumed the shell, and then wrapped its tiny limbs around a feather of the dog, drifting off to sleep. The two watched for a moment, preparing to depart, when suddenly, the sound of cracking eggshells erupted. Both hurriedly peered inside. Before them, a multitude of eggshells began to shatter, releasing an array of small beasts. Silver wolves, crimson scorpions, azure foxes, and emerald cobras emerged. Each creature, of similar size, immediately set to devouring the shells before snuggling against the dog's feathers to sleep. In no time, the dog was covered in a multitude of small beasts, a sight that would surely discomfort anyone afflicted with a fear of such creatures. Yet, Feng was exhilarated. Each of these little beasts held great potential and, with proper nurturing, would undoubtedly become a significant asset. However, Feng found himself in a quandary. Raising so many creatures alone would prove exhausting. Perhaps it would be wiser to distribute these beasts as rewards. With an increase in tamed creatures, he could even assemble a formidable beast-taming army. Feng sensed the immense energy emanating from the dog, which was being absorbed by the small beasts. At this rate, by tomorrow, the energy would stabilize, allowing for the commencement of his plans. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the initiation ceremony proceeded smoothly. Upon taking the stage, Feng was met with a fervent chorus of cheers from the crowd, for he was the most powerful entity in all of City X, an almost divine presence. He delivered an inspiring address to the audience before moving on to the distribution of items. The team lined up according to their ranks, and Feng personally bestowed the corresponding armbands, as well as various grades of weapons and armor, upon the assembled members. This segment lasted for a full half-hour. Finally, Feng assigned the task of purging the mutated beasts to 3 captains, Lu Jianxin, Guisijia, and Jiyu. They would lead the charge in humanity's first true counteroffensive against the mutated beasts. The date for this operation was set for the day after tomorrow. After the initiation ceremony concluded, Gulan approached Feng, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Brother, brother, I found it! I found it!" Feng, at a loss for words, thought to himself how this sister of his was always so impetuous. "Slow down and tell me, what have you discovered?" "I've uncovered news about those cutting-edge devices." Chapter 106. Amnesiac Muchio. Feng was rather disheartened. Wasn't it said that the cutting-edge equipment was to be sent to Q City? No. It was a newly recruited experimental technician who previously worked at the Research Institute in G City, claiming that the very equipment we need is available there. Could it be such a coincidence? Feng sighed, as he was just about to head to the granary near G City. However, Gulan, misunderstanding the situation, continued, "It's not merely a coincidence. That technician even knows Muchio, stating that Muchio previously worked at the Institute, and they were colleagues. Isn't that quite remarkable?" Feng recalled Muchio's gentle and shy demeanor, feeling that the technician's identity suited him quite well. "Perfect. We can have Muchio assist you in establishing the laboratory." Gulan, with an odd expression, remarked, "But it seems Muchio doesn't remember anything at all, and even mentioned a headache before running off." Anxiously, Feng inquired, "Do you know where she went?" Seeing her like that, I dared not let her wander off alone. When I finally caught up with her, she appeared as if nothing had happened, and even asked me how she ended up there. My goodness, brother, you cannot imagine. At that moment, I was utterly shocked. Based on my years of experience with melodramatic idol dramas, your disciple most likely has amnesia. Feng immediately stood up and declared, "Let us go. Take me to see her." The two arrived outside a single-person tent, where Gulan gestured for Feng to wait outside while he entered. After a while, Gulan emerged with Muchio. Muchio remained as shy as ever, unable to look Feng in the eye while speaking. Feng felt it was rather peculiar and was at a loss for words, casually asking, "What have you been busy with lately?" "I've been helping to care for the orphans at school." Muchio's voice was soft and melodious, but regrettably too faint. Feng had to stretch his neck to hear her clearly. Gulan, looking at his elder brother with disdain, said, "What my brother actually wants to ask is whether you can remember anything from before." Muchio looked at Gulan with confusion. "What do you mean, anything from before?" Gulan bluntly asked, "I mean, have you lost your memory or forgotten something?" After pondering for a moment, Muccio replied, I don't think I have amnesia. If forgetting things counts, I did forget to help Xiaopeng with his homework this morning. Gulan slapped his forehead, feeling utterly speechless, then exclaimed in exasperation. Then why don't you remember your time at the Research Institute? Gulan's words were abruptly interrupted by Muccio's anguished scream. Immediately afterward, Muccio fainted. Gulan turned to Gu Feng, asking, Is this child allergic to the mention of the Research Institute? Enough of this. Quickly, help her inside. Gu Feng disregarded everything else and administered a recovery agent to Muccio, who soon regained consciousness. Gu Feng hastily inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. Just that a multitude of images suddenly flashed through my mind. What images? It seemed like I was in a laboratory with many people fleeing for their lives. As she spoke, Muccio appeared frightened, curling up into a ball, while Gulan held her tightly, offering her a semblance of security. And what else? My thoughts are in disarray. I distinctly recall being at home. How could I possibly find myself in a laboratory? It is inconceivable that I could have lost my memory. As she spoke, Muccio grasped her hair in frustration. Gu Feng inquired, Where is your home? City G, Muccio replied. Gu Feng further asked, How did you arrive here from City G, and who accompanied you? Muccio suddenly faltered, I cannot remember. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng remarked, That Research Institute must hold a significant meaning for you. Chapter 107. The utmost importance, the anguish of witnessing his own apprentice afflicted with amnesia was unbearable for Gu Feng, prompting him to resolve to bring Muccio along on this expedition, hoping to uncover some clues at the research facility. The following day unfolded precisely as Gu Feng had anticipated. The dog awakened, while the little beast appeared reluctant to part ways, trailing after the dog wherever it ventured. A delightful congregation of adorable little creatures inevitably attracted throngs of onlookers, with many female team members yearning to scoop one up and bestow a fervent kiss. That afternoon, Gu Feng distributed the little beasts among the veteran members who had been with him the longest. After allocating over 100 of the creatures, a few remained, which Gu Feng awarded to the new recruits who had excelled in the recent assessment, much to the envy of their peers. Gu Feng assured everyone that in the future, each member would have a tamed beast, eliciting jubilant cheers from the crowd. Gu Feng was at a loss for words. Had they truly resorted to feudal slogans? Lu Jianxin received a black leopard, Ji Yu was bestowed with a green-eyed cobra, and Guosijia claimed a silver wolf. Li Junlan was given a fiery red bird with 4 wings, while Li He received a red scorpion. San Ji's companion was a small calf sporting blade-like horns atop its head. Regrettably, the red-eyed rabbit that Gu Feng cherished the most was snatched away by Nuonyuo, leaving Gu Feng concerned for the rabbit's future name. Currently, the dog served as a stark example. Despite being a lion, Nuonyuo insisted on calling it dog, and now, the creature had grown accustomed to the name, ignoring any attempts to address it differently. The lion's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished by this misnaming. As for Nuonyuo, recent events had been rather unfortunate. Guosijia and Li Junlan had located their teacher and, at a temporary campsite, erected tents to serve as makeshift classrooms. Over 300 children, including Nuonyuo, were now attending classes there. Most of these children were orphans, and Gu Feng, acting in the name of the brigade, established an orphanage to provide them with shelter and meals. The curriculum had evolved significantly from its previous form. In accordance with Gu Feng's vision, the current classes prioritized practical survival skills. Beyond literacy and basic education, the focus was on survival techniques, such as identifying edible plants in the wild, recognizing those that were poisonous, trap-making, and basic combat skills. There was even a module on recognizing the ranks of mutated beasts, meticulously organized by Gu Feng based on their strength, speed, and size, alongside the classification standards derived from the voice echoing in his mind, currently divided into 6 tiers. Gu Feng understood that as mutated beasts continued to evolve, higher ranks would undoubtedly emerge in the future. This could only be refined gradually as circumstances dictated. He believed this course bore great significance, as it would provide the children with a clear understanding of the strength of mutated beasts, equipping them with the discernment to identify which creatures they could confront and which they must flee from. In summary, Goofing's endeavors were driven by a singular desire to enable these children to survive as long as possible. Little did he realize that these children would one day become the most formidable force within his legion. Soon, the long-awaited day of departure arrived. Over 6,000 individuals, comprising 3 combat battalions and a discipline battalion, under the leadership of Lu Jianxin, Jiyu, Guisijia, and Li Junlan, set forth towards the outskirts of the city to embark on a fortnight of cleansing operations. Chapter 108. Goofing had initially considered recruiting new personnel. However, given that the entire X-City is currently engulfed in a tense reconstruction effort, there's an urgent need for manpower, compelling Goofing to temporarily abandon this idea. With over 6,000 mutants, coupled with a mature combat system and seamless coordination, Goofing is confident that this mission's outcome will surpass the previous one. The selection of the 3 captains had also troubled Goofing for a considerable time. As the commander of 2,000 troops, the choice of captain must prioritize capability, rather than merely considering personal valor or affiliations. Lu Jianxin, adept in calculations, was an obvious choice. Jiyu, possessing both cunning and strategic insight into human nature, is equally suitable. Guisijia, being steady and possessing a broader perspective, could manage, albeit just barely. However, Li lacks significantly, though brave. He is deficient in strategy and exhibits a severe childlike demeanor, rendering him unsuitable as a team leader. After thorough deliberation, Goofing concluded that it would be more appropriate to assign Li He as an aide under Li Junlan. Although Li Junlan's squad is named the Discipline Squad, it does not solely focus on enforcing rules. It also serves as the free agent on the battlefield, taking on the role of a first responder, ready to assist any of the 3 combat squads in need. This arrangement provides a sense of security. As Goofing watched the team gradually fade into the distance, he turned to Gulen beside him and said, "The personnel in the laboratory are stretched thin. Once my equipment arrives, you must commence work immediately." Gulen, visibly impatient, replied, "I understand. You should hurry and set off with your disciple." Goofing, still concerned, added, "Take good care of Nuwa. Don't let her wander off alone." Got it. Just hurry up and go. You're such a bother," Gulen exclaimed, pushing Goofing towards the exit. With no alternative, Goofing called for Muchio, and they walked out together. Outside the tent, the dog, having noticed their emergence, lowered its body slightly, wings resting on the ground. Goofing grasped Muchio's hand and ascended onto the dog's massive back. Once they were settled, the dog flapped its wings, causing the surrounding tents to sway. Suddenly, the dog bent its limbs and leapt gently into the air, soaring straight up. Goofing clutched the dog's mane tightly, exhilarated and shouting with joy. It was exhilarating, clouds beneath their feet. This was an entirely different experience compared to his previous leisurely flights. Overcome by fear, Muchio forgot her shyness. Closing her eyes and hugging Goofing tightly from behind, their bodies pressed closely together. Initially, Goofing was too absorbed in his excitement to notice. But as the dog's flight stabilized and it glanced back at him with a knowing look, Goofing became aware of the firm embrace behind him. The soft sensation against his back caused his face to flush involuntarily. Just as Goofing intended to suggest that Muchio could let go now, the dog suddenly began a rapid descent, as if about to crash. Goofing resignedly thought, "Well, I suppose I'll have to endure this." The dog, however, took a moment to glance back at the two, its eyes seemingly conveying, "Brother, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you." The ancient style is quite perplexing. Ever since this dog consumed the 6th-level mutated beast, it seems to have entered a phase of maturity, as if it comprehends everything. Yet, it has had no interaction with others. So how could it grasp such bewildering concepts? Wait a moment. No. The ancient style cannot help but shake its head. Children these days truly possess an astonishing depth of understanding. Chapter 109. The possibility of restoration. The last journey from G-City to X-City took 3 days by car. This time, accompanied by the dog, the return to G-City was accomplished in merely half a day. In a brief span of 3 months, G-City had transformed, awash in vibrant greenery. Moss and small sprouts emerged from the glass of buildings and the crevices of bricks alike. The flora in the green belts had grown taller than an average person. Upon witnessing such a scene, Gu Feng found himself entranced and yearning. This vitality of nature could only flourish in places untouched by humanity. A vague sense of realization stirred within Gu Feng. It was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on the task at hand. With the map in hand, he sought the location of the granary. Soon, the trio arrived at a cluster of warehouses, and Gu Feng recognized that this area was remarkably close to where he had previously rescued someone. Upon landing outside the warehouse, they discovered that all the structures were secured with heavy locks, which appeared to have been recently affixed. Could there be survivors in G City? Regardless, they needed to investigate. With that thought, Gu Feng wielded his three-tiered beast tooth blade and effortlessly severed the lock, which clattered to the ground. Just as Gu Feng was about to use his telekinetic abilities to push the doors open, he sensed a formidable mutated beast lurking behind them. Almost simultaneously, the dog emitted a warning growl, its fur bristling with tension. How could such a massive creature be confined within a warehouse? Even brute strength would struggle to withstand the door. Gu Feng took a step back, exerting his will to violently wrench the door open, revealing the creature within. It was nearly the same size as the dog, but undeniably a large dog adorned with an enormous collar. The sudden noise startled the creature, causing it to shake its massive head and emit a fierce growl, fixating its gaze on Gu Feng without moving. To Gu Feng's surprise, the beast did not charge at him. Was it guarding something? Curiosity piqued. He wondered who could command such a mutated creature and what secrets the warehouse concealed. Without further hesitation, Gu Feng directed his beast tooth blade to strike. The mutated beast sustained 2 deep gashes and collapsed to the ground. Gu Feng shrugged, astonished at how effortlessly he had subdued it. Just as he was about to step into the warehouse, the creature's body twisted grotesquely. From the gaping wounds, a dog head sprouted, and suddenly 3 heads lunged at Gu Feng in unison. Frowning, Gu Feng realized he was encountering a mutated beast with remarkable regenerative abilities. Over 20 beast tooth blades flew forth. He was determined that even if he reduced the creature to mere fragments, it would not recover. The 3-tiered beast tooth blade was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through sinew and bone with ease. In a dazzling flurry, the mutated beast was dismembered, its pieces scattered across the ground. Surprisingly, no blood flowed from the remains. Gu Feng understood that the creature had not perished. Indeed, from those fragments, numerous flesh buds emerged, beginning to reassemble the nearby pieces. Given the rapidity of this process, it would not be long before the mutated beast regained its former self. Ancient Wind would never have anticipated the opportunity to seize a barrel of gasoline from the core of the starry void. Just as he prepared to douse it, the dog leapt forward, voraciously devouring the contents. Ancient Wind wished to intervene, but it was too late. He was genuinely fearful that the mutated beast might resurrect within the dog's belly, rendering any further efforts futile. Regrettably, Ancient Wind had underestimated the dog's stomach, a veritable abyss in its own right. Chapter 110. Benefactor. It is you. The warehouse was vast, stretching beyond the horizon, filled to the brim with snakeskin bags. As Gu Feng opened one to inspect its contents, he discovered it was brimming with wheat. Although he felt neither surprise nor disappointment, he was perplexed as to why a mutated beast was stationed as a guard. While pondering this, Gu Feng began transferring the grain into the star core space. After relentless effort, the star core space had expanded to an astonishing size, accommodating his every need effortlessly. Once the entire warehouse was emptied, Gu Feng estimated that there were at least 40,000 tons of grain. While this may seem abundant, it was woefully insufficient for the 7 million inhabitants of City X. Fortunately, there were other warehouses yet to be explored. This time, Gu Feng exercised considerable caution, using his abilities to sense the surroundings before opening the doors. To his astonishment, he found that each warehouse housed a gigantic mutated beast. Though their appearances varied, their strength was uniformly formidable. Gu Feng, uninterested in speculating further, opened the warehouse and engaged directly. His canine companion devoured 2 beasts but soon reached its limit. The remaining meat was ground into a paste, accompanied by a bucket of gasoline, ensuring a thoughtful and thorough service. There were 8 warehouses for storing wheat, 3 for soybeans, 2 for corn, and 1 for other grains, culminating in a harvest exceeding 600,000 tons of food. Together with the meat from the mutated beasts, this would barely sustain City X for 3 months. Having cleared the granary, Gu Feng was about to lead Mu Qiu to the laboratory when 2 figures suddenly approached, shouting from a distance, "Benefactor, it truly is you. We have found you." Upon closer inspection, Gu Feng felt a sense of familiarity with the 2 individuals. They knelt before him and exclaimed, "Benefactor, do you not remember us? You rescued us from that female tyrant. In the end, you granted us our freedom. Regrettably, we chose not to follow you, but to depart instead. To encounter you again is indeed our fortune." Gu Feng recalled the time he had rescued over 500 individuals from that deranged woman. Ultimately, only a little over 100 had chosen to follow him, while the rest had opted to leave with their supplies. It dawned on him that these 2 were among the 400 who had chosen the latter path. "It is you. Truly, it has been a long time." The 2 were struck by Gu Feng's immaculate appearance and the beautiful woman by his side, while the scar on her face detracted from her beauty. Her figure was undeniably captivating. The enormous white lion behind him only added to the aura of admiration and envy that radiated from their faces. "Benefactor, we implore you to take us in. We shall serve you diligently, repaying your kindness tenfold." Gu Feng, disliking flattery, was acutely aware of his own appearance. The overt adulation from these 2 raised his suspicions. He speculated that they might be the ones who had sealed the warehouse doors. Effectively, he replied, "Very well. Taking you 2 in poses no significant issue. However, I wonder how you intend to repay me?" As he spoke, Gu Feng activated his mind-reading ability. "We know of a location where a substantial amount of supplies and weapons are stored. We are unable to carry much. Everything is left to the discretion of our benefactor." The thoughts that stirred in Gu Feng's heart were filled with disdain. No matter how formidable you may be, when faced with a master, you must kneel and plead for mercy. Once I lead you before the master, let us see if you can still maintain your current arrogance. Gu Feng concealed her smile, asking, "Is your master truly powerful?" The response came, "The master is, wait, how do you know about the master?" Chapter 111. The Sacred Dragon. Gu Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "Seeing how you both admire your master, I must admit I envy him for having such devoted servants as you 2. However, I bear no grudge against him, and there is no need for me to take offense with you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not bid you farewell. Depart." The 2 quickly rose to their feet, and, as they turned to flee, an ominous visage resembling a grotesque insect suddenly manifested behind them, lunging towards Gu Feng. Unfazed, Gu Feng calculated the distance. Over 2 meters separated them, making it inconceivable for the creature to reach him. But then, an unexpected twist occurred. He observed the necks of the 2 men elongating like rubber, swiftly closing the gap. Frowning, Gu Feng wondered if they were courting death. He seldom resorted to killing, unless confronted by unspeakable evil. Yet these 2 seemed intent on testing their limits. In an instant, Gu Feng summoned a protective barrier, thwarting their advance. "Ha ha! You dare to take our master's provisions and still wish to leave? Do not harbor such delusions. Surrender quietly, lest you invite suffering." The voice echoed from the insectal face, its tone distinctly different, grating and hoarse. Gu Feng activated his mind-reading ability and provocatively inquired, "What is the Sacred Dragon?" "You will find out when we arrive." To his bewilderment, Gu Feng found his mind-reading ability yielding no results. How could this be? Mind-reading was infallible, unless the speaker was not human. Activating his perception abilities, Gu Feng discerned that the faces of the 2 men before him bore a lifeless pallor, their eyes devoid of any reaction. Nodding, he commanded, "Lead the way." Their necks retracted instantaneously, and after a brief pause, the one in front regained consciousness and began to guide him. Gu Feng instructed his canine companion to carry Mu Qiu to a safe location to await his return, while he ventured forth alone. As the trio traversed the streets, they encountered mutated beasts. Yet, there was no need for Gu Feng to intervene. The grotesque faces behind the 2 men emerged, swaying rhythmically, prompting the beasts to clear a path. Gu Feng observed this spectacle with astonishment, yet the rationale eluded him. Before long, they arrived at the facade of a grand edifice. From the outside, the ground floor had been transformed into a semblance of an altar. Numerous individuals knelt beneath it, chanting incomprehensible incantations, creating an eerie atmosphere. Just as they were about to enter, another figure, accompanied by a mother and daughter, suddenly dashed inside. Gu Feng, unperturbed, lingered behind, curious to discern the unfolding events. The mother and daughter were ushered to the altar, where the crowd began to chant in unison. The apocalypse descends, all gods perish, the purple sun rises. The sacred dragon is born. Save our lives, grant us peace. May the sacred dragon endure. May humanity not perish. A man garbed in a Taoist robe, after a fervent display, produced a golden basin. Gu Feng's perceptive abilities detected a slick, crimson worm coiled within. The mother appeared exceedingly agitated as she cautiously received the basin from the robed man, promptly placing it upon her child's head. The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting in unison. The sacred dragon descends. Preserve our existence. In Gu Feng's perception, he witnessed the worm slithering directly into the child's mouth. The child trembled uncontrollably, rolling their eyes back in a faint. After a considerable time, they gradually returned to normalcy. Gu Feng instinctively uttered the word parasitism. Now, Gu Feng found himself at a loss, for while parasitism appeared ruthless, it offered individuals the chance to evade the peril of being hunted by mutated beasts, thus preserving their lives. Moreover, it was their own choice, and he had no authority to intervene. Chapter 112. The ancient-style, ruthless man. The two individuals adorned in ancient attire whispered something into the ear of the man in the Taoist robe. He approached the figure of Gu Feng and extended his hand, introducing himself. Greetings, Gu Feng. I am Bai Zhanpeng. Gu Feng, still entangled in thoughts regarding the parasitic issue, was momentarily distracted by the introduction and shook hands with the man. A sudden sharp pain jolted through his palm, prompting him to withdraw swiftly, only to discover a small puncture in his hand, for which a slender insect tail flickered away. Gu Feng's expression turned to one of horror as he summoned a nearby rope with his will, binding it tightly around his arm, causing it to swell and darken ominously. Unsatisfied with this measure, he hastily administered a recovery agent and an antidote, yet to no avail. He could acutely sense the creature wriggling through his flesh, ascending towards his wrist. Furious, Gu Feng exclaimed, "Are you seeking death?" Bai Zhanpeng, however, maintained a sanctimonious demeanor, declaring, "I am liberating you from the sea of suffering." Gu Feng, incredulous, laughed at the absurdity of the situation. If you intend to deceive, at least employ some intellect. The sea of suffering is a Buddhist concept, which hardly aligns with your Taoist garb. Bai Zhanpeng, momentarily embarrassed, regained his composure and retorted, "The holy dragon resides within, and all laws are interconnected." Recognizing the man as merely a misguided youth lost in fantasy, Gu Feng chose to forego further discourse. Instead, he wielded the beast's toothed dagger and plunged it into his shoulder, feeling the insect breach the tightened rope and advance towards his brain. With no time to lose, he acted with both ferocity and swiftness. The dagger pierced through his back, and with a swift motion, he tore it sideways, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. With his left hand, he delved into the wound, tugging fiercely until he extracted the parasite, though the pain rendered him shuddering and pale. Bai Zhanpeng, taken aback by Gu Feng's brutality, resolved that if Gu Feng would not heed reason, he would not hold back. With a thunderous command, Bai Zhanpeng declared, "This man has blasphemed the holy dragon. He deserves death. Seize him." The crowd surged forward, some revealing menacing fangs, others elongating their necks, while some contorted into grotesque forms. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, injecting himself with a recovery agent as he shouted, "You are merely ordinary individuals possessed by parasites. Do not force my hand." Yet, none heeded his plea, and Gu Feng, left with no alternative, targeted the two who had accompanied him. The dagger flew forth, and in an instant, two heads rolled to the ground. However, to Gu Feng's astonishment, numerous flesh buds sprouted from the necks, reattaching the severed heads. Realization dawned upon Gu Feng. The mutated beasts in the warehouse were likely also host to parasites. hence their compliance in guarding the entrance. Over 300 fearless parasites surged towards him, yet Gu Feng, reluctant to resort to lethal force, opted for a defensive energy shield, only provoking further aggression from the assailants. Determined to take decisive action, he targeted the same two individuals once more. This time, as the dagger soared through the air, he hurled a half-barrel of gasoline alongside it. Soon, the two were engulfed in flames, reduced to ash, unable to regenerate. At this juncture, the crowd finally recognized the peril they faced and began to waver. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gu Feng proclaimed loudly, "Your survival, through such means, is merely a result of coercion. Today, I shall only take his life. I implore you to exercise reason and not allow yourselves to be manipulated by him." However, how could those individuals possibly alter their convictions based on the fleeting words of a stranger like Gu Feng? Yet, the formidable presence of Gu Feng indeed instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. Just as they wavered in uncertainty, Bai Zhanping opened his mouth, and a crimson flesh-like appendage emerged from his throat, its tip adorned with white, menacing fangs, exuding an aura of dread. Suddenly, the tip of the appendage split open like a mouth, emitting a piercing shriek. All present were left with eyes glazed over, losing control of their faculties, as countless insects emerged from behind their heads, beginning to manipulate them into launching an assault against Gu Feng. Chapter 113. You are a mutant beast. Upon witnessing such a scene, Gu Feng was instantly engulfed in fury. Initially, he had believed that this parasitism, though cruel, bore no significant detriment. It allowed one to preserve their consciousness while evading the onslaught of mutant beasts. However, it was now evident that these individuals were merely puppets, acting entirely under the influence of another's will. This was intolerable to Gu Feng. Bai Zhanping observed Gu Feng, encircled and beleaguered, with a smug expression, as if victory was already assured. The raging fire of indignation within Gu Feng sought an outlet, compelling him to forego mental exertion this time. He desired a visceral release. With his eyes wide with fury, he inhaled deeply and retracted his right foot, his posture lowering slightly, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. Sensing an ominous premonition, Bai Zhanping hastily retreated, but it was too late. Gu Feng propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, surging towards Bai Zhanping. Those who attempted to impede his path were effortlessly cast aside by an invisible barrier. As Gu Feng reached Bai Zhanping, he unleashed the Eight Extremes Fist, a martial art renowned for its unparalleled ferocity, generating power from the heels, flowing through the waist, and culminating in the fingertips, thus yielding tremendous explosive force. Bai Zhanping barely had time to utter a cry before he crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. Gu Feng understood that this was far from the conclusion. Beneath Bai Zhanping's skin, grotesque protrusions began to manifest, growing increasingly pronounced. Gu Feng hastily retreated, but in a violent eruption, Bai Zhanping exploded, revealing countless red tendrils that surged forth from his robe, intertwining to form a massive tube of flesh. The grotesque appendage directed its voice at Gu Feng. "Human, you possess remarkable strength, able to compel my true form." Gu Feng gasped in astonishment. "You are not Bai Zhanping. You are a mutant beast." Indeed, Bai Zhanping has long been consumed, leaving only this human skin. However, this skin proves quite useful, sparing me the need to search far and wide for a bounty of flesh and blood delivered right to my doorstep. Gu Feng cast a glance at the individuals below the altar, pondering their fate. Are these people beyond salvation? You should be more concerned with your own survival than others. The creature replied, "Since you are nearing demise, allow me to enlighten you. The most exhilarating aspect of parasitism lies in the gradual usurpation of the host's consciousness, a sensation of accomplishment that is elusive to you humans." A chill ran through Gu Feng. Was he not also a host of the Star Core? Would there come a day when it too might completely devour his consciousness? Seizing upon Gu Feng's momentary disarray, the fleshly appendage commanded the throng of puppets to launch another attack. Gu Feng, caught off guard, found himself driven from the altar. The mass of flesh unfurled into countless crimson strands, weaving through the crevices beneath the altar. Attempting to flee? It shall not be so simple. Gu Feng shook off his chaotic thoughts and unleashed his full potential. The beast-toothed blade sliced through the altar as if it were mere tofu, cleaving it into 4 segments. The altar collapsed instantaneously, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng felt a wave of trepidation, yet another chasm. The sight of such voids now instilled a sense of dread within him. As he hesitated on whether to descend, a cacophony of rustling sounds emanated from the depths. Growing ever louder, Gu Feng hastily retreated as the cave entrance suddenly erupted with countless crimson threads, surging skyward like a geyser. The floors were directly breached, and an avalanche of cement blocks cascaded down. While enveloping himself in a protective energy shield, Gu Feng began to sprint furiously towards the exterior of the building. Just as he exited, and before he could venture far, the entire edifice collapsed with a thunderous roar, enveloping the surrounding neighborhoods in a thick cloud of dust and debris. Chapter 114. The fan blade cuts through the crimson line. The ancient breeze formed a protective barrier, shielding the dust from entering. However, the situation outside remained utterly obscured. The ancient wind unleashed its extraordinary abilities, expanding the area of perception to its utmost limit. Here they come. In the midst of the confrontation, countless red threads coalesced into a singular force, resembling a crimson python as it surged towards him. With an invocation of ancient powers, 100 beast-toothed blades formed a net of steel, aimed at the serpent's head. The blade net sliced through successfully, yet the red threads instantaneously divided into hundreds of strands, surmounting the blade net before swiftly reassembling, continuing their relentless advance toward him. At that moment, the distance between them had diminished significantly. Any attempt by him to impede their progress was futile. He could only leap aside with all his might to narrowly evade. A tremendous explosion resounded from the very spot he had just vacated, sending a shower of gravel and debris into the air. Astonishingly, the red threads burrowed into the ground. He could sense their rapid movement beneath the surface, and despite his efforts to plunge the beast-toothed blades into the earth, they proved ineffective. Suddenly, the stones beneath his feet erupted violently, and the red threads burst forth from the ground, closing in on him in an instant. There was no time left to evade. He could only thrust his palms downward, summoning a shield of energy. Bang! The air shield unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Gu Feng into the sky, yet the shield, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered. Gu Feng felt a numbing sensation in his arms, rendering him powerless. The crimson thread offered Gu Feng no respite, relentlessly advancing towards him. In a hurry, Gu Feng concentrated once more to form an air shield while manipulating the air to swiftly elevate himself. Bang! Another collision occurred, and this time the energy shield finally held firm. However, Gu Feng noticed that countless red threads were clinging to the point of contact between the shield and the crimson strands, and those threads were attempting to penetrate the energy shield. The shield appeared to be corroded, riddled with numerous holes. Gu Feng was filled with trepidation. Should these threads strike his body, they would undoubtedly burrow directly within. He could no longer afford to be passive, and must devise a means of restraint. As the ancient spirit contemplated strategies, it ascended to greater heights. Eureka! As he spoke, Gu Feng extended his right hand, and 4 beast-toothed blades soared towards him, arranging themselves in a fan-like formation. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the blades began to whirl, akin to the rapid rotation of a fan's blades. Gu Feng's hand continued to spin, reminiscent of twisting a screw, and the blade's velocity increased exponentially, gradually rendering their forms indistinct until only their ethereal silhouettes remained visible. Yet this was insufficient. Gu Feng extended his left hand, employing the same method to set another quartet of beast-toothed blades into motion. By this time, the dust on the ground had dispersed, and Gu Feng's keen gaze discerned a crimson thread, commanding the rotating blades as they surged towards it. The red thread, undeterred, charged forth in retaliation. Gu Feng propelled the 4 whirling blades forward with a decisive motion. The crimson thread collided with them, akin to crashing against the blades of a meat grinder, resulting in a gruesome transformation as it was reduced to a pulpy mass, scattering across the ground. The remnants of the flesh, as if imbued with vitality, began to coalesce. Anticipating this, Gu Feng unleashed a burst of gasoline, igniting it in an instant. The red thread, evidently sensing the agony, quivered and dispatched a portion of itself, circumventing the wall of blades to launch a side assault. Gu Feng promptly thrust forward the wall of blades from his left hand once more. In just a brief moment, the length of the crimson line was nearly halved. The crimson line began to retreat, relentlessly pursued by the rotating walls of blades on either side. The crimson line leaped, attempting to burrow underground. But the ancient force would not grant it such an opportunity. The dual bone shields were swiftly laid upon the ground. The crimson line collided headfirst with the bone shield, only to be rebounded upwards. Subsequently, countless bone shields, resembling the construction of a dwelling, encircled the crimson line within their confines. Chapter 115. Very well, Master. The crimson threads writhed and struggled, unable to escape. Gu Feng produced a large barrel of gasoline and doused the threads within. Sensing imminent danger, the crimson threads suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless slender strands that forced themselves through the gaps in the bone shield. In a state of shock and helplessness, Gu Feng keenly detected a golden thread among them, conspicuously thicker than the others. He wielded the beast tooth blade and struck, yet even with full force, the third-tier blade failed to sever it. Consequently, Gu Feng pressed the blade against the golden thread, preventing its escape, and doused it with gasoline before igniting it. Amidst the flames, the golden thread continued to struggle, and Gu Feng relentlessly maintained pressure with the blade, not daring to relent for even a moment. After 10 arduous minutes, the golden thread gradually lost its strength, ultimately transforming into a charred remnant. At the moment of its demise, countless crimson threads seemed to lose their vitality, languidly falling to the ground. The controlled puppets collapsed as well, their eyes glazed, frothing at the mouth, resembling mere vegetative beings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 5 mutated beast. You have obtained a parasite mother body, 3 vials of advanced evolution agent, and an expansion of 7,000 square meters in the star core space. To Gu Feng, the advanced evolution agents and the star core space were merely numbers, of little significance. However, this parasite mother body was a novel sight. It bore an almost identical resemblance to the golden thread, albeit much smaller. Gu Feng felt a peculiar discomfort in holding the golden thread, even harboring a sense of disdain. He contemplated discarding it outright, yet the mother body displayed an affectionate demeanor, incessantly rubbing against Gu Feng's arm. With no choice, he placed it into his pocket. Approaching the puppets, Gu Feng discovered they still exhibited signs of life. At that moment, the parasite mother body poked its head out from his pocket. Gu Feng inquired, "Can you restore their consciousness?" The mother body nodded and proceeded to divide itself, producing crimson threads that slithered into the ears of the individuals. After a brief moment, everyone trembled, their eyes regaining their luster. Once restored, the first thing these individuals did was kneel before Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Master!" Gu Feng was taken aback, bewildered. "What on earth? Mother body, clarify this." Unfortunately, the mother body was too fatigued and had succumbed to slumber. Gu Feng declared, "Do not call me master. I am not your master." "Very well, master. I said not to call me master." "Understood, master." "You master, why is your face flushed?" "It's hot." "Master, why did you run off?" "I was exercising." "Stop calling me master, and don't follow me anymore. I have knelt before you." "Very well, master." Gu Feng was on the brink of exasperation with this group. They appeared entirely normal, possessing their own thoughts and memories. Why must they insist on addressing someone as their master? Would it not be better to take charge of their own destinies? With a resigned glance at the more than 100 tails, Gu Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. These individuals possessed formidable combat capabilities. Even when struck, they could recover, resembling unkillable cockroaches, albeit with somewhat impaired faculties. When Gu Feng found Mucio was equally startled. How could one person venture out to fight and return with a whole entourage of relatives? Was this a reunion or a brawl? Well, no more words. Plans were of utmost importance. As dusk approached, the group finally arrived at the research institute. Standing before the entrance, Mucio appeared quite anxious. Gu Feng inquired, "Have you recalled anything?" Muccio shook his head, expressing a feeling of familiarity as if he had been here before. Then, let us proceed inside. Perhaps it will jog your memory. With that, Feng took the lead, and Muccio hurriedly followed. Chapter 116. The disappearance of Muccio. The research facility was vast, comprising numerous buildings scattered amidst a dense forest. Some of these edifices were interconnected by corridors or bridges, exuding a distinctly modern aura. Feng understood that this forest, once a verdant expanse of trees, had succumbed to the effects of mutation, leading to rampant growth that rendered the entire research institute reminiscent of a structure nestled within a thicket. Many vines had extended onto the pathways, prompting caution among the group, for they remained unaware of where a mutated beast might suddenly emerge. Soon, they arrived at Building No. 1, the largest among them. Feng turned to the others and inquired, "What do you all prefer to be called?" "You may address us however you wish, Master." Feng smacked his forehead, feeling a wave of embarrassment at their original names. "Oh dear, I can't possibly do that. Just call me Xiao Air. Then will the rest of us be known as Xiao San, Xiao Si, and so forth?" Master is truly clever. Feng wished to hide his face in shame. It was mortifying, yet he couldn't shake off a feeling of youthful exuberance. Clearing his throat, he commanded, "You lot, guard the entrance well for your king." That slipped out. With that, Feng led Muccio into the building. The first floor was spacious, devoid of many rooms, and after a cursory inspection yielded no significant discoveries, they ascended to the second floor. This level was filled with offices, marred by dark stains of blood and scattered bones. Documents lay strewn about, some bearing bloody handprints. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, an eerie atmosphere descended upon them. Feng intended to reassure Muccio that there was no reason to fear, but upon turning around, he discovered that Muccio had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within him as he called out her name, retracing his steps in search of her. However, upon reaching the entrance, there was still no sign of Muccio. Feng asked Xiao Air if he had seen her. "Didn't the girl enter with you, Master? But she disappeared as soon as we reached the second floor." Feng exclaimed anxiously. His concern for Muccio was palpable. How could an ordinary person simply vanish from his perception unless she had been abducted by a formidable mutated beast? "Do not fret, Master. We shall search for her together." Amidst the commotion, a woman clad in a white lab coat observed coldly from the rooftop. Noticing the group rushing into the building, she beckoned towards a large tree, which inexplicably began to grow at an astonishing rate, its treetop extending toward the rooftop. The woman stepped onto the tree's apex, which then bent toward another building. With a single step, she reached the rooftop of the adjacent structure. Seemingly familiar with the area, the woman skillfully navigated between the buildings, disappearing swiftly into the shadows. Feng and his companions conducted a thorough search. The first floor yielded nothing, nor did the second. Upon reaching the third floor, Feng sensed something amiss. This level was devoid of documents, littered instead with shreds of paper, all roughly the size of a front tooth, with jagged edges. Being from the countryside, Feng recognized the origin of such fragments. In my childhood, I was reluctant to part with the books I had read, stacking them in the warehouse. When the mice, driven by hunger, gnawed at these volumes, the resulting scraps of paper bore an uncanny resemblance to what lay here. Could it be yet another breed of mutated rodent? Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although a single mouse posed little threat, a horde of them would undoubtedly spell disaster. At the same time, Feng grew increasingly concerned for Muccio's safety. With this thought, he quickened his pace, only to come to an abrupt halt as he sensed movement in the adjoining room. Feng's extraordinary abilities detected the presence of someone inside, wrapped in curtains, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 117. Understanding the chill of autumn beneath the setting sun, the other party was wrapped too tightly, rendering Feng unable to discern his appearance. Feng pushed the door open and tentatively called out, "Muccio? Hush, don't eat me. I'm quite hungry as well, but I cannot. Has someone arrived? Are they going to consume me? Please, I beg you don't." The voice was faint, yet Feng recognized it as that of a man. Listening to the man's ramblings, it seemed his mind was not quite right. Feng felt perplexed. wondering why today seemed to be filled with madness. He cautiously inquired, "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with?" The man abruptly turned his head, revealing an extremely pale and emaciated face, with bulging eyes veined with blood, cracked lips, and remnants of paper fragments clinging to the corners of his mouth. "Hush!" The man pressed his right index finger against his lips, gesturing for silence, as if terrified of awakening something dreadful. Gu Feng frowned, noticing that beside the man, there lay a head tightly wrapped in the curtains. Confusion filled Gu Feng's mind. Was there another person concealed nearby? Yet two individuals squeezed together did not seem plausible. Just as Gu Feng was about to inquire further, the man suddenly shouted, "Run, run! It has awakened! It has awakened!" As he spoke, the curtain beside him was torn apart by a sharp snout, revealing a massive rat's head within. Gu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood a grotesque creature, half man, half rat. The man shared a body with the rodent. Yet, no, this was incorrect. Gu Feng clearly observed that the connection between the two beings was sewn together with thread. A wave of nausea rolled through Gu Feng. It was utterly repugnant. Half of the rat's body lunged towards Gu Feng, who raised a shield of air to protect himself. He addressed the man. "How could this happen to you?" The man's reaction was one of mixture of laughter and tears. "I am revolting, am I not? This is my own doing. All of this is humanity's fault. If you find me disgusting, then you may as well die." As he spoke, he began to strike out at Gu Feng. But the two beings, with their disparate thoughts, were forcibly sewn together, rendering their combat effectiveness severely diminished. They could not even break the air shield. After a moment of silence, Gu Feng solemnly said, "I am sorry." The man appeared increasingly unhinged. "It is all humanity's fault. It is all humanity's fault. It's over, it's all over." With a tentative hope, Gu Feng asked, "Have you seen Muchio?" Muchio. Understanding the chill of autumn beneath the setting sun. "Ha. It is all cold now. Seeking the dead one. Ha. You should die too, die too." The man shouted, nearly in a frenzy, clapping and striking. Gu Feng sighed, filled with pity and helplessness. He swung a blade, severing the man from the rat's body. The man collapsed to the ground, gushing blood from his mouth. It was clear he would not survive, yet he still struggled to utter a faint, "Thank you, thank you." A torrent of rage surged within Gu Feng. He vowed to uncover the scoundrel who had sewn a human onto the body of a mutated beast, promising to rend him limb from limb. Soon, the entire building was thoroughly searched. The assistant presented a document to Gu Feng. Upon examining it, Gu Feng was taken aback to find that the photograph on the document bore an uncanny resemblance to Muchio. Yet the face lacked the scar that marked Muchio's features. Additionally, the name inscribed was not Muchio, but rather Muchan. At that moment, Gu Feng's mind was a tumult of confusion. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Muchan, Muchio, both strikingly alike. Could they be twin sisters? Was Muchio in search of Muchan? Gu Feng pondered. Chapter 118. Building number 5 search each building quickly. Gu Feng commanded loudly. "Yes, master." They scoured 3 or 4 buildings without any success. It was only upon entering building number 5 that they made a significant discovery. This building was unlike the others, filled entirely with laboratories, each equipped with glass doors, allowing a clear view of the interior. Despite the oppressive darkness within, Gu Feng and his companions remained undeterred. Particularly Gu Feng, relying on his extraordinary abilities, perceived the surroundings with heightened clarity. On the first floor experimental table lay various biological tissues, some still oozing blood, the rhythmic dripping producing an unsettling sound that sent chills down one's spine. The second floor held an assortment of body parts, human and mutated beasts alike. Although accustomed to gruesome sights, Gu Feng felt a wave of discomfort upon seeing human remains displayed so matter-of-factly. Soon, they ascended to the third floor, where the experimental tables showcased grotesque, half-human, half-beast hybrids, some lifeless, while others exhibited faint signs of life. Unable to bear the sight, Gu Feng instructed Xiao Er and the others to enter and grant those unfortunate souls a merciful release. The fourth floor presented a slightly better scenario, though it was only relative. Individuals lay on the experimental tables, still breathing and seemingly intact, yet strange colored liquids dangled in 4 bags above them. Having frequently hunted mutated beasts, Feng immediately recognized the fluids as their blood, now brazenly injected into human bodies. Without hesitation, he rushed in to rescue them, swiftly removing all the tubes. The commotion awakened everyone in the room, some descending into madness, manifesting animalistic traits and lunging at Feng, while others began to dissolve as if they were wax figures exposed to heat. A few retained their sanity, trembling in the corners. As the impending battle loomed, Feng felt a surge of helplessness wash over him. Despite his formidable abilities, he found himself unable to save these individuals. He urged Xiao Er and the others to refrain from lethal force, hoping that the frenzied individuals would regain their senses after exhausting their energy. However, all that awaited him was a cascade of exploding blood mist. Just as Feng grappled with his frustration, the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed from the adjacent building. He promptly instructed Xiao Er, "Continue searching for any survivors. Rescue as many as you can. I'll investigate over there." "Yes, master. Be careful." After speaking, Feng kicked through the security window and propelled himself toward the neighboring building. Upon entering, he swiftly followed the sounds of combat, soon spotting 2 figures in white lab coats locked in a standoff. Feng stealthily approached, catching snippets of their conversation. "You have finally returned. I truly anticipated seeing you on the experimental table. Where's my sister?" The woman's voice was tinged with a sense of familiarity. "Your sister? Was she not already forsaken by you? I will kill you." As the woman cried out, countless vines surged through the window, entwining towards each other. Feng, hidden in the corner, murmured to himself, "Sister? Could it be Mucio?" With that, Feng activated his extraordinary sensing ability. However, the scene he perceived left him utterly astonished. Chapter 119. Criticism. Ancient Wind sensed that the woman capable of controlling plants bore an uncanny resemblance to Mucio, save for the absence of scars on her face. However, their temperaments were as disparate as night and day. If Mucio was akin to a bashful white rose, this woman was a passionate red rose. Observing her still clad in a white lab coat and correlating it with the photograph on her identification, Ancient Wind was certain that she was Mucio's twin sister, Muchun. The individual engaged in combat with Muchun also donned a white lab coat and a mask. Ancient Wind discerned a long tail protruding from behind this person, covered in a layer of white fur, while the mask was stretched by a mouth beneath it, accompanied by 2 furry ears perched atop their head. They resembled not a human, but rather a mutated beast. Having assessed the situation, Ancient Wind decisively chose to assist the more aesthetically pleasing. However, as he emerged from around the corner, a surgical knife shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. His energy shield activated in an instant, but to his astonishment, the knife pierced through it effortlessly. A surge of alarm surged through Ancient Wind. A shield capable of halting bullets was penetrated by a single strike. With no time for contemplation, the knife was upon him, aimed directly at his brow. Ancient Wind grasped the surgical knife, yet its force was overwhelming, driving toward his forehead despite his utmost effort to hold it back. Gritting his teeth, he activated his powers to control the knife, but the proximity rendered him powerless. He could only try to shift his brow aside, resulting in a long gash across his forehead. Blood gushed forth, staining his entire left eye crimson. The masked individual addressed Mu Chun, saying, "I didn't expect you to bring a helper. Quite the fine specimen. I must ponder what animalistic form to bestow upon him." With that, another surgical knife was flung from their hand, aimed directly at Ancient Wind. This time, he dared not be reckless. He swiftly produced a bone shield to protect himself. With a resounding crack, the knife pierced through the shield but became lodged within. Ancient Wind couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his opponent. Aside from that elder riding a deer, this was the most formidable adversary he had encountered. What a powerful shield, he thought. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. A surge of alarm coursed through Ancient Wind as he activated all defenses and rolled away on the ground, without catching a glimpse of the assailant's approach. He felt a tremendous blow to his back, causing his organs to churn violently, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood as he crashed against the wall. Through his blurred vision, Ancient Wind saw the figure leisurely approaching him. Countless vines erupted from the ground, forming a wall of foliage that obstructed the adversary. Another vine coiled around Ancient Wind, lifting him and placing him behind Mu Chun. Mu Chun's expression darkened as she turned to Ancient Wind, saying, "You weakling, do not impede my efforts. Be off with you." Ancient Wind felt a sting from her words. Who could withstand being criticized by such a beauty, especially when she was the sister of his disciple? He applied 3 recovery potions to himself and sat in silence, pretending not to hear. Mu Chun, exasperated, exclaimed, "You, of all people." Ancient Wind interjected, "I am here seeking Mu Chio." Mu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. "You know Mu Chio?" He promptly negated, stating, "Impossible. Mu Chio has hardly any friends." "How do you know her?" It seemed that the two of them were still oblivious to the situation. This was not the time for reminiscing. The masked figure advanced directly towards them, effortlessly severing the obstructing vines in his path. Chapter 120. The white-furred giant rat. At this moment, although Gu Feng appeared feeble, he had regained some combat prowess. The beast-toothed knife flew forth, aimed at his adversary. This time, not only Mu Chun was astonished, but even the masked figure expressed surprise. "Ah, quite an impressive ability, manipulating objects. I am tempted to place you under the microscope for thorough examination." The opponent's movements seemed leisurely, yet he adeptly evaded the oncoming beast-toothed knife. "Was it you who orchestrated the chaos in Building 5? Gu Feng inquired, once more wielding 4 beast-toothed knives to join the fray. The adversary was compelled to hasten his evasive maneuvers. "Did you witness that? It is pure artistry, the art of experimentation." Gu Feng retorted vehemently, "Pervert? A pervert? Ha ha! Compared to the experiments conducted by your kind, this is hardly worth mentioning." Gu Feng was taken aback. "Are you a mutated beast?" Initially, he presumed the tail and ears of his opponent were manifestations of an ability, akin to Ji-Yu's serpentine tail. Yet, from the adversary's tone, it was evident he was not human. Gu Feng employed his powers to forcibly remove the mask from his foe, revealing a towering white-furred rat standing upright. Surprised, are we? Who could have anticipated that those once utilized as lab subjects would one day turn the tables and experiment on humans? As the giant rat spoke, it appeared to recall some painful memories, launching a rapid assault towards Gu Feng and Mu Chun. Mu Chun seemed to have anticipated this revelation and displayed no surprise. Instead, she unleashed her full might. Countless vines surged in through the windows, threatening to inundate the entire corridor. The vines, adorned with sharp thorns, coiled towards the giant rat. Armed with a surgical knife, the rat moved with such swiftness that its actions were nearly imperceptible, slicing the vines into mere shreds that cascaded to the ground. Gu Feng coordinated his beast-toothed knives in conjunction with Mu Chun, attacking from the rat's rear. However, the rat seemed to have foreseen their approach. Swiftly turning to grasp the incoming beast-toothed knife, wielding it to cleave through the vines that retreated in defeat. Gu Feng was taken aback, exerting his powers to reclaim the knife from the giant rat's grip, yet his efforts proved futile. At that moment, Mu Chun's complexion turned ashen, evidently suffering from overexertion of her abilities. As the giant rat drew ever closer, Gu Feng and Mu Chun exchanged a glance, simultaneously declaring, "Run." They leapt from the window, intent on escape. However, they had scarcely made any distance when the giant rat appeared before them, arms crossed behind its back. Mu Chun's face was as pale as death, and Gu Feng felt a surge of trepidation. This marked Gu Feng's second encounter with an opponent from whom he could not retaliate. The first had been the elder riding the white deer, and now it was this giant rat. Unable to flee, unable to fight, was this truly where they would meet their demise? Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng inquired of Mu Chun, "If you exert yourself fully, can you hold him off for half an hour?" Mu Chun's expression turned icy. "What? Do you wish for me to delay him while you make your escape?" "No way. Truly, not a single man is worth trusting. I will not flee. I will remain here. I possess a unique serum that will only take effect after roughly half an hour, so you must help me hold him off for at least that long." Gu Feng explained. Mu Chun surveyed the dense forest surrounding her. This was undeniably her domain. "I shall do my utmost." The white mouse, overhearing their conversation, inquired with curiosity, What wondrous potion is this? Might I examine it? Gu Feng, disregarding the question, handed Mu Chun 5 vials of restorative elixirs for precautionary measures, while he himself produced 2 bottles of premium evolution agents. Chapter 121. A shift in mindset at this moment. Xiao Er and the others had just arrived. Gu Feng instructed everyone to assist Mu Chun in restraining the giant white rat, while he himself consumed 2 bottles of advanced evolution serum. The giant white rat surveyed the approaching crowd in the vines, shaking its head. You need not come to restrain me. You cannot hold me. Rest assured, I have no desire to engage just yet. As a professional researcher, I am quite eager to observe the effects of this potion. This was Gu Feng's first experience of simultaneously consuming 2 bottles of advanced evolution serum. Before his nerves could register any pain, his consciousness was drawn into a wondrous realm. It felt as though he was in free fall, plummeting amidst a sea of gray clouds, obscuring his vision entirely. Suddenly, he broke through the cloud cover and beheld a tapestry of vibrant stars twinkling beneath him, aglow in a multicolored sky. His descent continued, and he was uncertain of his destination, until a star radiating a ghostly blue light came into view, growing ever brighter and larger. He could not discern whether the star was approaching him or if he was drawing nearer to it. Meanwhile, the onlookers were far less composed than Gu Feng, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at his unconscious form. Gu Feng's body oscillated between collapse and reconstitution. Each time he neared disintegration, the crystalline blue gem upon his forehead shimmered, restoring his form. This stalemate persisted for a full half-hour, showing no signs of resolution. Yet, the spectators could perceive that with each cycle of collapse and reconstitution, the aura emanating from Gu Feng grew increasingly formidable. The giant white rat's confidence shifted from initial assurance to bewilderment, and now to trepidation. As Gu Feng's presence surged, the rat's mindset began to transform. Initially, it enjoyed an overwhelming advantage, finding amusement in its opponent's minor tricks. However, it soon realized that these antics were rapidly equalizing their strengths, even hinting at a potential surpassing. This could no longer be tolerated. The giant white rat decisively made its move, hurling the stolen beast tooth knife with all its might towards Gu Feng, aiming directly at the vulnerable blue gem on his forehead. Should that gem shatter, Gu Feng's body would inevitably collapse without further intervention. Mu Chun recognized the critical juncture. They must protect Gu Feng at all costs, for the lives of everyone present hung in the balance. Countless vines and trees erupted from the ground, enveloping Gu Feng in a protective cocoon. Yet, the giant white rat's prowess was undeniable, and the razor-sharp nature of the level 3 beast tooth knife rendered the plant defenses futile. As the knife drew ever closer to Gu Feng, Xiao Er stepped forward, positioning himself as a barrier. In a swift motion, Xiao Er was cleaved in two, but behind him stood Xiao San, Xiao Si, and over 100 others, all resolutely poised to shield Gu Feng. This scene left Mu Chun in astonishment, simultaneously decelerating the knife's trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chun wrapped vines around Gu Feng, shifting his position. With the giant white rat having resolved to attack, it would not hold back. In an instant, it vanished, reappearing behind Mu Chun, declaring, "Since you have returned, you should obediently lie upon the examination table." A single punch penetrated Mu Chio's abdomen. Blood gushed forth as Mu Chio stared blankly at the rat's paw protruding from his belly. Subsequently, a torrent of blood surged from his mouth, rendering him speechless. The white rat withdrew its claw, and Mu Chun, as if all strength had been extracted from him, collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 122. 3 strikes. The great white mouse elongated its tongue, licking the bloodstains from its claws, its face a mask of obsession. It then advanced towards Gu Feng step by step. Just then, a colossal shadow obscured the moonlight, and the white mouse furrowed its brow as the massive figure lunged downwards. In an instant, the white mouse vanished, the giant shadow missing its target, letting out a lion's roar. It was the dog. Perched atop the treetops, the white mouse watched the dog lick its lips, contemplating the abundant experimental materials of the night. It mused that there was no time to waste. This time, The white mouse wished to avoid entanglement with others, as the only entity here that posed a threat was Gu Feng. Once he was dealt with, the others would be mere playthings. During the brief skirmish between the dog and the white mouse, blood flowed from Muchun, miraculously sprouting flowers that grew at an astonishing pace, quickly enveloping her entire being. Muchun's body withered away, leaving only a pile of clothes. The entire forest began to stir ominously. The white mouse, clutching a tree branch, was ensnared by the branches that sprouted forth. It glanced unexpectedly at the flower illuminated by the moonlight, a smirk of disdain crossing its face. Humans always manage to bring surprises. As it spoke, its claws moved, snapping the branches as it sped towards Gu Feng. The massive floral tendrils surged forth like a constrictor snake. The dog, ever direct, shielded Gu Feng with its formidable body and wings. With a resounding crash, the dog was hurled backward, crashing through countless trees and plants. The white mouse struck at Gu Feng's brow once more, as the floral tendrils finally arrived, wrapping around Gu Feng and swiftly moving through the thicket. The white mouse scoffed, vanishing only to reappear before the flower, declaring, "You are truly a nuisance." The flower, startled, retreated rapidly while countless branches, sharp as blades, lunged toward the white mouse. In a display of agility, the white mouse effortlessly dodged, seizing the floral stem and yanking it back, bringing the flower close. It opened its gaping maw and bit off half of the blossom. Strangely, blood flowed from the wound of the flower, and what the white mouse chewed upon resembled flesh rather than plant matter. The white mouse swiftly swallowed its morsel and was about to bite into the remaining half when its entire body froze, sensing it had been locked onto. Any movement, even the slightest, could spell fatal danger. "Release her." Gu Feng's voice resonated from behind the white mouse. Raising its claws in surrender, the white mouse relinquished the flower stem. As anticipated, a beastly toothed knife hung ominously above its back. Any superfluous action would surely result in the blade piercing its body. The half-bloomed flower curled into a ball, wilting to reveal a bloodied Muchun within. Gu Feng picked up the garments on the ground and draped them over her, cradling her gently, then turned to face the white mouse, his expression as tranquil as an enlightened monk, devoid of sorrow or joy. The white mouse, gripped by fear, dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Gu Feng calmly inquired, "Do you wish to live or die?" Instantly, the white mouse knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "I wish to live. Receive 3 strikes from me. If you survive, you may leave, but should you perish, consider it your misfortune." The great white mouse stood, asserting its words with conviction. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. The great white mouse bellowed, "Come forth." Gu Feng, cradling Muchun, advanced towards the towering edifice. As the great white mouse pondered in confusion, it heard Gu Feng softly reciting a phrase. Chapter 123. A display of bravado. The glint of the blade flashed as the figure of the white mouse vanished in an instant. The light of the blade retreating into obscurity. The white mouse reappeared, panting heavily behind a tree, and as it began to feel relief, a sharp pain pierced its forelimb, severing it cleanly. Unable to suppress a wretched scream, the white mouse was startled anew by the voice of Gu Feng. In a state of panic, the white mouse disappeared once more, only to reappear near the entrance of the research facility. Another scream echoed as its tail was brutally severed at the root. Gu Feng's voice, like that of a specter, resonated again. The white mouse's form faded into the darkness. Meanwhile, Gu Feng carried Muchun into the building, gently placing her on a table. He waited until he was certain the white mouse had fled before collapsing to the ground, his entire body beginning to decay and disintegrate, blood streaming from his mouth. At that moment, Xiao Er rushed in, astonished by the scene before him. Gu Feng quickly produced over 20 recovery serums, urging, "Hurry, inject them into me." Without hesitation, Xiao Er administered all the serums into Gu Feng's body, halting the process of disintegration. How could the master, who had so effortlessly dispatched that giant rat, end up like this upon entering the building? Gu Feng managed a bitter smile as he replied, "I was merely putting on a show of bravado. My evolution had not yet concluded, and it was impossible to eliminate it in such a short span. Had it realized its fate was sealed, it would undoubtedly have fought to the death. Therefore, I had to instill a false sense of hope for escape. The promised 3 strikes? I could only manage 2. Xiao Air expressed his concern. What if it senses something amiss and returns to finish the job? Gu Feng shook his head. From the moment it knelt, I was certain that even if it suspected foul play, it would not dare return. It lacks the courage. This is not merely a contest of strength. It is a battle of wits. On the rooftop of a building in City G, the white mouse fixated on the direction of the research facility, its paws lifting and falling in a state of turmoil. Upon fleeing, it realized that Gu Feng had not delivered a 3rd strike. It pondered why. If Gu Feng possessed the prowess to eliminate it effortlessly, he would engage in a game of feigned strikes. Was he truly unhinged? The unusual circumstances hinted at a deeper strategy. The white mouse surmised that Gu Feng might have been bluffing, yet the thought of returning was daunting. What if it were a trap laid by the cunning humans? Moreover, it was injured. Ultimately, preserving its life took precedence. There was no need to engage in a futile struggle. Thus, Gu Feng emerged victorious in this confrontation. Inside the research facility, he instructed Xiao Air to administer recovery serums to both Mu Chun and the dog, while ensuring the entrance was secured before commencing his evolution anew. This time, his consciousness was clear, and the excruciating pain persisted until the early hours of the morning. Upon completion of his evolution, Gu Feng stretched languidly, invigorated. His abilities now extended to an impressive radius of 800 meters, nearly encompassing all that could be seen, though living beings remained beyond his control. The nuances of mind reading seemed altered, yet, among those present, only Gu Feng and Mu Chun could truly be considered human. Mu Chun remains in a state of unconsciousness, and Gu Feng has not yet sunk to the level of prying into a girl's thoughts. We shall have to wait until the appropriate moment to observe the outcome. Gu Feng addressed the younger ones, saying, "Thank you for shielding me from the blade just now. Master, it is our duty." They replied, "Though I am aware that you cannot be harmed, I still wish to express my gratitude." Master. Chapter 124. The corpse of Muchio. Gu Feng suddenly recalled Muchio. "Have you found Muchio?" The innkeeper's expression was peculiar, hesitating to speak. "Speak plainly." "Master, I am uncertain how to express this. It would be best if you witnessed it yourself." Following the innkeeper, Gu Feng arrived at building number 7. Upon entering, he was met with an overwhelming chill. "Why is it so cold here?" The innkeeper explained, this was once the place where the Research Institute stored experimental subjects. The refrigeration system has been running continuously, hence the coldness. But there has been a power outage for quite some time. The refrigeration should have ceased functioning for 2 or 3 months. How can there still be such a chill? The innkeeper shook his head. "I cannot say." Anxiety gripped Gu Feng. It was still early dawn, and the oppressive cold led him to ponder the supernatural. It's all right. One fears not the ghost at the door if one has done no wrong." "Master, what are you saying?" "I am practicing rap, a form of expression, you understand." "Oh." As they conversed, they descended into the basement, where numerous large freezers were present. The innkeeper pointed to a large black bag. "Master, this is it." From a distance, Gu Feng detected a foul odor. Holding his breath, he approached and unzipped the bag. Muchio. Gu Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Inside lay the corpse of Muchio. A wave of sorrow engulfed him as memories flooded back. The first time he met Muchio, her tearful and innocent declaration of "I am telling the truth." He remembered her bashful yet endearing demeanor when conversing with him. How could it have come to this? Gu Feng was overwhelmed with guilt, lamenting his failure to protect her. She should never have been brought to this place. He thought his exposure to life and death had hardened his heart, yet tears flowed uncontrollably in this moment of despair. "Master, do not lose yourself in grief. Look at Muchio's corpse." Wiping his tears, Gu Feng spoke in a hoarse voice. "Speak plainly." "Master, observe the state of decomposition of this body." Gu Feng fully unzipped the bag and beheld a corpse in a state of advanced decay, clearly having perished at least 2 months prior. Yet, Muchio had only been missing for less than 6 hours. How could this be? Was he, perhaps, coexisting with the spirit of Muchio all along? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. His mind was a tumult of confusion as he gazed upon the familiar scar on Muchio's sunken face, prompting thoughts of Mu Chun. She must know something. Gu Feng commanded the innkeeper, "Take the corpse, we are returning." Upon their return to the building, they discovered Mu Chun was missing. Inquiring with the doorman, Xiao San, he claimed not to have seen her leave. Gu Feng had no choice but to search floor by floor. As he approached the 7th floor, ready to ascend to the 8th, he overheard a conversation. Who are you associating with? What if they are bad people? I told you to stay home and not go out. Yet you refused to listen. It was Mu Chun's voice. He is my master. He is very capable and kind. It was Mu Chio's voice. Gu Feng felt his legs weaken in fear. Could it be that Mu Chio's corpse, which was supposedly lying on the 1st floor, has inexplicably found its way upstairs? You spend all your days cooped up at home. How could you possibly comprehend the treachery of human nature? What if he intends to exploit you? That cannot be true, sister. Master treats me very well, and he has always been there to protect me. Speak honestly with your sister. Do you harbor feelings for him? Sister, please do not speak nonsense. How could I ever be worthy of him? Oh, so you truly do have feelings for him. This is disastrous. Women in love are the easiest to deceive. Yet, Gu Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions. The him that Mu Chio spoke of must be himself. The notion that Mu Chio harbored affection for him should have brought joy. But why did it now sound so sinister and foreboding? Chapter 125. The seasons of spring and autumn in pursuit of clarity regarding the unfolding events. Gu Feng activated his extraordinary perception. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Rushing upstairs, he discovered Mu Chio standing helplessly before a broken mirror. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng approached and inquired, "Where is your sister, Mu Chun?" With a flushed face and fingers nervously clutching her clothing, Mu Chio replied, She has left." Gu Feng narrowed his eyes, studying the familiar scar adorning Mu Chio's face, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Confused, Mu Chio responded, I am Mu Chio." Tears welled in her eyes, painting a portrait of vulnerability. Gu Feng picked up a white lab coat that had fallen before the mirror and queried, "Did your sister need to undress before she departed?" I do not know. At that moment, Gu Feng's perception revealed that only one person occupied the upper floor. Had there been another, he would have sensed their presence. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he stated, "If you claim to be Mu Chio, then I shall escort you downstairs to witness something." As he took her hand and descended, they reached the ground floor, where Gu Feng pointed to a black body bag and commanded, "Open it." Trembling, Mu Chio approached and unzipped the bag, revealing a face strikingly identical to her own. Even the scar's shape mirrored hers perfectly. "Is this me? No, then who am I? I'm alive, yet I stand here. No, this cannot be. Ah!" A piercing scream erupted as Mu Chio clutched her hair, spiraling into madness. Gu Feng remained on high alert, but at that moment, Mu Chio's demeanor began to shift, and the scar on her face rapidly vanished. Gu Feng tentatively called out, "Mu Chun?" Suddenly, the scar reappeared, and she began to scream frantically, "Sister, have you forgotten? You abandoned me. Why do you regret it now?" "No, I never intended to abandon you. It was, what? Why can you not articulate it? You let go of my hand. You must believe I am a burden. You have long wished to rid yourself of me, haven't you?" "No, it is not like that. I did not. You only cared for your own escape, leaving me to confront the mutated beasts so you could flee." "No, that is not true. I wish to survive alongside you. My face has been ruined by you, my life shattered. Do you truly loathe me so?" "I am sorry. I am so sorry." Gu Feng and the others watched in bewilderment as the two identities oscillated, engaging in a dialogue with themselves, a chill creeping down their spines. After a prolonged silence, Gu Feng finally comprehended the tragic reality. One twin had caused the demise of the other, and the survivor could not endure the weight of guilt and shame, resulting in a fragmented personality of the deceased. In essence, it was a case of dissociative identity disorder. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the question lingered. Who remained, Mu Chun or Mu Chio? A dark cloud of uncertainty loomed over the onlookers. Witnessing the escalating emotions, Gu Feng swiftly incapacitated the individual before him. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to employ telepathy to unveil the truth of the matter. Before using it, Gu Feng couldn't help but murmur that whether it was spring or autumn, it was regrettable. However, this was all in the name of saving a life. If one were to witness something inappropriate, He asked for understanding. Gu Feng had been troubled moments ago, pondering where to test the evolution of his mind-reading abilities, only to find that it ultimately was applied to the girl. Chapter 126. Browsing memories. As Gu Feng activated his mind-reading abilities, the scenery before him began to warp, with countless figures flitting back and forth, and landscapes rapidly receding. Raising his hand, Gu Feng attempted to slow the unfolding sights. Instantly, everything around him came to a standstill, revealing that he was situated in the living room of a family. What was this place? Just as Gu Feng pondered this mystery, two identical little girls peeked from the room, surveying the living room's ambience. Upon recognizing the appearance of the two girls, Gu Feng gasped, "Muchun, Muchio?" Yet, the little girls seemed oblivious to his presence, traversing through their surroundings as if he were a mere specter. Gu Feng was astonished. Could this be their memory? He could only watch, much like a spectator of a television drama, as events unfolded. The two sisters gazed longingly at the Oreos on the shelf, swallowing hard. "Sister, maybe we shouldn't. Mom said we can only have them at night," one little girl timidly suggested. Observing the timid demeanor of the girl, Gu Feng surmised that it was indeed Muchio who spoke. "What's there to fear? Mom and Dad aren't home right now. We can take one each and put them back. They'll never know," the other sister urged. "But, no buts. Twist it, lick it, dunk it. It's delicious and fun." Upon hearing her sister's vivid description, the younger girl was clearly tempted. However, standing on a small stool, she still couldn't reach. "Don't worry. I'll hold you." "All right." The elder sister fetched a small stool, positioned it, and lifted her sister onto it. Alas, she had overestimated her own strength. As the younger sister's hands still fell short, the stool wobbled, and both girls toppled backward. Gu Feng watched in horror as the sharp edge of the coffee table drew closer to the girl's face, rushing forward in vain. Realizing too late that he could not alter the course of events, the edge scraped across the right side of the younger sister's face, pulling away a significant patch of skin, and blood quickly stained her face. So that was how the scar on Muchio's face came to be. Gu Feng mused in realization. The scene shifted once more, revealing the younger sister with her face bandaged, knocking on her sister's closed bedroom door. Inside, the elder sister wept with regret, leaning against the door, seemingly at a loss for how to confront her sister, especially after their parents informed her that the scar would leave a permanent mark on Muchio's face. Yet, the younger sister outside appeared unfazed, still cheerfully knocking on the door. After a prolonged wait, with no answer, she left, visibly disheartened. The scene transitioned again. This time, the younger sister was mocked by classmates in the classroom, prompting the elder sister to grab her backpack and confront the taunting peers. On their way home from school, the elder sister walked ahead, her face bruised, while the younger sister trailed behind, burdened with guilt. Finally, the younger sister mustered her courage. Reaching out to grasp her sister's hand, the elder sister froze, turning to face her. With a radiant smile, the younger sister exclaimed, "Sister, that was so cool." "Of course," the elder sister replied, lifting her chin with pride. The two then bounded away, skipping joyfully into the distance. The scene shifts once more, this time to a research institute, where the two sisters, alongside countless researchers clad in white lab coats, are frantically fleeing. Hot on their heels is a horde of mutated beasts. Judging by the pale and gaunt appearance of the sisters, it is evident they have been hiding within the institute for an extended period. Soon, the mutated beasts catch up, and numerous individuals fall in pools of blood. The anguished cries draw ever closer to the sisters. Chapter 127. Intensification. The elder sister's stamina was evidently superior to that of her younger sibling, as she tirelessly urged her sister to run, even managing to wield her control over plants to fend off the encroaching mutated beasts. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and the elder sister's complexion grew increasingly pale, her energy waning. How could the younger sister remain oblivious to this? "Sister, you must run. I can't go on." "No. If we are to live, we shall live together. If we are to die, we shall die together," the elder sister declared resolutely, not glancing back. "If you do not let go, we shall both perish," the younger sister pleaded. Yet, the elder sister paid her no heed, continuing to drag her forward with fervor. Their hands clutched tightly together, as if they could grasp the entirety of the world. As they burst through the doorway, the elder sister emerged. But the younger sister abruptly broke free, shutting the door behind her and leaving her sister outside, while the mutated beasts surged toward her within. The elder sister cried out, her voice filled with anguish, helplessly witnessing her sibling being consumed by the beasts. From this point, memories began to blur. At times, they unfolded from the younger sister's perspective, and at other times from the elder sister's. Feng realized that the younger sister, Muqiu, was indeed dead, while the elder sister, Muchan, due to her profound guilt, subconsciously refused to accept her sister's demise. Consequently, she had split a persona identical to Muqiu to deceive herself. Feng shook his head, caught in a blend of resignation and sorrow. He then recalled the moment he administered the evolution agent to Muqiu, or rather, to Muchan's split persona of Muqiu, when there had been no reaction. Could this be the reason? Yet, did the evolution of mutations depend on who possessed the body? Feng further contemplated that Muchan's abilities, in essence, mirrored his own. Both belonged to the realm of mental control, where he commanded objects while she commanded plants. The body may remain indifferent to identity, but the mind is distinct. This could elucidate why the evolution agent bore no effect on the split persona of Muqiu, for it was Muchan who truly mattered, albeit her powers were not manifested. Now that all questions have been elucidated, the pressing matter at hand was how to proceed. The two personas had coexisted harmoniously until now, but the sight of Muqiu's lifeless body had irrevocably heightened their conflict. For Muchan to continue living, the persona of Muqiu must be extinguished. In this moment, Feng found himself capable of such an act, yet he was paralyzed by his own conscience. In his memories, Muqiu was a vibrant and complete individual. The thought of personally ending her life was insurmountably difficult. As Feng wrestled with his turmoil, a sudden realization struck him. From the memories, it was Muqiu who, in her selflessness, had willingly released Muchan's hand to ensure her escape. Yet, upon witnessing Muqiu's corpse, the persona of Muqiu accused Muchan of abandoning her. Memories are not deceptive. Thus, it could only be concluded that Muchan could not move past her guilt, believing her actions had led to her sister's death. Subconsciously, she thought Muqiu would blame her, which prompted the creation of Muqiu's persona. Now, it seemed there might still be a glimmer of hope for resolution. As a fleeting thought stirred, the surroundings transformed once more, leading to a dimly lit chamber, the very room where Muchan spent her childhood. At this moment, Muchan huddled in the corner, while Muqiu's persona stood resolutely outside, relentlessly pounding on the door. Feng crouched before Muchan and remarked, given Muqiu's temperament, she would never resort to such forceful means to breach the door. Absolutely not. Chapter 128. Master, I adore you. Muchan, with tear-streaked eyes, raised her head to gaze at Feng. How did you get in? Muqiu sent me. Liars. Muchan was skeptical. Muqiu said you imagine her to be ferocious, but I believe she has always been gentle and meek. How could she possibly break down a door? Wiping away her tears, Muchan fell into a brief reverie, while outside, Muqiu ceased her attempt to pound on the door. Clearly, it had made an impact, and Feng's confidence surged. In essence, the persona of Muqiu that existed in the outer realm was merely a figment of Muchan's imagination. As her thematic thinking transformed, so too did the projections within her mind. Muchan opened her eyes once more, fixing her gaze on Feng. Are you Muqiu's boyfriend? Well, sort of. Feng stammered, slightly taken aback by her question. What do you want? Muchan asked, her demeanor guarded. Muqiu has some words for you. What words? Muchan inquired, her anxiety palpable. Goodness, what could they be? Think quickly, think quickly. All right, if I were on the brink of death, what would I tell Gulan? Oh well, let us just go with this. Feng internally scrambled to articulate his thoughts. Gulan, it's me Muqiu, your sister Muqiu. You know I'm not very articulate and have always been timid. You've taken care of me since we were young, fighting my battles, carrying my backpack, serving my meals. I have always felt fortunate to have a sister like you. Though your temper can be fierce and you often scold others, did you know? Your scolding is, in fact, quite endearing. There is something I've longed to tell you, but never found the opportunity. This time, I wish to declare it with utmost sincerity. I love you, and thank you for always being by my side, while I have done nothing in return. Regarding the last incident, I hold no grudge against you. It was I who let go of your hand willingly. Had I not, we both might have perished. Rather than that fate, I chose to let you live, to carry on for the both of us. Please forgive my selfishness for making a decision on behalf of us both. But all I wanted was for you to survive, to thrive. Sister, seeing you in such pain truly unsettles me. I cannot bear to witness you tormenting yourself any longer. Let me go. I am already deceased. Allow me to exist only in your memories. As Gu Feng spoke, tears streamed down his face. Mu Chun stared blankly at Gu Feng, her features merging with that of her sister until the words ceased, jolting her back to reality. No, sister, don't leave, don't leave. With tears flowing, Mu Chun flung open the door, desperately searching for her sister's presence, but found nothing. The absence of her sister implied the persona of Mu Chio had vanished, which could be seen as a positive development. Yet, Gu Feng felt no joy, letting out a profound sigh. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly beheld Mu Chio's essence materializing before him. Surely, you do not blame me? Gu Feng asked, with tears in her eyes. Mu Chio's essence bowed deeply to Gu Feng, whispering, "Thank you, master." Upon finishing her words, she began to dissipate. The heart of Gu Feng felt as though it were ensnared by some unseen force. Instinctively, he yearned to reach out, yet he resolutely held himself back. What grounds did he possess to seek redemption? Perhaps this was the most favorable outcome. At long last, Mu Chio's essence faded completely, and within the haze, Gu Feng faintly heard a voice proclaiming, "Master, I cherish you." Gu Feng jolted back to reality, vigorously shaking his head. Surely, it was merely an illusion. One must not indulge in overly optimistic self-perceptions. Chapter 129. Humanity is the key. Gu Feng observed Mu Chun, who was peacefully asleep, her emotions appearing stable, and the scar on her face had not reappeared, which brought him a sense of relief. The only puzzling matter was Gulan. Early in the morning, without having engaged in any activity, she had already sneezed repeatedly, her frustration evident as she stood at the door, cursing inwardly about that scoundrel slandering her. If she caught him, she would certainly break his legs. As Gu Feng glanced outside, the sun was illuminating the eastern sky, heralding yet another exhausting day. Uncertain of what equipment Gulan required, he decided to transport everything into the Star Core space, planning to select the needed items later. The research facility looked as if it had been ransacked, but Gu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction as he returned to the first floor, where Mu Chun had already awakened. "What are your plans?" Gu Feng inquired. Mu Chun regarded him with an odd expression, remaining silent. Gu Feng touched his own face, aware of his appearance. He wished she would refrain from regarding him with such a suspicious gaze. Suddenly, Mu Chun erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. "Of course. Ha ha. Naturally, I will follow you. Master, ha ha ha." Gu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. "You remember now," he exclaimed. Mu Chun nodded with a smile. Well, that was a miscalculation. Since Mu Chio's personality had vanished, the experiences associated with it would naturally surface in Mu Chun's memories. After concluding matters at the research facility, Gu Feng did not rush to leave G City. For the previous night, he had rescued over 40 survivors from the facility, totaling more than 140 people, including Xiao Er and his companions. Gu Feng contemplated that since he would be driving to escort them to X City, he might as well search G City for any remaining survivors to bring along. X City was already showing signs of a manpower shortage. Everywhere was lacking personnel. As a great leader once said, talent is the key. Where there are people, there is everything. Without them, not even the simplest tasks could be accomplished. This search was not solely Gu Feng's responsibility. Xiao Er and his team could also contribute. Gu Feng rode atop his dog, providing aerial support while scouting for supermarkets and stores that might possess useful items, all of which he would transfer to the Star Core space. However, his criteria for selecting items was somewhat whimsical. He felt that everything he encountered could be of use, from screws on the walls to cabinets and washing machines. Such was his capriciousness, The star core space was vast. While Gu Feng faced some challenges, they were not insurmountable. Let us shift our focus to Lu Jianxin and his group, who were diligently preparing for a grand performance. The success of their endeavor hinged on the seamless cooperation of the three teams. Initially, after exiting the city, the three teams, drawing from past experiences, opted to act independently. Jiyu led her team westward, pushing forward with relative ease at first. Their early victories were substantial. However, as the front line stretched longer, the resistance intensified, quickly leading to a stalemate. Lu Jianxin, on the other hand, directed his team northward, taking his time to investigate the surrounding mutated beasts for 2 days before gathering superior forces to tackle them one by one. However, as the advancement continued, Lu Jianxin discovered that mutated beasts had emerged behind him, leaving his battalion in a state of isolation and forcing a retreat. Guosijia, embodying remarkable composure, led the team steadfastly northwest, meticulously clearing the path step by step. Though their pace was the slowest, it was undeniably the most thorough. Yet, the results were far from satisfactory. Chapter 130. Setting the stage for the performance. Ultimately, the three brigade leaders were compelled to convene within a temporary residential building. Team members were bustling in and out, engaged in a flurry of activity. At that moment, in the lobby of the building, the three brigade leaders stood prominently alongside numerous squad captains. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Now that we are engaged in collective operations, the previous tactics of scattered skirmishes are no longer applicable. Indeed, one must wear shoes that fit. Our feet have grown, yet we still attempt to squeeze into our former small shoes, making every step feel amiss. Furthermore, the mutated beasts have become exceedingly cunning. Upon sensing defeat, they scatter in a panic, and attempts to pursue them are futile." Numerous squad captains expressed their perspectives, while the three brigade leaders meticulously recorded and organized the information. Subsequently, Lu Jianxin, Jiyu, and Guosijia compiled the data and deliberated further. Finally, Lu Jianxin stood up and declared, based on the gathered insights, "My fellow brigade leaders and I have reached a decision to prepare for a joint operation. The specifics are as follows. Brigade Leader G, you will lead the 1st and 2nd squads of the Cobra Brigade, comprising 1,000 personnel advancing westward. I will lead the 1st and 2nd squads of the Black Panther Brigade, also with 1,000 personnel advancing northward. The remaining forces will be under the unified command of Brigade Leader Guosijia's Silver Wolf Brigade, laying an ambush in the wilderness between Platform County and City X. To have 2 brigade leaders each lead 1,000 men in separate directions is exceedingly perilous." Someone protested. "Indeed, having others lie in ambush in the wilderness is of little utility. The mutated beasts no longer traverse valleys when in pursuit. They would easily discern an ambush in the open wilderness and would never approach." Lu Jianxin addressed the assembly, stating, "Whether the mutated beasts come depends on how convincingly Brigade Leader G and I can feign defeat. The success of the ambush in the wilderness will rely on the clever strategies devised by Brigade Leader Gua." Lu Jianxin feigned an air of mystery. "Oh, so it is thus. Pray, enter the trap." The following morning, Guosijia led over 4,000 team members to the designated location to establish their ambush. Lu Jianxin and Jiyu, however, set out with their 1,000 personnel only on the 3rd morning. The approach of the two teams was markedly unconventional. Rather than a typical extermination, it resembled a drive. One team advanced from the west, while the other approached from the north, like 2 sharp swords piercing into opposing directions, driving the mutated beasts toward the northwest corner formed by the intersection of the 2 forces. The 2 teams seemed unfazed by the prospect of being cornered, pressing forward unabated until the 5th day when they encountered a substantial number of mutated beasts blocking their path. It was only then that the 2 teams converged at the northwest. The multitude of mutated beasts could not resist the lure of such an easy target and commenced their pursuit. At that moment, the northwest still held a considerable number of previously driven mutated beasts. Logically, the 2 teams should have circumvented the northwest direction. However, Lu Jianxin and Jiyu chose to retreat through that very path. This decision put immense pressure on the entire contingent, ensnared between a blockade ahead and pursuing foes behind. Nonetheless, both teams were well prepared, employing modified armored vehicles to charge forward, prioritizing self-preservation while also inflicting damage. Initially hesitant to pursue the mutated beasts, upon witnessing a large number of their kin at the rear and the relatively few fleeing humans, naturally joined the ranks of the pursuing horde. As such, the number of mutated beasts behind the team continued to escalate, intensifying the pressure on them. More and more armored vehicles were forced to a standstill, succumbing to the relentless onslaught, and the casualties within the ranks were steadily mounting. Jiyu and Lu Jianxin felt an unsettling uncertainty, for the sheer quantity of mutated beasts exceeded their initial expectations. Neither of them knew whether they could endure until reaching the ambush point, and even if they did, it remained uncertain whether those waiting at the ambush could manage to consume such a substantial portion. Chapter 131. A life-and-death struggle as the convoy approached the ambush site. Still 30 miles away, the 2,000-strong contingent had already suffered over half of its numbers and casualties, with more than 200 battle vehicles rendered inoperative. This was a considerable investment from Feng, who had painstakingly modified each vehicle with Lan as assistance. If the anticipated results were not achieved, the three brigade leaders would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, potentially tarnishing Feng's reputation within the unit. Jiyu's forehead was drenched in sweat, the heat waves generated by the continuous firing of the machine guns sweltering within the confines of the vehicle, leaving its occupants both anxious and irritable. "Captain, the vehicle ahead has been intercepted." Panic set in for Jiyu. If the lead vehicle was halted, the entire route would be obstructed, dooming everyone to perish in that spot. Lu Jianxin, ever composed, adjusted his glasses, asserting, "I trust they know what to do." His words plunged the atmosphere in the vehicle into an icy silence. Prior to the mission, Lu Jianxin had forewarned everyone that this undertaking was perilously treacherous, akin to a near-fatal gamble. Yet, not a single member hesitated. Some even penned farewell letters in anticipation. The lead vehicle had overturned in the middle of the road, its occupants bloodied and battered, besieged by countless mutated beasts that clawed at the doors. Several team members were spewing blood, yet continued to fire in defiance. The rear vehicles were not far behind, and if the lead vehicle could not be swiftly cleared, the entire convoy would be ensnared, leading to inevitable annihilation. In this dire moment, a crew member in the passenger seat alerted those in the back. "Explosives!" A teammate in the rear extended a trembling hand towards a compartment behind their seat, revealing a red button. Just as he was about to press it, a gaping maw lunged forward, sinking its fangs into his neck, piercing through his trachea and arteries. His life ebbed away, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the button. He strained to reach it, but the beast's grip tightened, dragging him further away from his goal. As the rear vehicles drew ever closer, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to lunge for the button, his neck torn and flesh hanging by threads. With the weight of his dying body, he pressed down on the button. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from within the vehicle, transforming countless shards of steel into vengeful shrapnel. The mutated beasts surrounding the vehicle were obliterated, while the battle vehicle itself vanished, leaving only scattered remnants of metal and roaring flames in its wake. The rear convoy surged through the flames, the path cleared. The units abandoned any pretense of diversion and sped forward. Yet even so, vehicles at the tail end continued to be intercepted, with more members succumbing to the relentless tide of beasts. Some heroically embraced their fate, detonating their vehicles in a final act of defiance, while others, driven to despair, chose to end their lives, only to meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the creatures. The toll on the convoy continued to escalate as the ambush point loomed ever closer. At long last, the convoy arrived at the designated ambush site, only to be met with a serene expanse of wilderness. There were no fortifications as anticipated, nor were there any traps as imagined. The vast and unobstructed terrain resembled the most suitable graveyard, leaving the occupants of the vehicle feeling utterly despondent. In a state of panic, Jiyu anxiously scanned her surroundings and tremulously addressed Lu Jianxin. "This is the ambush point, isn't it? It must be the ambush point. Have we taken a wrong turn?" Chapter 132. Falling into the trap, Lu Jianxin's complexion finally turned pale. Had Guisijia not been lying in wait, they would undoubtedly have met their demise in this desolate expanse. The speed of their vehicles in the wilderness was far from advantageous. Moreover, in such an expansive area, the mutated beast could easily encircle the entire convoy. At that moment, a scarecrow caught Lu Jianxin's attention. This peculiar scarecrow had only one hand, and on that solitary hand was a white glove pointing in a particular direction. Lu Jianxin seized the walkie-talkie and instructed all vehicles to advance in the direction indicated by the scarecrow. Received. The convoy proceeded for a while, only to encounter another scarecrow ahead, and the group continued to follow the direction indicated by its hand. The convoy began to traverse an odd route through the wilderness, veering left, making turns, and occasionally retracing its path. Strangely, despite the time consumed by their erratic movements, the pursuing mutated beasts failed to catch up. Lu Jianxin glanced back, observing that as the mutated beasts ran, they suddenly lost their footing and fell into a trap, which was cunningly concealed with a multitude of bone swords. It was not just the mutated beasts. Even a tank would have been pierced through by such an array. In an instant, Lu Jianxin's complexion changed. It became clear that the convoy had deftly navigated around the trap under the scarecrow's guidance. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts, fixated on the chase and running in a straight line, had unwittingly plunged into the pitfall, thus becoming ensnared. Soon, the vehicles distanced themselves from the mutated beasts and halted beneath a colossal parking sign, evidently uprooted from the highway and relocated here. As Lu Jianxin and his companions disembarked, they gazed at the throng of mutated beasts surging towards them, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Where are our comrades? Why haven't they taken action? One team member exclaimed anxiously. We are here. A voice unexpectedly emanated from the ground. Everyone was startled and turned to see a head emerging from the earth. The individual greeted them. Greetings, esteemed captains. Our leader has instructed you to observe the battle from the small hill to the east. The mutated beasts are charging towards us. Aren't you prepared? You only have 4,000 men. Will that suffice? Lu Jianxin inquired. Rest assured, we made preparations yesterday. In fact, we are not 4,000 but 5,000. The discipline brigade has also arrived. Very well. Since this is your territory, we shall be your guests. Lu Jianxin responded. The group re-entered their vehicles and set off towards the hill. The newly emerged team member vanished back underground, seemingly to make further preparations. The horde of mutated beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. The foremost beasts, having lost their target, attempted to halt but found it impossible, as those behind continued to push forward, forcing the front-runners to advance. Suddenly, the leading mutated beasts found themselves on unstable ground, and vast sections of the earth began to give way. Countless mutated beasts plummeted into the abyss, greeted by a forest of bone swords standing upright. The beasts were impaled and pinned to the ground. Rows upon rows of mutated beasts fell into the pit, revealing the entirety of the trap's design. It turned out to be a trench 20 meters wide and 7 meters deep, extending over 10 miles in a graceful arc, perfectly encircling the horde of mutated beasts. The entire trench resembled the maw of a colossal beast, while the countless bone swords embedded within were akin to the creature's fangs. Numerous mutated beasts plunged into the trench. Those in the rear, sensing the anomaly, attempted to halt their advance, only to be thrust into the abyss by the mutated beasts behind them. Chapter 133. Not a single one can be let go. Some mutated beasts, realizing their retreat was futile, attempted to leap across, yet they could not jump far enough. This trench had been deliberately constructed to a considerable width to prevent such occurrences. However, as the bodies of the mutated beasts piled higher, the trench was soon filled to capacity. The tide of mutated beasts surged forward relentlessly. After barely 100 meters, the front line of mutated beasts once again stepped into emptiness, revealing yet another trench in the wilderness, nearly identical to the previous one. The aware mutated beasts had perished in the last trench, and now the scene was repeating itself. On a small hill, Lu Jianxin and Ji Yu had just alighted from their vehicle when they spotted Guisijia, Li Junlan, and Li He, each wielding a telescope. Observing the situation in the wilderness below, Lu Jianxin filled with curiosity, inquired, "How many defensive lines have you constructed in total?" Guosijia lowered her telescope and, pointing towards the dense mass of mutated beasts beyond sight of the rear, retorted, "Before I answer, you must tell me how many mutated beasts you have lured here." Lu Jianxin, feeling somewhat awkward, adjusted his glasses and estimated, "This scale has spread over 14 miles, I believe." Guosijia began to murmur softly, 10 miles wide, 14 miles long, covering an area of 35 million square meters. If each mutated beast occupies an average of 2 square meters, that amounts to 17.5 million mutated beasts. Upon hearing Guosijia's estimation, both Li Junlan and Li He recoiled in fright. Guosijia's expression also darkened considerably. Lu Jianxin asked, "Can we handle this?" Guosijia neither nodded nor shook her head. "It may be somewhat challenging. Challenges must be faced. We cannot let even a single one escape. These beasts were drawn here at the cost of over 1,000 team members." Lu Jianxin stated with a calm demeanor, yet his tone was resolutely firm. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Jianxin further queried, "Have you devised a plan for closing the gates?" Once the mutated beasts crossed the first trench, the gates have already begun to close. Guosijia replied. Lu Jianxin reminded, "With so many mutated beasts, can the gates truly hold? You have laid the cards on the table. Even if they cannot be held now, we must try to close them. The possessions amassed by Gu Feng will surely be at risk of being lost." At this point, Guosijia could not help but chuckle. The others understood and joined in her laughter. Indeed, if Gu Feng were to discover that all his belongings had vanished, he would surely be downcast for several days. While they conversed, the herd of mutated beasts had already surged past the second trench. The mutated beasts continued their advance, reaching the center of the wilderness, showing signs of dispersal, yet Guosijia remained unfazed. The front line of mutated beasts again stepped into the void. This time, the trench that emerged was longer and wider, nearly spanning the entire wilderness, and it curved, bending towards the horde of beasts. This curvature forced the outwardly dispersed mutated beasts back towards the center. The previously scattered horde once again consolidated. The mutated beasts left behind a multitude of corpses, and after rushing through 3 trenches in succession, their speed finally began to diminish. Guosijia raised her hand, prompting a team member stationed above to start signaling down towards the wilderness below. Before long, over 100 motorcycles surged forth from the underground, evenly distributed in front of the horde of mutated beasts. Each motorcycle bore 2 riders, one at the helm, while the other unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards the rear. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the mutated beasts were unwilling to relent and began a frenzied pursuit. The convoy of motorcycles advanced over 400 meters, abruptly decelerated, then lined up in formation, proceeding for another 60 meters before dispersing once more. Chapter 134. The fire circle mazed the mutated beasts, devoid of the capacity for human contemplation, charged forward relentlessly, oblivious to the formation changes of their adversaries, yet determined to avoid yet another trap. This trench was over 20 meters wider than the last, necessitating an even greater toll of bodies to fill it. More than 100 motorcycles, upon realizing the mutated beasts could not breach their defenses, turned back to launch yet another assault, buzzing around the beasts like pesky flies. Yet, in the eyes of the mutated beasts, these humans were merely succulent morsels, easily within reach. How could they possibly relent? Thus, the motorcycle brigade lured the mutated beasts through 9 trenches and 3 minefields. With each defensive line crossed, the beasts left behind a staggering number of corpses. Despite this carnage, the horde remained an ominous, dark mass, stretching beyond the horizon. As the motorcycle convoy approached the edge of the wilderness, Guosijia raised her arm decisively. A brilliant flare erupted, swiftly igniting the trench, and the entire expanse of the wilderness appeared as though countless fire dragons burst forth from the ground. It turned out that the trench was not merely filled with bone swords, but also a substantial quantity of gasoline. From their elevated vantage point, Lu Jianxin and the others observed with clarity as the flames segmented the wilderness into innumerable circles, some intersecting, some tangential, forming a labyrinthine spectacle. Most crucially, The originally surging horde of mutated beasts had been divided into smaller clusters. The first trench traversed by the beasts marked the boundary of this infernal circle. No wonder Guasijia claimed that once the beasts crossed the initial trench, they were already being ensnared. However, Lu Jinshin soon perceived a flaw. The corpses left behind by the beasts had compressed parts of the trench, rendering those areas impervious to fire. Yet, Guasijia seemed to anticipate his thoughts, remarking that the inability to ignite those spots was indeed advantageous. Otherwise, how would they infiltrate and conduct a thorough purge with overwhelming force? With that, she waved her hand once more, and the flags began to flutter again. Below, the ambushing team emerged from their concealment, perfectly sealing the gap. Surrounding the wilderness, numerous cannons revealed their muzzles. Guasijia commanded the commencement of long-range bombardment. At the instant the signal was given, the thunderous roar of artillery commenced, raining destruction upon the terrain. The mutated beasts scattered in a frenzy. Yet they only meandered in chaotic circles, with a scant few discovering an escape route, only to be met with merciless bullets and a well-organized formation. Lu Jinshin and his companions trembled with excitement at this spectacle of artillery fire. At that moment, some team members brought forth 4 motorcycles. Guasijia declared, "It's time for us to act. Junlan, your unique abilities are vital here. Monitor the situation closely. Should any high-level mutated beasts breach the fire circle, signal us immediately. Jinshin, Jiue, Lihi, let us proceed." With that, Guasijia mounted a motorcycle and sped down the small hill. Lu Jinshin shook his head, realizing that not a single beast would be spared. Jiue laughed heartily, acknowledging the inclusion of even high-level mutated beasts in their calculations. Li He, ever enthusiastic, hopped onto a motorcycle and called back, "Let us see who can slay the most high-level mutated beasts." With that, he too surged forward. Since the cannon was fired, it has not ceased, with each shell capable of annihilating an expanse, and every fragment able to pierce through the bodies of the mutated beasts. Regardless of how the mutated creatures flee, what greets their eyes is an endless blaze and a series of interwoven rings of fire. For them, this is nothing short of a labyrinthine prison. Chapter 135. Preparing to return to the city, they yearned to flee but found themselves ensnared. While those who did discover an escape route met with merciless execution by the awaiting team members. Among them were numerous advanced, mutated beasts. Yet not all were adept at leaping. Moreover, they faced a fiery expanse over 60 meters wide, littered with countless charred bone swords. Even if a few managed to skillfully leap over the flames, they would still encounter the deadly ambush set by Guasijia and her companions, who lay in wait, resting while the others exerted themselves. The bombardment persisted for over 3 hours before gradually ceasing. At this moment, the fire circle was strewn with the scattered remains of mutated beasts. The 3 major teams, along with the discipline squad, totaling over 5,000 individuals, began to tread upon the corpses of the beasts within the inferno, initiating the final cleanup efforts. Once the members entered, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground was a thick carpet of the fallen, piled high in countless layers, the soil saturated and stained crimson with blood. By the time they thoroughly cleared the remaining mutated beasts, night had fallen, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Yet, several squad leaders convened to deliberate the next course of action. Guasijia was the first to speak. "Our bone swords, bullets, and shells have been nearly entirely expended today, which poses a significant hindrance to our forthcoming extermination plans. With only 3 days remaining and a half-month deadline, I propose we return to the city for resupply before strategizing further." Jiu nodded in agreement. "I concur. Considering the time, that troublesome foe should be returning soon. We must also report the situation regarding the over 1,000 comrades who perished in battle. Otherwise, it will weigh heavily on our hearts." Lu Jinshin nodded without objection, then added, "Given our accomplishments today, I believe Gu Feng must have received the news by now. I wonder what his expression is at this very moment." Li He exaggeratedly widened his mouth and eyes in surprise, slapping his forehead and dropping to the ground. Mimicking Gu Feng's tone, what on earth did they do? How could they manage that? Killing 17 million in a day is no small feat. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the group, and they each returned to their respective teams to prepare for the journey back to the city. Meanwhile, Gu Feng was dozing off in the returning convoy when he heard the familiar voice in his mind. This time, Gu Feng and Xiao Air had turned G City upside down, rescuing over 1,000 survivors, most of whom were mutated individuals. He informed them about the situation in X City, allowing them to decide for themselves, and ultimately, all agreed to head towards X City. Thus, the convoy was formed without requiring Gu Feng to exert any effort in protecting it. The air was patrolled by canine scouts, who would alert the convoy to evade mutated beast hordes, while any smaller groups were handled by Mu Chun and Xiao Air. Naturally, Gu Feng relished this opportunity to relax, retreating into the vehicle for a nap. At that moment, the voice within him stirred, and Gu Feng felt a slight irritation, presuming that Xiao Air and the others had slain a dozen beasts, once again disturbing his peaceful dreams. Ding! Congratulations, host. Team members have eliminated 371 level 4 mutated beasts. 846 level 3 mutated beasts. 684, 359 level 2 mutated beasts. 450, 000 level 1 mutated beasts. And 961, 000 primary mutated beasts. Gu Feng believed he was in a dream. He rubbed his face and picked up the intercom to inquire. Xiao Air, how many mutated beasts did you just slay? 12, Master, came the reply. I knew it. Gu Feng then hung up the intercom. Chapter 136. The smartphone. Coincidentally, a voice inquired, please select the mutated beast to be disassembled. Gu Feng grumbled, with 12 of them, what is there to choose? Disassemble all of them. Ding. Due to the overwhelming number of mutated beasts, please wait a moment. What on earth? 12 is considered overwhelming? The Star Core can't be getting lazy, can it? Gu Feng muttered, while absently touching the blue crystal on his forehead. At that moment, the crystal had grown to the size of a juju pit, and from a distance, Gu Feng's appearance bore a slight resemblance to the legendary Erlang Shun. A full 3 minutes passed before the voice sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have slain over 10 million mutated beasts. The Star Core auxiliary system has been successfully upgraded. Please select the items for exchange. Before Gu Feng appeared a panel, displaying a lengthy string of numbers at the top, with various familiar weapons, beast eggs, and potions listed in the middle, each accompanied by a numerical value. Below, 4 large boxes were labeled: biological mecha, area reconnaissance, weapon research, and weapon upgrades, each with its own lengthy numerical designation. As a well-rounded youth of the 21st century, Gu Feng immediately understood the implications of this panel. It was akin to upgrading from Motorola to a smartphone. He began to scrutinize the topmost string of numbers, counting aloud, 10, 100,000, 10 million, billion. Glancing below, he noted, ordinary evolution agent. 1. Antidote. 1. Recovery agent. 1. Advanced evolution agent. 2. Regeneration agent. 4. Lin armor. 2. Bone sword. 3. Bone shield. 3. Beast tooth knife. 4. Beast eggs. 15. The lower section remained locked and inaccessible. The sudden windfall left Gu Feng feeling as though he had won the lottery. Continuing down, the 4 large boxes were all interactive. The biological mecha displayed varying completion levels, with values ranging from 3,000 to 4,000, and mecha recharging also required points. Area reconnaissance was currently at level 1, and advancing to level 2 required 50,000 points. In weapon research, he could select from different weapon blueprints, with point requirements varying from 10,000 to 10 million based on the blueprint type. Weapon upgrades also differed in points according to levels, from level 1 to level 2, 5 from level 2 to level 3, 50 from level 3 to level 4, 500, doubling sequentially, with the highest level being 9. Well, Gu Feng felt even poorer. Without even thinking, he knew that the 170 million points came from Lu Jianxin, and with such gains came significant risks. He was eager to ascertain how many of his team had perished. At this moment, Gu Feng found himself more envious of people than of weapons or equipment. The strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Only by arming more individuals can they collectively endure in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, he was not lacking in equipment. What he truly needed were people. No, these 1,000 individuals cannot be squandered in the city. They must stay with me to ensure their survival. Gu Feng gazed at the convoy, his resolve strengthening. With idleness enveloping him, Gu Feng retrieved a beast-tooth knife, embarking on its enhancement, expending a staggering 555 points to elevate the weapon to level 9. The entire blade glowed a deep crimson, its radiance subdued yet potent. As Gu Feng gripped the hilt, he could even sense the knife breathing, pulsating with life, as if it had come alive. At that moment, a mutated beast wandered nearby. Gu Feng deftly wielded the knife, racing forth. A flash of red light flickered, and the mutated beast transformed into a lifeless husk, while the knife returned, astonishingly devoid of any blood. Gu Feng gasped in realization. This knife siphons blood. Chapter 137. Bundled Sails. Gu Feng grasped the blade, faintly sensing that the beast's Feng knife, having absorbed blood, was sharper than before, and the blade seemed to have grown larger. Could it be that this knife had truly come to life? Gu Feng's understanding was once again upended. Despite having undergone several such revelations, each experience felt as fresh as the first. A bittersweet sensation reminiscent of first love, eternally invigorating. Well then, it can no longer be called the Beast Feng knife. It should henceforth be referred to as the Blood Feng knife. With that thought, Gu Feng sheathed the knife. Examining his points, he realized that evolving just one knife to its highest level had consumed 50 million points. With over 100 million points at his disposal, he could at most evolve 2 Blood Feng knives. At this realization, Gu Feng genuinely felt impoverished. With around 120 million points remaining, Gu Feng dared not squander any further and began to compare exchanges for the best value. His arsenal of weapons and various potions was sufficiently stocked, so there was no immediate need for further exchanges. The range of regional reconnaissance was adequate, and upgrades were not necessary at this time. Weapon development had too many restrictions for his current production capabilities, so there was no urgency there either. Having recently attempted a weapon upgrade, he could, however, encourage his outstanding team members by upgrading their gear. Ultimately, he settled on the biological mechas, which seemed most appropriate. Although there would be costs involved, the enhancement in combat power was markedly evident. If he managed to complete the exchange for all 51 biological mechas, he could even assemble a formidable mecha army. Well then, while the beast-taming army was still a distant dream, the mecha army was already in the works. Without hesitation, Gu Feng proceeded to exchange for biological mechas numbered 2 through 51, spending a total of 200,000 points. Eagerly, Gu Feng entered the star core space and discovered 51 mecha cultivation pods, each housing various biological mechas. Though their appearances, shapes, and colors differed, their massive forms and rugged strength were strikingly similar. Gu Feng excitedly mused that each mecha had cost a maximum of 5,000 points. With a team of over 6,000 members, providing each person with a biological mecha would only require a little over 30 million points. At this rate, there would scarcely be enough mutated beasts in the world to contend with. Lost in this thought, Gu Feng nearly fainted from joy. Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembled as he navigated the biological mecha grid. Suddenly, Gu Feng froze in shock, then erupted in expletives. What? To exchange for biological mechas? I must first exchange for the mecha cultivation pods, and each pod costs 30 million. ISNT this bundled sales? Hey, respond to me. Why are you silent? Be careful, or I'll report you to the Consumer Association. Gu Feng's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster. Yet, filing a complaint was out of the question. Such an endeavor was utterly impossible in this lifetime. For now, he could only hold back tears and abandon the dream of ruling. No, of saving the world with a mecha army. Perusing the options, Gu Feng reluctantly set aside his plans for exchanges. Bored and restless, he opened the car window to enjoy the scenery outside. It was November, yet the weather had not turned as expected. It still felt like late summer. The plants were beginning to exhibit signs of mutation. Trees seemed to be growing wildly as if injected with hormones, and the flowers and grasses were becoming increasingly hostile. Some had even begun to display aggressive tendencies, with others mutating to exhibit animal characteristics. Gu Feng gazed upon the scenery, which appeared markedly different from before. His heart filled with a sense of complexity. All living beings seemed to be beneficiaries of this mutation, Yet humanity alone suffered catastrophic consequences in this upheaval. Chapter 138. Secret research. Feng found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the reasons behind the current circumstances, yet the reality remained unchanged. Humanity had fallen from its pedestal, no longer wielding dominion over other beings, and had returned to the food chain as mere creatures. The question of humanity's position within this chain would, undoubtedly, be answered by the passage of time. 2 days later, Feng and his companions returned to City X. The city buzzed with activity. Despite a population of 7 million laboring day and night, the enormity of the undertaking rendered progress slow. After a month, only the foundational structure of the underground facilities had been completed. Feng observed that the military intended to transform City X into a formidable fortress of steel. The expenditure of human and material resources had reached staggering proportions. 15 days prior, Feng had been tasked with transporting steel, and now he was charged with delivering a substantial quantity of grain, indicating a pressing demand for manpower within the military. Upon returning to the temporary encampment with over 1,000 individuals, Feng instructed his team to arrange accommodations and meals for their companions. He then drove off to locate the elder for his assignment. However, upon arriving at the military's temporary base, he found no sign of the elder. Feng sought out Qin Juntai. Since their last encounter during the extermination of the mutated rats, a sense of mutual respect had developed between them. Unfortunately, Feng again met with disappointment. Just as he was about to leave, he fortuitously encountered Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, upon spotting Feng, expressed his joy as if he were reuniting with a long-lost father. "Oh, my dear father, why have you returned only now? If you had delayed another day, the entire City X would have faced starvation." Feng, observing Lu Zhe's wrinkled visage, retorted playfully, "Uncle, please refrain from such exaggerations. I am 18 this year." Lu Zhe chuckled. "Very well. Let us assume your intelligence is also 18. By the way, how much grain have you brought back?" Without hesitation, Feng replied, "Over 600,000 tons." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe grasped Feng's hand tightly. Feng promptly freed himself. "Do not celebrate too soon. Where is the elder?" Lu Zhe stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Feng was tempted to employ mind reading to uncover Lu Zhe's hidden thoughts, but ultimately restrained himself. Recognizing that the complexity of human emotions often rendered ignorance a more comfortable state than acute awareness. With a resigned wave, Feng stated, "If the elder is absent and you cannot provide any insights, we shall converse another day. Have him call for me upon his return." Lu Zhe gazed regretfully at Feng's retreating figure. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to inform the elder, as the matter of grain was of utmost importance. In a clandestine laboratory, numerous researchers clad in protective gear busily attended to their tasks. Above them, a transparent glass floor provided a view of their activities. At this moment, the elder and Qin Juntai stood atop the glass, seemingly anxiously awaiting something, their eyes fixed intently on the developments below. Finally, a researcher in protective attire lifted his head and signaled an OK gesture to the two men. Without needing the elder's instruction, Qin Juntai appeared to already know the course of action to take. He navigated through layers of protection and entered a room resembling a cage, where two men were imprisoned. Qin Juntai gazed at the two individuals, then retrieved a file from the table to compare their appearances, ultimately nodding in affirmation. The two trembled in fear, seemingly aware of the impending fate. "Commander, please spare us. We acknowledge our wrongdoings and vow to reform ourselves from now on, truly." Qin Juntai let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Robbery, assault, murder, dismemberment. Tell me, which of these charges could possibly absolve you?" Before long, a test tube and syringe were delivered to him. Chapter 139. Ambition is essential. The liquid contained within the test tube bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient evolution serum. "Commander, please don't. We refuse to be mere subjects of experimentation." Desperation laced their voices. "I beg you, do not inflict pain upon me. Each day, I hear the anguished cries of others. It is a fate worse than death. Consider this your atonement for the transgressions committed against you," Qin Juntai declared, proceeding to inject the liquid from the test tube into the bodies of the two individuals. Moments later, they began to convulse violently, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, and soon blood seeped from their eyes and ears. This agonizing state persisted for half an hour before they regained consciousness. Yet as they did, their skin began to shed in large patches, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. In swift succession, their muscles began to disintegrate, and their eyes fell from their sockets. They screamed in desperation, but no one came to their aid. Ultimately, the two became nothing more than heaps of mangled flesh. Only then did Qin Jun Tai furrow his brow in contemplation. Upon returning to the laboratory, he addressed the ancient figure. "It has failed." The elder sighed and inquired, "How many trials has this been?" 1,427. Qin Jun Tai replied, "Has it truly surpassed 1,000? Time flies so swiftly." Confused, Qin Jun Tai pondered the elder's remark until he heard, "The ancient evolution serum has returned." Qin Jun Tai's expression turned grave. The elder asked, "What do you think of the ancient figure?" After a moment's reflection, Qin Jun Tai responded, "Courageous and astute, possessing a grand vision. He is a remarkable individual." The elder's tone shifted to a somber note. "That is not the insight I seek." Qin Jun Tai, his legs trembling slightly, hastily replied, "He possesses ambition." The elder suddenly chuckled. "Ambition is good. Ambition is indeed commendable." Meanwhile, upon returning to the temporary camp, Gu Feng found Lu Jinxin and several squad leaders awaiting him within the tent. After taking a seat, Gu Feng spoke, "Now let us discuss the losses we have endured." Lu Jinxin replied, "We suffered a total loss of 1,324 personnel, including 2 squad leaders and 12 team leaders." Gu Feng's heart sank, feeling as though we're being clutched tightly. "This cannot be. You 3 must not allow this to happen." His reference to 3 pertained to Lu Jinxin, Guisijia, and Jiyu. The 3, aware of their shortcomings, bowed their heads in shame. Gu Feng, agitated, declared, "Indeed, human life may seem undervalued in these times. Yet we must not treat it lightly. I cannot concern myself with the actions of others, but within my team, I bear responsibility." A squad leader attempted to console him. "Captain, this is not solely the fault of the 3 squad leaders. The sheer number of mutated beasts has resulted in such grievous losses." Gu Feng remained silent for an extended period, finally conceding, "Perhaps I have been too harsh. Death in battle is, unfortunately, inevitable. However, I wish for you to remember that talent is paramount. With people, all things are possible. Without them, we are left with nothing." "Understood, Captain." Gu Feng composed himself and inquired, "Have we retrieved the nameplates of those who fell in battle?" "Yes, we have brought them all back. Each team badge bears the name of its owner. A wall shall be constructed at the heart of the camp, adorned with these badges, serving as a poignant reminder for all members to honor their sacrifice and the cause for which they fell." "Indeed, Captain," Gu Feng continued, stating, "There is no need to venture beyond the city for cleanup this time. Everyone has worked hard, so let us take a moment to rest." "Thank you, Captain." Gu Feng inquired, "Does anyone have any matters to discuss?" Guisijia replied, "We have completely exhausted our ammunition, and there are but a few bone swords remaining." Though it pains him deeply, Gu Feng responded, "I shall take care of these matters. If there is nothing else, you may disperse." "Understood, Captain." Chapter 140. Master enjoys noodles. Once the crowd departed, Gu Feng felt overwhelmed by a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention, pondering how his role as leader increasingly resembled that of a housekeeper. His first destination was the makeshift laboratory established by Gulan, where he entrusted her with all the equipment, allowing her the liberty to select as she pleased. Before departing, Gu Feng inquired about the earliest possible time for producing the first prototype. Gulan, while tinkering with the apparatus, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps in 6 months, perhaps a year. Who can say?" This response infuriated Gu Feng, as half a year felt like an eternity and rendered his efforts futile. Gulan sai, et lai. The power required for these devices cannot be sustained by an ordinary generator, and sourcing the necessary materials is quite challenging. I am at a loss. What more could Gu Feng say? He gazed out at the seemingly endless project within City X, pondering just how long it would be before they could harness energy from the nuclear power station. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Gu Feng, but he needed to confer with the elder before proceeding. Upon returning from Gulan, Muchan approached him with a bowl of oil-splashed noodles. "Master, I learned to make this from Sister Sijia. Please try it and tell me how it tastes." Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Hold on, little sister. You're making me quite uncomfortable." Playing innocent, Muchan responded, "What is uncomfortable? It was you who fell ill and could not partake in many activities." With a snap of her fingers, Muchan seemed to understand. Gu Feng was left bewildered, contemplating what she truly grasped, when he noticed a shift in her demeanor. Her countenance turned bashful, her ears flushed with color, and she lowered her gaze as she extended the noodles towards Gu Feng, her voice soft and tender. "Master, eat the noodles." Gu Feng nearly choked on his own breath, incredulous at the transformation. Surely, this was not a case of split personalities. Her tone and demeanor were unmistakably reminiscent of Mu Qiu. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Are you Mu Chun or Mu Qiu?" She replied, "I am both Mu Chun and Mu Qiu." Gu Feng was utterly confounded. What does that mean? Personality fusion? Could such a thing even occur? 1,000 bewildering thoughts raced through his mind while he uttered, cough. "Fusion, yes, fusion is good. Master, if you do not eat soon, the noodles will grow cold." "All right." Gu Feng, in a daze, accepted the offering and, without much thought, shoved it into his mouth. The moment he took a bite, he felt as if he had turned to stone. "Master, what is wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Mu Qiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Great. Even if it tasted terrible, he had to endure." Gu Feng swallowed hard, acknowledging, "It's just a bit dry. Could you fetch me a glass of water?" As Mu Qiu turned to comply, Gu Feng contemplated making a hasty exit. The noodles were far too unpalatable, and consuming the entire bowl would surely upset his stomach. Just then, Gu Sijia, Lu Jianxian, and Jiyu appeared, each carrying a cup of water, their faces alight with smiles. They feigned innocence, asking, "Captain, do you need water?" "Perfect timing. We each brought you a cup. Is 3 enough?" Gu Feng's face turned a shade of green. "Cough, yes, that will suffice." Mu Qiu also turned, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Gu Feng. In the ancient style, "My heart is heavy. I close my eyes and eat, daring not to chew, but swallowing directly, feeling the friction in my throat." With the aid of 3 cups of water, I finally finished the noodles. Looking over, I see Lu Jianxin and the others laughing heartily, yet Li Junlan at the back smiles rather forcefully, the reason known only to herself. That evening, Gu Feng received a confession of love. Whether it was romantic, Gu Feng could not say, but the thrill of it was undoubtedly certain. Chapter 141. To accept or not as night descended. Mu Chun led Gu Feng to the city wall. She sat at the edge, her feet dangling over the side, and patted the space beside her, inviting Gu Feng to join. As he settled next to her, he was enveloped by the delicate fragrance emanating from her. An unexpected tension gripped Gu Feng, leaving him uncertain of where to place his hands, which he instinctively pressed together. Mu Chun tilted her head towards the vast expanse of stars, exclaiming, "The stars are particularly beautiful tonight." Gu Feng gazed at her profile, captivated by the way her eyes seemed to converse with the celestial bodies. The soft blush on her cheeks and her long, fair neck stirred a sense of confusion within him. Quickly averting his gaze to the sky, he noted that, perhaps due to the absence of city lights or the altered star patterns of the apocalypse, the stars shone brighter and more numerous than ever, reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. "Indeed, it is stunning." Mu Chun suddenly turned to him, her expression fierce. "You heard everything that day, didn't you?" Gu Feng was taken aback, the tranquil moment evaporating in an instant. He instinctively shifted away from her, feigning ignorance. "Ha, what did I hear?" Mu Chun scooted closer, her demeanor turning playful yet menacing. "Are you pretending? If you keep dodging, I swear I'll kick you off this wall." Reluctantly, Gu Feng halted his retreat. In an instant, Mu Chun's expression softened, transforming into one of innocent shyness. "You were downstairs that day. You must have heard." She lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously tugging at her shirt hem. Gu Feng understood all too well what she was referring to, her sister Mu Qiu's affection for him. Yet, knowing that it stemmed from a fractured personality, He felt it inappropriate to take advantage of her condition, despite harboring genuine feelings for Mu Qiu himself. Seeing Gu Feng's silence, Mu Chun's tears began to fall. Do you not like me? Well, ahem. Do you think it's because of my sister's personality that I feel this way? Gu Feng nodded, a silent admission. Mu Chun took a deep breath, asserting, let me clarify. I like you, whether I am Mu Chun or Mu Qiu. My personality has changed slightly due to the remnants left by my sister's absence, manifesting as different facets of myself, much like how some could be cheerful one moment and melancholic the next. Listening to her explanation, Gu Feng felt a sense of relief. It seemed her condition had indeed improved. The shift in her personality was manageable. However, the pressing dilemma remained: how to respond appropriately. His mind raced, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Mu Chun's expression shifted once more, now fierce and demanding. I'll confess my feelings for you. Will you accept or not? Just give me a clear answer. Accept what? She seized Gu Feng's hand, her determination unwavering. If you refuse, I'll drag you down with me. What on earth am I supposed to agree to? He exclaimed, exasperated. Well, you forced my hand. With that, Mu Chun leapt from the city wall, and Gu Feng instinctively activated his powers, allowing them to float gently in mid-air, his arms wrapped securely around her slender waist. I shall disregard your response and assume your agreement. With that said, Mu Chun pressed her lips against Gu Feng's. Gu Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, akin to the sensation of inebriation. It was not until a distant voice called out, questioning who was scattering dog food from the heavens, lamenting that it was perilously abundant, that Gu Feng regained his composure. He promptly escorted Mu Chun back, hastily retreating from the scene. Chapter 142. Alas, the wretched scoundrel, as Gu Feng returned to his tent. Lu Jianxin and the others soon followed. Captain, how is the situation? Gu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. You all know. Is it not obvious? It's difficult not to notice with all the dog food falling from the sky. Gu Feng weakly inquired. So you all saw it too? Ahem, Captain. It's all due to the brightness of the moon tonight. Ha ha. Yes, the moonlight is indeed dazzling. Gu Feng hurriedly clarified. It's not what you think. What is it then? Gu Feng explained. She confessed her feelings for me and kept asking if I would agree. I had no idea what she wanted me to agree to, and then she dragged me to jump over the city wall, which led to what you all witnessed. So did you agree? Gu Feng felt a bit wronged. Agree to what? Bah, scoundrel. Lu Jianxin remarked before turning to leave. Guo Sijia shook her head. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, but I must say, bah, wretched scoundrel. She too departed. As Gu Feng stood there in confusion, Ji Yu, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, alas, I never imagined my idol would turn out to be, no more. Bah, wretched scoundrel. Stop scolding me. Gu Feng retorted. Watching Ji Yu's retreating figure, which hardly looked sorrowful, she appeared to be suppressing laughter. Then came Li He. Have you ever been in a relationship? Ahem. Have you? Little brat? Don't complicate matters. Li looked at Gu Feng with disdain. Brother, I've had 2 girlfriends. With that, he strode away with a nonchalant air. Gu Feng felt as though he had suffered 1,000 points of damage. Li Junlan smiled and said, Congratulations. You've finally become single. After that, she dashed out. Lastly was Nua, and Gu Feng thought he would finally be free from further torment. However, Nua remarked, when a girl tells you she likes you and asks if you agree, she is asking if you'll be her boyfriend. Even our kindergarten children know this, yet you, uncle, do not. Alas. With the demeanor of a miniature adult, Nua walked out, hands behind her back, flapping her arms. Hey, what on earth are they teaching in kindergarten these days? Clarify before you leave. Fine. Gu Feng was left alone in the tent, feeling utterly perplexed. Wait. Nua's words reminded him that Mu Chun had said, just consider it agreed. This meant he now had a girlfriend, and a stunning one at that. He should be elated. Yet, why did he feel no joy? Fine, he admitted his girlfriend had a split personality. This was Gu Feng's inner monologue. Please take a moment to mourn for him. Thank you. Early the next morning, Gu Lan rushed in energetically. Before even entering, she shouted, Brother, who is my sister-in-law? Who is my sister-in-law? Gu Feng, with his head bowed, nearly buried his face in the bowl. Standing nearby, Mu Chun blushed and stood up. It's me. Gulan embraced Mu Chun, her tearful eyes glistening as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for rescuing my brother from his lifelong solitude. Truly, our ancient family will never forget your immense kindness." Unable to bear the scene any longer, Goofing flung his chopsticks towards Gulen, only to be intercepted by Mutuin, who shot him a glare. Startled, Gulen sought refuge in Mutuin's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you must protect me." Mutuin reassured her, "Fear not, for I am here. Your brother cannot harm you." Gulen responded, "It is truly wonderful to have you." Mutuin replied, "It is my duty. We are family." Meanwhile, Goofing felt an increasing sense of discontent, pondering how the two had already become a family. Chapter 143. Will you or will you not after finishing his breakfast? Gufeng was approached by Lu Zhe, who informed him that the elder wished to see him. Without hesitation, Gufeng followed Lu Zhe out. Upon arrival, he found the elder unchanged, who regarded him with a hint of satisfaction. "You rascal, you've brought back the provisions but have yet to submit them. What scheme are you concocting this time?" Gufeng chuckled. "How could I? I was merely waiting for your return to decide." "Oh, what have you set your sights on this time?" "You see, I just purchased a villa district and barely settled in before encountering mutated rats. The entire area has been demolished. Could you perhaps reassess the value of my villa district?" The elder picked up his teacup and inquired, "How would you like me to reassess it?" With a cheeky grin, Gufeng replied, "Naturally, it should be based on a percentage. Previously, the villa district constituted a portion of the entire city. Once the new city is established, it should be evaluated accordingly." The elder nearly spat his tea at Gufeng. "Why not have me hand over the entire base to you while you're at it? The new city is built upon the scale of the old city, extending from underground to above ground, with the space expanded over 100-fold. And you wish to calculate by percentage? You're taking advantage of an old man who can't count." Gufeng hastily countered, "The steel you use was brought back by me. I haven't even reported my contributions yet. And now I've delivered this substantial amount of grain. How could you possibly refuse?" The elder huffed, "I cannot accept your grain. Quickly take it away." Gufeng's spirit diminished. "All right, you win this round, old man." The elder continued, "With this vast base, complete with a nuclear power station and water diversion, it can accommodate not merely 7 million people, but even 17 million without issue. With such a large space, you're just wasting it. Why not give it to me? For these 2 missions, I ask for no reward." The elder appeared to ignore him, engrossed in his tea. Gufeng pressed on, "As I said, I seek no rewards for the steel and grain. I am even willing to provide labor." The elder scoffed, "What use is your labor in such a grand project?" Gufeng elaborated, "You've seen the biological matches, right? I have a total of 51. With their assistance, this project would be completed in no time." The elder nodded slightly, then shook his head. Gufeng was astonished. Is that not sufficient? Without the matches, this arduous endeavor may never reach completion. The number of mutated beasts is on the rise. If the base ISNT finish soon, we might all meet our end. The elder chuckled slyly as he noted, "If we all meet our end, whether you help or not is your choice. After all, I am but an old bone, indifferent to how many days I have left." Gufeng was a loss for words. "Since you've laid it all bare, just tell me what you desire." "The formula and methods for the evolution agent." Gufeng grinned, reclining on the sofa. "At long last, I can play the gentleman." "Oh, that item? It doesn't exist." "Don't be absurd. How then did your evolution agent come to be?" The dynamics of the negotiation took a sudden turn, and Gufeng, surprisingly unhurried, casually crossed his legs and remarked, "Well, that's just how it goes." Gu Lao abruptly rose to his feet, and the previously relaxed atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. "Are you going to give it or not?" Gufeng furrowed his brow, noticing that the teacup in Gu Lao's hand seemed poised to shatter upon the ground at any moment. Meanwhile, with his abilities activated, he sensed the stealthy encroachment of numerous armed mutants surrounding them. Chapter 144. Landed. Was the shattering of the cup a signal? Gufeng's gaze turned increasingly cold. He was determined to test whether the Ancient One would indeed shatter. Gufeng watched in silence, awaiting his decision. Ultimately, the Ancient One despondently sank into the sofa, gently placing the teacup back onto the table. With a voice steeped in sorrow, he spoke, "City S has fallen. All 18 million citizens and soldiers have been slaughtered. The mutated beasts from the sea have already come ashore. The evolution agents are crucial for us, They represent our final hope. Gu Feng sat up abruptly, his face a mask of shock. City S, situated at the mouth of the Yangtze River, is the largest and most developed city in Country Z. The sudden loss of a city that housed 18 million people was nothing short of staggering. Moreover, the implication that the mutated beasts had already landed from the ocean was even more terrifying. The vastness of the sea harbors countless creatures, a fact that has never been fully quantified even during humanity's reign over the earth. The scene must be utterly horrific. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng declared, "I can continuously supply you with evolution agents, but in exchange, I require weapons and ammunition." Agreed. It is settled. The Ancient One affirmed. Gu Feng admired the Ancient One's restraint. He had managed to suppress his greed and had not resorted to coercive tactics to compel compliance. On the other hand, they were all in the same boat now, and strengthening the Ancient One's power would indirectly fortify their collective survival. The evolution agents would be ineffective in the star core space. It was far more beneficial to utilize them to enhance their strength and thus increase their chances of survival. After further negotiations, Gu Feng secured a permanent 12% usage right of the new base area. In return, he would provide food and 51 biological mechs to assist in construction. The evolution agents were traded at the price of 500 rounds of ammunition each, starting with a transaction of 500,000 rounds. The station army in City X totaled just over 1 million, coupled with a previous supply of 500,000 rounds. This would enable the entire army to transform into mutated beings, exponentially increasing their collective combat power. When Gu Feng returned to the camp, it was nearly noon. Ignoring his hunger, he relayed the events to the others. Everyone wore thoughtful expressions. Lu Jianxin was the first to speak. "We should also consider leaving ourselves a contingency, just in case." Gu Feng understood Lu Jianxin's implication. Should the army decide to act impulsively and attempt a total takeover, they would have no opportunity to resist. Strength, ultimately, is paramount. Strengthening their capabilities could be achieved in two ways: individual strength and team strength. Individual strength naturally involved the use of evolution agents. Yet they could not be used continuously. Each application required a period for the body to fully adapt to the mutations before further use could be considered. Thus, it was challenging to effect a swift turnaround in circumstances. The second approach was to enhance team strength, which was far simpler. Expansion. This was the most direct and effective method. Furthermore, the matter of evolution agents need no longer be cloaked in secrecy. By supplying them on a large scale to the army, it would not be long before the entire city was aware that Gu Feng possessed a potion capable of transforming ordinary individuals into evolved beings. Ancient Wind, seizing upon this opportunity, sought to recruit additional personnel. Through a series of transformations and experiences, he profoundly realized that people are the essence. A substantial workforce is indispensable. After conferring with several captains, it became evident that the previous incentive measures could no longer be employed, as they risked dismantling the fragile framework that had been painstakingly established. Thus, it was decided that Third Brother would oversee the recruitment process, ultimately leading to the expansion of the unified team. Simultaneously, to ensure the vitality of the team structure and provide capable members with opportunities for advancement, Ancient Wind resolved to form another large brigade, with Li He appointed as the brigade leader. However, it was imperative to select a trustworthy deputy leader to assist him, so as to ensure peace of mind. Chapter 145. The team's treasury. On that afternoon, 51 biomechs emerged outside the city, their colossal forms leaving countless civilians in awe. Magnificent, grand, and breathtaking, barely encapsulated the public sentiments. The 51 mechs were piloted by Captain Lu Jianxin along with several squad leaders. The task assigned by Gu Feng was to operate the biomechs to assist in the construction of the underground city while simultaneously becoming more acquainted with the characteristics of these mechanical giants. Preparing for future combat scenarios. With the inclusion of the mechs, what would have taken a day for large machinery to accomplish could now be resolved with just a flick of a finger from a single mech. The original plan was to gradually weld the structures from below, but with the mechs, large steel frameworks could be assembled externally and then seamlessly integrated into the existing structures. This effectively allowed multiple sites to be worked on simultaneously, significantly enhancing efficiency by distributing the previously overcrowded and less productive labor force across different locations. For humanity, this was a monumental endeavor. For the Mechs, it was akin to playing with building blocks, the only caution being to avoid stepping on the workers below. Feng sought out Sange to discuss recruitment matters. Ever since following Feng, Sange had largely remained in the background. Yet Feng recognized his talent and dedication. He approached every task with diligence and kindness. After Feng rescued the oppressed, he began to account for the situation. And Sange remained unscathed except for Gu, which spoke volumes about his character. Consequently, Feng entrusted him with the logistics of the city. This role, often underestimated, was indeed the most lucrative, as it governed the welfare distribution, accommodation arrangements, and reward allocations for all team members. Essentially, it was the treasury of the entire team. Due to the nature of these responsibilities, Sange had initially recruited over 1,000 ordinary citizens to assist within the city. With this expansion, an additional 1,000 would suffice. Feng's calculations were astute. The introduction of 51 Mechs to the construction of X City would inevitably render many ordinary workers unemployed. These individuals were distressed over their lack of work, which hindered their ability to earn points, pay residence taxes, and ultimately led to expulsion from the city, an outcome that could only result in death. At that moment, a stack of crisp flyers was thrust into their hands. Wow, the Goo God team is recruiting again. And what is this evolution serum? They exclaimed. The flyers proclaimed the miraculous effects of the serum, which explained why a formerly frail neighbor had transformed into a mutant shortly after joining the Goo God team. No wonder this Goo God team is extraordinary. Look at how their members flourish wherever they go. Who could possibly disagree? That scrawny fellow, who would have given him a second glance in the past, resembling a mere stick of a monkey. Yet, unexpectedly, he seized the opportunity and joined the Ancient Style Brigade. In just a few months, observe his newfound vigor, and gaze upon the furnishings within his tent, all transformed. Furthermore, he enjoys hearty meals replete with meat and grains at every meal. Enough said. I find myself salivating. Although the Ancient God Brigade offers excellent provisions, one cannot overlook the inherent dangers. I have heard that during the last expedition, over 10,000 ventured forth, yet only around 6,000 returned. Take this recent endeavor, for instance. It is said that over 1,000 perished outside. In this apocalyptic world, it would be astonishing to escape unscathed any day. If you ask me, to rise above in this era, one must be willing to risk their life. To refrain from such a struggle is to simply await death. Chapter 146. The Ancient Style Interview. It is reasonable to assert that even if one does not align with the Ancient Deity Brigade, one must still pay the residence tax. If you refrain from venturing forth, do you truly expect to sustain yourself as before, merely by receiving a computer and preparing PowerPoint presentations? Do not indulge in such daydreams. Ultimately, one must venture out to procure resources and confront the mutated beasts head-on. Moreover, with the existence of the Ancient Deity Brigade, our demise is not a foregone conclusion. There are evolution agents available, and once I become a mutant, what do I have to fear from those beasts? I shall vanquish them and avenge my fallen kin. As someone spoke, tears welled in their eyes. Then let us hasten to enlist. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The crowd exclaimed as they surged towards the interview venue. The interview was conducted by none other than Ancient Style himself. Due to the direct integration of the selected members into the team, it required careful consideration on Ancient Style's part. He and third brother sat behind an office desk, with a row of chairs before them, accommodating 12 candidates for simultaneous interviews. Third brother casually posed various questions, while Ancient Style employed his psychic powers to delve into the true thoughts of each individual. Ancient Style understood that no one is flawless. As long as the candidates were not malevolent criminals or habitual offenders, he would approve them. However, what Ancient Style was unaware of was the psychological pressure he exerted on these new recruits. Soon, the first group of 12 emerged, drenched in sweat. Those in the know remarked that they had gone for interviews, while others mistakenly believed they had just completed a marathon. The onlookers quickly gathered around, clamoring with questions. What was it like inside? Wasn't it just an interview? Why was there a physical fitness test? The 12, still shaken, shook their heads in denial. There was no fitness test. Then why are you all sweating profusely? The individual inside his eyes seemed capable of seeing right through me. It terrified me. When he looked at me, I felt as though all my secrets were laid bare. Yes, was it the one with the blue eye in the middle of his forehead? Indeed, it was him. But I must say, it resembled a diamond more than an eye. What? You cannot be referring to the ancient deity? The ancient deity? How could that be? It was merely a trivial interview. Why would he attend personally? Do tell, was he short-haired, with distinct facial features, piercing eyes, tall and slender, yet exuding strength? How did you know? Then it must be him. Oh, is it true? After the ancient deity summoned the giant biomechanical armor to vanquish the colossal rat, he revealed his form. I was fortunate enough to be nearby and witnessed his visage firsthand. I could not be mistaken. Oh, the ancient deity. How did I not ask for an autograph? Even a handshake would suffice. Heh, it is almost my turn, at last. I shall meet the ancient deity. Do not forget, the ancient deity can penetrate your very soul. I shall comport myself with integrity. I fear nothing. But what about me? I once spied on a neighbor's aunt while she bathed when I was a child. Laughter echoed in the air, as some began to feel a sense of trepidation, while others eagerly rubbed their hands in anticipation. As time progressed, a towering stack of resumes accumulated before Feng. These resumes, in truth, were merely forms filled out by individuals attending interviews, containing essential personal information. Those entering for interviews were required to submit their forms, which Feng would then scrutinize, sorting the resumes based on his discerning insights. The more substantial pile represented those who had successfully passed the interview, while the thinner stack indicated those destined for dismissal. After an entire afternoon, Feng had conducted interviews for 2,000 candidates, resulting in the elimination of 173 individuals. The outcome was quite satisfactory. Chapter 147. The disabled man, Feng, had spent an entire afternoon honing his telepathic abilities, feeling a significant dizziness. Yet he sensed a newfound precision in his mind-reading skills and a smoother retrieval of memories. However, he harbored a lingering concern for Wen. Ever since she had been tormented by those two scoundrels, she had been in a state of madness. Feng felt helpless, but after experiencing the events with Muchan, he believed it was time to venture into Wen's inner world, perhaps to cure her affliction. This occasion provided him with an excellent opportunity to practice further during the interviews. Yet, he had reached his limit by that day. As the sun set, the camp remained bustling with people. Some were clasping their hands in prayer, while others offered comfort and encouragement to one another. These individuals were awaiting the results of their interviews conducted earlier that afternoon. Finally, Sangu emerged holding the resumes, announcing, "Now, those whose names I call, please follow our staff to complete the joining procedures." Zhang Ming. A man named Zhang Ming exclaimed with exuberance, dancing with joy while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The crowd erupted in applause, offering congratulations alongside envious glances. Sangu continued to call names, each announcement sparking a small commotion. The remainder of the candidates, naturally, were eliminated. Though disappointed, they dared not protest, recognizing the authoritative presence of the ancient god brigade as camp, where encountering even a single mutant would be as easy as child's play. The following day, Feng continued with the interviews, this time accompanied by Muchan, who sat silently beside him, collecting interview forms while gazing at Feng with a dreamy expression. Feng felt a warmth in his heart, but showed no outward signs. Fully absorbed in the interview process, perhaps due to familiarity, the pace quickened significantly. By noon, they had interviewed over 3,000 candidates. At midday, results were announced, with over 2,600 individuals successfully joining the ranks. During the afternoon interviews, two individuals caught Feng's attention, a disabled man without legs and a young boy around 14 or 15 years of age. Feng exchanged glances with Sangu, who proceeded to inquire diligently. It was then that Feng learned that the disabled man, Tong, had arrived in City X with his wife and child just a month prior in good health. To remain in City X, they had to bear an exorbitant residential tax. To meet this burden, his wife and child worked tirelessly, performing various laborious tasks, while he ventured outside the city to hunt mutated beasts. The couple exerted every ounce of strength to barely sustain their living in City X. However, last week, during a hunting expedition, Ma Teng encountered a tragic fate. His legs were severely bitten by a mutated creature. Upon his return, the muscles in his legs had already begun to necrotize, and the doctors declared amputation as the only option. His wife, in tears, consented to the procedure to save his life. Yet the immense surgical cost depleted all their resources. Although his life was preserved, he became disabled, unable to work or hunt mutated beasts, and thus transformed into a burden for his wife. In a state of utter desperation, he resolved to escape the city and end his life while his wife was away at work on the construction site. At that moment, he learned of the recruitment by the ancient deity brigade, which imposed no restrictions and offered a mysterious potion. With a mindset of tentative hope, he made his way there. Along the journey, he faced jeers and ridicule from others, who deemed his aspirations as mere folly. Yet, he was indifferent to their scorn, unperturbed by the mockery of others. Chapter 148. Prove it to me. Gu Feng produced a vial of regenerative elixir and addressed Ma Teng, stating, "Though this potion cannot resurrect the dead, it is indeed capable of restoring the living. How much do you believe this is worth in terms of resources?" Ma Teng hesitated to assess its value, acutely aware that battles occurred daily, leading to an increasing number of the wounded. Should word spread of such an extraordinary remedy, countless individuals would clamor to acquire it, even those uninjured, for no one could guarantee their safety in the next fight. Gu Feng continued, "What do you think you could offer in exchange?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Teng declared, "I would trade my life for it." His tone was resolute and unwavering. Gu Feng shook his head, remarking that anyone could utter grandiloquent phrases. But he demanded proof. With a subtle gesture, he signaled to Sangu, who rose and handed Ma Teng a beastly tooth knife. "Sever your left hand," Gu Feng commanded coldly. Ma Teng stared at the gleaming blade, momentarily dazed, unable to fathom his current predicament. Yet what was there to fear now? Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he swung the knife. The blade was sharp, cutting through flesh with little resistance, followed by an excruciating jolt of pain that ignited his senses. A scream escaped his lips as blood erupted forth. The other candidates in the room turned pale with fright. Gu Feng nodded, intrigued. Quite interesting. Yet, judging by your appearance, it seems your right hand is also superfluous. Why not sever it as well? This time, not only Sangu, but even Mu Chun regarded Gu Feng with confusion. Such actions were entirely out of character for him. Ma Teng, however, was resolute. He gripped the knife handle with his teeth and slammed his right hand against the blade once more, blood spraying anew. Drenched in sweat and enduring excruciating agony, he clung to a flicker of hope. He had yet to witness his children grow. He could not bear the thought of leaving his wife to navigate this chaotic world alone. At last, Gu Feng rose, declaring, "Well done. I am quite pleased with your performance. Remember, your life now belongs to me." No sooner had Gu Feng spoken than Ma Teng succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Feng waved his hand, and others came forth to carry him away, along with a vial of the regenerative elixir. In the past, Gu Feng would have unhesitatingly aided Ma Teng in his recovery. Yet this time, he approached the situation with caution. This reflected not only the growth of a leader, but also the insights Gu Feng had gained over the past few days regarding human nature. Human emotions are intricate. At times, aiding others may inadvertently breed resentment. Countless examples exist. Consider the individual who, day after day, gives 10 yuan to a beggar. This is a noble deed. Yet should that individual find themselves with only 5 yuan one day and choose to give it all, the beggar's immediate response may not be gratitude, but rather confusion as to why the amount has diminished. Such discontent can easily breed animosity, leading to conflict. While helping others is crucial, the manner in which one offers assistance is equally significant. Furthermore, the regenerative elixir possesses tremendous power. For an ordinary person, it could overwhelm them. Without allowing Ma Teng to endure sufficient injuries, the energy might easily prove catastrophic. Upon learning the intricacies of the situation, Mu Chun became even more captivated by Gu Feng. The young boy, named Wang Zixuan, is 14 years old. During the journey to City X with his parents, they were tragically slain by a mutated beast, leaving him as the sole survivor. According to the regulations of City X, children aged 14 and below are exempt from residence tax. Thus, Wang Zixuan is not compelled to venture outside the city. However, he incessantly clamors to exit the city and slay the mutated beast to avenge his parents. He sought to assemble a team, yet not a single hunting party was willing to accept him. In a bold attempt, he ventured out alone, but was fortunate enough to encounter a group of survivors who rescued him. Despite facing numerous setbacks, he remained resolute and ultimately heard of a recruitment drive by the ancient God Squad, prompting him to hasten there. Chapter 149. Applying for the bodyguard position, Gu Feng gazed at Wang Zixuan, feeling a wave of exasperation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What skills do you possess?" I can run." Wang Zixuan's voice trailed off, lacking confidence. "Run? Are you particularly swift?" Gu Feng probed. A flicker of hope ignited in Wang Zixuan's eyes as he replied, "I was the fastest runner in school." Gu Feng pondered for a moment before stating, "While slaying mutated beasts is indeed commendable, you are currently too weak. However, I do have a position available. You could assist me as a messenger, delivering materials and such." Wang Zixuan stubbornly retorted, "I want to kill mutated beasts. If I were to give you a knife, could you truly slay a mutated beast? One must take things step by step. Moreover, delivering materials is also a means to combat mutated beasts." Wang Zixuan regarded Gu Feng with uncertainty. Gu Feng elucidated, "Consider this. While you may be unable to defeat mutated beasts, others can, such as myself. By assisting me, I can allocate more energy towards confronting these beasts, increasing the number we eliminate. Thus, your contributions, albeit indirect, would also be significant." Wang Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, then, after some reflection, declared, "All right, I shall be your messenger." Gu Feng smiled slightly, recognizing the potential for growth in Wang Zixuan. Mu Chun stifled a laugh and discreetly gave Gu Feng a thumbs up. Before long, the 12 individuals who had just departed were replaced by another 12, leaving Gu Feng astounded to find it was Xiao Er and his companions. "What brings you here to stir trouble?" Gu Feng inquired. Xiao Er responded with a hint of grievance. "You haven't checked on us in ages, and we feel utterly miserable. Thus, we took the initiative to apply as your personal bodyguards." Gu Feng frowned and stepped outside. Xiao Er and the others, looking dejected, followed him out. Sangur reminded Gu Feng, "You truly do need bodyguards now. You are no longer just responsible for yourself." Gu Feng understood the gravity of Sanji's words. The lives and fortunes of over 10,000 members of the entire team rested solely on his shoulders. If he were to encounter misfortune, what would become of them? To consider just a few, what would happen to Gulan and Nuo? Would they still be able to live carefree as they do now? If old Gu had indeed shattered the teacup last time, could he have emerged unscathed? With these thoughts in mind, Gu Feng resolved to take action. By the afternoon, the interviews concluded and over 3,000 candidates successfully passed. That evening, Gu Feng summoned over 100 individuals, including Xiao Er, and presented each with an evolution serum. Xiao Er and the others, puzzled, asked, "What is the purpose of this?" Gu Feng replied with a smile, "You wish to be my bodyguards, do you not? With your current abilities, that would be insufficient." "Thank you, Master. You are truly magnificent," they exclaimed. "Do not rejoice too soon. I am yet uncertain whether the evolution serum will have any effect on you." It will work, they insisted, and with that, they consumed the serum. Unlike ordinary individuals who might suffer through pain, the effects manifested immediately, their physical strength visibly increasing, while their forms grew more robust and vibrant in hue. At that moment, Gu Feng's pocket gently quivered. He reached inside and extracted a golden thread, the very essence of the parasitic mother. It affectionately rubbed against his wrist. Gu Feng chuckled, awakening only for delectable treats. How genuine! He produced a vial of evolution serum, and the mother swiftly burrowed into it. In an instant, the serum was entirely consumed. Yet the mother appeared to be still yearning for more. Chapter 150. A surge of emotion, Gu Feng produced 3 more vials, and the mother entity began to absorb them fervently. Meanwhile, Xiao Er and the others appeared to be influenced by some force, trembling as if they had undergone a transformation. Gu Feng speculated that their essence was derived from the mother entity S division. Thus their evolution would naturally be affected by it. The mother entity swiftly consumed all 3 vials, its golden hue becoming more pronounced and elongated. Subsequently, it coiled around Gu Feng's wrist, resembling a golden bracelet, and fell into a deep slumber akin to a satiated being. Gu Feng found it rather amusing. How true it was that one would sleep after a feast. Xiao Er and the others also completed their evolution, exuding an aura that rivaled that of a level 4 mutated beast. However, with their diverse ages and genders, one had to wonder if they were truly fit for the role of bodyguards. Gu Feng shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, as even he could not definitively determine whether they were human or mutated beasts. Soon, the 4-day recruitment process came to a close, yielding over 20,000 new recruits. As the saying goes, when the crowd exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless. On the day the new team members officially reported, Gu Feng was overwhelmed by the grandeur of the scene before him, with over 20,000 individuals gathered. There were many others equally stirred by emotion, among them Ma Teng. Just 2 days prior, he had been a desolate man contemplating the end of his existence. Who could have foreseen that he would now stand unharmed in the midst of such a formidable assembly? After severing his own hands, he had fallen into unconsciousness, only to awaken and marvel at the miraculous restoration of his lost limbs. He had nearly fainted from overwhelming joy. His first thought was to return home, and upon standing at the door in his complete form, his wife could hardly believe her eyes, covering her mouth and bursting into tears. Ma Teng embraced her frail frame, desperately reassuring her that everything would be all right, that they would be fine. Their son squeezed in between them, and the simple act of their family being together felt like the utmost happiness. Understanding the events that had transpired, the wife wished to invite their benefactor to dinner. Ma Teng informed her that he was none other than the illustrious Gu Shan, prompting her to reconsider. Yet she could not help but urge her husband to perform well and not let Gu Shan down. Ma Teng nodded in agreement, for he knew that not only had Gu Shan saved him, but he had also salvaged his family. Determined, he resolved to repay the man radiating light, Gu Feng, with his very life if necessary. According to the benefits provided by the combat team, any official member could relocate their family to the team's encampment, with the team covering all housing taxes. Furthermore, families with children could send their offspring to the free school established by the team. That afternoon, Ma Teng gathered his belongings and, alongside his wife and child, moved into the team's camp, embracing a life filled with hope and anticipation. Wang Zixuan, too, was filled with emotion, standing amidst the throng with tears in his eyes as he softly declared, "Mom and Dad, rest assured, I will be a diligent communicator and ensure that Gu Shan slays many mutated beasts to avenge you." In accordance with the ancient strategy, the entire cohort of over 20,000 individuals shall, upon the utilization of the evolution agents, be organized into 3 combat teams based on their unique mutation characteristics. Each seasoned veteran will mentor 5 new recruits. From these 3 combat teams, 6,000 individuals will be selected to form a new combat unit, to be led by Li He, with the distinguished Big Nose appointed as the deputy commander to assist him. Chapter 151. Communication Earstud's Big Nose is a seasoned veteran within the team, possessing both valor and wisdom, a natural leader. The formation of a new battalion necessitates a plethora of squad leaders and team captains, all of whom are appointed from the ranks of those who distinguished themselves in the recent battle. This initiative by Gu Feng exemplifies a crucial trait of effective leadership, the judicious selection and utilization of talent. What follows is a rigorous training period lasting 2 weeks, during which experienced members will guide the newcomers, enabling the latter to swiftly acclimate to their unique abilities. Naturally, the seasoned warriors will impart essential combat commands and techniques to the new recruits. Meanwhile, with the assistance of 51 mechs, the underground city is rapidly taking shape. By the end of the fortnight, the foundational framework of the underground city is largely complete. Gu Feng is perplexed, however, as he observes that after the construction of the subterranean framework of City X, over 30 additional floors have been erected above ground. He surmises that this expansive structure could accommodate 5 million residents with ease, yet the city's population barely exceeds 7 million. Even accounting for agricultural zones, such vastness seems superfluous. Gu Feng speculates that the Elder harbors ambitions of establishing a century-long project, a notion that remains otherwise inexplicable. Nevertheless, Gu Feng finds pleasure in this development. For the greater the scale of City X, the more space he will occupy, as the original agreement was predicated on a percentage basis. Additionally, the logistics department under Third Brother has expanded to encompass 5,000 personnel, primarily comprising family members of the combatants. When all is tallied, Gu Feng's followers have surpassed 30,000. The voice within him resonates with joy, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host! Followers have exceeded 30,000. Communication ear studs unlocked successfully. Host may redeem at any time." Upon accessing the screen, Gu Feng discovers a new entry at the bottom of the redemption list. A blue, crystalline ear stud labeled Communication Ear Stud. His anticipation grows as all existing communication facilities have been destroyed. The two remaining methods of communication consist of an emergency communication device set up by the military and walkie-talkies. The latter possesses a critical flaw: unstable signals and limited transmission range, rendering it strategically insignificant. As for the military's equipment, Gu Feng had previously sought assistance from Elder, who insisted that the military's resources were already stretched thin and refused to part with any. Now, with the advent of the communication ear studs, the team can coordinate during battle, devising the most suitable strategic deployments, an innovation that could alter the entire course of the conflict. Gu Feng is elated, but his excitement wanes upon seeing the exchange value: 5 million points per stud. He is left speechless, as he has just over 100 million points remaining, allowing for the redemption of at most 20 studs, which is barely sufficient for the leadership tier of the battalion. It seems he must embark on a quest to hunt mutated beasts. With a heavy heart, he decides to redeem 9 communication ear studs. As he contemplates the practicality of wearing an ear stud, he realizes that one must first have pierced ears. Coincidentally, Mu Chun is nearby, and he hands her one of the studs. Mu Chun can scarcely believe her eyes. "Is this a gift for me?" she inquires. Gu Feng, rubbing his nose, replies, "Well, sort of." Blushing, Mu Chun adorns herself with the ear stud, her eyes sparkling with joy. She turns her face slightly, showcasing her petite and charming ear, asking, "How does it look? Is it pretty?" "Very pretty," Gu Feng responds. As Gu Feng had just finished speaking, he suddenly heard Mu Chun let out a startled cry, followed by her clasping her hands over her ears. Gu Feng quickly took her hand to inspect it, only to discover that countless blue lines had spread around the skin near her earring, resembling capillaries that extended into Mu Chun's ear hole. With a face full of concern, Gu Feng anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? Should I remove the earring?" "I'm fine, just hurt a bit when I put it in," Mu Chun replied, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 152. The first love of older youths, it was a relief. Only now did Gu Feng realize that he was holding Mu Chun's hand, soft and warm. "Ahem, my apologies." With that, Gu Feng released her hand. Mu Chun, however, was quite incensed. "What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm your girlfriend. I should be able to hold your hand." Gu Feng found himself bewildered. She had just been a delicate maiden, and in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a fiery pepper. The shift in her demeanor was astonishing. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Gu Feng then took out a pair of earrings. "Let me put one on too." Mu Chun feigned shyness. "Are we really going to wear a couple earrings? That seems a bit embarrassing." Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "No, there's several team captains, one for each." "Are you involved with several captains?" Mu Chun blurted out. Gu Feng sensed an inexplicable familiarity in her tone. It must be the influence of Gulan, that Fujoshi. What was she thinking? "This is for communication. And stay away from Gulan. Don't let her taint you." "Oh," Mu Chun said, somewhat disappointed. She took the earring and prepared to put it on Gu Feng. "Hey, you don't have pierced ears. How are we going to do this?" Mu Chun moved in close, and Gu Feng could almost feel her breath against his face. Suppressing his racing heart, Gu Feng suggested just pierce it with the earring. "Well, bear with it then." Gu Feng felt a sharp sting in his earlobe. It seemed to be bleeding. He reached to touch it, but Mu Chun stopped him. "No touching. Be careful of infection. You're bleeding. Wipe it off. Gu Feng urged. Oh, Mu Chun said, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Gu Feng's earlobe. Gu Feng felt a wave of tingling sensations coursing through his body, as if electrified. His heart raced, thumping as if it might leap from his chest. Was this what it felt like to have butterflies in one's stomach? All right. Though it was quite embarrassing, Gu Feng admitted that at the age of 24, he had finally experienced his first love. I didn't see anything. You all continue, came the irritating voice of Lu Jianxin from the doorway. Why aren't you coming in? You're just standing there, called Guisijia. Several footsteps followed, indicating the arrival of the captains from various teams. Mu Chun blushed and stepped back, distancing herself. Gu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Everyone outside, come in. The team leaders entered, and Gu Feng produced the remaining communication earrings. You all came at the right time. Each of you take one and try it on. Lu Jianxin adjusted his glasses. Isn't this inappropriate? They're your couple earrings. We shouldn't wear them. Gu Feng awkwardly clarified. They are for communication. How extraordinary. An earring that allows communication? Why not try it and find out? After they donned the earrings, Li He dashed outside the camp to experiment. The effect was akin to a phone call, but the voices resonated within their minds, unheard by outsiders. Not only could they communicate individually, but they could also connect with multiple people simultaneously, proving extremely convenient. After this interlude, they began discussing the plans for their team moving forward. The overarching structure of X City had been established, but the internal piping and wiring installation, along with a series of other tasks, remained incomplete. It will require some time before one can move in. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts outside the city have once again begun to proliferate, and the military's outer defense line, lacking the support of city walls, is becoming increasingly strained. The ancient wisdom suggests that passive defense is inferior to proactive offense. Thus, preparations are underway for a large-scale counteroffensive, with hopes that Gu Feng's team will assist the military. Naturally, Gu Feng will not refuse the task of exterminating the mutated beasts. Yet the compensation for such assistance cannot be overlooked. At present, Gu Feng lacks nothing except for firearms and ammunition. Chapter 153. Purely authentic. The armaments for over 20,000 individuals constitute no trifling sum. Bone swords and shields are readily available. However, firearms and ammunition necessitate exchange with the military. The last transaction for 500,000 units of the evolution agent was entirely spent on firearms. But that was at a friendly price, yielding an insufficient quantity of weapons. This time, Gu Feng intends to significantly raise the price. He need not worry about the ancient being unwilling. Ammunition and weapons can be produced in endless supply. Yet where can he procure more evolution agents? With so many soldiers in the army, the initial allocation of half an agent per person might suffice, but further evolution will require a greater quantity of agents, ensuring a persistent demand. Gu Feng has raised the exchange price to 3 times that of the previous transaction, and the ancient readily acquiesced, exchanging 1 million evolution agents for the armaments necessary for 30,000 troops, which notably included a substantial number of rockets. Of course, this equipment also comprised the remuneration for the current extermination mission. Gazing at the gleaming rockets, Gu Feng, the rustic fellow, was genuinely taken aback with delight. All equipment was distributed to the battalions, and under professional guidance, the team members trained for a week until the designated departure date arrived. The logistics team led by Third Brother remained within the city, as the nuclear-powered conflict in City X had commenced. Gulan, accompanied by his research team, busied himself with the manufacture of biological weapons, necessitating his presence in the city. 4 combat battalions ventured outside, each comprising over 6,000 personnel. The Black Panther Battalion led by Lu Jianxin, the Silver Wolf Battalion commanded by Guisijia, the Cobra Battalion under the leadership of Jiyu, and the Scorpion Battalion co-led by Li He and the Big Nose. Additionally, there existed a 2,000-strong Discipline Battalion, also known as the Fire Phoenix Battalion, strategically led by Li Junlan. The names of all battalions were derived from the beasts tamed by their respective leaders. The beasts allocated previously had already grown to a formidable 2 meters in size, showcasing impressive combat capabilities. Although Gu Feng now has the ability to exchange for tameable beast eggs, the hatching of these eggs relies on fortuitous circumstances. This predicament left Feng in an awkward position, as he had promised each team member a beast, only to face continual delays. With departure looming and still no sign of fulfillment. The farewell ceremony was grand, featuring spouses bidding adieu to husbands, children parting with parents, and friends exchanging heartfelt sentiments. Some were reluctant to let go. Others expressed their emotions with tears, while some embraced tightly. No one could ascertain whether their loved ones or friends would return. Everyone seemed to have an inexhaustible array of admonitions and unspoken concerns. In this post-apocalyptic world devoid of mobile phones, computers, and fast vehicles, human emotions appeared more pure and genuine. Even Gulan, typically carefree, seemed affected as she clung to Feng, imploring, "You must return safe and sound." Feng, with a hint of exasperation, patted her head reassuringly. "It's all right, don't worry. This is merely a counter-offensive, not a deep incursion behind enemy lines. I'll be back in at most 10 to 15 days. "Oh, well then," Gulan responded, straightening up, her demeanor betraying no hint of sorrow. Feng found himself utterly helpless, as this girl never seemed to take anything seriously for more than 3 seconds. In an ancient style, Feng earnestly reminded Sange, "I entrust the affairs of the city to you. Rest assured." Perhaps due to the countless farewells she had endured, Nua had grown remarkably resilient. Resembling a small adult, as she advised her mother, "Mama, remember to wear more clothes when you go out. Mama must miss me, and I shall miss her too. I even placed the feathers from my back in a Mama's suitcase. If she thinks of me, she should open it and take a look." Guasijia, with a face full of affection, squatted before Nua, attentively listening to her endless chatter. Chapter 154. The unending hunt for mutant beasts amidst the throng. Ma Tong tenderly kissed his son before placing him into his wife's arms. With tears brimming in her eyes, his wife implored, "You must be careful this time. Our child and I await your safe return." Ma Tong nodded, reassuring her, "There is nothing to worry about. My comrades are strong and united. We shall return safely." His wife continued, "Ensure you perform admirably. Though we may not be prominent figures, we understand the fundamental principles of life, gratitude and diligence in our responsibilities. Rest assured, I will diligently follow Feng," he promised. Standing beside Feng, Wang Zixuan was brimming with eagerness, longing to embark immediately to witness the carnage wrought by the mutant beasts. This time, he would serve as Feng's personal communicator, accompanying him outside the city. His excitement was palpable. At last, the moment of departure arrived. The team set forth with a formidable presence reminiscent of ancient warriors. Clad in scale armor and equipped with rifles and bone swords, they resembled a time-traveling army, anachronistically juxtaposed against the modern world. Due to the sheer number of participants and the necessity of transporting artillery and logistical supplies, the team had no choice but to proceed on foot. Feng could have ridden his dog, yet he chose to walk, not wanting to stand apart from his comrades. In stark contrast, the military was ostentatiously affluent, boasting a fleet of tanks and armored vehicles, alongside a variety of aircraft and artillery, some weaponry Feng could scarcely name. The description of a rolling tide of iron was hardly an exaggeration. Indeed, the military's capability to safeguard a metropolis of 7 million amidst the chaos of rampant mutant beasts was impressive. This operation mobilized a staggering 50,000 soldiers, supplemented by Feng's contingent of over 25,000, along with countless hunting squads, bringing the estimated total participants to around 1 million. The military strategy involved clearing the area from X City as the central point, advancing outward in the 4 cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. Auxiliary combatants were allocated to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. This arrangement clearly delineated responsibilities. The military would engage directly in battle, while the other units would secure the flanks. Feng's unit was assigned to the northwest, the very region where Lu Jianxin and his team had previously eradicated millions of mutant beasts. Yet, merely a month had passed, and an alarming resurgence of these creatures was evident. This situation arose from multiple factors: the overwhelming number of mutant beasts, their remarkable mobility and rapid spread, and the irresistible allure humans held for them. The flesh and blood of humanity possessed a fatal attraction for mutant beasts, and with a substantial population residing in X City, these creatures would inevitably be drawn from all directions. Thus, the area surrounding X City found itself in an interminable struggle against the relentless tide of mutant beasts. 40 miles northwest of X City lay a dilapidated village, now imbued with an air of solemnity. Numerous individuals clad in black suits and donning sunglasses stand, both in light and shadow, near the rustic courtyard. At the slightest hint of irregularity, these figures swiftly assume a state of vigilance. They appear to be professionally trained bodyguards. Curiously, among them are both men and women, young and old, all exhibiting identical attire and expressions, which imparts an aura of slight eeriness. Chapter 155. Legion Warfare in the Courtyard. Mu Chun busily tidied up, moving in and out. On the side, Gu Feng sat with his eyes closed, appearing as though he were asleep. Suddenly, Gu Feng spoke. Jiu Lihi, it's sufficient for you 2 battalions to seal off this area. Jian Xin, head northeast. Si Jia, proceed northwest. Commence the encirclement. Mu Chun understood that Gu Feng was communicating with several battalion leaders 10 kilometers away. She began to tread lightly, so as not to disturb him. Gu Feng's ability to command from afar was thanks to the Star Corps' blessings, which provided regional reconnaissance, allowing him to survey any activity within a 50-kilometer radius from the sky. He was acutely aware of the locations and numbers of the mutated beasts. The communication ear studs enabled Gu Feng to converse swiftly with the battalion leaders, facilitating the most effective tactical deployments. Within a mere 2 days of such coordination, over 1 million mutated beasts were slain. At times, they even advanced to the front line, astonishing the troops. Meanwhile, the points within the Star Corps space continued to rise, and Gu Feng once again relished the sensation of counting money at home. On the other side of the battlefield, however, Gu Feng's experience was far from tranquil. This was a realm of slaughter, where countless screams intertwined with the roars of beasts. Rows of shield walls firmly held the mutated beasts at bay. Their charges and bites could not breach the defenses, while the bone swords extending from behind the shield walls cleaved into the creatures' bodies. Iron will, brutality, and savagery characterized the combat here, reminiscent of humanity's most primitive era, with blood erupting before the eyes of all and lives slipping through their hands. Li He and Ji Yu's battalions were tasked with severing the retreat of the entire horde of mutated beasts, bearing the brunt of the frontal assault, experiencing the greatest pressure. Lu Jian, Xin, and Gua Sijia's battalion pressed in from the sides, encircling the horde of 140,000 beasts with over 20,000 soldiers. Next, they tightened the encirclement and commenced the extermination. From battalion to company, from company to squad, from squad to group, and finally to individual. Each soldier understood their position and role, exerting their utmost to fulfill their tasks. The foremost shield wall constituted the most formidable defense, unwavering against the surging waves of mutated beasts. Behind the shield wall, the bone swords served as the sharpest offensive, capable of shredding even the largest and toughest of beasts into fragments. The artillery behind the bone swords provided the most devastating firepower. No matter how many mutated beasts surged forth, they could not withstand the onslaught of shells and bullets. Finally, the logistics ensured the soldier support. Wherever there was a gap, they would reinforce it. Wherever there were casualties, they would charge. Thanks to their seamless Legion-style warfare, the pace of the encirclement tightened exponentially, with soldiers advancing almost atop the carcasses of the mutated beasts. Upon encountering a particularly powerful, high-level mutated beast, the soldiers wielding bone shields would instinctively part to create a passageway. After allowing the high-level beast to pass, they would swiftly close ranks once more. However, the high-level mutated beast would not escape far, as specialized execution squads would soon arrive to handle it. The strangulation squad typically comprises 4 members, 1 for defense, 1 for offense, 1 for ranged output, and 1 for rear coordination. This configuration amplifies each individual's strength exponentially within the team. Even when confronted with mutated beasts whose power far surpasses the combined might of the 4, they can still be gradually worn down by this quartet. After all, The mutated beasts, once fatigued and injured, can only endure the onslaught, while the four possess an inexhaustible supply of healing agents at their disposal. Chapter 156. No reduction in team members. Ma Tung's extraordinary ability allows him to transform into a colossal bear, which is why he's been assigned to the Black Panther Brigade, 4th Division, and the 7th Assault Team. This marks his 6th battle since venturing out of the city. Currently, he relies solely on instinct, marching forward with immense effort alongside his comrades, who fervently chant, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" With each heavy step, a resounding impact reverberates against his shield. His body leans forward, bracing against the shield with his upper torso, as the mutated beasts claw and bite relentlessly, crimson blood trickling down the edges of his shield. Initially, upon witnessing such a scene, he felt trepidation and fear. However, at this moment, his sole focus is on properly managing his shield. He possesses unwavering faith in his teammates, believing that as long as everyone steadfastly maintains their positions, the battle will conclude as smoothly as in previous encounters. Stealing a glance at a nearby comrade, he notes their shared expression of indomitable courage. His heart swells with pride. With such a team, what can the apocalypse possibly bring? Soon, the encircled mutated beasts are swiftly dispatched. Feng oversees the disassembly, and the team members, accustomed to the sight of numerous beast carcasses vanishing in an instant, remain unfazed. After a head count, it is remarkable to note that no one has perished, a miraculous outcome that is the fruit of collective effort. The key lies in having endured the trials of personnel shortages. Feng and the captains had convened meetings to ensure that the team would sustain no losses. Hence, Feng meticulously calculates the number of mutated beasts to be surrounded during each command. Moreover, an unlimited supply of restorative agents, antidotes, and regenerative potions is available at the front lines. Provided that one does not succumb immediately, these elixirs can pull individuals from the brink of death. Furthermore, the team members, being mutants themselves, clad in protective armor, face an exceedingly low probability of instant demise. In the small courtyard, Feng exhales in relief upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle. He glances at the system interface, which now displays over 10 million points, uplifting his spirits. As he opens his eyes, he finds that the once derelict courtyard has been tidied and beautified by mutation, leaving him in high spirits. Yet he remarks, "We shall depart tomorrow. You've cleaned up so thoroughly. Aren't you tired?" By this time, mutation has completed her tasks and sits opposite Feng. Staying for a day is still staying. One should not skimp on comfort. Besides, a pleasant environment elevates one's mood. Feng looks up at the grapevines climbing the trellis, still lush and vibrant, with sunlight dappling through the leaves, evoking a summery ambience. It is December now, and, typically, snow would have begun to fall at this time of year. Muchuan curiously inquires, "Do you enjoy snow?" "Not particularly," he replies, "but the current climate is quite concerning." Muchun pouts slightly, playfully beckoning the grapevines, which begin to grow at a visibly rapid pace, halting only when 2 clusters of large, ripe grapes emerge from one of the vines. Muchun plucked a bunch of grapes and handed it to Feng, remarking, "Isn't this weather quite delightful? It's neither cold," which spares us the trouble of preparing winter clothing. Feng, accustomed to Muchun's extraordinary abilities, accepted the grapes and replied while savoring them, "What worries me is the sudden drop in temperature, leaving us utterly unprepared. In this unpredictable climate, no one can ascertain what will happen next. It seems that in this world, humanity must reevaluate its understanding." Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it would be prudent to make some preparations just in case. Chapter 157. Assisting from the sidelines as Feng and Muchun indulged in grapes, a military jeep approached from afar and halted at the entrance of the courtyard. Just as the attendants were about to step forward to inspect, Feng called out from within the yard, "Let them in directly." The attendants quickly retreated to their posts, while the individuals disembarking from the vehicle were awestruck by the grand display. "Wow, Captain, you're really something now. Just look at this flare." Enough with the banter. "Come inside quickly," Feng shouted from the courtyard. 3 men entered, led by Wang Zishuan, followed by Do Tao and his bodyguard. After several months apart, Do Tao appeared much darker, exuding an air of decisiveness. Had it not been for the familiar foolish grin lingering on his lips, Gu Feng would scarcely have recognized him. You speak of my flair, yet you have a bodyguard now. Am I not entitled to a few bodyguards as well? Gu Feng jested. Do Tao chuckled, glancing at Mu Chun, and remarked, should I now refer to her as sister-in-law? Mu Chun blushed, quickly rising and exclaiming, whatever you wish to call me is fine. Please, have a seat. I'll fetch you some water. Now that I've been addressed as brother-in-law, you can't just send me off with water. A bunch of grapes would be nice. Gu Feng teased. All right, I'll get that for you right away. Mu Chun replied, and as she spoke, countless vines began to sprout, with clusters of luscious, crimson grapes cascading down. Do Tao and his companions were left astonished by the spectacle. As Do Tao plucked a bunch and savored it, he admitted, this is quite delicious. With a gentle smile, Mu Chun suggested, since it's been a while, I'll prepare some dishes for you. You can eat while we chat. Thank you, sister-in-law, you're too kind. Wang Zixuan and the bodyguard instinctively positioned themselves at a distance, respecting the moment. Gu Feng inquired, from your demeanor, it seems you're faring well in military? Do Tao replied, it's going all right. I feel this is where I truly belong. Gu Feng probed further. Have you considered returning to work alongside us? No, I believe this place suits me better. Gu Feng shook his head. I merely sent Zixuan to relay a coordinate. Why has he sent you here? Do Tao offered an awkward smile. Well, I couldn't eat much, so our leader dispatched me here. Unable to eat? What nonsense! With an army of fully armed soldiers, tanks, planes, and artillery at your disposal, how could one possibly be unable to handle a large horde of mutated beasts? Understanding the unspoken implications, Gu Feng refrained from exposing the truth. So what does your leader intend? Do Tao replied earnestly. He hopes you can assist from the west. Gu Feng's expression darkened. Does your leader expect me to blockade the entire mutated beast horde along the western front? Ahem, that is about the gist of it. Gu Feng scoffed. You expect me to station 20,000 men on the western front? You overestimate my capabilities. Do Tao, feeling embarrassed, stated, those were our leader's exact words. If you find it unfeasible, I can report back. Do Tao was perceptive enough to recognize that his leader had sent him to forge a bond with Gu Feng, making it difficult for him to decline. Gu Feng was well aware that the military's reluctance to take action might stem from two reasons. One, to conserve ammunition, and two, to exploit the situation for their own advantage, hoping to preserve their strength, especially since their remuneration had already been disbursed prior to the mission. However, from another perspective, regardless of the military's ulterior motives, he was in dire need of slaying the mutated beasts, and collaborating with the army would align harmoniously with his own intentions. Having reached this understanding, Gu Feng smiled and said, since your superiors have dispatched you, how could I possibly refuse? Do Tao, taken aback with joy, leaped to his feet. Really? Have you truly agreed? Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. Do Tao was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude, scarcely able to contain himself from embracing Gu Feng in a heartfelt gesture of appreciation. Chapter 158. Thank you for liking me. It must be said that Gu Feng's leadership abilities are rapidly on the rise. Although he has resolved in his heart to have no relations with Do Tao, his words convey a sentiment that suggests he is acting out of regard for Do Tao's reputation. This not only allows events to unfold according to his own design, but also creates a significant debt of gratitude in Do Tao's heart. The most vital aspect of human relationships is the emotional bond, and the hardest to repay is the debt of kindness. It is precisely this act of goodwill that paves the way for Gu Feng's future salvation in dire circumstances. However, that is a matter for another time. With the formalities settled, Mu Chun's dishes are ready, both vegetarian and meat options that look quite delightful. The vegetarian dishes are cultivated using her unique abilities, ensuring their remarkable freshness, while the meat dishes consist of recently acquired mutant beast meat, succulent and tender. Under the tutelage of Guosijia, Mu Chun's culinary skills, though not yet at a master level, are sufficient for preparing simple home-style stir-fries. Seated beneath the grapevine, the group savors the fragrant dishes while enjoying Gu Feng's cherished mitai. Relishing this rare moment of leisure, they chat and laugh, unaware that the sun is beginning to set. Do Tao bids farewell with his guards, leaving Gu Feng and Mu Chun to engage in casual conversation, reminiscent of an old married couple. Gu Feng reclines in a lounge chair, eyes half closed, leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, a steaming cup of tea by his side. Mu Chun sits at the table, propping her head on her hand, gazing dreamily at Gu Feng. Their conversation flows freely, filled with light-hearted banter and heartfelt musings. Although Gu Feng's eyes are shut, he responds with sincerity, as if he can hear the essence of Mu Chun's words, which brings him great contentment. Before long, Mu Chun brings over another lounge chair, positioning it beside Gu Feng's and mimicking his posture as she reclines. After a moment of thought, she feels something is amiss, her large eyes darting around, until she gently places Gu Feng's right hand atop her left, settling back down. A smile graces Gu Feng's lips as he tightens his grip around her delicate hand. "I'm a rather dull person. Why would you want me as your boyfriend?" He muses. "I find you incredibly fascinating," she exclaims, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "It reminds me of our first meeting, which still makes me chuckle." "Thank you for liking me. It is an honor," he replies earnestly. "And I am equally honored that you allow me to like you." Their fingers intertwine, tightly clasped together. Gu Feng gazes at the vanishing sunlight and declares, "Tomorrow we must prepare. Is something significant happening?" she inquires. Gu Feng nods slightly. "This time, the number of mutant beasts will be considerable." "How many?" "Roughly estimated. It could exceed 10 million, Gu Feng responds. Mu Chun perceives the concern in his voice and reassures him. "Last time, with our over 6,000 personnel, we managed to eliminate over 10 million mutant beasts. This time, with more than 20,000 of US, plus an additional 100,000 from the Army, it should be far less daunting. It is different this time. Last time, Jian Xian and the others deployed 5,000 just to dig traps, which took a full half-month. And we exhausted all the gasoline within a 50-kilometer radius to achieve that success. Even then, I had depleted all my accumulated armaments. This time, we find ourselves with insufficient time to lay traps, requiring us to confront the challenge head-on. Moreover, the abundance of advanced mutated beasts is rather excessive." Mu Chun began to feel anxious. "How could you have agreed to this? Ever since my abilities underwent evolution, I have been plagued by an unsettling sensation. It feels as though humanity's time is dwindling. In my mind, there exists an hourglass, its sands slipping away with alarming rapidity. I dread the moment when the last grain falls, for it heralds the demise of all." Chapter 159. The solitary minister of ancient Feng in the realm of the unseen. There exists an inexplicable connection that often proves to be the most precise. The character of ancient Feng has gradually become more composed, and this is not without reason. Early the next morning, ancient Feng arrived at the temporary encampment of the large contingent, followed by the mobilization of over 20,000 troops, the formation resembling a colossal dragon shifting eastward. In accordance with the agreement between the two parties, ancient Feng's forces were to assemble around Zhajiadan, west of Huagu County, effectively sealing off all routes westward from Huagu County. The terrain surrounding Huagu County is intricate, characterized by undulating heights and small rivers coursing through the town. By that afternoon, the troops reached the designated location, and ancient Feng, along with the senior officers, immediately commenced surveying the terrain. After much toil, the weary assembly could not afford a rest and began fortifying their positions through the night. Elevated firing points, low-lying traps, and barriers required urgent attention, as the army was scheduled to launch an offensive against the mutated beasts gathering in Huagu County the following morning at 6 o'clock. As twilight descended, countless torches and flashlights ignited the darkness, weaving a magnificent fire dragon that wound its way through the mountains and waters. Xiao Air and Xiao San unfurled a map from either side, while Wang Zixuan illuminated it with a flashlight. Several captains deliberated on the map, constantly discussing details in relation to the actual terrain, seeking areas for improved arrangements. Ancient Feng stood at the rear, listening intently, without much participation. From the nearby shadows, the anguished cries of mutated beasts echoed intermittently. Ancient Feng understood that these were the dogs leading numerous tamed beasts, foraging while remaining vigilant. Unbeknownst to her, Li Junlan quietly approached Ancient Feng and inquired, "Which area are we responsible for?" Ancient Feng gazed at her, a pang of guilt stirring within him. His voice softened considerably. "Your Fire Phoenix team will, as usual, be in charge of central coordination." He continued, "The individuals under my command are currently expressing significant discontent, always feeling they cannot contribute meaningfully to the combat team, and they often seek to provoke their teammates, creating considerable pressure. I believe they should have an outlet for their frustrations." Ancient Feng recognized that Li Junlan's Fire Phoenix team was essentially the former discipline team, whose primary role was to maintain order, a task that often earned them the ire of others. Members of various teams would go to great lengths to avoid the discipline team, often deriding them as cowards hiding in the rear. Nevertheless, this was an unavoidable circumstance. As a leader, it was essential to have one or two solitary ministers, or else the team would falter. Li Junlan embodied Ancient Feng's solitary minister. Should the discipline team integrate seamlessly with the other major teams, the very essence of their supervisory role would be compromised. Without oversight and the accompanying fear, one could only imagine the chaos that might ensue, something Ancient Feng had witnessed firsthand. Moreover, he firmly believed that even the most formidable army, if riddled with corruption, would ultimately be as fragile as a paper tiger, incapable of weathering the storms of adversity. At this moment, Li Junlan's intention was to provide the discipline team with an opportunity to prove their worth. Yet Ancient Feng recognized this as merely a superficial remedy. As long as Li Junlan's discipline team existed, the discord between them and the various major teams would persist unabated. The ancient wind could not possibly disband the disciplinary team, yet it was essential to keep the conflicts among the members within a manageable scope. Thus, he truly had to acquiesce to Li Junlan's request this time. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I shall ensure they provide you with a defensive line of 500 meters. The remainder shall depend upon your own efforts." Li Junlan responded with delight. "Thank you, Captain." With that, she hurried back to organize her personnel. Chapter 160. The labor chant after Li Junlan departed. Mu Chan emerged from the shadows, her large, teary eyes gazing at Gu Feng, yet she remained silent. Gu Feng, feeling a twinge of guilt, attempted to clarify, "We were just discussing the defense line." Mu Chun clung to Gu Feng's arm, tilting her head upwards as she softly remarked, "You claim to be uninteresting, but you are deceiving. Clearly, there are numerous girls who admire you." Gu Feng, taken aback, rubbed his nose and coughed. "Well, it's not that many, is it?" With a hint of grievance, Mu Chun replied, "I just visited the female Team S area, and everyone was talking about you. I want to allow it. From this day forth, I shall keep a close watch on you. If any teammate tries to lure you away, I will regret it too late." You can't be serious." Gu Feng felt an inexplicable surge of panic. "Would you doubt it?" Mu Chun responded, playfully pinching the flesh of Gu Feng's arm. With various team leaders present, Gu Feng had to endure the discomfort in silence. The most terrifying aspect of the mutated beast horde is their relentless momentum. As the saying goes, a single surge of energy may wane with repetition. To diminish the ferocity of the mutated beasts, we must implement a multi-layered and phased interception, allowing their charge to subside. Only then can we hope to completely thwart them. I propose that we add some rudimentary obstacles to our existing defenses. What do you think, Captain Liu? As Liu Jinxin spoke, he unexpectedly sought Gu Feng's opinion. The crowd turned their attention to the captain at the back. Mu Chun immediately flushed, releasing Gu Feng's arm and standing upright, adopting a demure demeanor. Gu Feng's face, having turned a shade of crimson from the earlier embarrassment, now displayed a look of relief as he cast a grateful glance at Liu Jinxin. "Ahem, Jinxin makes an excellent point. Let us proceed as suggested. Time is of the essence. Everyone, let us tighten our efforts." "Yes, Captain." At this moment, the way the crowd addressed Gu Feng seemed peculiar. He was referred to simply as Captain, while the other leaders were called Little Captain, Medium Captain, and Big Captain. This distinction underscored Gu Feng's esteemed position in the eyes of his peers. He was the true captain, the leader of them all, without any prefix necessary. Once all plans were meticulously arranged, it was time for execution. Building upon the existing defense line, they aimed to incorporate as many obstacles as possible, a considerable undertaking. Everyone understood that enduring a bit of hardship now would bolster their chances of survival on the battlefield the following day. In light of the manpower shortages, all captains joined the labor force, including Gu Feng himself. Moreover, Gu Feng deployed 51 mechs to assist. The atmosphere was bustling with activity as individuals chopped wood, transported supplies, excavated trenches, and constructed traps. Everyone was fervently sweating and toiling. The female team members provided water and meals, with those of higher evolutionary levels lending a hand alongside their male counterparts. Despite the knowledge that tomorrow's battle would be brutally fierce, the group exhibited remarkable optimism, engaging in light-hearted banter as they worked. Some individuals began to chant the ancient calls of their ancestors. Ihai, ihai, yaho. Lu Bu shoots the spear. The work has commenced. Oh, yaho, iho, hey. Gather around, everyone. Hey, yo, ya, hey, yo. Come and assist me in lifting. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. United we stand. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Roll up your sleeves and work hard. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Call out to Brother Zhang. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Be careful not to step on your feet. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Little sister, do not laugh. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Your laughter ignites a fire in my heart. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. I long to aim at you. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. Yet I worry I might miss. Hey, yo, ya, or hey, yo. With a primal and sincere yearning for life, an ethereal glow radiated from the crowd. A peculiar excitement lingered in their hearts, and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment embraced their previously empty and solitary souls. Chapter 161. Heroes emerge in turbulent times. The current Zhang Ping is almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. The timid and introverted man has now transformed into a rugged and resolute squad leader. His team comprises over 500 members, belonging to the 3rd Battalion of the Scorpion Brigade. At this moment, their battalion is tasked with excavating the first trench. Their objective is to dig a trench that is 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide, stretching across the entire defensive line before 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The task is divided among several smaller teams, each required to excavate at least 20 miles. Without the aid of heavy machinery, accomplishing such a colossal undertaking with mere human strength seems utterly impossible. However, upon receiving the orders from the battalion commander, Zhang Ping raised no objections. He observed that the commander himself was personally constructing fortifications, and, as his most devoted follower, Zhang Ping was determined to fulfill the mission, even at the cost of his own life. Zhang Ping can still vividly recall the disdain he felt during their first encounter. Back then, he believed that all leaders were inherently exploitative, incapable of altering their fundamental nature. Yet, for reasons unknown, he impulsively decided to follow that man. Together, they journeyed from City G to City X, witnessing the Commander's actions time and again during various missions. Now, Zhang Ping feels a profound respect and admiration for him, bordering on reverence. He perceives nothing wrong with this sentiment. As the adage suggests, heroes arise in chaotic times, and that man exemplifies heroism, worthy of leading others forward with unwavering courage. While lost in these thoughts, Zhang Ping wielded his shovel with remarkable agility. His movements resembled a machine, shoveling, loading. His actions were so swift that they became a blur, rapidly filling a row of empty boxes beside him. The team members responsible for transporting the boxes were equally impressive. They extended their arms and deftly kicked the filled boxes, which soared like feathers into their outstretched hands. This process continued until 4 boxes brimming with soil filled their arms to capacity. The team members, bearing 4 boxes of earth, moved with effortless grace, swiftly removing the soil from the trench. All were transformed beings, their strength and endurance beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, executing feats that defied common comprehension. The trench extended at an astonishing pace as time ticked away. Zhang Ping's forehead began to glisten with sweat, beads of perspiration coalescing into rivulets that trickled down his skin. The collar of his shirt and his underarms soaked first, eventually rendering his entire back sticky, with his pant legs clinging tightly to his limbs. The air was thick with dust and the mingling of sweat, leaving everyone coated in a layer of dark mud. Yet, no one complained of fatigue. They all silently continued their work, In the distance, someone called out a chant, and although they did not pause to look, smiles of shared understanding crept across their faces. Come, everyone, let's take a moment to eat and rest. A female member of the logistics team approached, carrying 5 large stainless steel barrels, their lids topped with numerous bowls. As she walked towards us, she called out loudly. It was only upon being reminded that Zhang Ping realized his throat felt as if it were on fire, parched and painfully dry. He did not rush forward to quench his thirst. Instead, he straightened his back and called out to his team members. Let's all take a moment to rest. Yes, Captain Zhang. The situation of the crowd was akin to that of Zhang Ping, who was suffering from severe thirst. They all rushed forward eagerly, while Zhang Ping continued to dig with his head down, intending to wait until his teammates had all had their fill before he partook. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, fair hands appeared before him, holding a bowl of meat soup. Chapter 162. Let's get married. Zhang Ping lifted his gaze towards the other person, a rare smile breaking through his usually somber and serious expression. What brings you here? The brigade is heading to the front lines this time. So I wanted to let you know, the short-haired woman replied, extending the bowl of meat soup in her hands. This soup is excellent. It's just right to drink after sweating. Zhang Ping nodded and took the soup, drinking heartily from the bowl that covered his face entirely. It could not mask the worry brewing within him. He couldn't even discern the flavor of the soup. After finishing, Zhang Ping hesitated, wanting to say something. You. Be careful. The woman took the bowl from his hands, saying, That's what I wanted to tell you too. She did not rush to leave, seemingly hoping Zhang Ping would say more. However, he simply lowered his head, staring at the ground. After a moment of waiting, the woman suddenly smiled and said, I'll bring you the peace talisman I gave you last time. Yes, nothing is more important than safety. Take care, I must be going. Her face radiated joy, yet the disappointment in her eyes resembled a dark, bottomless pool. You must be careful. Zhang Ping's hesitation lingered in his expression. At that moment, as she turned to leave, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Was she still unable to let go of the past? Was she trapped in her sorrow? She felt disheartened and frustrated, struggling with the notion of competing for a man's heart against a deceased woman. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, turmoil swirling within him. The death of his ex-girlfriend remained an inescapable agony, and even now, he could vividly recall her visage and the words she had spoken to him. It was his own inadequacy and cowardice that had led to her demise. He despised those scoundrels, yet he loathed himself even more, convinced he was unworthy of love. However, when she entered his life, it was as if a light had been ignited. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yearning to be near her. He repeatedly reminded himself that he would only bring harm to others. But when she extended her hand towards him, bathed in light, and introduced herself with, Hello, my name is Wang Qian, he could not resist, but took her hand. His self-introduction was stuttered, far from the poise of a seasoned adult, yet she showed no disdain. From that moment on, they often found solace in each other's company. They traversed old streets, walked along imposing city walls, and meandered through dense forests. Sometimes, they would talk endlessly. Other times, they walked side by side in silence, their hearts brimming with warmth. Yet, as their hearts drew closer, Zhang Ping would suddenly awaken from his reverie, jolted back to the memories of his ex-girlfriend and the blood-stained white dress hanging on the railing below. Instinctively, he would push her away. Time and again, he would approach her, only to retreat once more, plunging them both into profound anguish. How could he not know what she was waiting for? But what could he offer her? Perhaps he would perish on the battlefield tomorrow. Wait, would she also be going to the battlefield tomorrow? Normally, the disciplinary brigade did not engage in combat. Why was this time different? Would she encounter peril? Would she meet her demise? Would he ever have the chance to see her again? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. No, he must take action. He did not wish to be left with regrets, nor did he want to lose a remarkable woman due to his own indecision. Wang Qian, Zhang Ping nearly shouted with all his might. The previously bustling surroundings fell into an abrupt silence. Wang Qian, who had not ventured far, seemed frozen in place, standing there in a daze, too afraid to even breathe. Zhang Ping continued, If we manage to return alive this time, let's marry. Chapter 163. Crafting barriers, the surroundings grew quieter as everyone held their breath in anxious anticipation of Wang Qian's response. Turning around, Wang Qian's face flushed crimson as she stammered. What? Oh, but the team rules state that members of the discipline brigade cannot engage too intimately with members of other brigades. Zhang Ping stepped forward, grasping her hand firmly, declaring, "This time, I shall not let go, even if it means I must withdraw from the team." Wang Qian gazed at him, her eyes brimming with joy and tears, nodding vigorously. Zhang Ping enveloped her tightly in his embrace, as if he had captured the entire world. The atmosphere around them erupted into a cacophony of cheers, slogans, and applause, merging into a jubilant symphony. Zhang Ping's immediate superior, with a bemused smile, whispered, "You think you can poach from my team? That's not permissible. However, encouraging our members to win over all the female members of the Discipline Brigade as wives is indeed a splendid idea." Meanwhile, 51 mech piloted by elite team members were diligently clearing the trees ahead of the defensive line. These trees obstructed the members' visibility and significantly diminished the effectiveness of their firepower. The trees exhibited signs of mutation, towering and colossal, rendering any human standing beneath them pitifully small. Yet for the biological mechs, these giants were akin to mere weeds. With a swift motion, each mech wielded a massive blade, sweeping through the woods and severing the trees at their roots. The sheer force was beyond human comprehension. Even Feng lacked the confidence to withstand the full might of the biological mech's assault. The 51 mechs operated like giants, relentlessly harvesting the underbrush, transforming vast blind spots into open terrain. The felled trees were processed into logs, which the mechs transported closer to the defensive line, where others would soon arrive to perform rudimentary modifications. The so-called processing involved affixing supports to either end of the logs, then attaching bone swords and beast tooth blades, crafting them into the likeness of ancient barriers. Over 20,000 individuals toiled with fervor, the entire area resembling a rapid geological transformation. As humanity's strength once again manifested tremendous energy, time passed steadily, night gradually yielding to dawn, while a gentle rain began to fall. The entire defensive line remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. At 5 in the morning, aside from a few vigilant members, the rest were resting. It was merely an hour, yet for the weary team members who had labored throughout the night, this hour was invaluable. Despite the light rain, no one paid it any mind. Everyone seized the opportunity to rest. Ma Ting nibbled on some jerky, a provision prepared by his wife, savoring each piece as his supply dwindled. Though he felt no hunger, chewing the jerky brought him a sense of solace. Nearby, a teammate had already succumbed to slumber. The squad leader quietly approached, clutching a bundle of rain cloth, and stealthily draped it over the sleeping members. Noticing Ma Teng still awake, he lowered his voice, saying, "You should try to get some sleep. The battles ahead will be arduous." Ma Teng handed the remaining half of the jerky to the captain, urging him to sleep now. The captain, showing no hesitation, chewed on the jerky while passing a rain tarp to Ma Teng. Ma Teng draped the tarp over himself and lay down. The raindrops pattering against the tarp evoked a comforting sense of home. Chapter 164. A vast expanse while the team members took their respite. Feng continued his meeting with the various captains. Preliminary statistics indicated that the total number of mutated beasts amounted to approximately 30 million, with those of second tier and above constituting at least 1/3. This implies that there are around 10 million advanced, mutated beasts among them. After conducting regional reconnaissance, Feng spoke gravely. The attendees were rendered speechless by the shocking figures. After a lengthy silence, the captain with the prominent nose finally spoke, his voice trembling with alarm. The emergence of advanced mutated beasts is increasingly prevalent. In the past, encountering even one advanced mutated beast among 1,000 was a rarity. However, recently, the ratio has shifted to 1 in every 10. Now, it is even more outrageous. There is one advanced mutated beast for every 3. This is certainly not good news for humanity. Lu Jian adjusted his glasses and remarked, "This merely indicates that the evolutionary pace of the mutated beasts is accelerating. In contrast, we, as humans, are largely stagnant." Li He, newly appointed as captain, felt a twinge of anxiety. He was indifferent to discussions of evolutionary rates or humanity's plight. His sole concern was whether they could withstand the onslaught of 30 million mutated beasts. The captain with the prominent nose discreetly tugged at Li He's sleeve, prompting him to recognize his faux pas, and he offered a nervous chuckle. Gu Feng, however, remained focused and responded earnestly to Li He's inquiry. The 30 million mutated beasts are distributed across an area of approximately 70 square kilometers surrounding Huagu County. We are responsible for the Western Front. The Eastern Front should also have defenders, and the military will launch an offensive from the south. Surrounded on 3 sides, the mutated beasts will have no choice but to retreat northward, whether through extermination or herding. Our goal is to ensure that there are no mutated beasts near City X. Following this line of thought, Gu Feng clarified that their objective was not to engage in a desperate battle against 30 million mutated beasts, but rather to drive them northward, distancing them from City X. The extent of their extermination efforts would depend on the military's willingness to commit resources. Gu Feng added, of course, we must also prepare for the worst. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that war is a relentless trial of life and death. Any complacency could prove fatal. After reiterating his instructions, Gu Feng glanced at the time. It was 5:40. Very well, it's time to prepare. Yes, Captain, the group responded, and, as they departed, the central tent grew eerily silent. Gu Feng pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Meticulous planning and command were not his forte. He reflected on the ancient military council and realized the urgency of fully establishing the various functional departments within their unit, including the intelligence division. Gu Feng understood that not every task required his direct involvement. He merely needed to place the right individuals in the appropriate roles. Naturally, these considerations would have to wait until after their return, if they could return at all, which remained uncertain. As the clock struck 6, the rain began to pour heavily, and when the rumble of cannon fire echoed from the south, the world transformed into a vast, desolate expanse. The rain, as large as beans, pelted the ground, sending up a misty spray that severely obstructed the vision of all present. Within mere minutes, the trench that had been excavated the previous night was already filled with muddy water. Frowns adorned every face, as none had anticipated that this deluge would arrive at such an inopportune moment. Standing atop the hill, Gu Feng gazed solemnly at the rain-soaked defenses. A grave expression etched upon his face, while an energy shield repelled the raindrops, leaving him untouched by any trace of the downpour. Mu Chun stood beside him, grasping his hand. "Are you worried about this torrential rain?" she inquired. Indeed, the downpour not only obscures the vision of the team members, but also transforms the ground into a quagmire, which will significantly exhaust their stamina. The mutated beasts will likely be affected as well. "Let's hope so," he replied. Beneath the curtain of rain, the team members were fully armed, steadfastly holding their positions. The rain had drenched them thoroughly, yet their sharp eyes remained fixed on the horizon, their bodies taut like drawn bowstrings, poised to unleash a terrifying energy at any moment. Chapter 165. The iron-blooded general to the south of Huagu County, the highest-ranking commander on the battlefield east of City X, is a man named Wang Jingtang, a general known for his iron will. According to military hierarchy, he ranks just below the ancient power brokers, and thus possesses knowledge of many core secrets, including the existence of the evolution agent. In his view, a decisive strike should be launched to eradicate Gu Feng's influence entirely and subsequently place Gu Feng under house arrest. After all, what fear would there be in extracting the formula for the evolution agent from him? However, without the Ancient One's consent, no one dares to act independently. For the significance of the evolution agent is far too great to bear the consequences. Even someone like Wang Jingtang cannot afford such risks. Unable to take action, he resorts to conventional probing tactics, which has led to this joint operation. Wang Jingtang is a shrewd and cold-hearted individual. He intends to use this opportunity to gauge Gu Feng's strength, preparing himself for the eventuality of a decisive confrontation. At this moment, he sits in the command vehicle, where the large central screen should ideally display satellite imagery of the Huagu County area. Alas, it is currently shrouded in a gray haze, rendering everything invisible. The military has only a limited number of operational satellites, each holding immense strategic value. Regrettably, fate has thwarted their plans. Heavy clouds obscure the military's watchful eye in the sky. Report. Wang Jingtang speaks with a countenance as impassive as water. Due to the torrential rain, the satellites are unable to pinpoint the locations of the mutated beasts, and helicopters and bombers are grounded. His fingers incessantly tap against the metal armrest of his chair, as though deep in thought. The command vehicle is eerily silent, everyone awaiting Wang Jingtang's orders. Suddenly, the sound of his tapping ceases abruptly, causing tension to grip the hearts of those present. Wang Jingtang commands, order all tanks to initiate carpet-style advancement. Mark the coordinates of any large-scale mutated beasts encountered and coordinate with artillery units for eradication. Yes, the communications officer begins disseminating orders to each division. One must acknowledge that the military, as a state apparatus of force, exhibits an astonishing efficiency in execution. In less than a moment, a massive tank battalion is fully equipped and begins its advance from south to north. The rows of iron beasts stretch like a steel-forged great wall, extending toward the horizon. Their ominous cannon muzzles resemble calls to death, belching forth thick smoke that remains undiminished even in the deluge. As they advance, the tanks transition from sporadic gunfire to a cacophony of artillery, the intervals spanning merely 10 minutes, yet they have only managed to progress less than 3 kilometers, with Huagu County still over 10 kilometers away. Under the curtain of rain, the outer mutated beasts are caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. An increasing number of mutated beasts, drawn by the commotion, begin to charge toward the tank formations. As the dark mass of beasts surges forward, the very earth trembles beneath their ironclad hooves. A communications soldier has already relayed the specific coordinates to the artillery positions a few kilometers behind. The artillery maneuvers were executed with remarkable precision and agility. Within a mere 15 seconds, all cannon muzzles aligned perfectly to designated angles. As the flag bearer abruptly lowered the small flag in hand, the roar of over 10,000 cannons firing coalesced into a singular, earth-shattering sound, stirring even the dense clouds overhead, which began to churn violently. Chapter 166. High-energy airburst shells. Gu Feng heard it, Mu Chun heard it, and every member of the team heard it. Even the people in City X were aware of this thunderclap that resonated through the winter air. The front line of the tanks appeared as if it had been scoured by artillery, with craters of varying sizes dotting the landscape. Surrounding these craters lay the charred remains of mutated beasts, their bodies fragmented and blackened. Blood mingled with mud, creating a foul, grayish puddle. Nevertheless, some mutated beasts managed to escape the onslaught of artillery fire. Yet, they ultimately succumbed to the relentless barrage of the formidable machine guns. The heavy treads crushed their remains as they advanced onward. After traversing 3 or 4 miles, they encountered another horde of mutated beasts. The artillery struck again, devouring the throngs of beasts as if they were mere twigs. This cycle continued until the tank battalion reached the vicinity of Huagu County. Without even entering, they could see the streets and buildings teeming with mutated beasts, a sight that would surely induce discomfort in anyone with a fear of crowds. The tank battalion dared not to rashly enter the city. Instead, they called for artillery support. Inside the command vehicle, Wang Jingtang observed the real-time footage transmitted from the front lines. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Fire the rocket artillery." The order echoed from the command center, and the rocket artillery was launched. 3 miles behind the artillery position, a row of green trucks stood, each laden with rocket launchers. Each launcher contained at least 40 rockets ready for deployment. As the launchers belched out thick, white smoke, the rockets soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of vapor, resembling gleaming swords poised to strike. This time, the rockets were equipped with high-energy airburst shells, which, as the name suggests, would detonate in mid-air before reaching the ground. Each shell capable of inflicting damage across a radius of at least 400 meters. Thousands of rockets blanketed the entirety of Huagu County. The soldiers within the tanks witnessed the devastation firsthand. The explosive smoke and shock waves toppled and obliterated buildings. Within the blast radius, not a single raindrop fell, as the droplets were vaporized into steam by the searing heat below. The soldiers found it increasingly difficult to breathe, not due to panic, but because the nearby oxygen was severely depleted by the widespread explosions. Under such an onslaught, the casualties among the mutated beasts numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The soldiers waited for a full half-hour before the suffocating sensation gradually dissipated, leaving Huagu County a desolate wasteland, devoid of any structures or creatures taller than the tank's cannon. The tanks pressed forward, crushing the ruins, and the charred remains still emitting wisps of white smoke. To the west of Huagu County, in Zhujia Town, where Gu Feng and his companions were tasked with intercepting, the thunderous cannon fire could be distinctly heard. Gu Feng utilized regional reconnaissance to observe the entire combat process with clarity. It was his first experience witnessing modern warfare in its entirety. He realized that annihilating the enemy from a distance of 1,000 miles was not merely a concept, but a tangible reality. Soldiers could eliminate threats without ever having to engage directly with the mutated beasts, a revelation that left Gu Feng, who was accustomed to close combat, filled with admiration. Simultaneously, the ancient wind conjured images of nuclear weaponry. The military had even established nuclear power plants. It was hard for him to believe that without nuclear arms, such advancements could exist. This revelation prompted a reassessment of the military's prowess and instilled a newfound anxiety regarding his own circumstances. However, these reflections were secondary. The immediate priority was to navigate through the present challenges. The mutated beasts congregated around Huagu County were thoroughly dispersed, scattering into dozens of factions and fleeing in various directions. Smaller groups comprised 100 or 200 creatures, while larger factions boasted numbers exceeding 1 million. Having endured the onslaught of artillery, the lower-tier mutated beasts were swiftly annihilated, leaving a staggering 80% of the survivors as high-ranking mutants, whose defensive capabilities, strength, and speed had reached astonishing levels. While Gu Feng had yet to encounter any adversaries, the military had already faced an unexpected ambush. Chapter 167. The arrival of the Special Forces. The Army's tanks traversed the ruins. The bricks and soil beneath them began to tremble slightly, as if something were poised to emerge from the debris below. Yet, the tank operators remained completely oblivious. It was not until 6 tanks were overturned by mutated beasts that had burrowed up from the rubble that the imminent danger was recognized. Once a tank tipped over, it was rendered utterly useless. The nearby tanks swiftly retreated, their turrets whirling in a frantic attempt to target the mutated creatures. However, at such close range, the turrets could not keep pace with the swift movements of the beasts. Chaos erupted within the tank battalion as they faced this sudden assault. The secondary weapons mounted on the tanks fired wildly, but they inflicted minimal damage on the formidable mutated beasts capable of toppling tanks. Often, more than 100 rounds were required to incapacitate just one. Some tanks opened fire without even aiming, inadvertently striking other tanks and causing them to billow smoke, rendering them immobile. In stark contrast, an unknown number of advanced mutated beasts lay hidden beneath the ruins. Since the onset of the attack, thousands of these formidable creatures had emerged, weaving through the ranks of tanks in a path of destruction. Each beast exhibited terrifying strength and speed. Among them was a massive, black-furred gorilla akin to a small mountain, which seized a tank's turret and swung it like a hammer, crashing it down onto another tank's roof. The 2 tanks were reduced to a mangled heap of scrap metal, while the soldiers inside were crushed into a gruesome pulp by the contorted armor. Now, it was too late for the entire tank battalion to retreat from the ruins. From the command vehicle, a chorus of cries for reinforcements echoed. Wang Jingtang slammed his fist onto the chair and commanded, "Deploy the Special Forces for support." Following the command from headquarters, the Special Forces mobilized. Columnas armuradas vehículas, brimming with soldiers, surged into the ruins. As the door swung open, a cadre of soldiers emerged, armed to the teeth. These soldiers possessed exceptional military prowess, and they were all mutated beings, each boasting considerable transformation levels. Their weaponry was markedly different from conventional infantry arms. The barrels were short and stout, the bodies broad, requiring the soldiers to stretch their arms to encircle them. The bullets within the chambers were peculiar, silver-white in color, reminiscent of the yo-yos played with in childhood. Once the special forces disembarked, they swiftly arranged themselves into a combat formation, weaving rapidly among the tanks. When confronted by mutated beasts, their coordinated efforts allowed them to neutralize threats in less than 3 seconds. When faced with multiple advanced mutated beasts simultaneously, these unique firearms would finally unleash their firepower. There was no thunderous roar typical of other firearms, yet the bullets struck the beasts with undeniable force. Regardless of how tough their skin or thick their defenses, the yo-yo-like bullets, upon contact, would anchor themselves to the skin, extending alloy drill heads from the chambers to bore into the interior. The outer shells would shatter, and syringe-like appendages would be delivered into the bodies of the mutated beasts, ultimately detonating. The bodies of the beasts would tremble violently, then rapidly expand, as if inflated like balloons, until it explosively disintegrated from within, transforming into a swirling mist of crimson. The entire process appeared protracted, yet it transpired in a mere 4 seconds. One must acknowledge that technology is the definitive assurance that enables humanity to ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain. However, this assertion holds true only for the world of yore. Presently, technology still lacks the capacity to alter the overall dynamics of humanity. Chapter 168. Burrowing bombardment. With the assistance of the Special Forces, the beleaguered tank battalion began to withdraw from the ruins. Once the tanks distanced themselves from the mutated beasts, their formidable power re-emerged. No matter how swift the mutated creatures were, they could never outpace a projectile. Tanks that had retreated from the debris provided distant fire support, while the Special Forces engaged in close-range skirmishes, systematically eliminating the advanced mutated beasts, which began to exhibit signs of despair. An increasing number of tanks successfully withdrew from the ruins. Even those that had been toppled managed to right themselves, aided by other tanks and the mutated entities. The damage sustained by these tanks was not severe, as their robust armor was indeed resilient. As the last batch of tanks exited the rubble, the Special Forces and their armored vehicles followed suit. The ruins were left littered with the remnants of over 100 completely destroyed tanks and more than 400 soldiers' corpses, including both tank operators and members of the Special Forces. In the face of such losses, Wang Jingtang displayed no trace of sorrow, maintaining his icy demeanor as he issued new orders for the rocket artillery to launch burrowing bombs, targeting the ruins of Huagu County. Upon receiving the command, the rocket artillery commenced another round of bombardment. The burrowing bomb is a specialized ordnance designed for ground attack, equipped with a penetrating warhead. Previously employed to target enemy airfield runways, hardened ground structures, and underground facilities, these bombs possess a unique capability. Upon striking the ground, they do not detonate immediately, but instead burrow downwards, only exploding after reaching a certain depth, thereby obliterating subterranean targets. In this instance, against the mutated beasts concealed within the ruins, it was a fitting utilization of resources. Following a fresh round of bombardment, the entirety of Huagu County was rendered unrecognizable, transformed into a vast pit. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the earth began to tremble, a phenomenon the onlookers were not experiencing for the first time. This was reminiscent of the moment when the colossal rat had first appeared. Soon, a torrential downpour began to wash the dust back into the depths. The raindrops turned pitch black, infused with a pungent scent of gunpowder. As the crowd awaited anxiously, the massive mutated beast finally revealed itself, a colossal, jet-black python, its pupils as dark as the abyss, gazing coldly at the onlookers beneath the rain curtain. Its immense body seemed capable of crushing mountains. Nearby soldiers felt a chill coursing through their bodies, their steps faltering. At that moment, the communication device relayed the command from headquarters for all units to unleash their firepower. The soldiers snapped out of their shock, resolutely embracing their duty. Cannons erupted, and countless shells hurtled toward the gigantic serpent. The massive head of the python rose defiantly, surveying its surroundings with indifference as the shells approached. The scales on its body began to rise like fans, producing a rustling sound. Boom! Boom! A series of detonations erupted, akin to unleashing black fireworks into the sky. The relentless bombardment enveloped the colossal serpent in a shroud of black flames. Observers began to shout, "Retreat! Retreat! Quickly!" The dense smoke advanced rapidly, a clear harbinger of impending doom. The tank operators, gripped by trepidation, maneuvered their vehicles like unbridled stallions, hastily retreating. Yet, alas, it was too late. From the depths of the smoke, a massive serpent's tail descended with the force of a mountain, crushing dozens of tanks into mere metal discs. But that was not the end. With a swift movement of its head, the serpent revealed its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of green venom, akin to a deluge from a broken fire hydrant, directed straight at the tanks. Chapter 169. The rampage of the python. The speed of the tanks before the colossal python was akin to that of an infant attempting to crawl. Moreover, under the relentless downpour, many tanks' tracks slipped in the mud, rendering rapid movement nearly impossible. Venom splattered onto over 30 tanks, regardless of the extent of contact. The steel seemed to corrode at an alarming rate, akin to exposure to a potent acid. In less than half a minute, those 30-odd tanks, along with their drivers, were reduced to nothing more than putrid remnants. Inside the command vehicle, multiple real-time screens flickered to black. Wang Jingtang's expression finally shifted, not to one of shock or fear, but rather a subtle thrill and excitement. He clenched his fists, his face flushed, and activated the missile targeting system. At the mention of missiles, the atmosphere around him became tense. As one of the most crucial and powerful weapons, protocol dictated that Wang Jingtang alone lacked the authority to decide on their launch. As the operators hesitated, Wang Jingtang seized the phone and exclaimed, "Our soldiers are fighting valiantly at the front lines, their lives being extinguished like mere blades of grass. And you dare discuss authority with me? Would you prefer to confer with those fallen soldiers about permissions?" The operator, a soldier, was bound by duty to obey orders. He had been instructed not to activate the missiles without the approval of the ancient leader. It was improbable that Wang Jingtang's words would sway him now. Wang Jingtang scoffed and redirected the military phone to the ancient leader's office. The ancient leader instructed Qin Juntai to pull up the frontline video, revealing the scene of the python wreaking havoc among the tank battalion. As he observed the footage, he murmured, "Little Wang is clearly vying for authority." A faint shadow crossed Qin Juntai's handsome visage. Many now believed they could wield power with their troops, and such desires were difficult to suppress. The ancient leader turned to him and inquired, "What do you believe we should do?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Juntai replied, "The soldiers on the front line are being slaughtered. If we fail to grant permission, how will the soldiers perceive us? Not only will we lose their trust, but your standing in the military will also suffer greatly. In my view, we should acquiesce. After this operation concludes, he is bound to return. What you can give, you can certainly take back." The ancient leader nodded in approval, about to instruct Qin Juntai to connect the call and grant permission when the scene suddenly shifted. The footage revealed two massive mech giants, one pinning the python's head, the other gripping its tail, forcing the creature into submission. With ferocity, the giants wielded their colossal blades, relentlessly hacking at the python's head and tail. The entire scene trembled, the camera shaking violently, illustrating the intensity of the conflict among the three titanic beings. The ancient leader suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems there is no need for a phone call. The little one has come to join the fray." The little one referred to in the ancient leader's words was, of course, Gu Feng. Given the ancient leader's age, it was not inappropriate to call Gu Feng a little one, though at that moment, Gu Feng was engaged in controlling a giant in battle, rendering the title somewhat incongruous. Another biomech is under Mu Chun's control. When the colossal python emerged, Gu Feng and Mu Chun soared through the air atop their canine companion. Given the urgency of the situation, Gu Feng expended a significant number of points to redeem 2 mech cultivation pools, subsequently acquiring 2 new mechs. Now, Gu Feng's star core points have dwindled to a perilous low. He fears that if he cannot eliminate a sufficient number of mutated beasts this time, he will surely find himself weeping inconsolably in the restroom. Chapter 170. The pretentious woman, though it was not the first time that Gu Feng piloted a biological mech. It was indeed the first for Mu Chun. as her body melded into the indentation at the mech's forehead. Countless vascular-like flesh buds connected to her brain and body's neurons. She felt darkness envelop her, and after a brief 2 seconds, she opened her eyes again. Sensing an extraordinary unity with the mech. She was the mech, and the mech was her, indistinguishable from one another. Mu-chun even had the fleeting illusion that she had merely grown taller and larger. Gazing down at the toy-like tanks and grass-like trees with a mixture of novelty and exhilaration. Regrettably, the giant python offered no time for her to acclimate. Once they entered the mech, they launched a direct assault on the creature. Feng, well-versed in martial arts and familiar with biological mechs, immediately seized the python's head. However, the python's immense size rendered it impossible for the mech's arms to encircle it fully. With no other choice, Feng manipulated the mech to apply its entire weight upon the serpent, barely managing to gain control. Yet, the giant python would not remain passive. Its supple body coiled around Feng's mech, the raised scales clashing against the mech's outer armor with a metallic roar. Feng felt as though he were ensnared by the python, the constriction intensifying. He recalled the most terrifying aspect of a python, its lethal ability to constrict. Rolling his eyes, Feng exclaimed, "Mu-chun, if you keep dawdling, your husband will be strangled." Immediately regretting his words, he remembered that he was controlling a biological mech. His voice echoed with a thunderous resonance, as if broadcasting their affection for all to hear. This was hardly appropriate behavior. The tank operator grumbled, declaring that he was there to fight, not to be fed dog food. "If you continue with this nonsense, I'll fire at you, you rascal." Startled, Mu-chun replied, "What are you panicking about on my voice?" The peculiarity of her biological mech became evident. Though her tone was unmistakably feminine, it emerged in a deep, gravelly voice that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Without delving into the trivialities of their exchange, it suffices to say that Mu-chun, maneuvering the mech, seized the python's tail and pulled with all her might. A fierce struggle ensued, yet the mech ultimately triumphed, dislodging the serpent that had entwined around Feng's mech. Feng extended the mech's right arm, and a large bone knife slid out from the mech's forearm, fitting perfectly into the palm of the mech. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the knife downwards, pinning the python's gaping maw shut. Blood mixed with venom erupted forth, splattering across the mech's exterior. The outer armor began to emit wisps of smoke as Feng felt a sharp sting on his face, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin. However, now was not the time to relent. The giant python thrashed violently, its robust body twisting and turning, carving a circular trench into the ground and sending mud and water flying dozens of meters into the air. Mu-chun, straining under the effort, emulated Feng's earlier actions, drawing the mech's built-in bone knife to swiftly slash at the python's body, leaving behind horrific wounds as blood thoroughly stained the muddy ground. Even the dogs occasionally leaped forward to give the giant python a nudge, although their attacks resembled little more than playful scratches. After a stalemate lasting over 10 minutes, the python finally succumbed, and Feng, without hesitation, proceeded to dismember it. He earned a staggering 6 million star core points. This time, he had truly expended considerable effort. A single mecha cultivation pool required 30 million points, and he had just spent 60 million to exchange for 2. This amount did not even account for the points needed to acquire 2 mechas. Nonetheless, Feng chose to overlook the existence of the 2 mechas. Once exchanged, mechas would remain and not vanish after a single use. In essence, this was a classic case of an individual being overly dramatic,